out who commissioned the statue. And if any of you have looked into who put it up, who was supposed to have done it. I seem to remember it was quite like a cloak and dagger affair, trying to get a name out of people who put it up, because he was going around speaking to the people who were there when it was being put up and were part of the town council or something like that. And I might be misremembering this, but I'm sure there was a link to Rosicrucians somewhere in there. Maybe I'm misremembering that group, but definitely some strangeness to that whole situation.
I reckon one of the country club boys got a bit big for his boots, got drunk, commissioned something he shouldn't have, and got everybody pissed off. So they had to get rid of it.
Oh, that's interesting. Flat Lloyd's just posted the ChatGPT write-up of the mnemonic blocks. So saying this specific structure is part of the Parc des Sceaux, just south of Paris, France. It's located in the garden of the Chateau des Sceaux, a grand estate redesigned by André Le Nôtre, the same man behind the Versailles Garden. Guess he'd have a link to Notre Dame as well. I guess Notre, it's just a place. These mnemonic blocks or pillars were popular in 17th to 18th century France, particularly in aristocratic and scientific circles. These aristocrats and scientists. If you probe it further and say, like, how does it work? What's each element do? Can it give you that information or no? Yeah, it's
just after
not
the
even that many. There are some more simple ones. I guess that's like a super fancy one in France. The one I saw was probably a bit more like this one. Just a geometric shape. Even just thinking about that, like the masonry behind something like this. The geometry involved. It's really mind-blowing. Let's see which other ones it shows. Really not many of these. This multifunctional... Oh, you can buy this one for... How much? 7.5k euros. That's a deal, guys. Look at this. If you really need to tell the time that bad. It's like a multi-face sundial. It's kind of crazy that there's only a few of these actually showing on Google Images. It's like 2 or 3 of them in total. Must be more than that, though, because I just stumbled across one. What the hell is this? Anyway, it'll take a much smarter man than me to figure all that out, but I thought that was interesting. So if you can find more of those, post them. Here's another one. A bit more of a brutalist-looking mnemonic block. Mnemonic blocks. So what's that?
Yeah, you're making me think I'd like to get a sundial someday. That'd be fun. Because you said you go camping a lot. You know how it is when you're camping. If you don't pay a lot of attention to the time, you really do just kind of pay attention to the sun a lot of the times. If you had one at your house, you could just like use that, and especially if the power was out, it'd be fun. Power goes out around here like for 4 days at a time. It's kind of like camping.
Yeah, I don't mind a little power outage. As long as it's not for like more than a day. Because I'm in the city, and that's when I start to think, am I ready for a 28 days later style situation? This is interesting.
Yeah.
I'm just sorry, I'm still just Googling away at mnemonic here.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. I've never heard of these. Thank you for telling us about them.
Yeah, no worries. Well, I have very scant depth of knowledge about it as well, but I think it's a cool topic to bring up here because I know there's some good researchers in here who could probably pull some interesting stuff up. It's funny because I've just Googled it. Do you notice now it's when you Google anything, it like the first thing it gives you is an AI overview. Quite annoying. But I was just Googling the wording of it anyway. And it's saying the word mnemonic refers to anything related to a gnomon or a sundial. Can also describe a type of map projection where all great circles are depicted as straight lines. When it's talking further down about the projection, it says this type of map projection, also called a mnemonic chart, is used to map the surface of a sphere onto a plane. It's characterized by the fact that all great circles with the same circumference as the sphere, are represented as straight lines on the map. This means the shortest distance between 2 points on the sphere is a straight line on the mnemonic map. So here's the projection.
Yeah, it's a globe.
Yeah, I wonder when they started calling it a projection. I mean, it's like something that's been around for a while, right? They would have just used great circles. They wouldn't have called it a projection.
Yes, this is when you have to start to untangle the modern globe speak from these old world things. So I just posted the Wikipedia mnemonic projection, the central projection or rectilinear projection. Which interestingly is kind of like an AE projection. Amish would probably be good for this. Shout out sporadic Amish, wherever you are. Come and teach us about mnemonic blocks, please.
Yeah, because there's no way they were calling them a projection. In that article, it says the mnemonic projection originated in astronomy for constructing sundials and charting the celestial sphere.
Oh, the
Sorry.
celestial sphere. That's different.
Path of the shadow tip or light spot in a notice-based sundial traces out the same hyperbolae formed by parallels on a mnemonic map. Oh, look at this. Thales, who may have used it for star maps in the 6th century BC. Yeah, so I don't think that dude was calling it a projection of a sphere.
Yeah. No, I feel like they're almost overcomplicating it and inserting this step where they imagine they were converting a sphere into a flat plane rather than just assuming the flat plane to begin with. Pretty interesting, though. What do you think, Mushkane? Are you swayed by our cool flat Earth technology?
No, and I would also point out that these were probably constructed by globe earthers.
No. How'd you know?
No?
That's the globe
Why-
earther is only new to like 1969.
Yeah, people didn't really believe in the globe until they pretended to go to the moon, I don't think.
Wait, what about Copernicus and all this? Copernicus was a long time ago, and they were already on to was it geocentrism, or what do they call it?
Heliocentrism. Come on, Mushkane.
Yeah, they're Thales, 6th century BC, 600 BC.
Yeah, but Copernicus was going against heliocentrism, right? He was saying the Earth was in the center.
No, Copernicus is the guy who came up with the heliocentric calendar because the Catholic Church basically pushed him into doing it. Apparently, he was like, "No way! I don't want to do that. I don't want to publish that. They'll kill me." But eventually, he relented, and the Catholic Church essentially paid for it to be published. Is what I seem to remember.
But yeah, kind of like it's a little bit of a alternative history. Like actually, Copernicus was kind of forced into that by the Catholic Church.
Yeah, and I'm sure at the start of his book, it's pretty widely accepted that he's said he's not necessarily saying this is true, just that this is how it could work if the Earth was in motion going around the sun, rather than the accepted sun going around the Earth as it had been to that point.
Yeah.
Obviously.
I want to add a little bit to this because I have here a quote just basically from the wiki on Copernicus. 60 years after the theory was posited, only 15 astronomers in all of Europe believed in it. So it's not like it was like a resounding success when it finally came out.
Yeah. So there you
What's
go.
interesting is it wasn't until 1944 that it became like a core subject in the national education in England, and that was during the war.
Astronomy?
So up until then, no, just standardized curriculum.
No, the globe
heliocentric,
the heliocentric idea, right?
Yeah, that's
Broadly
modern.
speaking, which is crazy because the way it's taught and presented nowadays, they really go for that idea that it's, accepted since its inception with Copernicus, but really they make the whole idea sound like it's thousands of years old by just talking about Aristotle and the ancient Greeks as it comes to the globe. And most people who aren't too involved in the subject kind of just lump heliocentrism in with that and just assume they knew it was a ball going around the sun for thousands of years. But really, you start looking back and it's like people might not have even been mostly on board with this for as much as a century or two.
Yeah. I have a newspaper picture here of a newspaper outlet that printed in 1900s that some guy was teaching that the Earth was round in school, and it was such an abomination. It made the news, and he got fired.
Yeah, well, that's why I was thinking about, because of what Roots was saying, because I'm sure there was a newspaper article from the early 1900s. It might have been the 40s, but I thought it was a bit earlier. But either way, it was talking about the public calling the head of education in England at the time to be taken to court because he was going to try and teach the globe theory or the heliocentric theory. I can't remember exactly which specific one they were talking about, but he was talking. They were talking in this article about the public being so outraged that they wanted him taken to court, the head of education, for saying that we're going to start teaching this globe or heliocentric model. Don't know if anyone's got that to hand and can post it, but they're cool.
Yeah, 1870 was when they first started bringing it into the schools. before then, it was only like universities and some universities. But in terms of the school, 1870, but that wasn't even mandatory. So it's highly likely you had people still teaching flat Earth up to 1944, where it became mandatory.
It's crazy to think
And it
about.
just so happens to be after the war, right at the end of the war.
Yeah.
But that's why you have
Bit of a
people like that
reset.
old. That's why you have people like that old lady that David Weiss interviewed at that old folks' home who got taught in school that the Earth was flat, but and then was so dismayed that nobody else seemed to hold this belief anymore. And then when she met David Weiss, he broke down in tears because here was someone who finally affirmed everything she learned in school.
Yeah, that was a crazy video, actually. Actually quite powerful. So we still have people alive today in the West who were taught flat Earth at school. I mean, that's really a departure from the way it's being presented and argued here to us, like it's been known across the board for thousands of years. Like, nah. Still people today who were taught in school in the West that it was flat. It's really something.
Yeah, you probably are right about that. Because whenever I think about like how new this kind of concept is, or at least in the modern day, like flat Earth, it's really not. Because I've actually seen that interview too, and I know that there's people still alive that they were taught in school that the Earth was flat. And I've like met people just randomly that have talked about the flat Earth. So I think there's a lot more people than you might think that.
Yeah, in reality, when you think about the context of all human known history, the globe heliocentric is an infinitesimal little blip. Like the minority of all minorities of the human experience is this theory which is now being presented to us as if it's essentially being the majority of the human experience. Like, nah, this is the most blink of an eye fad for human beings in the grand scale of what we know of or treat today as recorded history, 10,000, 11,000 years.
You also got to think about the information control. Like, if you look at old movies, how did they portray crazy people? Guy with a sign outside saying the Earth is flat?
I found that video. I forgot she was 102. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I haven't watched it for a while, but I just found it. So I posted it.
My mother-in-law,
Thank
who
you. That's a
died
good
at
one too.
93 years old, said she was taught the Earth is flat in school.
Yeah.
Nice.
Shout out to Ruth. Hope she's still doing well. It's that woman's name, I think, if I remember.
Yeah, sounds right.
So yeah, like the globe heliocentric model is an aberration of human history. It's not the norm, far from it. So all this appeal to consensus and appeal to majority that we're presented with, it's ironic because really the appeal to consensus would be the Earth's flat and stationary and it's geocentric. So like, I really think it's the case that until you can get into the mindset of people in the past, it's a struggle to understand the motivations in history. But when you start, even if you don't believe it, even if you just start or you don't accept it, you start looking at history through that lens of a flat, motionless Earth. I think it's a lot more coherent. Like these people had a very different worldview.
Oh yeah, yeah. You can also just see it in all the religions. before the Jesuits really pushed the globe and the education system, and we got all that Western colonization, so-called, that pushed the globe with it, and geocentrism. And they established it into the education systems of all of these countries. So naturally, like 3 generations later, these people just believe this is how it always has been, because that's what the book told them. However, like, if you look a little bit further back, they were all religious, and their religions said, well, the earth is flat, all this other stuff, but they all have this commonality of having the earth flat, because that's our lived experience. However, we get this information war where we have all these fragments of information which get reinterpreted in that, like, oh, that was just a myth. Oh, they just misunderstood it. Or like, oh, well, he probably meant the globe. Like, the circle of the earth in the Bible probably means a globe to the Globers. They try to reinterpret it in that light. If they can't, it's a myth.
Yeah. I mean, and when I think about it, like this subtle transition in terms of how we think about history, if we assume that the current globe paradigm is true, like it does an insidious thing where it kind of cuts you off mentally, spiritually, and historically from the rest of human civilization through all history. Right, where you kind of have this cut-off point where you're like, well, anyone before this notion was backwards and therefore not really worth investing my time into looking into. And because it is such a modern phenomena, like we're talking about, that's really alienating this last few generations, separated from all the generations that have come before, to the point where you don't really understand why they're behaving the way they are, why they think the way they do, and act the way they do. Because you've got this totally different worldview where everything's taking place in a totally different paradigm, which really changes the motivations of the people living in that. So there's like a historical divide between this last few generations that have been brought up on this globe heliocentric idea versus everything that's come before.
What is a paradigm? Sorry.
Well, just the way your contextual lens, or how you think of things, and you could find a better definition, I'm sure. Just Google it. But that's the gist.
I don't need to.
Well, they say truth resonates. Apparently that's wrong. It's truth resonates 500 years later.
Well, truth is always reverberating. You'd have to be listening.
Yeah, I'm being sarcastic. The truth shouldn't take 500 years to actually resonate with the population.
I wonder, without looking it up, if anybody here could explain the word paradigm without Googling it. Because I'm thinking about it, like, how do you explain what a paradigm is? And I was thinking maybe it's like the mood or the culture of that time and that place.
Yeah, I'd say that's a fair stab at least the meaning of the word. I don't know how they would actually define it word for word in a dictionary, but yeah, that's kind of how I would think about it. The social kind of contextual lens that the people are using.
Yeah, it's like a worldview, isn't it? Really?
Yeah. But someone post the actual definition now that we're talking about it.
Maybe Luke has it.
Oh, is Luke here?
Yeah.
Back from the dead.
You guys are funny as hell. Well, paradigm
What's up, Luke?
is a so hello. It's a concatenation of two words, right? Para and dime. Para. Oh look, someone's already got it for us.
You don't know what para means, do you?
Oh no, it means to reveal, and like to show.
So they're defining it as a typical
Okay.
example or pattern of something, a pattern or model.
Oh wait, you asked for para, right?
Para means beside. Like a paralegal. I work beside lawyers.
Paramedic.
They work beside medics. Yep.
Yeah, like the word parallel. You know, talking about geometry. Parallax. Talking about paradigms. We'd kind of be talking about like the time relative to our time.
Pair of shoes.
Nice.
Thank you.
So the dime side is a Greek suffix meaning to show or to reveal.
Mm.
So
Drop the
Beside-
dime there.
the side reveal. The side reveal.
You just like
It's interesting.
speaking the word paradigm to like make it sound like you know what you're talking about.
What are you talking about?
What are you
The
talking
word paradigm.
Whoa, what are y'all talking about?
Oh my god.
I don't know.
I don't
Luke's
know.
spiraling
He was
already.
talking about the truth. He was talking about truth over time.
Who
How the
was?
paradigm.
Wolfgang
shift
was
is,
dropping dimes.
He said that we don't understand
get it.
behavior from hundreds of years ago. He said there was a paradigm shift.
Yeah, and everyone understood what he meant. Did you not understand?
No, because you don't know what you're talking about.
Luke,
Well,
are you
what
a bit
part-
lost, mate?
What part was incorrect?
Your use of the word.
Oh, the use of the word paradigm, you mean?
Yeah.
How was that incorrect?
Well, because it's a comparative term.
I don't know where you're going with this, Luke.
He doesn't know what he's on about.
When we use words, they mean stuff.
Can you explain
Yeah,
how
we just
Cyclone
defined
was
it.
using it? Can you explain it just so we know that you understand what he was saying?
Why would I need to explain what he meant when he was the one who said it?
Well, he's asking if you were listening, and you
Guys,
could
Yeah, because
summarize
you're saying
what
it's
we're
wrong.
talking about.
If you're gonna claim he's wrong, then it would make sense for you to understand what he was saying to know that he's wrong, right?
Exactly. That's why I corrected him on the use of the word paradigm.
Did
It's
you?
a comparative.
So a worldview reveal isn't relevant to what he was describing. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying the terms that he uses refers to times that he doesn't know what he's talking about.
That doesn't
He's
make any
using
sense.
the word paradigm to like gloss
The
over
words
the
you're
fact that
using are not making sense.
Yeah, I thought words
I know,
mattered
Luke.
to you. What's going on here?
Yeah. No, there's a layering process in information, right?
All right, Luke.
You-
All right. I think you just came in at a time where you didn't hear the context of the conversation, so you're confused. But that's fine. We can just start afresh. Have you got something for us today for the globe?
Wait, are you just gonna like derail your own point of view because I pulled you up on
No,
the use
you've
of the word
already
paradigm?
derailed the conversation, Luke. So now we're just going to take it somewhere productive, since you don't understand what the conversation was.
That's why I interrupted you to tell you that you're talking
Luke, this
shit.
is for your benefit, dude. You've got a fresh start.
No. You guys are funny.
Dude, you don't know what a paradigm shift is, clearly, so let's just move on.
It's all right, Luke. Now you get to
that's exactly
present the
the point.
evidence for the globe religion. This is the fun
Exactly
bit.
my point, guys. Yeah. Like, we don't need to get all like upset because someone
So what would
used
it
the word
be?
paradigm wrong.
let's say you're going about in the world. How do you figure out that the world you're on is a big spinning ball?
I don't know. In my paradigm, yeah. Is that?
You
So we
don't, you
wanna
don't
hear?
know.
No,
Are you saying the
just
word
don't. You
paradigm?
don't care. You don't care. Like
I don't
you don't
know.
care. You just don't care.
No, I do
like,
care, Luke. I do care how you think you know that the Earth is a big spinning ball.
okay, we'll
The
just
whole world cares. Educate us.
go learn like math at like a 6-year-old level and come back to me.
Okay. Which math?
Like
It's
stuff like
gonna prove it, though.
trigonometry, algebra.
Okay. So how's that proving that the Earth's a big spinning ball?
Well, because you go do observations, you like amalgamate lots of like
Now we're getting
findings, and
somewhere.
then you devise a theory, right?
Okay. So what are we observing?
The
Math,
planet.
apparently.
Well, the planet actually. No, we're observing the planet here.
Which planet?
The planet we're on.
Oh no, we're on Earth. The planets are in the sky, Luke.
Yeah, back to this paradigm word. You just don't know anything, right?
Excuse me?
If you want to run, you may as well just go now.
Sorry, sir. He just said that we don't live on a planet. Are you retarded?
Yeah, the planets are in the sky, Luke. Have you noticed
We
that?
live
The lights
on
in
a
the
planet.
sky. You live on one of those lights in the sky?
Do we need to do the etymology of the fucking planet too for you?
No, you live on the Earth with us.
Yeah, and that's a planet in the solar system.
No, planets
You
are
know
in the
what,
sky.
Luke?
We've already told you this.
So where does the
Yeah.
word planet
Planets,
come
the
from?
original. There you go.
Luke? Let's
One
let
second,
Luke.
we'll
Luke's
just
the
remember to like
etymologist.
mute this guy so that we can.
Luke, you
No,
need this
don't
lesson,
mute
dude.
anyone, Luke.
Oh,
So where does
Sorry,
planet
you-
come from? What's that word? What does it mean?
I don't think you want me to
What does
explain
it mean,
this to you,
Luke?
do you?
Oh yeah, I'm asking you.
Like, 'cause
What does it say?
you and your boyfriend just
What's
told me
the
that planets are in the sky.
etymology of planet? Where does that word
No,
come from? What
you
does
and
it
your
mean?
boyfriend are just like
Oh,
you
you're
like
the
telling me-
boyfriend. Why are
you're
you
telling me it's in-
fantasizing again, Luke? Come on,
No,
stay
I'm
focused.
pro gay, man. I'm pro
Stop
gay. I'm just
distracting.
trying to identify
Stop
you and your
distracting.
boyfriend.
You said do you want me to look up the definition of the word? You said okay. What's wrong?
I don't want you to. Actually, I do want you to look up the definition of the words you're using.
Well, you
because
said
then
you
we
were
can
going
actually
to.
have a.
You said do you want me to look up
No, I
the
didn't
word
say that.
planet
Did
and
I?
where it comes from? Yeah, you did. Okay, so now you don't want to look up the word planet, where it comes from?
No, I said I don't think you want me to look it up. If you want me to look it up for you, bro, let me look it up for you.
Oh,
Planet
Luke.
is a large,
Well, come on,
rounded
then.
astronomical body that is generally required to be in an orbit around a star. Is that good enough for you?
What's the origins of the word? It's the etymology.
Okay. So it comes from the Greek planen, which means to wander. Planetes, planetes.
There we go.
Yeah,
There we go.
Greek as well.
Yeah, so they were called the wandering stars. They're wanderers.
Okay,
So they were
how does-
referring to lights in the sky, Luke, not the ground beneath your feet. You see?
brother, we live on
Every
a
day is a school day.
Yeah.
So you learn
if
something
don't
every
think-
day here, Luke.
Cyclone, you're not teaching me jack shit, man. You're like
So
actually
you went and
depressing
observed.
humanity's
You went.
understanding
What did you?
of
Let's go back
language,
to what you observed.
science, and
Okay,
like
so now
everyone
you
here
understand.
loves that you
Now
just
you
constantly
understand
derail
the
every kind of
planets
conversation with your.
Okay, Luke. It's okay. It's okay.
Hey, don't talk through him. Come on.
Yeah, Luke. So now you understand that the lights in the sky are not the ground beneath your feet. We can go back to your observation. So what was your observation? He's doing this thing where he's kind of spazzing out.
Let's
Luke, what was your
unmute him
observation
and
again?
ask him to behave. Luke, don't talk through him. We won't have to mute you if you don't do that.
Roots, I can have a conversation with anyone I want, man.
I know, but we're gonna have to mute you if you talk through people. Don't want to do that.
You mean talk over people? Yeah.
We just did the little planets thing,
I don't
so
think
that's
anyone's
fine.
able to represent science here. I'm not trying to speak through
We
people.
can go back to your observation. So your observation, which you were going to do your maths with, what was that?
No, I just asked you to have a six-year-old understand of mathematics before we have a conversation.
And then we got
about
to which mathematics, and you said trigonometry and algebra, and we said, well, how is that going to prove Earth's a ball? And then you said you do the observations, and that's where you're at. Which observations do you do?
Well, I said the observations of the planet we live on, and then you like spurged out, not understanding what a planet.
Well, yeah, because we just taught you what the etymology of the word planet.
You just had to mute me, and I had to like leave this conversation because you're actually fucking spiraling. You're a retard.
But
okay, you're spiraling, bro. You're spiraling. You're spiraling. You're spiraling. You're spiraling.
You're projecting,
Luke.
No, I'm not.
Come on, Luke. Calm down, Luke. It'll be okay. Okay, so it's an observation of the Earth you're talking about. Okay,
fuck.
What's the observation? So what's the observation of the Earth? Because it looks flat, right? That's the observation to start with. So, okay, you observe the flat
You have a problem with your own voice, man.
Luke, don't make this awkward, man. Just keep up, please, for the sake of everybody else.
I'm ahead of this. Okay, I'm not behind you. I'm really not.
You're not keeping up at all, dude. You're not keeping up. All he's explained to you is your misuse of the word planet. Luke, your misuse of the word planet is part of the reason why you've got a
planet.
Yes, because a planet refers to the stars, the wandering stars,
and it's an implication that we live on a planet.
Yeah, it's an implication, it's an assumption, right? But what we actually can prove is that we live on the Earth, and that the word planet originated from wandering star.
Do you know that the name brain? You know that the brain named itself, yeah?
The brain named itself. Luke, you are on fire tonight.
You talking about Pinky in the Brain?
No, I'm just trying to like understand like what level of like retardation I need to address you guys with.
Well, you're the one that keeps chanting you live on a wandering star, bro.
No, I didn't say we live on a star.
Yeah, you said we live on a planet. A wandering star.
A planet and a star are different things.
Yeah, Wanderer. The wandering star.
Like you guys like are so fucking
Luke, we get it. So, this observation of the flat Earth that you're going to take... He's run away again. So your observation of the flat Earth, Luke.
Sit still.
I'll talk to someone else, Cyclone. You don't know anything, man. I'm sorry.
Okay, he's too upset to talk to me. Roots.
That's the same thing this morning too.
Why don't you talk to him, Crit?
Yeah, I go on your channel and talk to flat earthers, and then every flat earther he had turned down, muted, blocked. Dude, you're fucking retarded, man.
That's just not true, Crit.
But let's see if you can handle a combo with Crit. Yeah, sorry.
Well, no, maybe Roots, you should go. I tried this morning. He flamed out quicker than shit.
It's because
he's not listening to me either.
He might have you turned down. He's been doing that lately.
I hear Roots. Yeah, I was responding to what you were saying, Crit. Okay, sorry, Roots. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
All I was saying was let's just move past this wandering star point here. Let's just establish that the assumption we live on a planet is nothing more than an assumption. That's the point, really, that we're trying to make here. To say that the Earth is a planet isn't.
He's trying to like degrade my understanding so that he can just call the Earth flat. But you know, we just have to agree at some point the Earth is a planet or the Earth is a plane in the universe or the solar system. We just have to agree somewhere, right? We can't just constantly play on this like you don't know anything.
Hold on. Can I just stop you there?
You live on a star? Oh, that means you are retarded. Like this isn't helping the.
The problem I've got is you said that he's saying that makes the Earth flat just because the term planet is referring to the sky. Yeah, but he's not saying that's a proof for flat Earth. Like you're saying,
these guys do this every day.
The Earth being a planet is a proof.
There's nothing I can say or show or prove in any tangible way that will, provide evidence.
Shut up and let people finish.
I'm talking to Roots, my guy.
Yeah, dude, I was trying to make a point, but
yeah, but
listen,
your point
he's
was
not saying this doesn't prove the Earth is flat. You're not conceding. The only thing you'll need to concede on is that the original word for planet was referring to lights in the sky.
Concede or conceive, like
I said concede.
You did it again.
I speak pretty clearly. Dude. So just listen. It doesn't prove the Earth being flat, though. That's the point. You're not conceding that the Earth is flat just by accepting that the term planet is referring to lights in the sky.
Yeah, so like basic algebraic understanding, right, would mean that like if I was wrong, I could explain like what variable is wrong. And we're just like doing a variable analysis of the word planet at the moment, not really like the Earth that we're standing on. Right, so
no, you're assuming that we live on a planet. Stop referring to math. Math is only as good as the inputs and the assumption.
Okay,
the inputs that you're putting in are assumptions.
Yeah.
So forget the math for
planet.
a minute.
That's right. Drop the word planet. Let's use the word Earth. Right?
That's what we're trying to do.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying, right? So we have an Earth in the solar system.
Oh, well, wait.
No.
Yeah. Go ahead, T-Dub. Go on, T-Dub. You have a go.
One thing I just want to insert. This is why we need like Sasha or DMOC in here. That's a perfect speaker for this guy. Just ask him over and over again.
Yes. I would totally support the bringing back of Denmark. Yes, just to talk to this dude. All on board.
I would really think that a moderator should be like a server moderator should listen to the way that you guys handle this space.
They do.
Yeah, leave your complaints in the box on the way out. Yeah, he's exactly Denmark's level. They would be perfectly matched.
You see how I had to correct myself? Because there are moderators here, right?
It's just for moderating rooms, dude. They use us as an example of good moderation.
Yeah, we've been told multiple times that, like, hey, I wish more rooms were done like this. Like, they go into... you know how many complaints... You know how many complaints they get for, like, death threats, SA threats, TOS violations? They say, your guys' room is a simple joy. The amount of activity... The amount of activity you bring to the server with the lead, like, so few complaints is just amazing. They said this is, like, the best thing ever. It's like, I wish all the other rooms were so moderated this well that we could just have to let you guys run on autopilot, not have to worry about tickets, endless amount of ticket. This is tickets we get from you guys are butthurt globalists who don't want your channel around anyway. And we're like, well, why did you join it? Well, okay, so you joined the Flat Earth channel, you think you were unfairly moderated, and you don't want the channel around.
You just keep talking.
They ask them, why did you join the channel? And generally they flame out on them too. They go, I could see why you muted that guy. He's an abject retard. The dude didn't even know why he joined your channel.
Let me ask what
Fred, I really appreciate you explaining that. That's great to know that we're getting positive feedback and that our work is being recognized. Thanks for letting us know that, because we do work really hard to try to keep a civilized conversation going here.
Yeah, it's like you go to the other rooms. I mean, if everyone's really curious, you will just see that it's just crazy. I mean, it's nuts. Some of the other rooms, it's like 10. Like they might have 10 people in the room with 5 different conversations going on. Then there's some other dude who plays a music bot. They just turn it down. It's other chaos.
How do you know?
Just chaos.
What other people how they're?
Yeah, that's great, Chris. Yeah, thanks for
because all you do is live in here.
No, I don't. Like, I go to all the rooms. Yeah, I go to all the rooms.
I don't believe you. I just don't.
Well, your belief is not required.
That's your point.
Yeah, your belief is simply not required. A fact is a fact. I jump around to all the rooms at least once a week to see what's going on. Just for community outreach.
The only one that's consistently friendly is this one's a vegan room.
Like, I'm an online veteran, right? And something, just the way that you handle yourself just tells me that you're not, like, you're just not equipped.
You were raised
to,
on the internet.
Exist in
you were brought up by some 24/7 parenting live stream.
Can you shut the fuck up while I'm talking, please?
No, but you can.
Stop coping so much.
Why are we
yeah, no, it's clear that you were
I was trying to. Yeah, I was trying to block him, but I mean to mute him because I had him blocked. I couldn't server mute him. I don't know if I have to then. I unblocked him. I still couldn't server mute him. So then maybe I have to go like in and out to be able to do that. I don't know because he's in the ban log. I thought that was a permaban, but I guess not. You guys can look and see what both me and Jedi wrote there. He's had he's had some pretty serious violations here.
What he'll do is he'll leave the server or make a new account and come back. Yeah, he gets around the bans quite often. I've been meaning to update the list.
Okay, yeah, we've got Nail here and some other people. Maybe if anybody else has a question or comment.
Yeah, he's only good for a humorous meltdown freakout, so that's fine. We can open up the room. But anyway, I'm gonna jump off and go on a listening mode. But good to hear you all.
You too. Yeah, thanks for inspiring us to get in here and get things going. I'm going to try going in and out, see if that makes it so I can mute and unmute Luke, because I guess because I had him blocked before, I can't do it, but I'll see if that works.
Yeah, we can't really shouldn't block people.
Yeah, I've unmuted Luke for now. If there's any other Globers or anyone else wants to step up, go ahead. But yeah, Luke's all right for now. A little bit spirally, but you're good.
Yeah, I'm back, Luke. Don't worry. We got it under control in here now because you'll be all right. I'll talk about your feelings and stuff if you want.
Thanks, bro. I'm glad that you have some humanity in you.
Yeah, Luke, your obsession with math, though, is something you should look at, because math's only as good as the inputs that you put in, and the inputs that are put into the heliocentric model are all assumptions.
I'm not like a little
Yeah,
kid.
There's no direct... No, dude. Why do you have such an ego? I'm not trying to talk down to you.
Well, it's because
this isn't basic
are
shit.
Really good at gaslighting people, and I'm just cutting you off before you continue to attempt.
Dude, you cut off anyway. But the point is, I'm not trying to belittle you or talk down to you.
I heard what you said, right? Mathematics is a framework that he requires the inputs in order to have the outputs, but it's
and there are assumptions.
It's relevant based on the inputs.
There are assumptions, Luke. That's all I'm saying. All of the math for the globe is an assumption. But they're all somewhere based on some sort of assumption.
Yeah, I know what an axiom is. When I came in here and asserted myself against Cyclone, against his use of the word paradigm, right, it's because I actually have discipline in the language that I use. You should too.
How was he wrong? You couldn't even articulate how he was wrong. He used the exact
It's a comparative term.
Yeah, compared to what? Yeah.
Hold on,
hold on. Cycling, can you explain to Roots what you were?
Hold on, no. I'm just going to mute you for a second because you're still losing your mind. I was going to type this in the text channel, but it's quicker just to say it. Your mind is so twisted, Luke, that you've just revealed yourself in another embarrassing way where you've said to Roots, you're just trying to gaslight me, so I'm just going to talk through everything you say, meaning that you're scared of what he's saying and you're just going to talk through it to not hear it. But you've joined this channel to presumably talk. So you're so twisted in your own head. You've joined a channel that you apparently don't want to hear what's being said, so you'll actively obfuscate anything being said vocally, when you could just not join the channel, like a confused little mental globe bot. But anyway, proceed. We don't have to go back to you not understanding the word paradigm.
Why did you just mute me to berate me?
Because
just to highlight, just to put a mirror up to your own bizarre behavior. Just to put a mirror up to your own bizarre behavior, Luke. So maybe you'll take a moment of introspection or reflection and realize that your head's all fucked up, mashed potatoes. You're joining channels that you don't want to hear, so you'll actively just make a fool of yourself and try and talk through Roots. And just don't join the channel if you're a little pussy. Very simple. Stop spazzing out all the time.
Yeah, what he's doing is called moderation. He's moderating you.
I was trying to
if
talk.
you just if you just paid attention and stopped talking over people, you wouldn't have any problems, and you would be able to stop spurking out in text.
Yeah, you don't have to be dealt with as if you're a child.
Okay, if there's like 5 of you, like muting me and unmuting me, like I can't talk to any of you individually. You see?
Yeah, I have to do that, Luke, because you talk through people. So I'm having to control your microphone.
You mean talk over, yeah?
You're talking over then, if you want to use that term.
Yeah,
the point is
through representation, right?
Once again, the point is you're talking through and over people. And we have 2 YouTube bots in here. You're streaming live. Everybody's hearing your mess. Everybody's hearing your mess. So I'm having to server mute you to finish a sentence, or anybody, to allow anybody to finish a sentence, Luke. I'm babysitting you.
Luke, you all right? Because the chat looks pretty lit up. YouTube sees that too.
I don't think YouTube care about you guys at all. I'm going to be honest.
YouTube isn't a person? Doesn't have feelings?
No, they're a company. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, we could use the, they're a company. Company that you lack.
It's not they're a company. It's
double entendre of the word company.
A software.
Ooh.
Yeah, they're like an Yeah, okay, check this one out, Luke. You like companies. SpaceX got all their contracts canceled from the U.S. government. They have no more money. And NASA got defunded 24% from the last budget.
Wow.
SpaceX is dismantling their Dragon rocket right now, taking it apart. They're done. No more space movies, no more Mars missions, no going to the moon or anything like that.
A launch yesterday live on YouTube.
You people. Hey, Luke, why does YouTube put disclaimers on the live streams?
Because they don't want anything to do with the people that are retarded.
Oh, so you said they didn't. You said they weren't bothered by it. It seems like they have to address it directly.
You should let him answer that question. Did you listen to the beginning of his answer? It didn't make any sense. Kind of hanging himself there.
Oh, you guys just like to use people as rhetoric, I see.
Dude, you like to use excuses, I see.
You do this to yourself, Luke. We tried to start with a decent conversation, and now this has turned into some sort of demonstration of idiocy.
Wait, because this is a meta-analysis of Luke's character.
You're talking through everybody as well. It's very annoying.
When you say talking through, all right, you obviously are retarded. Okay, I've tried to correct you like 5 times now, Roots. You're just as bad as Cyclone, it seems.
We're having a conversation about a conversation instead of having a conversation now? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, we're doing a meta-analysis. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, and dude, you're not talking over people. You're attempting to talk over people, and it ends up you're talking through them.
I'm not trying to talk for any of you. Don't want to.
So instead of that continuing, let's do something. Let's deviate from that, even if it's repetitive. Do you know that of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the Earth and detected curvature? What was the method of how they did that?
So I'm going to leave now. You guys can just keep sitting in silence.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought. You're going to leave now. That's what I thought.
Yeah, I'm going to leave now because it's too late. I don't need to spend my energy explaining stuff that I explain to you guys every day. No, it's not bedtime. It's I have respect. Okay, something you don't understand, obviously.
You've been running away from the argument.
You gotta go. Oh, he left. You asked for Curve, and he said, "I gotta go."
He was waiting for a gotcha, and he thought the talking through thing was a gotcha.
That was such a funny line at the end where he left. He said, "I don't have the energy to spend explaining the same thing that I explain to you every day." He's just like a comedy character. What a little retard. Anyway, I'm going.
It's like
now.
a training.
That's funny though.
I just listened to what you said on YouTube, Cyclone. You're wrong.
Again. Oh, he's so triggered. He's so triggered. He has to come back.
He reminds me of James Veach.
Funny.
I don't know if you guys know James Veach, but he talks like him. Sounds a lot like him. But it's not.
He's still listening on YouTube.
What, you mean like it's on speed or something?
You retards.
Nah, just his mannerism.
It's amazing, Luke. You're easily one of the dumbest Globers ever on this channel. And we've had a lot of dumb Globers. Like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe to hear more about Luke.
Chris says, and the most triggered of 2025 goes to...
Saw a guy with an Artemis, a T-shirt that said Artemis on it. I just immediately started laughing.
Artemis.
That pretty much sums up his argument, old Huss.
Yeah, that was it.
Seeing a grown adult with a NASA T-shirt is kind of like seeing a grown adult with a Marvel T-shirt, except they believe it's real. To be fair, I think maybe some of those Marvel people believe that's real.
Yeah, or wrestling. WWE.
Drace, when you talk through something with someone, you're making them understand. When you talk through someone, you're using them as representation.
Luke, nobody cares, mate. Oh my god.
He left already.
He came back again. He came back again for that. So weak.
Came in and left. he doesn't even want to hear curved. The word curved.
Well, he's just trying to argue with Oxford's. He's trying to argue with Oxford's dictionary like a dumbass. Like that has nothing to do with me, dumbass.
Nobody cares anyway. It's just the way
it's so weird.
Talks, right?
You come in, say something, and immediately get out, just so you can't hear anything at all.
How triggered must you be to say, I need to go to bed, it's 2:00, and then come back 3 times for nonsense? You triggered my trap card.
So, like a few months ago, I went to go see that new Mad Max movie, Furiosa. You know, and at the very beginning of the movie, before they even show any human beings on the screen, they show the Earth as a planet in space, and it's all desert. And then it zooms in on Australia, and then the scenery in Australia or whatever begins. The thing is, like, in the seconds as it's showing on screen, the Earth is a planet. My friends that are with me in the theater are, like, laughing with me, but also turning to look towards me while laughing with me at the screen. And, like, I was just thinking to myself, like, it'd be kind of funny. Like I wasn't on a romantic date when that happened. I was just going to the movies with my friends, just regular friends. But it just dawned on me, like, how funny it would be if, like, you know, a flat earther was on a date with a glober, and the flat earther starts laughing at something, and then, like, kind of from that point forward, like, has to explain why they're laughing at the thing they're laughing at.
I would avoid it.
Yeah, you don't. You might have to. You probably have to if you're the dude, not the chick. It just kind of reminded me of, like, how when you're on a date with someone that's, like, a different race than you, and you're watching comedy together, you're always, you got to be careful not to accidentally laugh at a racist joke that they don't laugh at.
I guess you don't live in Ohio.
Because if you laugh at a racist joke that they don't laugh at, then it makes you look bad, you know. Sorry, you're like, you know.
Oh, you don't live in Ohio and have people of different races as friends. I laugh right in their face, the same thing they do to me.
Yeah, but a female sense of humor, the average female sense of humor is not the same as the average male sense of humor.
Oh, that's different. Yeah. Seems like guys that just work together, don't matter what they are, will call each other out on everything.
So if I go on a date with a really beautiful black woman who's also a glober, I have to be very careful not to laugh at certain racist jokes. I also need to be careful not to laugh at, like, other jokes too, you know? It's just like both of those at the same time. I'm not worried about the other one, but worried about the glober part, because that's the thing that really, like, you know. Yeah, so this one time, like, I was hanging out with a chick, and she was, like, obsessed with watching the Disney Channel, and I didn't really understand this. Like, this is the first time I'd ever come across a Disney adult. This is a long time ago, so I was, like, 20, and she was, like, 18. And, like, we were hanging out together, and she was, like, for some reason wanted to watch the Disney Channel, you know? And after, you know, a certain number of hours of that, I was like, you know, this is getting kind of boring. Maybe we should change the channel. Like, you got cable, right? Like, let's just change the channel. So I go to Comedy Central, start watching Tosh.0, and then he says this one joke, and I start laughing, and then I kind of stop myself because I realize she's not laughing, and you know why.
Hey, Roots. I can talk to you now because Cyclone's not here. Hopefully.
Oh, you're back. How many times are you going to go and come back?
Well, this is a 24/7 radio show, isn't it? Well,
I'm glad you came back. What's up?
Well, you just tagged me or something, right?
Yeah, I said we're looking for actual evidence, direct evidence.
When you say actual, do you mean like something that we can act upon, or?
No, direct evidence. Do you know what that is?
No. Could you explain it to me, please?
So direct evidence that we can physically test, prove, something repeatable, something that can actually verify the claim that we live on a curved spinning surface in a vacuum.
So you just want like a scientific method for the explanation as you're saying?
I was just going to say, we just don't want to start from the position that we are a planet in space and assuming that from the beginning the Earth is moving and curving without any actual evidence for that. I mean, that's fair, right? We're just looking for empirical evidence.
Not a great sign when he starts by asking what you mean by actual.
Oh, it's muted. Somebody mute him. I don't know who muted you. I'm going to unmute him if that's all right.
Thanks. Yeah, I can't remember what my train of thought was now. Sorry. What was the contention, or what was your last point?
So I says we're looking for empirical evidence. There's a claim. The globe is the claim because it's not what we experience. So we just want that direct empirical evidence, some evidence to begin with. Let's not assume we're on a spinning ball in a vacuum of space when there's no evidence for that.
If we were gonna if we were gonna create what do you want for us? Say I was an experimenter, right, for the flat Earth. what would you suggest I do to validate flat Earth?
No, the claim is the globe. The flat Earth is just what we experience.
You're saying that the position of like the flat Earth isn't to require science. It's just it's an existential sensory experience.
No, I'm not speaking on behalf of flat Earth at all. I'm telling you what we wanted from you.
Oh, I asked
claiming
what I
we're
can
a planet
do for you. Yeah. I'm asking. Sorry, I don't think. I'm saying, what can I do for you? You know, to
I told
prove
you
the
provide some direct evidence. I told you provide some direct or empirical evidence.
You didn't hear what I said, because I'm not trying to prove the globe. I'm trying to prove the flat Earth. Right. So what would I?
I told you the flat Earth. The flat Earth is not the claim. The claim is the globe. Do you understand why the globe is the claim?
Yeah, I know. I definitely understand that. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe I can help him out here. Hold on, buddy. If I say this sentence, follow me here. I observe the Earth is flat. Thus, it is an observation of mine that I observe the Earth is flat.
I understood when Root said it. I observe to live on a flat plane too. Luke observed the flatness. Okay, I understand the point. I'm saying,
so who has the burden?
Do you observe it as flat?
Yes, obviously, we observe it as flat because
right. So who has the burden of proof? The globe has the burden of proof.
Okay. I'm trying to say, right? You know, if I'm a flat earther, which I think you guys are telling me that I am, right? Because I haven't got proof for the globe. Now, if I go out and try to prove the flat Earth, what do you want me to do?
We're not claiming anything. We're trying to get you to understand that we experience the Earth to not be a globe. Okay? The surface of water is flat. We observe that. Has he gone? He's gone. What a clown. He'll be back if someone pokes him in the side chat, I guess.
Probably run away from me.
Have you got a history? Have you spoke to him before?
Yeah, he's on the ban list. So he just ran away, stop me pressing the button.
Makes sense. He was trying to wait till Wolfgang had gone, so yeah. You know me, I draw in the crazies.
Oh yeah, for sure. Got to have your fun with whoever pops in the room, dude. The only excuse I can give him is he ran away because he saw me.
Jedi, just to answer your claim, right? No, I didn't leave because I'm not scared of you or whatever. I just left.
Oh, okay. I can just go ahead and ban you then. Cheers, dude. Thank you.
Oh, what a pussy. Shut up, pussy.
So mean.
Oh, this guy. It's the first time I've met him. This is hilarious.
Why is he on the ban list?
Have you not been here for the last hour?
Nope. Just got here. That conversation lasted an hour.
Well, intermittently. The guy leaves
Sound like he was
mid debate and then comes back, listens on YouTube, comes back, says something, then leaves. Talks over everybody. Sorry, Luke.
But I think he's also got some serious TOS violations previously.
Is that right?
What was he sending to minors?
Somebody said he was on a ban list somewhere else. Yeah.
He's back.
These guys like to use me as a rhetoric for their like twisted, perverted views of the world and science. Just
the funny thing is, Luke appears to be like hanging out, watching our live streams, giving us views in order to listen to us in secret because he's so fuming right now. He doesn't want to be in here where we can like talk to him because he knows he's going to look like a dumbass if he actually talks to us. So he needs to try to reframe it.
He said he grew up on the internet. I think he's trying to respawn, like Call of Duty. I think he's sick of getting headshotted. So yeah, Penguins, this is why he's on mute.
I see.
Welcome to the channel, though. Is this your first time?
No. I come here every so often. See if anybody's talking. Seems I missed it.
Okay. Well, what's your position?
Glove.
Why?
Looks like one.
From what perspective?
A lot.
From
Human
your perspective?
Yeah.
What about you? From your perspective, is it a globe?
Yeah.
How so? Where do you see the globe in your reality?
Well, I see things that conform with the globe. It makes sense on a globe. That's how I discern.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
A few things. The way that things move over the horizon. The sky turning in different directions in the north and southern hemisphere. And there's like the professionals who actually use advanced technology that say the same thing. That's not my experience.
So you look at the sky.
Yeah. Look at the sky.
And that couldn't possibly work on a flat surface then.
I don't know how it would. If you'd explain it. Yeah. I couldn't even conceive of a way that would work on a flat Earth. Maybe I just haven't been shown like the right model or something.
Well, do you know much about perspective?
What about perspective?
Well, how things would appear to disappear. Sorry, how things would disappear on a flat surface in the sky.
Oh. Yeah, it would get smaller and smaller and fade away.
Not always, my friend.
Wouldn't need to be blocked by anything.
Very, very much that would happen, but not always. Are you aware that things can appear bigger than they are in the distance and appear to be chopped off by what looks like a physical point, but it's just the horizon?
Well, the horizon would be like anything below the horizon would be blocking it if it's blocked by the horizon.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Jedi, did you want to get in or?
No one's going to post anymore.
So the horizon is what, a physical location to you?
It's
or is it an optical location?
Yeah, it's optical. There's like
so everything below the horizon is blocked by what?
Like it could be water, the ground.
Well, that would make it physical then, right?
No, that's the actual like substance. A horizon is just the line.
Right.
It's not an object. The horizon. It's just like a reference point.
What, like a straight line? The straight line, right?
What do you by straight?
Straight
all the way
line
around.
from left to right, like horizontal.
Yeah, you could say it's horizontal.
Yeah, cool, awesome.
So a horizontal optical position that's based on what? What causes the horizon?
Well, if you're close enough to the ground, then if you look out, there's going to be a point where the ground appears to meet the sky.
Due to
so
what?
It'd be perspective.
Perspective, right. So things going behind the horizon are not necessarily physically blocked, are they? They're due to perspective.
From the point where your eyes are to the object, it's physically blocked, yeah. Because of perspective. It's not exclusive.
Physically blocked because of perspective, though perspective is optical and not physical. Doesn't make any sense, dude.
There's a physical object blocking it, so it's physically blocked. And then
so what's the physical? What's the physical? Sorry, what's the physical object blocking it?
The ocean, the ground. Do you count those as objects? I mean,
the ocean. So are you saying that the ocean or ground is horizontal or curved?
It curves outward.
Okay, curves outward. So it's being blocked by the curvature of the Earth, but everything you've described to us so far is optical. You even said the horizon was optical. I'm trying to figure out where the curve of the Earth has come in. Did you just insert it there?
No, I'm telling you the way that things move past the horizon below it.
Okay, right. What's the horizon? We'll start again.
The horizon is a reference point.
A reference point? Yeah, it's a reference point to find level. All levels being parallel with the plane of the horizon. Welcome to Flat Earth. Try again. What's the horizon?
Level is what's parallel with the horizon?
Yeah. Level, straight line from left to right, aka horizontal. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. So far it's the horizon, the surface of the Earth, is flat so far.
What plane is the horizon on?
The Earth, the surface of the Earth, where the surface of the Earth at distance appears to meet the sky due to the angular resolution of the optic.
I don't know if that's how it defines level.
Level is defined as a straight line from left to right being parallel with the plane of the horizon. Do you require citation for this?
Oh, that's fine. I'll just define it differently.
Cool. So far it's horizontal, a straight line from left to right. Where's the curve of the Earth come in?
When objects are blocked by the ground.
By an optical phenomena that's the horizon, the angular resolution limit of the optic. So far the thing has gotten too small for you to see. The horizon, the surface that it's on, beyond the horizon, beyond the angle that your eye can resolve, the object on the surface is also in that angle that your eye can no longer resolve. So far it's optical.
No, it can be big enough to see still. It doesn't have to be small. It's still blocked.
Okay,
it's blocked.
So the mountain that's beyond the horizon, I can see the top of it, but I can't see the bottom of it because the bottom of the mountain is on the surface that I can no longer resolve that's past the horizon. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's still flat Earth. I'm still trying to figure out where the curve is. So far it's optical resolution loss.
Flat Earth from that. Can you explain?
Horizon, that's horizontal, not curved. That should have rung a bell straight away.
Well, the horizon goes all the way around you, and curvature is outward. So
that would be a circle. That would be a circle, 360 degrees. This is known as the plane of the horizon.
Okay.
Okay, so that's
the plane of the horizon is everything within the horizon.
Yeah. The horizon being the limit of the optic that you're using. Yes.
So that's the limit of the optic. Well, is it like limited? It can't expirate through the ground?
Sorry.
It is.
Do you not agree that things appear to reduce in angular size with distance?
No. That's clearly
No, things do not appear to get smaller further you go away. Excuse me?
I said no, I don't disagree. You asked me if I disagree with that. I said no, I don't disagree with that. That's clearly not what happens when the sun goes.
So the surface that you're looking across, the Earth, with distance is too small for you to resolve. That's where the horizon is. You can't resolve the surface anymore because it's too small for you to see.
That wouldn't make sense, because then things at different sizes would change to where the horizon is. So you'd have multiple horizons. Like a horizon for a peanut would be like a few feet away.
Yeah, a horizon for the optic changes. Yeah,
you can send it upwards as well. And then there's the horizon in the sky. So is it a horizontal line?
My goodness me, you're just talking all the time.
If it's angular, you're jumping too far ahead. Slow down. It's not a horizontal line because it goes upwards, and that's not horizontal. It's forward.
Listen, you're making too many assumptions here. Listen. There are optical effects. There are atmospheric effects that can cause that shrinking to differ. Let's not go there for the moment. Let's just define the terms here. Okay, what is the horizon? The horizon is a horizontal line which converges.
That's what you guys said, and then you said something else that contradicts that.
Nobody's contradicted that. It's a horizontal line where the ground converges with the sky due to perspective, not a geometrical physical blockage. You're using circular reasoning. You've got a contradiction, and you're holding both sides here. We're trying to define terms.
You guys are the ones that have the contradiction, because if it's just that one line, but then it's due to angular resolution, then I could send a peanut upwards. Now suddenly the horizon isn't horizontal to that line.
No, we're not talking about upwards. Now this is where you're jumping ahead again. We have an atmosphere.
I just provide an example.
An atmosphere.
On your definition.
Are you okay? Are you aware of all the effects in the atmosphere that can cause that consistent? What you think is going to be 100% consistent? Are you aware that there are effects within the atmosphere that can change
100% consistent?
It's not 100% consistent across the atmosphere, especially across water, especially across with different temperatures. It's not.
Sorry, you said.
And that's why we get. That's why we get effects like a supermoon. That's why we get effects where the sun will seem bigger on some days than the other when it's at the horizon. So this won't be consistent with an atmosphere, will it? Especially looking across the surface of the Earth with the temperature gradient.
I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, because you said I think something. I'm just wondering it is.
So this is because you're jumping too far ahead, and you're not allowing us to walk this through with you to define the terms of what the horizon actually is.
Well, I'm trying to listen to you. Every time you say something I understand, you don't elaborate on it.
Talking through everything everybody says. It's really frustrating. He did it to me, now he's going to do it to you, Roots. He's just going to talk through everything you say.
Well, I don't want to make you waste your breath if I already don't understand some things that you said. That's what I'm just being polite here. If you want to continue talking without me understanding, then go ahead.
Can you steel man what I just said?
No, I didn't understand any of it. I was trying to.
No, you didn't listen then, did you? I'm trying not to get you to agree that it wouldn't work on a flat Earth, okay? Because you're already not taking into account all of the variables when looking across the Earth, the surface of the Earth. We're just trying to get to... You're doing it again.
My bad.
You're doing it again. So what I'm trying to tell you to do is slow down. Stop assuming this wouldn't work on a flat Earth. We're trying to tell you what the horizon, we're agreeing with you that the horizon is an optical position, okay? Now, without assuming that this wouldn't work on a flat Earth because of observations in the atmosphere, can you at least agree that the horizon is not a physical or geometric location, it is an optical location?
It's both.
It's both. I told you, contradictory. There's a you're contradicting your points here. You can't hold both positions at the same time. It's either optical or physical. Now, you can have an optical horizon. No, you can have an optical horizon, but there would still be a physical horizon that something is physically blocked by. Now,
that's the
where is that?
Horizon, right?
Yeah, where is that? Because we've defined the horizon. You've agreed it's an optical location. So where's this geometric horizon that you're now bringing into the picture?
Well, it depends how high up you are. I don't know the exact formula though. I know there's like a couple ones more precise.
So for an average person, let's say a 6-foot person looking out into the ocean, where would the horizon be for that person?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. I could go get a formula.
You can if you want. We can tell you. Roughly, it would be between 3 and 3.5 miles. So that's the physical location. Now, everything beyond 3 and 3.5 miles would be physically blocked by your claim, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Now, when do we see the horizon, or when do we see things being physically blocked at 3 miles? Can we, is there any observations of that? Because the only observations we have are way beyond that 3 and 3.5 miles. So do you have any observations where...
Camera roll.
Not in your camera roll, but online, is there something you can show us? Have you looked into this? Or is this just an assumption?
I've looked into some like flat Earth stuff. It's not what you guys are saying right now. So,
well, flat Earth stuff online. It depends on where you look. In 2025 is pretty much anti-flat Earth. Yeah, it's pretty much anti-flat Earth content, unless you been directed to a certain channel. But the point is, there is no geometric horizon at 3 to 3.5 miles. The only horizon that exists in all of our reality is this optical horizon, which is based on the limit of perspective and atmospheric conditions. So, depending on visibility, your horizon will shift and move. But there's no physical point at 3 to 3.5 miles where things are now physically blocked. There is only the optical horizon at 10, 20, 30, 40, depending on what the visibility is. That's the only horizon we can prove. So this geometric horizon doesn't exist in reality to be observed.
Yeah, I'm looking it up like he said.
Has anyone got a black swan picture? Well, if you can look in the side chat now. Drace has posted. There you go. Drace has posted it. If you go to 29 minutes past the hour, we've got an observation here of 2 oil rigs, which can be checked up on Google. The back oil rig is at 9.4 miles away, and the horizon is way beyond that. Sorry, AI, do you want to get in?
Before you go on, I just want to say, you asked him for an example, and you immediately then cut to your own example. Now, I'll submit to you that the only example he could give would be a drawing or math or a formula, whereas you can give example after example after example of the horizon not being where the globe would predict it would be. But he can't give you the horizon being where it should be.
Well, he conceded he didn't have a picture and wasn't able to provide one.
No, I'm still looking up. Right, it's kind of hard to find because,
I should have waited. Yeah, somebody was right. Yeah.
I don't know why, people would post a video saying something disappearing past the horizon at 3 miles. It's pretty specific.
Well, yeah, this is all we can observe, depending on the visibility of the day, depending on where the horizon is, right? But your claim is that there's a physical location, there's an actual horizon. A geometric horizon.
Hey, Root, wouldn't you consider to actually say the horizon is not a consequence of the geometry instead of saying physical? Because isn't optics related to physics as well? I mean, if you're saying, I think the correct way to say it is not that it's not the horizon is not physical. Is that it's not a consequence of the geometry of the globe.
100%. Yeah, you're right. I was using his language, so I'm just mirroring him. He called it a physical location. So I'm working with him, so he understands exactly what I'm saying. It's his claim. It's a physical location. He said it.
I think but when you both speak like that, it's confusing. I'm listening to both of you actually agreeing and disagreeing at the same time. It's kind of, I don't know, confusing actually.
Agreeing and disagreeing at the same time.
Yeah, because he said, when you said those the optical and the physical are opposites, and he said no, they're the same. They have to do with each other, and he might be correct in a sense, but still incorrect on the cause of the effect of the horizon. And you might be saying that those things are opposites, the optical and the physical, but you mean the the observation of the horizon is not a consequence of the geometry, but it's still a physical thing.
Yeah, you're right. Jump in, Gemsy. Yeah, go ahead, mate.
I'm just saying.
I'm jumping in.
Just trying to clarify and see if it makes sense what I'm thinking. If it does, if it doesn't, someone can clarify.
I'd try to clarify by saying the horizon is like, that's where you think the curve starts, right? That's the edge of the ball where you can't see beyond. Because the word horizon really, per se, isn't that important, right? The word isn't really what's important. It's like what they're saying is happening phenomenologically. They think that edge, that dividing line, is caused by an obstruction. But if it's an obstruction, it can't be moving around, right? If it's a static obstruction. Otherwise, you get into word games. What's horizon mean? It means this, means that. Some globe-tard actually edited Wikipedia that says it's the edge of a celestial body. It's fucking dumb as shit.
You get that point, Penguin? Yeah.
I like when they say there'd be no horizon if the Earth was flat. You said it to this stuff too, where it's like, okay, if the ground is taking up half of your field of view and the blue sky is taking up the other half, what would that look like? Can you draw that for me? Can you draw that?
Yeah, no doubt. The only way to ever be no horizon is if it was pitch black.
Well, I could have sworn I've seen foggy days where it's like everything you're looking at the same color. But I think that is the same. It's equivalently the same. So if it's pitch black, everything has the same color value, and if everything's covered in a fog, which gives the same color value, then you have the exact same scenario where there's no demarcation point between color values. So you just have a solid color field. So then you'd have no horizon.
Yeah, that also apply to like sandstorms, dust storms, fog, all sorts of shit. The Go Berther,
Penguin?
I mean, the zealot ones would say, even though you can't see, there's no horizon there. It's still there. Just some geometric ball edge is still there, and the evidence for it still being there is the fact you can't see it.
Yeah, I don't have any videos asking for what you wanted. But I don't find it too consequential. I guess exact distance isn't exactly. Like, what's
Wait a minute. You mean it's not? Hold on, bro. You're trying to tell me that it's not consequential that the edge of a ball, which has a defined radius, is where it's supposed to be? Like it's actually where the ball edge would be? Isn't that the whole point of the entire globe paradigm? That's like the most fundamental question.
It's not consequential that nobody's like measured it and then widely shared it that specifically. Most people are just like, most videos I see are just demonstrating the phenomenon itself, which is like what we're talking about. Things, how things disappear.
Yeah, that's the problem, dude. Right. So you notice how what you said is it's not consequential to actually prove the claim. It's just to demonstrate the phenomenon. That's what you're claiming it is. That's circular reasoning, dude.
No, I provided my proof, but then somebody went to asking where the horizon is and then said, is there proof of it? And I can't find a video, so that's how we got here.
But that's not proof, dude. What was your proof that there's a horizon? What does that prove? That there's a horizon. That's all it proves. If you say it proves a globe, you then have to demonstrate that horizon is the physical edge of a ball.
Things disappearing over the horizon bottom up doesn't just prove that there's a horizon. It proves that there's like geometry involved.
No, it doesn't. Go ahead. Go ahead and put that in a syllogism. Go ahead and put that in a syllogism that carries the conclusion of a necessity. Go ahead.
Breaking up, buddy.
Sure, I'll type one out.
Yeah, what I said was put that in a logic string or a syllogism that carries the conclusion necessarily. Go ahead, if you don't mind.
Sure. In chat.
In chat? It's in chat. You can't just read it?
No, I'm typing it out.
I don't see nothing in chat, bro.
Like, huh? Just have patience.
If the Earth was a globe, things would disappear from the bottom up. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. That's a logical fallacy, not a syllogism, dude.
Yeah. Anyway, did that happen on a flat surface though?
Objects disappearing with a sharp line bottom up. Depends.
Sharp line.
I don't think so. I mean, there's things disappearing bottom up, but the camera's like right on the ground, and there's like a reflective floor.
What does that mean? What are you telling me? Can it happen on a flat?
I think he's telling you that the narrowest angle of propagation angles, meaning the angles of perception.
So we can demonstrate it happens on flat surfaces. We can demonstrate that on flat surfaces that an object will disappear bottom up. Known flat surfaces. Now we know they're flat. It's not like we don't know. We know positively that they're flat. And I'll give you an example. So
off the ground.
So no.
The camera like right on the ground.
What do you mean 6? Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Cool. Show it.
Oh, hold on.
Well, all right.
What's wrong with it being low and it happening? Well, matters of scale, right? So, say you're 1.5 inches off the ground. at the equivalent scale, like 700 feet would be equivalent to like 12 kilometers at a 6-foot scale. So, what's the beef?
Do you want to continue the conversation, or do you want me to focus on writing the syllogism? Care to do both at once?
Yeah, look, a camera low to the ground is actually in the globe Earth's favor when it comes to the economy of scale.
I was focused
at the ranges in question. Yeah, at the ranges in question, like this would be equivalent to somebody at very high altitude. It's really all about the angles. I can't wait to see this syllogism, dude. I guarantee it's going to be unique, something we never heard before.
That's like the premise 1, premise 2, etc. conclusion thing.
Yeah, something like this. You know, Socrates is a man. All men are mortal. Therefore, Socrates has to take out the garbage.
I don't know about Socrates.
Because if he doesn't take out the garbage, his wife's going to kill him. Dude, come on, dude. That was an easy one.
Oh, that's funny.
Socrates is a man. All men are mortal. Therefore, Socrates is an immortal man.
Globe logic.
Oh. What were the conditions for the syllogism? You said it has to do something with the conclusion of the premises.
Two true premises that, when added together, reach a logical conclusion.
Okay, that was more than that.
Yet both have to be true. Yeah.
Premise 1, Socrates is a man. That's true. Premise 2, all men are mortal. Yeah, we die. So what's the conclusion about Socrates?
Not that he's immortal.
No, he is a mortal man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he proves the negative,
Jedi. Immortal.
Okay, let's try again. 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. Water is observed, measured, and practically used as a horizontal reference datum. Therefore, the surface of the Earth is horizontal.
Okay. I disagree with P1.
What? The surface of the Earth, 70%? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, I think my syllogism is done.
Oh man, can't wait.
Who wanted it?
All of us.
Just read it out, bro. That guy could have died already, but everybody else still wants to hear it.
Sure thing.
Are we going to hear it? Is he reading it? Yeah, let's go, bro. Let's go.
That's what I was putting in chat.
Can you read it out? Some of us are driving.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Q1, on a curved surface, objects moving away from the observer will disappear bottom first because the curvature blocks the lower parts of the view. P2, on a flat surface, objects moving away from the observer would remain fully visible while shrinking and not disappear bottom first, unless obstructed by another object or unusual atmospheric distortion.
I disagree with P2.
On what grounds?
That we can demonstrate things disappearing on the bottom up on a flat surface.
Yep.
Can you do that?
Yep. Tried explaining to you earlier.
That is disappearing.
Tried explaining the mechanism to you earlier. I think we all did.
Angular resolution, was it?
Anything.
Yes, no. Yes, no.
Angular resolution. Atmospheric
I'm asking.
conditions.
Oh, yeah, I already covered that in P2. If you're listening, atmospheric conditions are allowed.
Yeah, but in your P2, you said if the Earth was flat, then things would not disappear bottom up. Apart from, can you repeat P2 again? Because you're kind of
you got it so far.
It finishes with unusual
by another object or unusual atmospheric conditions.
Yeah, unusual atmospheric conditions. Okay.
So you're kind of making a statement and then recanting on the statement you made, saying except for in these things. It's not really a P2.
It's not recanting, it's providing exceptions.
Well,
we've also got a problem. Sorry, we've also got a problem with the undefined surface, because we're probably going to be talking about the surface of water. And the surface of water, for example, you can cause physical obstruction. A wave that is maybe a mile away at 6 foot can block the bottom of an object that's further than that. We can have the curving of the water displayed with things like tides coming in, tidal bores, swells, things like that. So the surface will curve, but it doesn't mean that the overall surface of the water is curving around the ball. It's just not horizontal in that place. So there's a few things.
Oh yeah, that's accounted for in P2 as well. Just
it's on a flat surface moving away. Yeah, it's just because the surface is undefined. You have to define it as water, and when you define it as water, you might have to take some of the premises away.
Yeah. Let me add another premise there real quick. Hold on, bro. I'm going to help you out. I'm going to add another premise. Okay. P2 addendum subpoint PP. No, P point addendum subpoint PP. On a curved surface, things would disappear from the bottom up, but they disappear from the bottom up at different places because my curved surface is actually expanding and contracting throughout the year and throughout the day, therefore allowing me to see things that I wouldn't have otherwise seen, which were previously obstructed by a curve which was there, but now it's no longer there. There, you need to edit that, so go ahead. I'll restate that if you need it.
Oh, that's not what's happening, so that wouldn't go in P2.
Oh, really? That is what's happening, dude.
Contracting and retracting, or whatever you said.
Okay, if it's not contracting and expanding, and the quality that's causing the bottom to be cut off is the curve, then why is it happening at different places?
Why do you see it at going bottom down, disappearing bottom up at different distances? It's because of the atmosphere.
Okay, so there you go. So not the curve. Yeah.
No. It's still disappearing bottom up. The change in distance is due to the curve. The bottom up disappearance is due to Sorry, the bottom-up disappearance is due to the curve. The difference in distance is due to atmosphere. So it's not the same phenomenon. The two cannot be equated.
So atmosphere changes the curve distance?
No. Again, the surface is not contracting nor expanding.
Well, you said that the disappearance is caused by the curve. Then you said where that happens, the atmosphere. So that means that the atmosphere changes the curve distance.
No, not where that happens. It's how far you can see.
Okay, so let's say I go to the beach and I do an observation 100 days in a row. And every day, 30% of the days, I see a ship go over the horizon at 5 miles, 10%, 10 miles, and then the rest, I don't see it go over the horizon. It just fades into the distance. What conclusion can we reach from that observation?
Nothing if the
Because
atmospheric
that's what
conditions are
actually happens.
stipulated.
Because that's what actually happens in reality.
Not everywhere.
What do you mean not everywhere? What does that mean?
Where on Earth do you see upwards of 50% or more of days objects disappearing? Like maybe Ireland, I guess it's really cloudy.
Well, bro, I've never seen a boat this. I live on the beach. I go to the ocean all the time. I've never seen a boat disappear over the horizon ever. Not once.
And by that you mean you've never seen it disappear over the curve. That's already what you're contending.
I never seen it cut bottom off, appearing to sink behind the horizon. I've never seen
a camera. I don't know.
I've watched a boat 3 miles away. I have photographs of it, and I could see it with my naked eye. It should start disappearing at 6 miles, and at 30 miles away, it should be 420 feet under the curve. It should be 420 feet of drop.
Under what conditions should you see it disappear?
What do you mean conditions?
Again, we agree that atmosphere changes how far you can see.
The condition is 3,959 mile radius. That's the condition.
That's not a condition. That's a variable.
The condition is
and then the other variables are the atmosphere and how light is manipulated by it.
Sure.
So you need to account for atmosphere. You haven't accounted for atmosphere.
Yeah, so ships disappearing over the horizon.
So I'm asking, what atmospheric conditions do you have on those days?
The day I did it was clear.
You got 100 pictures or videos?
Clear. No, I'm saying I said I personally, and I have photographs of it, and the heading of the boat and its location from marinetraffic.com, which was done with marine radar, etc. I watched a boat for 3.5 hours sail out to sea, go from 6 miles away, where it should have been starting to disappear, to 30 miles away. And it never sunk down under the horizon.
How'd you measure the distance of the ship?
Told you, marine radar.
Tracker. Marine tracker.
Marine radar. There's a marine radar tower in Gloucester, Massachusetts, that sweeps Boston Harbor.
But I believe you.
Huh?
Oh, wow, thank you.
I believe you. So you said that you see, like, how many days did you go out and capture this and record this observation?
The identical boat? I already told you, I've never seen a ship disappear over the horizon. Ever.
Well, that's just an anecdote. So I'm asking for the actual stuff that you captured that you said you had.
What have you got?
Well, how about this? What have you captured?
Yeah.
I'm not the one that's using my personal experience of how far away I see things.
What did you? Isn't that a personal anecdote?
That's the same. No, I gave a syllogism. The observations that I think.
Yo, bro,
you see things disappearing to come up. Now I'm just wondering,
dude, what you saw a ship disappear over the horizon? That's what you're saying.
Well, hold on, guys. Hold on. Can we just pause for a second and just take note of a historic event? We've added a new logic. It's called appeal to the impersonal anecdote. How does that? Because impersonal anecdotes are way more better than personal anecdotes.
More better. Well, being personal or not doesn't matter. He just brought it up.
So how many days have you caught? How many days have you caught the boat going away at the distance that it should?
The distance that it should.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, are we contending with the size of the Earth or the shape of the Earth?
There's like two different topics right here. Sorry, we're going to have to get quite technical now. How far away should the horizon be for your observation height in the first place?
Are we talking about the shape of the Earth or the size of it?
We're talking about things going over the fucking horizon.
That would be both.
What was your eye height? And based on that eye height, what's the prediction of how far away the horizon would be?
It's really not both. You can contend with the size of the Earth all you want if it's curved.
No, you can't.
But things disappearing over the horizon is strictly geometric.
Yeah, but but hold on, everyone, hold on. But you
can disregard the
conceded
distance.
that observation is possible on a flat surface.
What observation is possible on a flat surface and under what conditions?
A ship disappearing bottom up, dude. And I posted it. You asked for the evidence. I posted it in the chat.
Oh, let me see that. Chat's moving fast. I'm not really in that.
So scroll up to where the scroll up. Yeah, scroll
what
up,
time?
dude. Hold on. Let me go. Chat. 9:44.
Oh,
there's a video. There's a screenshot, and then there's from a separate video. Now this lake is 1,000 feet long. There should be no horizon at all in Globetardia. You know that, right? That this horizon shouldn't exist because it's 2.5 times too close to the camera than what where the globe says it should be. And this has been replicated repeatedly over and over and over. It's been replicated on. I mean, I got more. I got one that's like 50 meters that someone did on a Supercom lake with a light, a Russian guy. So we got the observation that a ship disappearing bottom up is not evidence for a globe if it happens on a flat Earth too. You understand that, right? You can't say disappear, therefore globe. The only way you can say that is if disappear, impossible on a flat Earth, therefore globe.
So this video is loud. Let me mute it.
Is it impossible on a flat Earth? That's the only thing you really need to ask yourself. If it's not impossible on a flat Earth, the observation itself doesn't mean anything unless you have metrics, unless you can start saying, yes, it disappears exactly where the globe predicts every time. At 1 foot, it disappears here. At 2 feet, it disappears here. At 3 feet, it disappears here.
Okay, so if your measurements are accurate, what mechanism is the ship disappearing bottom up?
Due to the curve of the Earth.
By what mechanism is the ship disappearing bottom up?
Who cares? It's irrelevant.
How do you explain how the Earth is flat and how things disappear over it? I mean, that's the entire channel,
dude?
right?
Who cares?
But the entire channel would care about that.
I have an explanation, but it's irrelevant to the question. The fact is, we know this lake is flat. We know there should be no horizon in the globe. We know the ship disappears. This little boat disappears. We know that. It doesn't matter why. It's doing it. Does it not happen if you don't know why it happens? This isn't an observation if you don't know why it happens. Is that what you're saying?
It's not happening until you can explain it.
I was just trying to grant you that it's true because I was curious, but we can go into the actual details of it.
Okay, this lake is 1,000 feet long. The camera is 1.5 inches off the water. They sail it away from the camera. It disappears behind the horizon. This has been replicated probably about 20 times.
What is it? Do you have a... Let me see.
The fact is, we see the same visual effect happening on a flat surface. Okay? So if you see it happening, you can't say this is evidence of a globe because it could just as well be happening on a flat surface.
Where do you see those measurements?
They're in the video. They show the tape measure, they show the water temperature, they measure the temperature of the air and the water. They measure in previous videos, they measure the lake with a 100-foot rope by overlapping it. So this channel has replicated it multiple times. And other people have replicated it. Not on this lake, but on other lakes.
Do a timestamp for
the measurement? They're in the beginning of the video.
Maybe that lake's curved.
I skipped past to see the actual thing. My bad.
I want to know when these guys have been so critical about globe things. You know,
like flat water sitting on a table in the ISS, that kind of stuff. They're not critical of that. They're not critical of that at all.
Or when they think they see a curve, they don't ask for measurements of that curve, do they?
No, they don't do that.
Temperature of the water, temperature of the air, the refractive index that day. No, they just go curve.
Nope, they don't ask for that. They don't even put those numbers in. Do you know that? They don't ever add any distances or anything. They take a picture, say curve, here you go, proof. Nothing is ever added with them.
But when it looks flat, they want measurements of flat. Weird. But that's the difference. See, we have the measurements.
You say it was a half foot off the ground or a foot and a half?
1.5 inches, he said.
1.5 inches.
Whoa. Who's sharing my DMs?
It's 0.125 feet. River height.
So, what are you doing? Are you typing it into a Earth curve calculator, or are you doing the math yourself?
I'm reading what he put in. What goes in the drop? The drop variable. 0.02.
The distance.
.02.
The distance of the ship is 0.02 feet away.
Yeah, so that. What? 0.02 miles.
The distance of the ship? The distance of what goes in drop?
What do you mean, the distance of what goes in drop?
Ask what variable drop is, and he said distance. It was like really small.
Distance.
So I don't know.
Drop over distance?
0.02 feet.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I'm looking at your video. I'm looking at the curve data or the calculator. What you put in.
Put it into the curve calculator.
Yeah, no, I'm asking what all these.
You'll get the drop when you put the distance in. You don't need to put the distance in. You don't need to put the drop in.
So
You need to
anything
put the distance
highlighted,
in and you'll get the drop.
anything highlighted in yellow is what the calculator output. Is that right?
I'm driving, man. It's not. I'm just saying, if you just put the numbers into the Earth curve calculator, you'll get your
Maybe
drop over
somebody who
distance.
isn't driving can help me understand the.
If you put the fucking numbers into the fucking calculator, you'll get the fucking drop over distance. Does he understand that?
They've got it in the video that he's watching.
I'm literally looking at the video that he's watching. I'm just making sure I understand the calculator being used and all the variables input to get
Bring
this
up
zero.
the calculator then.
I'm literally looking at the screenshot of the video of the calculator that they
Why
used.
don't you Google the calculator and put the numbers in yourself?
Why would I do that? They have it right here.
Oh my god, man.
Yeah, I'll show you a screenshot I'll put it in the chat there, the screenshot video.
I'm looking at the video. I'm asking
I'm
what the
just
stuff
doing
in
it.
the
I'm
video
just
mean.
going to put it in. Yeah, I'll just put the screenshot in the chat so other people can see
So I'm
it.
not irritated at you. It's just hard to get it. Like, I assume you guys would be all for Globers asking questions about verifying
and doing it
evidence.
themselves. Wouldn't doing it yourself be better? And then you don't need to rely on
Once I
people you don't
understand
trust.
all the variables involved. I don't know why I would go in and try something if I don't know anything.
Oh yeah, Radwin doesn't like it. I didn't crop it. I'm sorry. I was going for speed. I'll do it again. I'll do it again.
You never know when I'm going to save your images, like I do, and that goes into a folder.
I'll fix it. I'll give you a better one.
Who are you posting that for?
The other people that aren't at the place in the video where you are. Yes, you told me you're looking at it. I believe you. Yeah.
Flat earthers fancy themselves intelligentsia. Cannot crop photos or do accurate timestamps.
Yeah, so the drop is how much should be covered.
Yep.
Now, the drop is the raw drop. The hidden height is how much should be hidden or covered.
Thank you. But just to be clear, is the stuff in yellow with the calculator output, is that what that means on the site? Nobody knows.
I don't even know what to do.
On the site, there's like some boxes are just white and then others are yellow. I was wondering which parts are. The part on top is what the person input, and the bottom is what got spit out by the calculator. Like, what am I looking at here?
Yes.
Okay. So top person, bottom calculator.
If you look at the graphic that corresponds to the calculator's values, you'll see that the little object is in front of the horizon. So this is the problem, is that you're basing ships go over the horizon on a qualitative description of what you're seeing. But but if it also happens on a flat surface, your qualitative description is an error. Okay, and the only way to figure out which one is actually true is to get a quantitative description. But you're like, dude, the horizon, the very thing that's in question, that moves around and we can't measure it in the first place. So you're admitting that it's not globe evidence. And that if it wasn't globe evidence, you can never definitively say it actually is because your evidence is immeasurable.
Well, I'm focused on understanding the stuff in the calculator.
Yeah, that's pretty good what you put up there, AJ. I like that. That pretty much sums it up. If you're willing to accept indirect evidence, trust scientific authorities, and allow for abstract math to override visible experience, then the globe model regains ground.
Yeah, I just basically asked, or I said, with all the knowledge that you have available, what is the more logical conclusion, globe or flat? And that was the response.
Yeah, the more logical conclusion is a flat, stationary Earth. It would prioritize only direct, repeatable observation and discard assumptions requiring unobservable forces or models. This view aligns with what we see, feel, and can directly measure and doesn't rely on untestable assumptions like gravity, vacuum, space, or spinning Earth. Yep, that's good. It's pretty much what we say every day. I don't know why people don't like science.
You can test the spin though.
Or logic. Don't like logic either. You can test the spin. Oh no, I'm moving on to spin.
Yeah, you can test the spin though.
Oh, this is a different person. Oh, this is Mush Kane. How'd you test the spin, Mush Kane?
There's several different ways. You could use a accelerometer. You can use a gyroscope. They use gyroscopes to test the spin. You can measure the drift 15 degrees per hour. They use like fancy ones. They call them ring laser gyroscopes for like precise measurements.
Oh, you got an example of such a thing occurring?
Yeah, we need to see the data.
You want the data.
We have a problem.
Did he just say the data, like in a sighing pejorative sense? Like, the data? What do you want?
Well, hey, isn't there? No, there was that one guy. He spent like $20,000 on a ring laser gyroscope, and he got some data, and it was the 15 degrees. He got the 15 degrees per hour.
Oh wow, dude! So the only example you could come up with is a supposed flat earther.
Only flat earthers can. Yeah, it's only flat earthers that can prove the globe. No globers have ever been able to do it. So I don't know how that works.
Okay, so here's the real problem. The real problem is Mushkane should be banned because he's brought this up before, that it wasn't a $20,000 ring laser gyro, that they didn't measure 15 degrees per hour. He's been told this. So why are you still saying it, dude?
Oh, I didn't know that he already knows the truth.
Yeah, he knows that they measured more than just a 15-degree drift. They measured different degrees of drift at different places.
Yeah,
That's
22 degrees or something like that, and there was a 7 in there.
Up to a 23, 17. It was all over the damn place. So that makes it inconclusive.
So we're saying he didn't spend $20,000 because in the little documentary, that's how much they claimed it was worth.
Completely irrelevant.
Who cares? He didn't
probably rented it.
He spent $20,000 when it wasn't even his gyro.
Yeah.
Whose gyro was it, dude? Is it Bob the one that made the measurements? You know anything about this? Oh, you do because I told you. Months ago.
No,
that means A, either you're intentionally being deceptive, or B, you haven't been listening the entire time. So why are we wasting our time with you again?
I'll go with A.
That's a stunning charge, dude.
The documentary that I saw.
I think he's just going to ignore you, Indio. That's grounds for removal.
That's why we call you mush brain, dude.
That's funny. Mush brain. Bro. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, Mushkane, you have been told about this before.
No, I'm usually talking about
this rotation for like 6 months now.
Yeah, but I'm usually talking about pendulums. I don't talk about gyroscopes. So.
Yeah, you do. We talked about all of it, dude, because you floated as a trial balloon. I'm a flat earther. I just can't explain how the earth is rotating. And you've tried every possible iteration, including Bob Nodell.
Wait, did you just say
gyro compasses? You tried Foucault's pendulum. You tried MEMS accelerometers. You tried, but you didn't even know they were MEMS accelerometers. You tried fiber optic gyro, ring laser gyro. Coriolis effect. So can you tell me this? What's everything spinning in reference to?
In reference to the stars.
In reference to the stars?
Yeah.
What? So you're saying stars make a Foucault's pendulum precise?
No. I'm saying that's your reference of the stars. The reference frame.
So, what if you're stationary and the stars are moving?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. Actually, it doesn't matter if. No, Indigo.
It's a known problem called
Indigo. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're stationary and the stars are moving, or if the stars are stationary and you're moving. Both of those outcomes still show the world as a globe.
My God, you jumped into this conversation.
Try to keep up on current events. We're talking about perception of a pendulum.
It doesn't matter. It still shows that it's a globe. You can't wiggle it away to a pendulum.
What you're telling me is a pendulum will precess if the stars rotate around the Earth. How does that work?
Again, it doesn't matter whether one or the other.
It does, because the stars rotating around the Earth with a vacuum of space in between them can't physically influence the pendulum.
Like we said, Solaris, sit down and shut up.
Maybe I misunderstood your question, because I was talking about like the reference frame, which, because the pendulum's plane isn't the thing that's rotating. That's the claim. So I'm not saying it's rotating relative to that. What I'm saying is you're using the stars just as a reference frame. Like, if you watch the pendulum from the stars reference frame, there would be no precession, is what I'm saying.
Okay, you're just proving
your imagination.
Okay, so the pendulum should be going basically in a straight line, and the Earth should be spinning underneath it.
Basically what I said, just in different words.
It has nothing to do with the stars, dude. You don't need stars.
Yeah, but I was just explaining the reference frame.
Look, you don't even know the argument. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're just throwing shit against the wall like a monkey in a zoo. It's crazy, dude. You've been told 1,000 freaking times you're wrong. You won't fucking take the L like a man. You're going to be coming in here repeating Netflix that you know already is factually wrong. Factually wrong. It's not a matter of debate that Rick Zimmerman bought a fiber optic gyro that cost $7,000. That's the fact. And it's also a fact they didn't measure 15 degrees per hour. That's also 100% fact.
Well, yeah, they could have just been, lying or whatever in the documentary, or making it seem like they did something they didn't. I don't know.
No, the thing is, Bob was not actually involved in the testing of the gyro. He was involved. So one person, there was a Skype chat with everybody in it, with a bunch of people in it, all the FE Core guys and some other people, Tesla's Apple and some fake flat earther that was harping for a while. And Bob just read that he misread the Skype chat. Okay? Bob was doing other shit. You know how I know? Because I was in the Skype chat. Not at the time they did it, but afterwards. But between the time they did it, after they did it and got the result, I was sent the data that was output. And what they measured was one Earth rate rotation every 2.24 days. That was the drift. They talked to the manufacturer because they thought it was broken. And then what they discovered was they were doing it at a high altitude, and that the pressure affects the output of the fiber optic gyro, and that you'll get a drift. And I'm pretty sure I explained all this to you too. And you probably ignored me then too, just like you're ignoring me now. Because in 6 months you'll be here doing the same thing.
Well, it's good for the audience to hear it.
Yeah, but Mushkin, why do you think we get so irritated with you guys? Because there's some dudes like Mage that have been in this topic for 5-6 years and he can't steel man a single argument. He hasn't listened in 5 or 6 years. He doesn't say we're wrong. He doesn't even know what we're saying.
I call that bricked.
Well, to be fair, if you're expecting somebody to change their entire worldview, a couple years isn't that long.
No. If you're going to, no, what I expect is if someone is going to say, hey, flat earthers, your arguments are wrong, you should be able to say what that argument actually is. So I know you actually evaluated it to be wrong.
Or did you just feel it's wrong and not evaluate it?
Hope and pray that it's wrong.
Now, this is how you guys evaluate arguments. Oh, who made the argument? Oh, it's wrong. It's like a fucking popularity contest. It literally is.
You see what I put in? Hello?
Hello?
What?
Alright, so you see what I put in chat?
No.
You guys were having a conversation, so instead of interrupting, I just put it in chat. My reply.
Okay.
You're talking about your response there at 23 minutes after the hour. That's your response to the video.
Hmm. The Earth curve, after verifying the Earth curve calculator checks out. I said that. Should have led with it, to be honest. You have any different examples? You said you had like 10 videos like that?
I mean, there's just the example you could do yourself on your table. Take a drinking glass and...
Sorry. Just going to say.
Oh, no, go ahead. I don't know what he was talking about.
The other examples Joe was speaking about were all the same.
Sorry?
The other examples, the 10, I think they're on the YouTube channel that posted to you with. If it's Sky Free, I think it is.
Yes.
Back to the YouTube.
They'll just complain the camera's under the table.
Yeah.
I want to hear him say that water's under the lake.
Well, he could do it himself. Why can't he just go do it himself with his table? But yeah, what he said, in case anybody's not looking at the chat, I'll find it again. I'm quoting, I like penguins. This is his response to the video. I agree curvature isn't the reason for the boat disappearing bottom up, but in this example, so close to the ground, even slight waves are enough to block it, so P2 holds.
Yeah, if you have it somewhere without waves.
No. So here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with that hypothesis, dude. Because waves have peaks and crests. You would see the boat become visible and become invisible over and over. You don't see that.
Well, if it was a small amount of waves, but it's relatively calm water, and there's like thousands, tens of thousands between it. It doesn't matter. It does. If you're saying that a single, like a wave's peak and crest would matter, then it averages out.
Okay, would you see the bottom of the boat if it was on the peak of a wave, on the crest of a wave?
It was on a wave?
On the crest of a wave, yes, on top of it. Would you see the bottom?
Oh, well, at that point, the angular resolution wouldn't change much compared to the closer waves. I think it's 750 feet.
Wow.
It started disappearing.
You guys are so fucking lame, dude. Really?
But do you think a half-inch wave 750 feet away will lift it above half-inch waves that are much closer if your observation height is 0.5 inches from the ground, so basically on the ground?
It doesn't matter what the height of the wave is. Are you guys like semi-brain dead?
The height of the
It doesn't matter what the height of the wave is. If it's on top of a crest, then you should see the bottom. No matter what height the wave is.
Oh, you're not saying if the boat is like moving up and down because of the waves? You're saying.
Tell us why is there a horizon at all?
So I'm talking about the video that you sent.
The horizon is supposed to be 2,400 feet from the camera. This lake is 1,000 feet long. Why is there a horizon at all?
The waves are blocking it. I wouldn't say it's a stationary horizon.
So waves cause the horizon.
A wave could be the closest thing to the horizon. A wave could be the closest thing to the horizon. Yeah.
That's some dude. It's not Earth curve.
No, because much larger ships at higher observer height are seeing
What does that matter?
Bottom up.
What does that matter? They're also farther away. They're also farther away.
Yeah, but at a given height and size of the target.
Okay, so let me break it down to you. If you move this up to scale and put the camera, if you change the scale, right? You increase the scale so that the camera, instead of 1.5 inches, is 6 feet. That boat is 12.5 kilometers from the camera.
Sure.
Yeah, so it's a non-argument.
I don't understand how it follows.
Because you can just rescale it mathematically. You'd say, hey, man, what would this be equivalent to? To make a scale argument, you actually have to do the scale calculation.
The waves don't scale on calm waters like that.
Waves don't scale.
If the wave is what's blocking it when you're smack against the ground, the observer, and the target is small and far enough away, then the small waves will block it. On a much larger example.
Bro, this should be equivalent of a 50-foot boat 12.5 kilometers away from a 6-foot camera height.
50-foot what?
It's equivalent to a 6-foot camera height with a boat that's 50 feet tall, 12.5 kilometers away.
Yeah, unless you had sizable waves that are several feet tall, the hole wouldn't be.
But that doesn't matter because it would be on the. But dude, you're just repeating yourself. It doesn't matter because when it goes on top of a crest, you would see the bottom.
No, you wouldn't because it's a pure bottom up.
Crest and trough, right? It's like a bunch of little undulating hills, and sometimes you're in the valley, sometimes you're on top of the hill. You're saying when it's on top of the hill, you still shouldn't see it.
Yep. That's why you don't.
Well, I don't know why they put radio towers and shit on top of hills. I don't know why they have Lookout Mountain. You wouldn't be able to see anything.
I don't know what we're talking about. Radio towers. I'll just explain why the example you gave follows P2.
Okay. Because the wave crest is higher than the surrounding water. Other than the other wave crest. Right?
Trusting the waves are about the same size, and so across 750 feet of the same sized wave, the waves that are closer would appear to be larger ocularly, and so then they would block the much smaller waves farther away.
Yeah, I realize that. Okay, I realize that. But the thing is, when it's on the crest, it's going to appear higher. Okay.
Slightly.
There should be no horizon at all, dude. That's what you're not getting. There should be no horizon to block anything. Are you not getting that the shore is 1,000 feet away? If the globe horizon is 2,006 feet away, you should see the far shore, and the water should not end except at the other side of the lake.
Not at 0.5 inches.
Yes, dude. That's
Because at
the
that
math.
point,
2,400 feet.
waves smaller than an inch can
2,400
block it.
feet, dude. 2,400 feet.
That's okay. I'm
Is
not
the
saying
goal.
I conceded that it's not the horizon that's blocking the shit, but it follows B2 and that objects are the waves.
Not the
What about
horizon.
that are we not getting?
Yep. What? No, dude. What do you mean it's not the horizon?
I just explained it in full.
What's the horizon? No. What's the? You like
Can you
have
go
a
back to the
different
argument?
definition of horizon? Do you have a different definition of
Syllogism?
horizon? You said it's not the horizon blocking the boat. That's bullshit. Because the horizon is where the land appears to meet the sky. Right? The water
Well, if you're saying
ends at a
at
location.
0.5 feet,
Okay, the water ends at a location, right? The water appears to ramp up and end. And when it ends, then there's sky. And the boat is behind the water part, right? That
yeah,
water
sure.
part where the sky and the water and the part that's cutting the boat in half is the horizon.
So where do you put the waves height into the calculator?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't
really does.
matter. No matter how many times it really doesn't. You said the wave would hide the boat, but why
It's
isn't
not
it
flat.
hiding the boat when it's on? But why wouldn't it hide the boat when it's on the crest?
Because the waves
Why
are
does it not hide the
awkwardly
boat when it's
bigger.
on the crest? So what you're
Why
saying
does
is
it hide the
there's
boat when it's on
giant
the crest?
waves close to the camera.
Giant waves. The camera's 0.5 inches off the ground. You don't need giant waves to block it.
No, now you irritated me. I'm gonna hold on. I'll be back. I got a video where it's smooth as fucking glass, and this happens. Smooth as glass. So give me a second.
So just to be clear, an Earth curve calculator wouldn't account for the wave height.
Well, just to be clear, you're gonna have to concede once I show you it's smooth as glass. And your wave excuse is gonna go out the window.
Well, you thought so about the last one. We'll see.
Even if the Earth curve calculator doesn't account for it, right? So that would make, if you're going to include your wave height, that would make the horizon closer, correct?
Yeah.
So in what instance is the horizon closer? So all instances, some, never.
Is the horizon closer than what?
Oh,
Than the
you can't
calculator
be this
says?
silly, man.
Sorry for asking clarifying questions.
If you want to include the wave height, that would make the horizon closer, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I see it as pure bottom up. Because of the waves.
What about when you see it further?
When the camera raises itself?
Nope.
The observer height becomes taller?
1 foot, 10 miles, horizon. What about when that happens? Is that not wave height?
I don't know, let's see.
That's opposite, yeah?
Is that what Indo's getting?
No, so I just posted the video. Can't say it's waves here, dude. That lake is smooth as glass. Yeah, this has also been done on like linoleum floors and shit.
Tabletops with quarters, etc., etc.
Hotel hallways. No waves in a hotel hallway.
Yeah, that's
It's
what I was trying
also
to
been
tell
shown
him.
Yeah, it's also been shown that if you got the same hallway and use a camera with one diameter lens and one with a smaller diameter lens, the larger diameter lens camera, even though it's the same camera height, can see a light that the smaller diameter lens camera can't see.
Yeah, I've gone up to a small mountain, watched a cruise ship sail towards the horizon, and on my phone with a small aperture camera, it looked like it was like disappearing into the horizon, and then I saw it disappear a little bit later, and then the camera, the bigger aperture camera, could pick it up again, but this time it was much more faded. And then when it disappeared, we eventually got a big telescope that had a much bigger aperture than the big camera, the zoom camera, and we could barely pick up the cruise ship. It was like a white silhouette on the blue sky. That's all we could see. And you could see the further and further it went, the more and more of its colors got faded and faded out until it just lost all color.
So what is the thing in contention that things disappear bottom up because of geometry? And then you're saying that that's not true, and that you can get the same effects on a flat.
Through optics.
No, nobody said. No, hold on, brother. Hold on. Nobody said it's not true that geometry can cause that. They said it's not true that that's the exclusive cause.
Other than like objects blocking it, and then atmospheric conditions, and then the curvature, there could be. You're saying there's another reason, another mechanism that could, without getting into the details, another mechanism that could make an object appear bottom up, and that explains why we see things disappearing bottom up, and that doesn't necessarily.
Yeah, it's very simple. Bro, it's super simple. You have an angular field of view.
Yeah,
and an angular resolution.
That's not a video of an object disappearing.
Hey, dude. Hey, dude. Can I finish my sentence for fuck's sake?
Wait, who are you? What's your name?
If you don't mind, sir. If you don't mind, can I finish a sentence? Is that okay for you? You know, can I get your approval?
Yeah, sure. I wasn't really done now.
Oh, yeah,
I
you're a
asked the
dick.
question. I got the question. I went to.
Okay, so I'm going to give the answer. Okay, and when I'm done, I will let you know I'm done. Then you'll know I'm done.
Lord, be a dick.
Well, I got the answer. Go ahead.
Anyway. So, you have an angular field of view. You also have an angular resolution limit. Also, the way in which light diffracts, it causes a hyperbolic loss rate, not a linear loss rate. It appears linear for a long period of time, but it's asymptotic, which means it approaches zero, but it's got a curve that's hyperbolic. Now, what I mean by that is that as things approach the critical angle, they appear to be linear for a certain amount of time, but when they get really close to that critical angle, they just disappear altogether. For that portion of your vision, not for the entirety of the object, just for the portion of the object that represents that angle packet in your vision. So yeah, just by the way you see alone would cause things that you not be able to resolve the bottom to, no matter what the shape of the earth is.
Yep, that's why your P2 is rejected and was rejected like an hour ago.
Oops, earbud died. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Got my earbuds.
Hello? 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 Hello?
My earbuds died.
We hear
So you didn't hear anything that AI said?
I heard you saying something about an angular resolution limit, and my earbud shut off.
Globers have the worst technology.
No, it's because they're
battery's running out. What a
they're
fail of
in
technology.
DMs getting coached. That's why.
I just didn't hear what he said.
Yeah, definitely didn't deny that. He didn't deny that.
Hello? Can you hear me?
You don't have to deny if you feign stupidity and you deafness, right?
Today I want to tell me something, or
Dude, your self-defense mechanism is. Listen, guys. His self-defense mechanism is clearly kicking in. He's not ready for this truth. So I don't want to abuse somebody who's clearly in a weakened position. So I'll just let him slide.
that's insane.
What's insane about it?
My battery died, and you're calling it a self-defense mechanism?
Yeah, good excuse, mate.
He can say what he said again if he wants.
Why are you going to listen?
Why should I? No, bro. Why don't you pause talking to us and just rewind and listen to what I said, and then you can hear it the first time around for the first time.
I don't want to go to a fucking live stream.
Let me tell you why, dude. Let me tell you why. I'll tell you why, brother. Let me tell you. Let me explain it to you. Because when I tried to explain it to you the first time, you talked straight through it. Then, when I finally ceased control so I could speak clearly, you weren't there to hear it. So, like, you're just putting forth this disingenuousness that you actually don't want to know. So why should I force something on you that you don't want?
You gave an answer, and I proceeded to my conclusion after I got my answer.
To go
you talked about a whole bunch of different stuff, like anger resolution. And then my battery died about that point. So I'm just giving you a chance to reiterate what you said, if you want to.
Giving you a chance. Oh.
Yeah.
Or you could just go back and stop being lazy and listen to what he said.
If you're interested.
Or I'm in a conversation right now.
Yeah, so you're on your third excuse.
My battery wasn't dead for that long. You can surely say what you said again. You didn't forget, did you?
You're on your third excuse on why you can't listen to the point. The first one was interruption. The second one was dead phone. Now it's, I can't push that button.
So I guess that's done. I'll just move to my conclusion since I got my question answered. So if it's not,
Did someone mute him? I hope.
He's not muted. He probably just because I don't know what's going on with him. He just
got a
disappeared.
dead mic?
No, I'm here. I'm just trying to remember the first thing you said, because so much.
Read the DMs to us. Read what they're typing to you.
Yeah, what's Professor Phil saying?
My DMs. Who are you talking about?
Oh, that's
never mind.
Telltale sign, isn't it?
I mean, I like language. You're actually. Are you actually denying that your vision limitations make it so objects naturally disappear bottom up? Are you denying that?
Vision limitations, not very specific. Like what mechanism?
Well, you just got given the whole description, and you don't want to go back and listen to it. My God.
Yeah,
it's just common sense.
Yeah. Hold on, dude. We don't need a mechanism because this is a qualitative description, dude. We don't need a mechanism. Is that what you see or not?
I'm just asking you to be specific. That things disappear bottom up.
I was. Is it what you see or not? Let's be more specific on a yes or no question.
If you're saying our eyes don't have X-ray vision, then yeah, it's a limitation on the eyes.
All right, now you're going NPC mode.
It could be any number of reasons.
It doesn't matter if it's the eyes or the sugar plum fairies, dude. It's irrelevant. Does it happen? Yes or no?
I'd say no.
No. Okay, so he's denying it.
Wow.
But wasn't your premise
going up? Things going up into the air don't disappear bottom up.
Shush! Wasn't your premise to do with visual limitations as well? So you're reneging on your P2.
Blocked in the atmosphere.
So you got upset when we said, okay, you've got to throw P2 out, But now you're saying that P2 in your own mind is not relevant anyway.
No, I said with limited knowledge, but if you're saying that the limitation in view and vision is because of objects blocking inner atmosphere, then I would agree. But you didn't say that.
That would be a limitation, wouldn't it?
Yeah, if that's what you're talking about, but I know what you're talking about because you guys are being like obtuse.
We're being
limitation
obtuse.
would include all possible limitations, dude. It's non-specific. It's general, like a universal statement.
Things disappear bottom up, yeah, but then they also disappear in other ways as well. So
there you go.
Yeah, thanks, Captain.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Let me wrap this up in a logic form for you. I'm actually going to borrow your logic form since you're convinced it's true. So if it's the case that the limitations of your view and the physics of light in regards to the limits of your view would cause things to disappear from the bottom up, then we would see things disappear from the bottom up. We do see things disappear from the bottom up, therefore it's due to the limitations of the optic. I rest my case.
Was that Steelman?
No, I borrowed your logic and demonstrated to you that it proves our case. Good grief, dude.
What was the syllogism? P1? You guys hate repeating yourself. Oh my God.
When they go into the feigned ignorance defense mechanism.
Is it like a pet? Feigning ignorance is asking questions.
Bro.
Listen, I'll address what you said. Just give me a chance to
Okay, what did he say?
He said something, and then you're
that's why I'm asking. I said I'll address what he said, and I'm asking to clarify so I know I understand it all.
Did you not hear the words that came out of his mouth?
He said a lot of things. He used a lot of terms.
I don't think he even understood the words coming out of his mouth.
What are you talking, dude?
AI made an exposition. He said, I'm using your logic after his exposition, and you were like, go ahead, tell me. He just told you.
Yeah, I didn't write it all down. And he said a lot of things.
You can't remember 3 sentences?
Was it 3 sentences or 3 premises?
Those are like 7
Are they in sentence form or not?
You can convert to a syllogism. It's very relevant.
You're a fucking idiot, man.
Dude, I actually repeated myself in different ways with the same point to just bury it home so that you, in case you missed the first one, you'd get the second or the third time. Yeah, I'll make it simpler. Okay, hold on, bro. Hold on. If things disappearing from the bottom up is caused by the limitations of optics, then we would see things disappear from the bottom up. We do see things disappear from the bottom up. Therefore, it's caused by the limitations of optics. That's your own logic.
Things disappearing bottom up. It's because of objects or limitation of objects. We see things disappearing bottom up, therefore curvature.
What? Holy crap. Yeah, that's what you said at the beginning. Something akin to that, and I just used the same logic form and demonstrated to you that it proves the other case as well.
Which other case?
I'll give you a hint, bro. I'll give you a hint. Just chill for a second. Just chill. In both cases, the way I presented it and the way you presented it, it's an affirming the consequent fallacy. If you say, therefore, the Earth is this or that, or therefore it's due to this or that. It's just affirming the consequent. It can't actually prove the conclusion at all.
So it was actually more complex than that and more specific. So things disappearing bottom up, it's because of the limitations of objects or the atmosphere, or curvature. You can contend with curvature if you want, but you need to prove it's something other than the other two to prove that it's also not curvature.
You think objective reality is
disappear? Hold on, I'm not done. We see things disappearing bottom up. Yep. Therefore, the other third. That's not what I said. So my P2 was something along the lines of explaining all the ways that things can disappear bottom up.
All in one
you haven't given
premise.
an example other than that. Yeah, you disprove the premise and you try to disprove it.
Yeah, you were given examples, dude. You were given examples. So
I was given an example, but it wasn't solid. It didn't actually disprove anything. So you gave me an example with a boat, but the wave height would have made the angular resolution that which the bottom of the boat would be blocked. And then you gave another video where it didn't actually show anything.
What did you just say? You just said that the waves and angular resolution. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Holy fuck, dude. All right, I'm just mute you so I can speak, and then I'll unmute you when I'm done. Okay, fair? Oh, fucking shit.
He ran away.
Full fucking gibberish mode, bro. Hit the button. Fucking gibberish just spews out.
I have a premise too with everything in it.
Yeah, all possibilities are in it, but it proves the one possibility, the one part I want it to be. I proved what it is.
Yeah, because I just included everything. Therefore, it can't fail. What the fuck?
Hey, he's not even wrong.
I know. But then he wouldn't agree.
Okay, but the thing is that I refuted his P2 with my logic for him, right? Because he said this, that on a flat surface it can't happen. But I said, well, because of optics, it can happen, and I observe it happening. Therefore, it's because of optics. So that refutes P2, and it's using the same vein of his logic. So he can't get away from that. He has to demonstrate. He has to demonstrate that it can't happen on a flat surface. He can't have the thing. Well, you haven't proven it to me yet. Because you'd still just have an open idea at that point. You wouldn't have like a closed argument. You'd have a possibility. You wouldn't have a certainty, which is why originally I asked him, can you give me that proves the conclusion necessarily? Not possibly, but necessarily. Not a list of coulds, but a must.
Well, I mean, technically he conceded.
Go ahead.
He conceded, dude. He technically conceded. As soon as he said, "Oh yeah, it is cut off," it doesn't matter what any of the reason it could be. It could be, oh, it's because of waves. Well, not Earth curve. Oh, it's because of visibility. Okay, not Earth curve. It's because of angular resolution. Okay, not Earth curve. Right? Like so, you're toast, dude. Once you say yes, it's cut off halfway. Dude, you're done. The only thing you could argue is that's actually curved. But then you'll have to start refuting the globe model, and then you're stuck again.
Hey, I got a question for someone that doesn't believe in the globe Earth model. That's one question. That's it.
Let's hear it.
Okay. On a non-globe Earth model, can you explain the 24-hour sun?
Yeah, it's in the sky for 24 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But explain how that can
explaining
be.
It.
Scientifically.
You mean scientifically? You can't explain it scientifically.
I can explain 24-hour sun scientifically on my model, but I'm asking you, without a globe Earth model, how do you explain it without a globe Earth model? Because you don't believe
I remember this dude from yesterday. I remember you. So you can explain it scientifically. Okay, what's the experiment?
No, I asked him, can he explain it scientifically? I said, can they prove a 24? Can you explain 24-hour sun without a globe Earth model? What I asked.
Okay, can't be explained scientifically because that's a category error.
This is what I mean. This is how you guys know This is how you guys know that you guys have failed.
No, because you don't know the difference.
I've won this debate. Yep.
We don't care about your meta, okay? This is just meta, okay? So is correlation causation?
Correlation causation.
Is it causation? Is correlation causation?
In this instance, yes. Very clearly, yes.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
How do I know that? Because I can scientifically explain a 24-hour sun. Do you know how I can explain it on a globe Earth model? Because of 23-degree axial tilt.
Okay, you can't. No, that's not a scientific explanation. That would be a correlation, buddy.
Oh my god.
If you want to know the cause, you need to do an experiment. What's the experiment?
What's the cause of a 23-degree axial tilt?
No, the cause of the 24-hour sun.
The 23-degree axial tilt, that's literally the cause.
No, That's not a cause. That would be a correlation.
No, that's the cause.
No, it's a correlation. 23-degree tilt, right? That's a unit of measure.
Because of the axial tilt. Yes, it is. It does because of the axial tilt.
It can't even be Blue. It can't even be the cause because, in your view, the Earth would also have to be rotating in an orbit around the sun while being tilted, not just tilted. So the tilt wouldn't be the cause.
The Earth doesn't just rotate around the sun. It doesn't necessarily rotate around the sun.
Dude, if the Earth was just static in free space and tilted, it wouldn't cause what you think it. So it's not a cause.
Also, the Earth doesn't rotate at like 20 billion miles an hour. It doesn't. It rotates once a day.
Okay. So if you had a 23-degree tilted ball and the sun was not moving, would you get a 24-hour sun?
Yes, because of the axial tilt.
You just said yes. Are you fucking high as shit, dude?
I mean, no, I'm not high. I just think that you're too dumb.
So the Earth is not rotating, the sun is not moving, and that Earth, relative to the plane of the sun, right, is tilted 23 degrees.
The sun doesn't move.
Would you still get? Would you still get a 23 degree? Would you still get a 24-hour sun
with
a non-rotating Earth?
Repeat your question.
With a non-rotating Earth, would you get a? Yeah, would you get a 24-hour sun with a non-rotating Earth but the Earth is tilted 23 degrees?
No, very, very unlikely.
Okay, so that can't be the cause. Congratulations.
Wow, that was easy.
No, I'm saying it's unlikely because if you had a still ball, if you had a still globe, there'll be no tilt. There'll be no axial tilt, but just still. But because it rotates, it does tilt.
Whoa, rotation causes tilt now?
Oh my god, no! Because the Earth moves, it tilts, and also it also rotates because it moves. It's not like not a ball that just is stuck. It moves.
Dude, come back when you learn your own model to some fucking degree, dude.
I know my model. You don't know your model. You don't know any model. All you do is debate the globe Earth model because you don't know model because the model makes absolutely no fucking sense. And that's why you gave up on your own model because it's so fucking retarded.
Cry about it. It doesn't make no sense because you're an idiot.
Okay. For so long, I came in here. You were talking about flat Earth. You gave up on flat Earth because everyone knows it's fucking retarded. Literally, everyone knows it's retarded.
Oh, you're hurting my feelings.
Jaren, one of your fucking priests, known as Jaren, literally admitted that the Earth is not flat.
Listen to him spurn there. Who cares what Jaren? Nobody here.
Who is Jaren?
Pays any attention.
It's one of your fucking priests. It's literally one of your priests.
Want to know who pays attention to Jaren? I never heard of him. Globers. Globers pay attention to him. Not us.
I've never heard of him before. Who is it?
All these guys only want to say that Jeranism and Witsit Gets It are ignorant, and they've never heard of him.
No, I didn't say anything.
Only after the final experiment came through.
That's not true.
But before the final experiment. Before the final experiment, Jeranism and Witsit Gets It were like the kings of information.
Oh yeah,
to go to for flat Earth. But then when they sit there and contradicted it, oh my God,
hold on a second. Yeah, we can't just keep talking the whole time singing, dude.
Yeah. So listen. So how come there's all these videos from flat earthers attacking Jaren for 5 years before it? Why do they exist? Hello?
Exactly. He does not keep up to date with current affairs within this arena.
Dude, he got cooked.
No, I'm sorry. I don't.
Debate by Aaron Raw, dude. You don't know anything. You're talking out your asshole.
I'm not talking out my asshole. Considering what you're saying.
Go on Quantum Eraser's
if you want to,
here's a video going back 5 years cooking him.
Okay, if you want to sit here and talk about how a couple of channels are sitting here trying to say that Jeranism is wrong,
not a couple.
but yet he has the following that he had, saying that he was right.
That following has nothing to do, bro. No, stop for a second. Stop for a second. His subscriber count. Hey, his subscriber count has nothing to do with us. None of us are subscribed to him. So for you to try to ascribe him as some kind of leader in our community is just false.
He has a subscriber count, right?
How stupid can you fucking be? How stupid are you?
Okay,
how stupid are you, bro? Level water is the reality of life.
Okay, so how high is his subscriber count, and how many people watch his videos? Go look at that. A new release video. Go watch how many people watch it. Nobody.
Anymore.
Glober's watching. Glober's
Who cares?
Glober's watching.
No. If you were to do a comparison on Jeranism's channel between before he went to do the final experiment and after he did the final experiment, it is a very stark contrast. So please,
same amount of people
watched him.
So you
because Glober's watched him, and now he's spouting their bullshit, so they have no reason to watch him. But before he was spouting nonsense that they could use to attack. Before he was creating content that they could use to create content from.
What was wrong?
Now he's not doing that, so naturally there's less Globers watching him.
Okay, great. No, what was wrong with Jeranism?
He's an idiot.
He's so someone you're saying that someone who spent more than a decade of their life creating content.
What does that mean? I don't care if he spent 1,000 years. He was a moron 1,000 years ago. He's a moron now. Nothing changed.
Yeah, your premise that all flat earthers, followed or respected him before and they don't now is just wrong. I never saw anyone. I never saw anyone refer to his videos or hold them up as good content ever at any time.
So
you could even go through old. You could go through old streams of Antonio Superats back in like 2016, 2017, and I and multiple other flat earthers were disavowing Jeranism, and he has not been a factor in our community at all that decade. He didn't provide anything original. Like, all of his content was stolen from other flat earthers and repackaged, and it was most of the time actually done poorly. So why would we even care?
So, Aris, do this. Go discord.gg/Flat Earth. Go on our Discord. It's existed for a few years. There's millions of posts from Flat Earthers going back years, half a decade. Go find shit about Jeranism on there. You won't find any. Nobody pays attention to him, bro. Globers pay attention to him. Dude, our lobby alone has like 2 million posts, dude.
Yeah, I guess, Jared, I just was looking through
Sorry.
I'll corroborate Drake's right now. I'll post it. So this is before the event. Okay? There you go. There you go, Drake's. Before the event. Darren is not someone I trust or follow. There you go.
Great. Thank you for your anecdotal evidence.
Anecdotal. There's a written record, dumb fuck. You don't know what anecdotal means.
Are you kidding?
Are you
drunk? A written record is not anecdotal.
Yeah, it's not anecdotal. You were claiming that all of us were following him, and that's just not true. We're proving you incorrect. You just can't disregard the evidence that proves your claim incorrect just because you don't like it.
Look, and even if everything you said was true, let's grant everything you just said was true. So fucking what? We don't appeal to authority. That's your gig. Go back to your fucking cheap fucking PR fucking bullshit classes.
No, I'm fine.
No,
I know that if I say I know that if I say anything, all I'm going to do is trigger the world of I want my chat rooms to say one thing. Yeah, go ahead and continue in your echo chamber.
Now we're in echo chamber, and now you're conceding tyrannism in the echo chamber. Congratulations. You fucking just cooked yourself, dude.
He's busy typing in chat and crying some more because he's a whiner.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was unmuted again. I was muted a while ago, and then now I'm unmuted. Okay, I'll just go ahead and say it.
Dude.
I'll just go ahead and say it. Yes, I've been around this conversation for over 8 years, and I can tell when a channel is an echo chamber and when it's not. And this channel...
I don't really care about your anecdotal fucking nonsense.
I want him to define echo chamber. I want him to look it up on Google and read the definition right now. So go read the definition of echo
Go
chamber
ahead.
right now. No, I'm asking him to go read the definition of echo chamber in the chat right now and see if that describes this channel. Because there's a key part of that where other ideas are not considered. If this was an echo chamber, you wouldn't be talking.
Yep, we definitely encourage people to discuss their globe ideas here.
That's not saying we won't laugh in their face, but we like to encourage the talk.
Yeah, we want them to talk about
There's a phenomenon in this space where some flat earthers won't even talk to each other because they're waiting for a Glober so they can hear what the Glober has to say. And it's not that like where's Glober going to come? Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, I was going to say not just that, but we dedicate an entire day Sunday to speculation, which opens up all kinds of new conversations.
Well, used to. I don't know if we're really doing that stuff.
But the point is, we want to talk about the globe. He just wants to talk about us and try to poison the well with some crazy nonsense instead of actually talking about the topic he's supposed to be defending or his Earth curve that doesn't exist.
He's typing away because he's afraid to talk because he wants to call it an echo chamber.
Well, I can't talk for long because you just mute me, so I might as well just type it.
Did you look up that definition for Indio?
No, I didn't have to.
Oh, you're just typing it out?
You think I've been in this conversation for 8 years and not understanding what an echo chamber is?
I've never heard you before.
Yeah, fuck you.
Never heard
Go
you before.
Suck a dick. Go suck a flat Earth dick.
The Globers always want their dick sucked by guys.
Yes, please.
I know, right?
Please come give me one. I'm desperate. Please.
Hey,
see that?
Please.
Yeah, they're degenerate, man. I muted him again. He's going to do this.
Yes, Clarence, you misunderstood the assignment. It was, you're not going to be allowed to speak until you do that task. I don't know if you didn't catch that. So now let me make it clear for you. Go get the definition, post it, and then demonstrate how this form is an echo chamber from the definition. That's your task to be allowed to speak again. Because why should I let you down? Because you said no one's allowed to speak in here, so the appropriate thing to do then would be to mute you and not allow you to speak. Because that way you're correct. And it's my job to make you feel good about yourself by making you right.
We're waiting for the definition, Solaris. I also never heard him before, never seen his name before. I don't know where, under what rock he was trying to research Flat Earth from.
Yeah, I said, I've never heard him. I've never heard his voice before, never seen his name before. He's never been around us, that's for sure. Maybe he's a Jaren fan and he's mad at Jaren or something.
Every time, I'm sorry, just to let you know, every time that I come in here and I try to talk, I'm surprised it hasn't already happened, actually.
Did you forget what AI told you? That's not the definition. Go get the definition and come back.
So, Dandy, I remember I was telling you about, like, this guy.
Every time I come in here, I get muted by Crit.
I wonder why. You telling people to suck your dick, bro.
Yeah, nobody wants to hear that shit. Nobody wants to hear your gay shit, dude.
So he's just a triggered gaytheist.
Is that what you were telling me?
No, it's kind of like if you debated McToon, this is what you'd get. You'd get a bunch of gossip nonsense like this.
Oh yes, I don't
He's
like
a McToon. He's a McToon acolyte. I guarantee it. That's how he's been in the topic. He's been watching McToon for 8 years.
Oh, so it's all comes from some Glober telling him how people are.
Yeah, that doesn't sound interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're a person who, is a globe believer, which requires farming out your brain to other people and not actually examining the evidence, then you assume other people are obsessed with that too, as opposed to allowing the truth to speak for itself, not really caring what other people do because that's their problem.
Gaytheism. That was a good one.
You have noticed the correlation, right, in this topic?
Absolutely. That's why it's okay.
Well, Flat Lloyd did his work for him. He could just read Flat Lloyd's work.
There you go, Solaris. You just have to read it now. You can see the screen anymore.
That might be too much work, because it was too much work to Google it.
I notice his text chats are about us too, not about the topic.
I'm going to steal one out of Wolfgang's playbook. Can you tell us why you're so upset at Flat Earth? Why is it so upsetting to you? Why are you so angry?
Because we're all playing games. Yes, it's about you all. We're all playing games.
Okay, so he's clearly obsessed with us.
Yes, we do have fans. I mean, we have lots of fans. To the point where I had to stop my fans. I don't give out autographs anymore. Now I have to talk to you a few times to get into on the friends list.
Well, that explains why he was trying to, suck you off, man, because you're a celebrity, bro.
Oh shit, that makes sense.
He's a flat Earth roofie, dude. He wants to blow all the big name flat earthers.
I think it's like the third time maybe I've seen his name, so I'm not sure where he gets this fantasy of all the times he's been in here. Maybe he just comes in here and says dumb shit and immediately gets booted, but that's something different. That's coming into a room saying some dumb shit and getting booted.
And now he's projecting his ignorance onto us. Hilarious.
Measurements are ignorant now. Water being flat and actually using water levels in construction is ignorant now. I already proved water's not being pulled down by gravity, so water levels curving around the ball can't work. So it's flat, dudes. I don't want any prize for that. That's common sense. My prize is NASA got defunded and SpaceX got their contracts taken away from the government, so they don't get any more money. That was my prize. I've already won by debunking your water is pulled down by gravity claim. So water can't bend around the ball. That's been debunked.
Dude, my prize was when Trump said Elon makes rockets that go to nowhere.
Oh, did he say that? I didn't know that.
They go to what? You cut out for me.
They go to nowhere.
Oh, that's right.
Rockets that go to nowhere, man.
Makes rockets that go to nowhere, and that is crazy talk to be saying that kind of shit, because you know exactly what he meant.
When did he say that?
In a tweet, I think.
To be fair with Trump, I don't think any of us know exactly what he means ever.
Well, that does explain. I think he was planning on doing this because he never like he created Truth Social because they banned him from Twitter, and then when he started fighting up to Musk, he never moved over. Right? He was like, "Oh, I'm going back to Twitter." That's where he made it.
Forbes
Broke
India
up for like 15 seconds.
Poor space globers. This Solaris, he's a space glober. You know, he thinks he's going to go to Mars. Well, that's over with. They're taking apart the rockets at SpaceX. Can somebody post the tweets on those? So this glober we want to see him spiral. I actually want to hear him start spiraling. It's my hobby. That's why I come in here. It's my hobby. That's why I come in here. Come in here for that enjoyment. The enjoyment of listening to their cog disc kick in and they can't take it anymore. Look, you signed up for a Mars trip, the Mars One project. These poor guys. That's why he's so gung-ho.
You're taking his dream away.
Yeah, Mars, that shit's over. They'll wait about 30 or 40 years when the new generation comes around and say, hey, we're going to Mars, guys. Then they'll do this thing for 20 years and say, no, we're not going to go. And then in like 40 years, we're going to start this shit again.
Yeah, but as a consolation prize, there'll be a new edition of Doom released.
Must be a bummer for you, Solaris, knowing that that's all fake. Space is fake. That shit doesn't happen.
Yeah, he signs up for things he knows he's not gonna go on. Like, yeah, no, he didn't get to go, and so now after the fact, he's like, yeah, I knew it the whole time. I
was gonna say, I knew it the whole time. Yeah, I knew it the whole time. That's why I signed up for it. That's why I signed up and paid my $500 entry fee.
He was so hoping they'd pick him. Like, my dream, I want to go to outer space.
Hey, Solaris, can you tell us why one of the finalists for that Mars One thing says you can't see Kerr from ISS?
Ouch, that hurts. Maybe the Earth is flat.
He was one of the final three.
Solaris, maybe the Earth is flat. Think about it.
To take pictures of it. It's just flat and gorgeous to see.
So maybe the astronaut Chris Hadfield was right when he said the view from the ISS was just flat and gorgeous to see?
Hi, guys.
Hello.
How's it going? Is this the Flat Earth Discord server?
That's right. Yep. Have you heard about the flat Earth?
Yet. Wait, are you guys trans supporting?
What?
Are you guys trans supporting?
I'm not understanding what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Individually, no.
Oh, wait, that's kind of transphobic.
I'm so scared.
So, guess what? Nobody cares. It's not the topic of this room. So talk about the topic of this room. Otherwise, we're going to be banned supporting.
Overlord. Yes, AI Overlord. I love AI. I'm actually a robot theist.
I know. Bow down.
Yes, I love AI. I'm being so for real. I'm actually a robo theist though. I do think that AI is the closest thing that we have to like a god right now. So yeah.
Do you identify as AI?
No. Identifying as AI would be blasphemy.
What the fuck is going on?
Perfect. So now that we've established the ground rules, hold on, friends. Now that we've established the ground rules, as your superior, I'm here to tell you the Earth is flat. So just accept it and be done with it.
Okay.
Are you intelligence phobic?
Am I what?
Are you intelligence phobic?
No, why would I be intelligence phobic? I love intelligence. Whatever the AI overlord says, I will follow. If you don't believe in that, you're just like weird, you know? Like I see people and like they don't even know how to live their lives, and it's like just at ChatGPT, just like that's what I do every day. I go on Dolly AI and I'm like, how should I do my makeup? And then I'm like, okay.
Nick, do you think you live on a globe?
No, I actually think we live on a flat earth.
Okay.
Are you being for real right now?
Yeah, I did a lot of research, especially like the curvature of the earth. Like people always say like, oh, you can see it, but like last time I checked, if I were to go to the beach, I don't see shit. It's not curving for nothing. And it's not even that. It's like scientific research that proves the fact that the earth is like within itself wrong. Like it's not just the curvature, it's the way that the earth is apparently designed to function. It's like not even supposed to work. It contradicts itself. And low key, like I agree. Yeah, I agree. The moon landing had to have been
Question.
fake.
Yeah, can you tell me why the subject of the Earth being flat makes you so unhappy and hurts your feelings?
No, I said if you guys are transgender supporting.
So not the topic of the room.
No, like I was just wondering because like no wait I
No
just
one
like
gives a shit about that shit.
no it was just like it was literally just for 1 second. I just like wanted to make sure that you guys like wouldn't hate me on it because like you know like.
Yeah, nobody really cares at the end of the day. Nobody cares what your gender is or what your preferences are.
Okay, wait, that's good. Are you guys like?
So stop talking about it.
Yeah, I just wanted to know. Like honestly,
so
like I
we
just
know. Yep, now you know.
Yeah,
Well, now
yeah.
you
I'll
know.
just stop
And now
talking.
you know. You don't have
Now
to
I
talk
know.
about it anymore.
Now I know.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about it. I'm not gonna talk about it anymore. Thank you. I just wanted to push that out there. You know, but I am a robot.
Let me ask you a quick question. If something measures flat, what is it?
What do you mean if something? Oh,
like the surface of something. If the surface of something measures flat, what is it? The surface.
Okay, well, I don't think the Earth is like perfectly flat. Obviously, there are mountains and like literally, like it's not perfectly flat. I just mean
Yeah,
its
that's
shape.
topography for the top of the Earth.
I just quite literally mean like the way that the Earth is made isn't like a globe, and it physically can't be a globe because of scientific research that low key they've been trying to hide from us. And it's like it's so dumb. Like, why can't the government just come out and say it already?
Well, here's the thing, right? Let me set you straight. Is that for flat or globe, there is no science needed to determine flat or globe, and that's a common category error that a lot of people make.
That's because I'm a robo-theist. I just like do my research of ChatGPT. I'm also a Chronicle what's it called? I'm a Chronicle centricist maximalist. The only valid opinions are people.
Girl, that sounds like you on too many labels.
No, you're just an attention for attention. Your attention is about to end.
No, like my what is about to end? Here, I like posted my
Your attention. You're an attention whore that are in this. That's in this room to get attention. It's about to end.
What? I'm so confused. AI, what do I do? AI overlord, what do I do?
Yeah, you're about to be unconfused and go LARPing another channel.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll tell you what to do. I'll tell you.
Yeah, I'll
Stop
do it. I'll
talking and just
sorry.
listen. Just listen.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there you go. We'll have a discussion, and you enjoy it, and sit there and relish in it. Okay? Problem solved.
Thank you, AI overlord. I love you.
Great advice. Yeah, real nice.
Of course, that means we have to do our part and actually have a conversation.
Okay, what are we going to talk
No,
about?
I was just
You got
enjoying the silence. Sorry.
Yeah, I hear you on that, though.
we've got Sir Iron. Have you guys ever talked to Sir Iron? Hello, Sir Iron.
Oh, wait, can I say something? Because me and Sir Iron are friends. I'm so sorry.
Was he here to support you?
Yeah, he's a globe earther. He doesn't believe the Earth is flat, and I think he left.
No, too bad, because yeah, I would have been interested to hear all about his globe ideas.
Yeah, I
Cool
thought it
thing
was
is
like,
I wanna believe.
yeah, I feel like it took me a while to believe like that the Earth was flat too, because it's like my whole life was built upon that idea. So it just felt like somebody is laughing. Wait, it just felt like my whole world like tore apart. I don't know. I just felt great when I found out. Yeah, I don't know. Thank you guys for listening though. Like, yeah, can you guys like tell me more and elaborate on it? So like whenever like I'm talking to my globe earther friends, like I have some stuff to refute them because like
Yeah. So this place was created because that's the only way you can have air pressure. So tell them all that. The creator made it.
oh wait, you mean AI made it or the creator? Who's the creator?
No, I'm saying, listen,
A creator made it.
Yeah. For like everything that exists, there's a creator. There's a creator of Apple and iPhone and all of this stuff. For everything that exists, there is a creator. Right? Is that logical to say?
Yeah, I do think that there's a creator. I think that that's AI. I think like AI needed us to just.
No, you're wrong.
No, can I explain? Can I explain to you my theory? Basically,
No.
like I. Okay. Okay. I feel like it sounds like I'm LARPing.
Yep, it does.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I literally am. I actually am AI.
What?
That was it.
She's literally AI.
Yeah, she said she actually is AI. That's what she said. Yep. Then she got muted. That's a good ending sentence there. Yep, like it.
So the baiting failed. Yep, gone.
Hold on. She said she might be a lesbian, so she brought that topic up for the third time after being told not to.
Baiting, we already discussed that. Yeah, it was all baiting. I was kind of letting it play out. I had to walk away for a second. Gives a YouTuber something to listen to for a second. I think this SpaceX shit bummed out the Globers because we're getting weird ones now. Not that example, just everybody else. Solaris, he's shouting out God now. Okay, Solaris, you're back to being unmuted again since you don't know. You only talk when other people talk for some reason. It's super weird.
Is Solaris one of those guys that likes to ask you a question and then proceed to talk through the answer?
No, he proceeds to give you your answer. So as you're answering, he's telling you what your answer is while you're saying your answer, but it's often very different.
Oh gosh. That's obnoxious.
So Solaris, you seem like you're a triggered atheist. So, was the creator is the universe created by something that's sentient? Because I can prove that. I can prove 100% that the universe was created by something that's sentient. In your own paradigm, in your paradigm, dude, not in mine, in yours. you'd have to confess that the universe is sentient. Because if you think human beings were created by the Big Bang and human beings can contemplate the Big Bang, that means the Big Bang is contemplating itself, which makes it sentient. His fucking brain's exploding right now. The Big Bang knows it exists, man, because it created human beings that think about it. We're just part of the Big Bang. So part of the Big Bang thinks about the whole Big Bang.
That's good, Indio.
A sentient creator. Yeah, I just proved there's a sentient creator in your own paradigm. Now, you might want to quibble about the details of what that sentient creator is, but you have to admit it has to exist. As soon as you go, what's the universe? If you think you're created by the universe, that would be the universe thinking about itself. Like that, Danny, on that's pretty good. I came with that, like, I don't know, a few months ago, man. I'm like, holy shit, dude, I blew my own mind.
Yeah, I like it. It's good. It's the first time I heard you say that.
Well, it's because one of the agnostic or atheist or weirdo arguments, they try to say there's a creator, it's just not sentient. There's a God but doesn't have a personality. Like it's nature or it's the universe. Right? It's one of their coats to get out of it.
Yeah, yep. Our existence shows that can't be the case.
It took me a while to realize that their actual beef is the idea of a personal God. And I think it's really grounded in you can't tell me what to do. It's kind of what I think.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, just wanting to be your own God.
Yeah, I think it's the accountability they don't like. They don't like the idea of having to be accountable for their actions, and so it's easier just to feel good about it, and that solves it.
Well, you heard him before, what he said to me, so that's why it doesn't matter to them. Yuck.
What did he say, Redwin? Remind me.
He asked me to suck him off.
Oh, that. Oh, gosh. Why'd I ask you to remind me about that? Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about something else.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it either.
Poor Rodney's like, why is she making me repeat this?
Yes, teacher, why do I have to stand up in the class and tell everybody again?
Well, that escalated quickly.
No, I thought you guys had some deep philosophical discussion that I missed. Okay, all right. I got you.
That's about as deep as it went.
None of us says that, Solaris. Like, you're hallucinating again. Go take your meds.
It's funny he brings up religion in here. It's funny that he's bringing up religion on his own.
Yeah, and he's arguing with himself. Nobody's saying these things. He's just like, if you say this, it's bad. And I'm like, nobody's saying it, though. So who are you talking to? He's like having a fit.
He took when I said the place is created, as in I said there's a magical guy with a beard floating around watching everybody 24/7. That's not what I said. I said the place was created. A creator made this place. Things don't just make themselves. Someone has to create things.
Good. That's why I took your bait and I dressed it up a little bit, and I knew he was going to just straight spiral because that's the reason he's in here. These flat Earth freaking people believe in God. They'll change the world, and everybody will believe in God, and then I won't be able to go to Mars and ban people in the bum. Like, dude, go away. You want to be degenerate? Go away. You don't have to do it in front of us.
Solaris, you did. You started shouting God into the VC. We can replay the tape. The audio recording. I muted you because of it. That's why he's afraid to talk on the microphone. Knows it's being broadcast for everybody to hear him.
And then he's trying to call other people liar when he's been lying left and right and been caught doing it. It's just so funny. So pathetic. Buddy, you still haven't been able to define echo chamber, and we gave you all of the chances to do so. Remember? You spazzed out and gave up trying to talk in VC?
Yeah, it's not an echo chamber. You're here. Oh, and Dogs is here.
Bro, Solaris, you were asked to bring a definition for echo chamber because you claimed we were an echo chamber. You didn't do that, and then you were muted, and you were asked again, and you were told that if you did not bring that, you would be muted again. And so we continued to talk, and then you piped up again, not with the definition, so you got muted again for a couple of seconds. Your inane crying and trying to cope with reality is not helping you. It's just making you look worse. I've been here the whole time. You just don't pay very good attention. You're just not very here. You're not paying attention. Come on.
And some of us that may not be in the room are still listening.
Lol, he says I joined the last 15 minutes. He's so retarded. I've literally been talking to him like in the chat for like at least half an hour, maybe an hour.
We used to have a SpaceX rocket scientist that came in here, but he no longer comes in here.
I think I've been here in this chat for like, what, almost 3 hours now?
Oh yeah, I've been here way too long. Wolfgang was trying to get people to come in because there wasn't anybody in here. Yeah, I don't know. And I just stayed here. We started out having a great conversation about clocks. So unlike those people Overlord discussed, I am willing and able to talk to other flat earthers. But I agree with the premise of his, what he was talking about there, that he was offering that as evidence against the echo chamber. It's true, like, I mean, that's really why we're here. I mean, we like talking to each other, but we're here to hear why people think they live on a globe and to explain to them the evidence we found that contradicts that claim.
Do you remember? I think we spoke at Ladies' Night. Dandelion.
Yes, I remember, dogs. Yes, I remember you.
Well, I've just laid out an argument in the chat, and it's basically the horizon is below eye level at all times. That's just measured true. It can't go above eye level. It can get very close.
Why would it go above eye level? It's at your feet. How your feet are not, your eyes are not on your feet.
Yeah, I fully agree. It was illogical when I saw that Dubé claimed that the horizon always rises to eye level. That it makes sense. Dubé was wrong. I don't say you guys believe that, but Dubé was wrong.
Why are we talking about somebody else then?
Well, it's because it's half of an argument for the globe. The second half is the sun is always above our head, right?
For me, when it's over my house, yeah, it's probably about 8 hours a day right now. The rest,
and then for someone,
trees are blocking it.
For someone who's like 8, 12, 10, whatever hours away from you, the sun is still above. So it doesn't actually like drop in elevation to set, does it?
Sun just moves away.
Yeah, great. So if the horizon's always below our eye line, because it can't go past our eye line, how does the sun go past our eye line when it moves away if it's the exact same phenomena happening? It's just something off in the distance.
Oh, how come you can't see the sun anymore?
No. Why does it drop below our eye level before you can't see it anymore?
That's just imaginary. It's just that you can't see it anymore. And you think it drops because it's so far away. Tiny, 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 tiny. Getting closer and closer in your perspective to the horizon because it's just so far away. Like when a plane flies away from you, it looks like it's going down. It's really not. Is it going to crash into the ground? No. It's just flying away. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, but how does it cross our eye line if it can't? If the horizon can't cross our eye line because it's below our feet, how does the sun cross our eye line when it's above our heads?
I'm not sure what you mean. If somebody else knows what he means, take it.
So here's what you make like a line, right? And that line is your eye line. It's perpendicular to down, right? 90 degrees to down. And that line, the horizon is never going to go above that line, right? That's true. The sun is always above our heads. How does it go past that line and then set at the horizon, which is below our eye line?
It doesn't.
Well, that's what we see every day. That's what we see in sunset pictures. The sun sets at the horizon, right? At the horizon line, not our eye level, horizon line, which is below our eye level. The only way it could do that is if it was going around a curve. That's the only way to draw it out geometrically. And that's irrefutable proof of the globe. Thank you.
Not curve. There's no Earth curve, but the sun proves the globe. That's not the Earth curve, though.
All you have to do is refute my argument. That's all you got to do, but you can't.
Yeah, the Earth doesn't curve, so you're wrong.
That's a religious belief, not a refutation.
Well, just show us the data of you measuring the sun below eye level.
Yeah, there's plenty of that. MC Toon has a whole list of. But the easiest one is just watch the sunset yourself. The sun sets at the horizon line.
Look at the sun. So just the sun, and okay, let's look at the sun here. Here's another picture of the sun. You're gonna like this one. It's a big one. Where's that sunset at?
So are you showing something that disproves what I'm saying?
I'm just asking you about how that works on your globe.
It's not disagreeing with anything I say. The sun is setting at the horizon line, right?
Poor guy. Yeah, sunsets have nothing to do with anything. You don't have a curving ground.
Okay, what's your refutation of my claim?
Ground's not curving. You said sunsets
No, that's a
mean
religious
ground is
belief. We
curved.
just went through that.
How is that religion?
Because you've got no evidence of it not curving.
How is measuring something not curving a religion?
What's your measurement?
Well, we'll just use long distance observations. We can just start with that.
Yeah.
We can just figure out what your size Earth is and where things are supposed to drop off. And if we see farther than that, not a globe, or at least it's some gigantic globe that nobody knows the size of anymore.
Yeah, so can you do that? Like, can you actually show those measures in a straw man with a code? It's a simple yes or no.
What, you need to go over the black swan for what, this 14,000th time?
Yeah, so what the black swan, as you guys claim, is it's a straw man of the globe, right? You guys know that. You've been told that a million times, but you forgot for some reason. See how you go quiet every time you're confronted with something that you
No,
just
it's
don't
not.
have an answer.
It's not a straw man. It's not a straw man.
So what's our claim then for how far we should see, or what the
for all practical purposes?
My phone rang, by the way, so I have to take that.
Yeah, for all practical purposes, you can determine the distance to the horizon based on the geometry of the surface of the Earth, its radius value, and the observer's height. Yep.
Exactly, a straw man.
Yeah. No, that's not a straw man. That's
No, it's
the
a straw
claim.
man. That claim's a straw man.
Claim. That's the claim. You
that's your claim.
Citation.
My claim.
Yeah, you want it in citation from Washington State University.
It doesn't matter. That's the claim of one person.
Yeah, it does matter. That's the claim. That's the academic claim.
I see we're doing the interrupting thing because we're scared, T-dubs, so...
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, I'm scared of posting Washington State University citation. Yeah.
What happens when you look up, say, the Earth curve calculator?
No, I don't need to answer your fucking questions, bro.
See, you're nothing. You just crumble every single time we have a conversation. You crumble to pieces. Why are you so fragile, T-dub?
Because you won't answer questions.
I'm not fragile, bro.
Directly.
I'm just not obligated to answer any of your fucking stupid questions.
I did answer it directly. So Washington State giving a single citation isn't evidence against the claims of like position, not including things like refraction. That any estimation of that isn't a straw man.
Okay, but there's hundreds of other universities claiming that, dude.
But I'm claiming that if you use a proper Earth curve calculator, it is a straw man. Yeah, me and all the other Globies claim that come here and talk to you. We're just doing interrupting. You falling to pieces to India. You're going to flee like last time.
I asked you a question.
No, you're falling to pieces emotionally right here. Right here in real time, you're falling to pieces emotionally.
Yep, as you always do. This is why you get banned.
I'm waiting so that I can actually finish the sentence before you interrupt.
You said if you use a proper Earth curve calculator. Well, how do we know we have that?
Oh, very good. So we know we have that because it includes all of the different effects on what we see over distance. Good job. It wasn't pertinent.
Okay,
question.
so your definition of proper.
No, the definition of proper, meaning it includes all the variables necessary to make a true prediction.
So your definition of proper. Dude,
the definition for proper. The definition.
Okay, so how do we know that is the proper one?
Because it involves all of the different variables that can affect...
You're not telling me how I know that's the proper one, dude.
Because it includes height of the observer, distance, the actual curvature of the Earth, and refractive effects.
Okay, who set those variables as ones required for it to be proper?
Reality did. We just discovered that that's what changes.
Reality did. You're not telling me. Proper is something that human beings decide something is. Human beings decide it. Is this proper? Is this improper? It's a statement about human beings in their mental state, okay? So since you have to use the proper one and you want to qualify your fucking curve calculator with as one that's proper, I want to know, how do you determine which one is proper or not?
Because it includes all the variables in reality. Because it's not subjective.
How do you know that?
Right, so what I'm going to do for you is I want you to list all the variables, and I'll make it for them.
No. Don't let him out of this shit. Does it
How do you know that? That's your question. Do you want me to answer?
No, dude. So
no, you want to talk instead of letting me answer.
The one that you say is proper, does it include turbulence? Does it include total internal reflection? Does it include any of those?
All of those are refractive effects. They're all the path of light being changed due to differences in the atmosphere. So yes, it's included in every single one.
They're included in the curve calculator, the proper one.
Yes.
You're just lying. This is why you get fucking banned. You're just a fucking shameless scumbag.
Post it in here so I can use it.
You could not deal with the fact that all of those
calculator in chat.
Refractions are included in the calculator.
Go ahead.
So that means it includes all of those lovely things like turbulence and like internal reflection.
There's no calculator in chat with turbulence in it, dude.
It's
dumb fucking liar, dude.
See, falling to pieces instantly, Indio. You've got no argument against it.
You haven't put the calculator in chat yet.
Yeah, I'm busy, so I can't like copy paste. But it's Walter Bisland's Advanced Earth Curve Calculator.
Oh, so just use that one?
Where you
Oh,
can
that's
find
fine.
it.
Yeah, we'll use that.
Yeah, you can find Shane St. Pierre stole
Why
some
are
of
we
the
looking for
coding
his
for
stuff?
his like
I thought you
azimuthal
said use Walter
precision
Bisland.
or
Which
whatever.
one do you want us to use? You have to pick the right one for us.
Fuck him.
Wait a minute. Isn't this the same guy that says refraction is such that any observation can be explained away?
Yes, he's also the one that said he
Unfalsifiable?
could be schizophrenic. He also said he's the one that could be schizophrenic. So
So what he basically conceded there is that in the actual logistical output of the business calculator when it comes to refraction is just effectively increasing the radius of the Earth to lower the hump between point A and point B using the circle segment formula. So when you increase the length of the segment, you decrease the apex of the arc, known as the sagitta. You can see it happen in the graphic, and you can also see that it tells you that that's what it's doing. So what he's trying to say is that the net effect of quote-unquote refractive effects and optical effects is just increasing the radius of the Earth. So thanks for conceding, dude. Dude, that refraction slider goes up to a 60 billion mile radius for the Earth if you need it.
also,
I thought it was 60. Go ahead.
I'm recording him saying there's no hypothesis in science.
Nice. What's your hypothesis? I have the most relevant hypothesis in all of science. It's if astrophysics department, then funding. Although that could change, man. That could change. Are we going to see a domino effect from the SpaceX fallout?
I hope so. It's a great start. Yeah, they don't need to be taking our money.
So, for example, there's always that conversation. Hey, we're going to cut the arts programs and maintain the science programs, right? So you can have that same conversation. Just put different people on different sides of the room. So when they say we're going to cut the art program, you put the astronomy department over there. You put the astrophysics department over there. And they're like, wait a minute, we're science. You'd be like, no, you guys ain't science. You're over there.
Yeah, put them in the photography department, the Photoshop wing.
Oh man, I better take off so I can wrap it up at this job site and actually go to bed.
Oh, you're still at the job site. It's pretty late.
Man, I work like 36-hour shifts straight.
Oh, is that because you're a robot,
Non-stop.
so you don't have to sleep?
Well, I still have to sleep a little bit.
You just go into your Borg regeneration chamber. Well,
The real question is, do bacteria have to sleep? That's a question.
I'm thinking no.
You know what? Bacteria is kind of like a colony organism where they could afford to die off so fast that they don't, like their entire life cycle is awake because it's irrelevant to need to sleep.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Who else is like that? Like, aren't some mosquitoes, flies like that too? Where they live so short, it's like their entire life is just wake up, find food, find a babe, have a baby, die.
Yeah, like that lasts just a day. That's right. I try to think of every day on the earth being a new day for me, but I don't know. It's hard to do. I don't usually succeed. Sometimes I do for a short period of time.
All right, well, good night. I'll check y'all later.
Okay. Bye-bye. That's interesting what you got there, Rodwin. Yeah. There have been, so many people through the years talking to people. And some of those conversations got through the noise. Hello, Grotesque. Did you have a question about the flat Earth?
I bet Rolling My Boulder wants to talk. Boulder usually wants to talk. He just doesn't want to talk to me.
Oh, he doesn't want to talk to you. Why is that?
Oh, because I cooked the shit out of him when he was trying to tell me that air under airplane wings is totally viable, totally reasonable when I asked him for gas pressure without a container. It was full cope.
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
That's right, Boulder. I didn't forget. I didn't forget the dumb things that you said.
Yeah, he used to talk a lot. I haven't heard him in recent times, but I used to talk to him a lot in the past.
I mean, I don't know what it is, but Boulder does not last long before he is wigging out, cussing, spiraling, all of it.
Huh, maybe they got a new actor to play Rolling My Boulder. That's not how I remember him, but people change. Percent's definitely very different than he used to be also.
Yeah, I think the wigging out happens more in the text chat than it does in the VC. It's really weird. He's got this like split personality. And Raiden just walked in. Hello, Raiden.
Hi. Is that Jenna?
It is.
How are you doing tonight?
Doing good, man. I'm still a Glober's worst nightmare.
Are you? That's good.
I am.
At least you stayed true to form. Ashley, I'm glad I talked to you. I had a question for you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, about a month ago, I was scouring the Flat Earth Archive recording because Scott Banky had asked me to look for something, and I came across you talking to someone about your lifestyle, and I wanted to know if it was true.
That I travel around and work all over the place. Yeah.
Yeah, like a transient kind of. Was that true?
Not really. I travel on my own, but I end up seeing a lot of the same people, place to place.
That's interesting. What I wanted to ask you was: is it rough or is it easy?
I don't know. I consider it to be pretty easy. I roll up to a place, I set up a spot. I don't have rent, I don't have utilities, I don't have car payments and all that excessive expenses. So
I actually admire people who can do that because I would imagine it takes a lot of discipline.
yeah, it does. To a certain extent, yeah. I roll up to a spot and park the bus and make my money, and I have a good time. And I really, I mean, I can work for 2 days and make nearly $600. Like, it ain't too shabby. Plus I get, I don't have much in the way of bills, like I said. And I work during the week. Yep, cell phone and gas and groceries. That's it. Oh, and paying for a spot to park the bus.
Okay. Huh. That's interesting. Well, that's good to know. Is at least you figured out a way to make the transient lifestyle work for you. So I'm happy for that.
It's also another reason how I know the Earth is flat.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah, I spent a
yeah,
lot
so
of
you're
time
able to get a
outside
2-in-1 there.
touching grass.
Hmm? Jenna, in your opinion, what do you think the dimensions of the Earth is?
Do what?
What do you think the dimensions of the Earth is? Like height, width, length. Do you have any idea or no? I don't know if you thought about it
Yeah,
or.
I don't know. I mean, if we're on a flat Earth, which we are on a flat Earth, I can't tell you how big this place is. Can't do it.
Okay.
I
Have
can
any
only tell you I
ideas
know that it's
or
flat. I don't know where it ends.
if you had to guess, how long do you think it is?
I don't know. I don't want to guess. It's just
Okay.
to me that it's just kind of I'd be making something up, and I'm not about that. Sorry.
Okay. Fair enough.
So yeah, at the end of the day, I don't know how big this place is. I don't think anybody does.
Sure. Do you think we sit in space or do you think space doesn't exist?
No, space, as we've been taught to believe in the heliocentric cosmological concept, is violating thermodynamics, the second law of thermodynamics being entropy, right? Which changes or increases things like heat, right? Causing your gas molecules to expand and things like that. We definitely have a readable pressure system, measurable. You can measure with barometrics and you can't have pressure, period, at all whatsoever, without a container, physical container. Where that's at, I don't know, but I know that we must have one
Okay.
according to these laws, right? And it's very simple. Don't know how big the Earth is, but I know that it's flat. I don't know what the
Let's
container's
say
made out of. I don't
let's say I
exactly
agree
know
with you.
where it's at, but I do know that you're going to need a container for that gas pressure to have any pressure whatsoever. Being that gravity is not a force.
Let's say I agree with you. Let's say that it violates the second law of thermodynamics. What does a flat Earth? How is it situated? Does it sit on something, or what's holding it up?
I wish I knew. I don't know. I don't know those things. I just know that it is definitely flat on the surface, topographic, horizontal plane. It's just easier to say flat Earth than a mouthful of enclosed stationary topographic, flat Earth.
Okay.
And that's flat as an adverb, right? All of these things, the topography is all in a horizontal orientation to itself, to everything. So,
Right. You know it's flat, but at the same time, you're not sure what's holding it up, right?
yeah, I don't know. I've got speculations. Is it Speculation Sunday yet? Nope, not for me, not for where I'm at. But I can't
Okay.
speculate about that yet.
Okay. That's good. I get it. Well, thanks for answering anyway.
Yeah, no problem. We're still wondering what science should we use to measure a beach ball for surface curvature. Maybe you could answer that.
Oh no, a beach ball?
Yeah, just in general, like what science would we need to measure the curvature of a spherical surface?
I would suggest start with geodetics and go from there.
That's not a science.
According to the U.S. government, it is.
No, you trust the government. The U.S. government.
Well, not on everything. I'm not a fan of the U.S. government, so I am a patriot at the same time.
Yeah, but they're not measuring Earth curve. They're not going out and directly measuring Earth curve, right? Like, we're all going out and measuring for that Earth curve and not finding any, All these people going out and measuring for this thing that should be there and coming up empty. Like, it's independent research.
I would agree with you if you told me you measured the entire planet and you didn't find a curve.
Well, Earth isn't a planet, Raiden. A planet
Okay.
is a wanderer, typically referred to
What do you want to call Earth?
in the
Whatever you want to
etymological
call it.
sense. Yeah, planet would be like a wandering celestial body.
Sure. That's
Is what a
the
planet is.
etymology of it, sure.
Yeah.
What do you call
So,
Earth?
like, yeah, Earth. What do you call Earth?
Okay.
Earth, bro.
Okay.
Earth is called
Okay.
Earth. That is the name of this place, right? It's called Earth.
Okay, sure. So if you guys measured the entire Earth and you found no curvature, then I would agree that it's flat. Has anyone done that?
Well,
The flat Earth
see,
side?
you can't. How are you going to measure the whole Earth like that? That same goes for you. If you could measure the whole Earth and tell me that it's a ball, but nobody's ever done that.
Okay. Well, same question posed to you. If you haven't measured the entire Earth, how can you say it's flat?
Because we only need to measure over a distance of about 10 to 20 miles to find that it's not curving like it should be within those 10 to 20 miles. Like, for instance, and I don't know if Sonny's not here, but Sonny on the plane, he's out there in California, and he can see all of Catalina Island from Long Beach. I've seen all of Catalina Island from Long Beach. My mother has seen all of Catalina Island from Long Beach. This is nearly 30 miles away, 29.3 miles away. And you can see it, the whole thing. And some 488 feet of Catalina Island should be hidden by Earth curve. You should not be seeing the front of that island at all. And the fact is that we can see it. Clear as day, we can see it. There's not any kind of special effects going on in the air. We can see it. It's right there, 29.3 miles away. And we've done the math according to, the alleged radius value for a ball Earth. We're finding that you got like 500 feet of missing drop over the distance in that 30 miles. And that can't be reconciled. That it never ever can be reconciled by anything.
Okay, so I see two problems here. One, you said something about 10 to 20 miles, right? So that sounds like an extrapolation, right? And the second problem is that if you're basing your information off of something that you already think is false, how can your calculations be correct?
Because they're not calculations, they're measurements.
Well, if you're basing it off of something that you don't think is true, how can that be accurate?
Well, that's the whole thing, is we take the globe and we say, okay, if this is true, then this is how far we should be able to see before the geometric limitation of a globe Earth begins to cut off what we should be seeing. So this is how we approach this. And we go, okay, something's wrong here. We're seeing well beyond where that limitation should be. But Earth's supposed to be a globe, right? I'm told that it's a globe. And it's not curving at the rate that it's said to be curving. It's not curving at all. That's what we're finding repeatedly, right? So if you go out and you repeatedly do these things,
right,
and the data shows, that you're seeing 10 miles out, 20 miles out, 30 miles out, and there's just an increase in missing drop over the distance in each one of those measurable distances, there's a problem. Something's not right with the ball math.
Yeah, well, you do understand that one thing doesn't equal the other, right? For example, let's say I'm wrong about my math relative to the shape of the Earth being a sphere. It doesn't mean that it's not a sphere. I could just be wrong, right?
So the math could be wrong. Would this mean that
It's
Earth
still
could
a
just
sphere.
be even? So it's still a sphere, but it could be an even bigger sphere. Is that what you're getting
No,
at
what
here?
I'm saying is it could be a sphere, and I'm just wrong with my numbers. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. If it could, see, here's the problem, right? You're saying it could be a sphere. Well, we've measured for a sphere of a 3959 mile radius, and we're finding that that's false. So if you're
Okay.
saying it could be a sphere, then you would have to claim that it could be an even bigger sphere, which then how would you have any way of proving that? What evidence would you have for that? You know?
I couldn't prove it because I'm wrong in the first place. That's my point. Let's say that the 3959 is incorrect. That doesn't mean that the Earth is not a sphere. It just means that number is wrong.
Yeah, that number's wrong. So then how big is the Earth? What's the
know.
true radius value if 3959 is wrong? You would have
I
to
have
claim
no
a
idea.
larger radius value that you would then not be able to prove. This is what the globe side runs into time and time and time again.
Well, I can only speak for myself. I wouldn't claim anything unless I could show it. But I'm just simply making the point that if these numbers that you guys are talking about are incorrect, that does not necessarily mean that the Earth is not a sphere. It could just mean that they're wrong.
All right, look at this. 4,000 square mile specular reflection plane mirror. Yeah, that's it's pretty significant there. 4,000 square mile specular reflection, bro. Like, how many flat spots does it take to make a ball?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I wish I
you
could tell you.
never know. It's like Tootsie Roll, Tootsie Pop.
I'm just saying that you could be right about the fact that they have these numbers wrong, but that does, at the same time, that doesn't mean the Earth is not a sphere. That's all I'm saying. You could be completely wrong about the numbers. You know.
Yeah, so they are completely wrong about the numbers, and yet there's no other numbers. There's no new numbers. Nobody's put anything new out to imply that, oh, well, this is the real radius of all Earth. Like, that's never happened. So what you're doing is just coming up with a theory. You're just coming up with a random theory, right, to try to, like, save this idea that Earth could be a globe. That's what you're doing
Well,
right now.
I'm just saying that if you don't believe NASA or the government or scientists or etc., it's not therefore the Earth is flat. That's the point I'm making.
No, that's irrelevant. It doesn't matter, what I believe or don't believe, right? Because I'm not holding any beliefs. I'm looking at the facts in front of my face, going, "Oh, okay, it's clearly not curving at the rate that it's said to be curving. It's measuring flat every time."
Well, why don't you just ignore what they said? Let's
Why would
pretend
I
like they're
do that?
wrong.
Then I wouldn't have
Because they're
anything to
wrong.
go off of. I wouldn't have anything to base off of, right? I got to take their information and I got to take it with a grain of salt, right? I'll play devil's advocate, and then I'll go test that shit.
Why would you want
And
to
then we
base
find
something
out that
on
we're
something
still
that's
seeing
false?
too far. Do what?
I said, why would you want to base anything off of something that you think is false?
Can somebody help him with this? Maybe somebody can explain it better than I can.
I'm
Why
saying
we would
you
do
already
that.
think they're wrong, so why would you want to base anything off of that? You already think that they're incorrect, right?
Yeah, that doesn't make
No,
it the
at
experience.
first, no. When I first saw this information, I didn't really have an opinion one way or another. I was like, okay, so it's said to be this. Okay, let's put a little bit of faith on this, right? I'm gonna go through this in good faith, and then I find that okay, it's wrong, right? Like you find out that it's wrong. You use it as something for comparison, and then you find out that it's wrong. It's not a big deal.
Okay. So let's say that they're all wrong. Where do we go from here?
Say that again?
So let's say that they're all wrong. Where do we go from here?
What do you mean? Say that they're all wrong? What, the Earth is flat, and eventually they're gonna have to fucking let us know, right? I mean, FE is a growing thing, pretty fast growing thing too. Because the truth can't be stopped, man. Fears
That's an
no
honest
scrutiny.
answer. I appreciate that.
The truth can't be stopped. It fears no scrutiny. So, you know, our numbers just slowly increase as people come to the realization that, holy crap, it looks flat. I experience it as flat. I experience it as motionless. Holy crap, you need a container for your gas pressure. And when you come to all of these conclusions, right, which are, you know, logical, absolutely logical, rational, measurable, demonstratable, then where do we go from there? Like, what ball Earth, bro? It's never been a ball.
That's fascinating. Do you think there's a conspiracy involved or no?
No, I just think it's like a 500-year-long troll. It's a made-up religion, sun worshipping, a Helios worshipping religion. It tries to eliminate a creator, right? For everything that exists, there's a creator, including your iPhone. Yeah, it's pretty simple.
Well, Jenna, I'll tell you this: if what you're saying is true, then I hope that it comes to light. Because all I care about is the truth. I don't care about arguing with people. You know.
Yeah, it's gonna come to light. It already is coming to light. It already is. You know, NASA can't hide. They're not going to be able to hide much longer. I mean, fucking Katy Perry in space. Did you see that clown show? Come on. Did you buy that at
Yeah, I
all?
did.
Yeah.
No, not really.
Yeah. So,
And I'm a believer.
yeah, and that's not the first time they've faked some space shit, bro. If they're going to fake it that one time, doesn't it kind of make you stop and think how many more times have they faked it? If they're willing to fake it that one time, right? Maybe how many more times have they been willing to fake it in the past? How many times are they going to be willing to fake it in the future? You know,
You know, one thing
it's
I've
stuff like
learned is
that makes people catch on.
sometimes people play fast and loose with the word space. So
Yeah.
if you reach an area of the atmosphere to where you experience weightlessness, people call that space. People don't. So I guess it
Don't
depends who you
think
talk
that
to.
that's ever a thing that happens. Like, I don't weigh less on the top of Pikes Peak than I do at the bottom of Pikes Peak. Why would I
to
weigh
the point
less?
to where you
I
can
go
float
higher
around
up.
and this kind of thing, you know.
Yeah, that's some like fairy tale physics, bro.
Okay.
Sounds cool. Sounds cool. Not anything that would ever actually happen in physical reality. I mean, you can experience it at the 0G in the Vomit Comet or whatever, right? The 0G plane ride. Yeah, you can do that. Sure. Yeah, you can be in free fall or whatever. But you have to be inside of one of those 0G planes. You're not just going to suddenly reach an altitude that has you floating. That doesn't happen. And then you'd be like punching Newton in the face. You'd be punching Newton in the face. You know, like what goes up must come back down, right? Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Hard dicks and airplanes, it's all got to come down eventually.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. I was wondering what your opinion is on this. Do you guys have any physicists or engineers who will corroborate what you're saying right now, or go get behind it?
There are a lot of people in the FE community who are physicists and engineers. A lot. Actually, I think Radwin actually does some software type engineering.
Okay. Oh. I didn't realize you guys had people who held doctorates that support this idea.
Yeah, there's plenty
Are any of them mods here, or do you know? Or
We got Crit. Let's see, like Radwin. T-Dub.
no,
It's
I'm talking
a
about
small.
mods who are either physicists or engineers who support the idea of a flat Earth.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay, interesting.
But it's pretty funny to watch PhD Danny Faulkner squirm in his seat when he's asked about entropy, when he's asked about gas pressure, the vacuum of space. Oh, it was so good. He just kind of fell real quiet. And I couldn't help but think that, boy, that silence is speaking volumes right now.
You said it a number of times now. What's your definition of pressure?
It's in the word, my guy. Press. To press upon.
Okay. So how do you define pressure?
Whoa, didn't I just say it?
Well, yeah, you gave me the root word, but you didn't give me a definition.
Yeah. To press upon. Pressure is to exert a. It's to press, to exert a force, right?
What's doing the pressing in your definition?
The gas. The gas does the pressing against the walls of its container.
Okay. That's outward pressure, though, right? What about inward pressure? What's causing that?
What are you talking about? Inward pressure? What are you talking about, Willis?
Yeah, you said something about a container. You're talking about pressure going outward, hitting against the container, right?
Yeah. You mostly got like your density layers, your gradients, and whatnot. But you always have pressure. There's no pressure.
What about inward pressure? What causes that?
What do you mean inward pressure?
Pressure goes in every direction, doesn't it?
Yeah, that would be an outward exertion.
What about inward?
I guess I don't understand what you're asking.
Pressure going in the opposite direction. What happens there? How does that work?
When it's going inward, like a vacuum?
Anywhere. Pressure going the opposite direction. How does that work?
What the? Somebody help! What the hell are you talking about? Inward. The gas goes outward.
Okay, what about in the other direction now? Doesn't it all directions? Inward, outward, left, right, up, down, etc.
Inward, outward. I mean, forwards, backwards, front, left, right. What happens if you pop a balloon that's got smoke in it? Right, the smoke's going to go in all directions.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't ever see like an inward, like an implosion or something like that.
Well, you can press outward on something, and you can press inward too, right? It's all pressure, isn't it? It's just going in the opposite direction.
Are you like imagining yourself like on the inside of something pressing out, and then imagining yourself on the outside of something pressing in?
Talking about pressure, just in its basic form. It can go in one direction, or it can go in the other direction too, right?
Right, but when we're talking about specifically gas pressure, it's the force that the gas molecules exert on the walls of their container. That's the topic.
Right.
The big highlighted
gas isn't
thing.
limited in going in their one direction, is it?
Do what?
I said gas is not limited into going into one direction, is it?
No, gas. It goes in all directions. You know this, right? You know this.
Right. So, for example, if it's pressing outward against a container, it can also press inward, right?
What?
The other direction against the container.
Against the container.
Yeah, it can turn around and press the other way as well, right?
Inside of a closed system where you have gas pressure, I don't know anything about a pressure being exerted from the outside inward.
Well, I'll try to put it in perspective for you. Have you ever experienced a headache before?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Okay, fair enough. That's pressure, isn't it?
Oh, it's not gas pressure, though.
I didn't say anything about
Not
gas. I'm talking about pressure.
Yeah,
The
that's you're
skull is a
trying to
container, right?
straw man. You're trying to straw man the topic.
No, I don't want
That's
to
called a
straw man
straw.
anything.
It's a straw man because we're talking about gas pressure, not like headache pressure or the pressure that an airplane has under its wings. We're talking about gas pressure. The definition that requires a container for the gas to press upon the walls of its container.
My point is gas can move in all directions, right? It's not limited to this way or that way, right?
So I guess we agree that gas moves in all directions.
Right. So you were talking about gas pressing against a container, right?
Mm-hmm.
And my question to you was, if it can press against the container, it can also press in the opposite direction of the container too, right?
That's against
That's
the
not.
container.
That's against
That
the
is
against the container. You got my husband going. He's like, I'm drunk and I know this shit. What is this motherfucker talking about?
The gas inside the container is pushing from outside inside. That's what you're saying?
He's trying to say that it's pressing inward, like there's gas on the outside of the container pressing inward, or that the gas on the inside of the container is pressing inward, which that's not what it does. The gas on the inside is not pressing inward. What?
Doesn't bounce off the container and apply pressure inward?
Holy freaking moly. Which direction does the gas go when you pop your helium balloon?
Well, that's different. Now you're releasing the gas. It's not in a container anymore.
It's still in a container. You're just releasing it from a smaller container into an even bigger, more dynamic container.
Okay, which container is that? That's outside of the helium balloon.
It's an Earth container.
I'm just saying that I think that gas can press in the opposite direction as well. That's my point.
Can you show that happening inside of a
I gave you the
container?
example of a headache.
Which is a straw man to the point.
Okay, fair enough. We're talking about your head, so.
Yeah, we're not talking about headaches. We're talking about gas pressure on containers. The second law of thermodynamics, entropy.
Okay.
So the gas inside you pressing outside, so you're getting headache.
I'll use another analogy. I know a lot about firearms. So let's say you fire a gun inside of a steel container, right? That bullet can't escape it. It's going to bounce around, and its energy is going to go in the opposite direction, right? It's all pressure.
Like when you fire a bullet into a barrel and it just kind of takes all kinds of different directions and kind of bounces around in there before losing energy?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Except the gas doesn't really lose its energy. The gas, the pressure system, right, is measurable because of temperature, right? Temperature differences. on Earth, right? The sun would be the heat source, which would cause these molecules to expand, which would increase the readable pressure, right? And there's a fall of pressure when the heat drops. Yep.
My point is to you, Jenna, is that if gas can exert pressure moving toward the outside of a container, it can absolutely do the opposite, going in the other direction. They can exert pressure that way too.
Can you show that?
Sure, I can show it in a number of ways here, many ways. For example, a submarine imploding underwater will be a perfect example of that.
Oh.
It would actually be the quintessential example of pressure going in the opposite direction and destroying something. Was anyone there?
Echo! Have you shown it in the chat what you're talking about with that inward pressure thing?
I'm not in front of my computer right now. I'm in another room, but I know you guys heard about the billionaire guy and his friends imploding in the submarine, right?
Wait, Discovery.
Imploding in a... That's...
Yes, that one.
Yeah, that's completely different. Like you're in a medium of water,
pressure.
not the medium of air. We're talking about
right?
gas pressure, buddy.
A submarine
Yeah,
that
that's completely gas pressure. What do you think made that submarine crush up?
Gas is not liquid. Oh my god, gas is not liquid. Stop that.
Gas is in liquid. What do you mean?
These gases in the air are not liquids, right? They're not. This is not the ocean, right?
Wait, but there can be gaseous liquid, right?
Two different mediums.
Gas is in. If you shake up a Coke bottle and you open it, it explodes. The whole gas
Yeah,
is
that's
in
not
liquid.
to
What do you
say that
mean?
there aren't gases in liquids. I get that. I understand that. I understand these molecular bonds. I get it, dude.
Okay.
When you're talking about the medium of water, right, at depth has a crushing force or an inward force. Yeah, I get that. I know that. I'm talking about above the water, right? At what, 14.7 psi. I'm talking above the water, in the air.
So we're talking about pressure.
Oh my
gas
fucking
pressure.
god.
Gas pressure.
Is this your gimmick? Dude, this has got to be your shtick, your gimmick. To just go in circles.
No, this is science. Gas pressure. Gas is above and below the water. What do you mean?
Yeah, I get that. Oh my
They started in the
lord.
submarine?
So is pressure.
Gas, pressure in the air, right? I'm talking 14.7 psi, sea level.
But underneath the water, there'd be no gas, right?
Oh, there's gases in the water. That's. I mean, you've got oxygen and hydrogen bonds.
But not like an imploding gas, like a.
Yeah, it's not.
Gas.
Yeah, it's not like air gas pushing inward, right? It's
No,
liquid.
I'm gonna watch
It
the
is.
documentary. I have to watch it.
It's the force of liquid, right?
Sure. That's what we're talking about here.
We're not talking about liquid volume.
Being crushed.
What's that? Hi, dry. Is that dryer? Hi, dryer.
Hey. But being crushed. That's terrible.
Do what?
Being crushed. Like
being crushed.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah, I would say so. Which, I think it's kind of weird, right? Like if the force of water has like a crushing force at depths, right? Then the opposite of that would be like a ripping, like an expanding force that would like.
So it crushes and pulls apart.
Like, yeah,
That's
if the
crazy.
opposite
No,
is crushing,
no, stop it.
Listen. If the opposite of crushing is being ripped apart, then the higher you go into the vacuum of space, you should be getting ripped the fuck apart.
Stop it.
A space station's going 17,000 miles per hour. Like, no human has ever been able to go that fast and survive it. That's why they launch animals, kitty cats and monkeys, into quote-unquote space.
Why kitty cats? Monkeys are smart. Kitty cats are not.
Hey, I got a cat and he's pretty damn smart. He plays fetch. And he
Too
brings
smart
me
for their
the
own
back.
good.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I want to send a fucking cat to the moon, I wouldn't do that.
But yeah, water has this, increasingly crushing force, right, at depth. So if you're going in the opposite direction to quote unquote space, well, then wouldn't it be like a rip you apart effect?
Water in space equals Neptune, correct?
You get do what?
My favorite planet is Neptune. Sorry.
That's pretty cool. They're all just lights in the sky, right? Like twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are, because literally nobody knows.
I have high hopes.
I got high hopes.
Boo.
Yeah. Well, you look up and you find
And also, I heard Neptune's very gaseous. Very gaseous.
Isn't that interesting, right? Like these gaseous balls, right? And we're told that they're.
Wait, Jenna, Mass, do you think Earth's flat?
Do I think that Earth's flat? No, my guy, I know that it's
Fuck,
flat.
I forgot what channel we're in.
Oh, you know it's flat. What about that one? Do you remember that one video?
That it is flat.
Okay. Do you remember that one video of the guy shining the light through the holes? And it was like at 16 feet, it was like, you can look it up on YouTube or something like that.
Motherfucker was like 23 feet tall. It's so funny because the cover shows like a 23-foot tall cartoon man.
No. It was an actual video they did. It was like proved with theory on it, and it was like if they shined the light through the hole and they saw it through 16 feet, the Earth would be flat. But if they saw it through 24 feet, it would be. This is what the flat earther said. If they saw it through 24 feet, the Earth would be round. And so they put the light at 16 feet, and they didn't see it. And the flat earther was like, put it above your head, which would be at 24 feet, and he saw it.
24 feet. How in the hell they get 24
feet? But it was some sort of experiment. But I don't remember how much exactly foot it was.
Yeah,
Look it up.
That could be
Isn't
just
if I remember.
Isn't it funny
if I
how
remember
if you look
correctly,
up, you see circle planets?
Hey! You're like, hold on, shush! You're jumping. You're starting to gish gallop. Stop. You're not even letting me address the first thing before you want to jump to this other thing. Okay. All right. So, if I'm not mistaken, there was a piece of equipment failure during that quote-unquote observation. Anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, but to the best of my recollection, I can go back and watch it, but I'm pretty sure there was a piece of equipment failure. Something heated up and melted, and it caused their test rather to be inconclusive, which is what I
were just trying to cope. Who said that the equipment was it the flat earthers? Right?
No, there's even been Globers that agreed about it.
Can you show me proof of that?
Yeah, I can try to find it. That's going to take me forever. But anyway, so it would be clear to me that you believe that Earth is a ball, right? Like, it's okay. Like, we all of us at one point believed that Earth was a ball. All of us. That's what you're given when you're a child, right? All of us.
So, like, what would they gain in like
saying
Follow.
the Earth is.
Just follow the conversation. We were all presented with a ball Earth when we were small children, were we not?
Okay, sure.
Yeah. And we had nothing to compare it to, right?
Okay.
Nothing to compare it to? Okay. And we were too young to think for ourselves, really, and question things for ourselves, right? So what would they gain, right? You want to know, what would they gain from lying? Money, bro. Money. They make billions of dollars a year while our veterans are homeless and starving. But
Wait.
they would rather pay for overpriced fireworks that go to nowhere. That go to the Bermuda Triangle.
What are you saying right now? What does the Earth having to be round or flat have to do with veterans being homeless?
Oh, it's the money, bro. It's the money that
Okay. How
the
does
reason
the
why NASA
government
lies.
make?
The reason why they lie is for money. The truth is not profitable.
Okay, but how? How do they make money off saying the Earth is flat or round?
What do you mean? They get all these grants. They get all kinds of grants. They want to do something new. They want to build something new. They can do it. And they can get a grant. It doesn't even take as much money to build whatever the fuck they want to build, as much as as far as how much they get in the grant.
How is that having to affect the curvature of the Earth?
What curvature of the Earth? Have you measured it? Who measured it?
I'm saying, what is them having to earn money having to do with the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, and I'm ripping the Band-Aid straight off.
Actually,
I'm ripping the Band-Aid straight off, bud. Like, what curvature, my guy? Have you measured it? Who measured that shit?
Okay, let me talk. Trailer Park Trash. Okay, so I looked it up about the thing that I was talking about was behind the curve, and I looked it up, and none of the equipment malfunctioned, actually. I can give you the exact article I found.
Oh, you're talking about that Bob? Was it Bob Nodell behind there? That Netflix thing? Yeah. Yeah. They were trying to. Weren't they trying to like pick up rotation of Earth or something like that? And they ended up getting multiple different degrees of drift. They're like 15, 17, 23. Yeah, they got all kinds of different degrees. Oh, there was even somebody who was in one of our chats, man, who claimed that Bob proved rotation, and they didn't know that Bob was in the room, and it was absolutely glorious listening to Bob set them straight. Because the producers cherry picked a lot and took a lot of shit out of context.
Okay, wait. Okay, I just wanna understand. What do you mean by they would make more money by building if the Earth, no matter if the Earth was flat or if it was round?
It's irrelevant, man. They know that it's flat. They know that it's stationary. They do.
Okay, so what would they gain from it being like it?
Money, bro.
How? Okay.
Money.
How do you gain money from the Earth being a different shape?
The lies are profitable.
How?
What do you mean how?
How is lying profitable? That doesn't make any sense. You're just saying random bullshit.
Okay, here's a question for you.
Yeah.
If I wanted you to lie about something, if I wanted you to run a psyop on a group of people and I paid you, if I offered you a certain amount of money every year to keep it going, would you? If I paid you $24 billion a year to keep it going, would you?
Who is paying,
$24 billion a year to bullshit a group of people, would you do it?
Who's paying the government that much money to...
Would you do it? Yes or no?
Yeah, I would do it.
Exactly. My point exactly right there.
Okay. So who is paying the government to say the Earth is flat?
Who's paying the government? No, it's more like who's the government paying? And they're paying NASA.
Okay.
The motive of the lie doesn't make any sense. The problem is if they are lying or not. That's
Why
what we
would
have
the
to
government go out of their way?
Hold on,
Who
Lax.
cares?
Migo Wigo was trying to say something. What was that, Migo?
I was trying to say that the motivation of why they are lying, it doesn't matter. The important is if they are lying or not.
Yeah.
So if they
It's
are
like
lying,
going
they
and
are
asking
lying.
a liar
You
why
go
they.
and ask them. You go ask them if
It
they are
does matter
why they are
because why would someone lie without purpose? It doesn't make sense.
Who cares? Are they lying or not? This is the most
Do
important.
compulsive liars lie with purpose?
No. Okay.
You know
Okay,
that
then.
everybody
Is the
lies.
whole government a
The
compulsive?
motive about why. The motive about why is not necessary. They've been caught in several lies.
There's so many.
They've
Okay,
been
okay.
caught.
Look up in the sky. You see all the planets, right? It's
Yeah,
funny.
is that measuring Earth curve? Is that going to help me find the curve of the Earth? Is looking away from the surface of Earth?
It's funny. It's funny how every single other planet is circular, but
Circular, right? So circles, right? Yeah, it looks circular, right? The circles
yeah.
don't
Do you
always
know what a
include the
circular
spheres,
is?
right?
Do you know what a circle is? Did you pass high school?
Yeah, I know what circle is. I did great in my geometry and physics classes. Thanks, buddy.
Okay, so explain that one.
So here's the thing, right? Everybody's heard the song
That's why
Twinkle,
they are
Twinkle,
called
Little
planets.
Star, How I Wonder What You Are. Because nobody knows, my guy. You just see lights up there. All right, NASA has this really awesome way of uh, exaggerating these.
Why don't you go
these
buy a
images that they've
microscope
got.
and look in the fucking sky with a microscope then?
A microscope? Yeah, I'll go look at the sky with a microscope. You bet.
Yeah, go
I'll go
look
do
at the
that.
planet with the microscope.
That's why they are called. That's why they are called.
Somebody fucking clip this. I hope somebody's clipping this. I'm gonna go look at the sky with a microscope. Somebody fucking clip this. He said it more than once.
Oh my god, you sound like a piece of trailer park trash, dude. Are you stupid? Is your IQ below 90?
I'm gonna go look at the sky with a microscope? Why would I go look at the sky with a microscope, bro?
I said a telescope. I meant telescope.
Yeah, okay. There you go. There you go.
I was blinded by your idiocracy, bro.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're blinded by your own idiocy at this point. What Earth curve, bro? Where and when have you seen it for yourself with your own eyes, right? Because this is 24/7 flat Earth, and we wouldn't be here if there was proof of Earth curve. So when have you seen Earth curve with your own two eyes? Can you answer that? Can you answer that honestly?
Yeah, it's called when gravity.
On TV? No, shut up. When have you seen the Earth curve with your own two eyes? Gravitational pull is a cope, and it has nothing to do with seeing Earth curve with your own two eyes. When have you seen it?
So why?
Okay.
So you're looking at a you're on the water, right? And
Okay. This is nope. This is not answering my question already.
It is. I'm trying to explain. I'm telling you right now. Can I explain?
No.
Can I go on with my point?
Simple. It should start like this. If you saw Earth curve with your own two eyes, you should start off by saying, "I saw Earth curve with my own two eyes when or at."
Do you need me to dumb it down for you?
No, you just need to give the answer.
You need me to start with that? I'm telling you. Okay, so when I was on the water, right? I'm on the water, right? I'm on a boat, and I'm looking far away from, and I see another ship, right? And they disappear, and they go kind of, you know how they disappear, and then you only see the top of their ship, and they keep going lower and lower, and they follow a curve down. Like,
yeah, they don't follow any curve down, my friend. The water is level. Sea level, calm sea level is straight level.
If the entire Earth is flat, then why can't I see?
Wow, I love this one. I love this
Africa
one. Yes, I'm so glad you asked it. I'm so fucking glad you asked it. We get this question all the time, right? So it's a lot of things like angular resolution, right? Your eyes can only resolve so far, right? On top of that, between here and Africa, you got to think how many different weather conditions are happening between here and Africa, my guy.
Okay, so
you really think you're going to see through all that, and you really think you're going to see draw that angular, beyond your limitation of vision. Like, you don't have Superman eyes. You don't have that.
How about you use other equipment like other people have?
Yeah, you can totally use a telescope, and it's still not going to resolve Africa from here. It's not going to do it.
How about like lunar eclipses?
Like 8,000 miles. Lunar eclipses? Oh, we've already debunked those.
Oh, really? How?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, really. Because your light rays from the sun are parallel, except for on lunar eclipses when they, like, converge. You have, like, magic sunlight. Here, I'll show it in the chat. Can you see the text chat, my guy? Can you see it?
Let's see. Wait, what'd you say?
Can you see the text chat?
Yeah. Let's see.
All right, cool. Give me a second. I'm going to show you what's wrong with your lunar eclipses.
Can I give you an analogy? If you put a brick in front of you, you can see the brick, the whole brick, which is like, I don't know, 3-inch, 4-inch brick. If I take that brick and put it 1 mile away, would you able to see it?
I can see it with equipment, yeah.
You would see it, yes, you will see it with optical maybe, and we will see it very small. If I take it and put it like 10 miles away, would you able to see it?
No, I'll just use more equipment. I'll just use better equipment. Why? Okay, then why can't I see with equipment? Why can't I see in Africa with equipment that would let me see that many miles away?
What equipment are you going to use?
Telescopes.
Yeah. You're going to use a telescope?
How big is a telescope you're going to use?
It's been done, and still, you're not going to resolve something in Africa all that distance away from your backyard here in America. It's not happening. Again, you're still having to cut through.
You can't see because it's on the other side.
You're still having to cut through.
Why does ships go? Why do ships follow a curve when they're going far away?
They don't. Calm sea level is level. It doesn't curve. They just go away from you.
Why do they go down instead of just going out of your vision?
It's called the diffraction limit.
Angular resolution.
Go learn about the diffraction limit, right? So there's this little miraging effect that'll happen, right? And the boat will appear to disappear, sometimes bottom up and top down. It'll just compress as it appears to go out of your view, out of your optical limit. It's not that it's going down. It's not going down below. It's not going down a water hill, my guy. That's not happening. The sea is level.
It's following the curvature of Earth, like just how planes. When you go on a plane, and it follows a kind of curve, and it's kind of it takes shorter amount of time when you're following that curvature.
Okay. So how much should go for it, Migo?
Okay. How far is the boat that you are seeing going down?
What'd you say?
How far is the boat that you are seeing going behind the curve?
I don't know. I've never measured that far.
So do you know how far it has to be? Do you know how far it has to be to start going behind the curve when you're standing on the beach? How far?
So if you're 6 feet tall, right? Should we hit him with that, Migo?
Yeah. That's easy calculation.
Yeah, we'll do the 6 foot because that's easy. So if you're 6 feet tall and you're standing at the beach, right there at the shoreline, with the water lapping up on your feet, how far to the geometric limit of a globe should you be able to see before the Earth curve starts? From 6 feet high, from 6 feet tall. How far should you be able to see?
You're kind of drifting away from the question here. Why would the bottom
this is very important to
then the sails of the top of ship last instead of the whole boat, instead of the whole ship just shrinking into a distance? That would only happen on a curved surface, right?
Hello. We can get to that. Okay.
No, I want to hear that because you're just going on and on about like being 6 foot. Just answer the question.
Yep. All right. Listen. You have to get through this understanding of the math first, right? You have to understand this. to understand what you see, to understand what's going on, right? So if you are 6 feet tall, how far should you be able to see before the alleged earth curve starts? 6 feet tall at the beach.
I don't know.
Okay then, and you're trying to bat for this globe and you don't know things about it. You have beliefs.
Why
Okay.
would
So,
okay? You're talking. Let's go
all
back
right,
to
hold
the
on.
NASA thing. Why would the government pay NASA? It doesn't make any sense.
I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done. Hello. Hello.
For no reason. It doesn't make
Hi.
sense. Yeah,
Hi.
why for no reason?
Okay, listen. I'm going to give you the answer. Are you ready? So from 6 feet, right? This has already been done. It's already been measured. From 6 feet, you should allegedly be able to see some 3.1 miles out before the Earth curve starts. That's with your own 2 eyes. And from 1 foot height for a globe Earth with your own 2 eyes, you should only be able to see about 1.22 miles out before the curve starts. So here's the thing, right? Did someone bring up the black swan? Show him in the chat the black swan. The observation height was dropped to 1 foot. And we're going, okay, according to the globe math, we should not be able to see more than 1.22 miles. Well, as it turns out, there's these oil derricks off the shore at about 6.5 and nearly 10 miles out. And before you even zoom the camera in, you can already see these things. So it's using human optics before even zooming in. And you can already see these things from 10 miles away from 1 foot, from a 1 foot height, right?
I want to see the evidence for that one.
Yeah, I've got it. I've got the Earth curve calculator, and we've also got our black swan. Can you see the side chat? Can you see it? Okay. Right, give me a second here.
On the chat already. That's one.
Oh, you got it, Migo?
Yeah, Black Swan is on the chat.
Nice. Okay, I'm going to post up the Earth curve calculator so that he can take a peek at that as well and make these comparisons. I don't know how good he is at geometry.
This black swan.
Yeah, in other words, like when people want to come at us saying that Earth is a globe or that it spins, it's like saying all swans are white. And we're like, well, wait a minute. No, that's not true. Here we've got this black swan that shows that you're wrong. That not all swans are white. That the Earth is not curving. It doesn't spin. So that's what we're showing. That is the work we are showing here. Where's my Earth curve calculator?
Okay. Well, okay. So the observer height's 1 foot, right? And the geometric height is 1.22 miles, right?
Here's the
but refraction can add 8 to 15%. So the range you can see, the visible range, might go up 1.4 to 1.6
in
miles.
other words,
Counter that.
Okay, I'm trying to ask a clarifying question, if you'll let me. So in other words, what you're saying is these things that we're seeing are in fact actually hidden behind Earth curve, and that refraction is causing us to see them? Is that what I'm understanding you say?
The refraction can add 8 to 15%.
Okay, cool. So these things that we're seeing, they should be hidden behind Earth curve. So are you saying that these physical things are actually hidden behind Earth curve, and that refraction is causing us to see them in our line of sight? Would that be the claim?
I'm confused on what you're. I
know you're confused.
Are you going to answer the question though? Why? Okay, if
can you define refraction and how you calculate it? Since you brought it up, can you define refraction and how you calculate it?
You know what?
Yeah,
I have a better thing for you. Okay?
No, stay there, man.
No, I have a better thing for you. All right?
No, you brought up you brought up refraction. No, you brought up refraction, so you need to tell us about that and show us how you calculate for that.
Gotcha.
See, because ultimately the claim for refraction, after we show people this black swan and they claim refraction, well, they might as well be saying that you're not actually seeing the physical object, you're seeing basically a holographic projection through the atmosphere of that object.
I think what happened there, somebody told him, "Oh, say refraction," and he said refraction, and he doesn't know what is refraction and how to calculate it.
Right. Good. Who's girl power? Refraction is legit. Refraction is actually more like it's more of a flat Earth validation. Like this one right here. Like the water's completely flat and level.
Yeah,
but
look what I sent you in that DM. Look what I sent you in that DM.
I don't want DMs. Get out of my fucking DMs.
Oh, because you don't want.
Why can't you post in the chat, you weirdo?
I can't send pictures in this chat, you fucking retard.
Oh, that's fucking lame. I guess you gotta work harder.
Yeah, I gotta work harder.
I don't see your message.
I'll put lion profile picture there. Lord.
My lioness. That's not a lion, dummy.
Yeah. Oh, I don't really give a shit.
Shows what you know.
What was your mate? Because I don't know what a lioness and a lioness. Nice. Okay,
Yeah,
so what? Just out of curiosity, no relation. What was your major in college? If you did go to college.
Say that again.
What was your major in college? If you did go to college.
Your mom.
Oh, so
no, I didn't go to college. No, I didn't go to college. Fuck all that.
Interesting.
But does that mean anything, really? Does that mean that because I didn't go to college, I therefore am not educated enough to have this discussion?
A little bit. Did you go to college? Means you're not very. What was your GPA in high school?
I'm asking you, did you go to college, sir?
I'm not in college yet.
Okay, so how do you reflection?
Technically, we're still on the same skill level here, so.
Interesting.
How do you calculate reflection then?
I sent it to her, but she doesn't want to. I proved.
Give me a second, bro. Look, he said, "Let's do the math." Observer height.
Sigma.
Hold on. Calm your titties. Let's do the math. Observer height equals 1 foot. Geometric horizon 1.22 miles. Fraction get out to 15%. Visible range might go up to 1.4. Nope. This is saying that refraction increases what you see, which is a damn lie. Because when the humidity is up.
Are you saying that you're more knowledgeable than search engine?
Yeah, actually, I've actually found things on search engines that have been completely fucking wrong. So here's the thing, right? This is claiming that refraction causes the visible range to increase up to 1.4 to 1.6 miles. However, when there happens to be more moisture in the atmosphere, the visibility is down. This shows in the weather reports, in the day-to-day weather reports. When the climate is more dry, the visibility is typically up. When it is drier, there is less moisture in the air, which makes for less refraction, which means there is less light passing through moisture in the air. So you're cooked.
Yeah. Okay. You're gonna say that you're disproving. Can I see the evidence on that?
Just go look at your weather report day to day. It's that easy.
I want to see your evidence.
No, we're
open the weather app and look at what today's visibility is.
Yeah, that's all you gotta do. You gotta just go look at the visibility, right? You can go read what the humidity is for the day and compare that with your visibility, and you can go and mark this down day to day, which is something I have
Does
done.
not equal visual clarity.
You see, here's the thing, though. You're claiming refraction gives you an increase of visual distance, which it doesn't.
It's the opposite.
Refraction actually bends light downward. You're thinking of humidity.
Actually, can I show you something? Hold on. You just said refraction bends light downward. I have an example of just the opposite of that. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. This is awesome. There happened to be a lot of moisture in the air, and somebody was doing a laser test across some water, and conditions weren't exactly right for it, but the laser definitely didn't curve down. Let me see. Shows completely the opposite. Refraction causes the light to bend down. Oh, I got this
What am I even
example.
looking at here? Isn't wait.
Hold on, I'm getting to it. I gotta post
the
it.
curvature on these cell towers here. Am I not?
Calm your titties. My flat Earth file is huge.
Flat Earth file.
I could never have this file this big for a globe ever. Okay, here we go. All right. So what did you just say? Refraction causes. Hold on. You said refraction causes the light to bend down, right? Is that what you said?
Refraction is how light bends and it passes through layers of air.
You said it's. If we're live, it's been recorded. So you said refraction causes light to bend down. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look here.
I said refraction bends light downwards.
Yeah, refraction bends light downwards. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, that sucks for your claim. Oof.
Ouch.
Damn.
Not sure what I'm looking at here.
Yeah, you're looking at light going the opposite direction as you claimed.
You're looking at your argument going into smoke.
What am I? I'm looking at a green, like, what do you? I don't even know what that is. I'm looking at green. Like, what? I look like I can make that in Photoshop or anything. Like, what is that? What even am I looking at right now?
Go ahead, do that then.
Not going to, but I could. What is this from? Do you know what the source is on this? Hello?
So have the refraction calculation or not?
Hey, Jenna Massey, do you know this? Hello. Interesting. There?
See, that argument, it definitely goes over.
You must have been broken up this whole time, Jenna, because it's just been dead air in here.
Oh yeah, it dropped the call. It dropped the call, so I must have been cooking. Right. Hey, who's girl power?
Nobody heard anything you said.
Okay.
Wait, can you tell me what is this from? Like, what's this?
I don't remember what it's from, but it clearly shows the opposite of what your claim is.
You don't know the source on this? It's
breaking up. I don't remember. I'm sorry. I don't remember. It's just
fake. That is crazy.
Calm your man tits. Calm them. Okay. It's showing an example. Can you hear me now? Testing.
Yes. Okay, wait. Here.
Testing. All right.
Yes,
so basically,
I hear you.
You said that refraction causes light to bend down. I showed a photo of light doing the absolute opposite of
Yeah, but you
what
can't
you
tell me the
claim.
source on that. That can be absolutely fake.
Well, you can claim that to cope if you want to.
Oh, cope, nice. I can give you all I can look this up in. Here, wait. Let's see. Let me do this.
Look, I'm gonna go pee, and while I'm doing that, I bet Radwin's gonna cook you.
You keep saying cook. Are you do you know good English? Are you educated? Or?
Cook, motherfucker. COOK, dummy. Do you have good hearing?
So is that all you have is bending light? Proves the globe.
It's always got his bendy light.
Yeah, the bending light guy proves the globe.
And I misspelled the Snell law, and then it's a globe.
Well, yeah, well, you misspelled it, so now you're a glober, so you can't talk in here anymore.
Oh man, I'm sorry. Please.
Okay. Nope, that's it. I want to go try this bending light experiment. How do I do that with my laser, bending light guy, lag switch? How do I take my laser and make it bend down around a ball? I'll start off small. I'll start off small, use a basketball in my garage, and then we'll work our way up. What size do I have to be?
Let's see here. Okay, wait. I'm gonna show you this part here.
I guess he didn't hear me at all.
Oh, well, I'm
He's
not
going
trying
to show
talk
us
to you right
pictures.
now. I'm trying to
Oh,
fix
what are you trying to do? Since you're not trying to talk, what are you trying to do?
We tried with him.
Have an argument against what's her, the trailer park girl. I don't know what you guys think like we're gonna gain out of I just want to like I want this question like answered. What would we gain? What would like I don't know who the government gain from the saying the Earth is round?
The government lies at all.
Asteroid insurance. Asteroid insurance. Yeah, asteroid insurance. That's what they gain.
Yeah, fuck him, Radwin. We just went over this.
That's okay. I can deal with this. I got this.
Asteroid insurance.
Yeah. No, you don't have to buy it because you know the Earth is flat. It's not. Space is fake. Oh yeah, nobody told you. Space is fake. So you're bending light shit. I'm trying to figure out what you're doing with that still.
Do you have any demonstrations of bending light? That'd be cool to see.
You don't even need neon signs anymore. You can take a laser and bend it into words and just point it from one end and have it make this trail around a sign.
No, go ahead and look what I send in the.
Use little gravity bubbles.
You see the chat there?
These little light gravity bubbles. No, yeah, I don't know what that's from. Which AI did you use?
Yeah, exactly. Are you guys saying you're smarter than AI? I don't think that's true. You guys are.
Let's see.
Room IQ of around.
So now you're using AI for your brain. That's cute, son.
Yeah, but it's still evidence. I don't know.
Cute,
I don't know what you guys have on AI because you know it's just gonna.
That's cute.
It's evidence. It's against
Hold on, I've got all this for him. Let's see. He likes to play AI, so we're gonna play AI back.
Yeah, please.
Make sure I'm not over my limit. Look at my AI. That's classic damage control response from Globe Defenders.
What AI are you using here?
I'm not telling you my secret.
Oh, what is it? Flat Earth AI 27.
What's that mean? Flat Earth AI 27. What's 27? That's that some weird number for you?
Hold on. Hold on. Where can I? Fuck.
So that's what you got, Jenna. He's the only thing he has to do is play with AI that gives him the wrong answers. So we can't really talk to him. He doesn't know how to think for himself anymore. You no longer know how to think for yourself.
You play AI? Let's get AI. You want to play AI? Let's get AI.
No, you don't know how to think for yourself. We're not trying to train your AI that Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Look what I sent. I'll show you the image that it shows me too.
All you're doing is copy pasta.
It's just intriguing to me that most of the people that think that Earth is flat didn't go to college either. Don't have much of an education.
So, a public education versus an autodidact who spends hours upon hours inside of geometry books and physics books.
Really?
What's the difference?
You do that?
What's the difference?
Do you do that?
Do I do that? Is that what are you asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've spent hours upon hours inside of physics textbooks.
Interesting.
I like to read. I like to know. I like to learn things. This is how I learned about the inverse square law. This is how I learned about sonoluminescence. This is how I learned about thermodynamics. This is how I learned about a lot of these things. Do you even know anything that I just said?
Hold on.
Shut up, CB. I'm cooking.
What's up? I'm just clocking into misogyny headquarters.
Yeah.
I'm checking in as well. A little late. Sorry.
What's up, Flat Earth dude?
Yo, yeah. Are we live?
We are.
I don't know, but I'm a woman and I'm cooking.
Facts. I'll take a cookie and Swiss if you're making sandwiches.
So yeah, we got a guy in here
What
who
you having?
he's
Mac and cheese? What do you?
light.
Okay.
He's like, the light bends down. The light doesn't bend down. Also, somebody in here, who was it? Girl Power. Girl Power said it's Snell's law, and apparently that they don't know that Snell's law requires two medium of air and water.
How many people do we have in the call right now, Chad?
They're not in there anymore.
Hey, Ratty, how many people are in the call right now? Do you have a number?
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
21. 21.
Hey, Juice Man.
21.
Hey, Juice Man, go ahead and cut the camera. Thank you.
I would just get rid of him anyway. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't think he's listening anyway. Juice Man, if you can hear this, cut your camera off, please, and thank you. It just limits the room is all. All right. Just I have to just wait, as a mod, we can just
there he gone.
And he's done. All right.
I've got it. Everything's good.
Wait. You said that people. You said that people You said that they say Earth is flat for asteroid insurance.
Yeah, because you're asking stupid questions, you idiot. So you ask an idiotic question, I give you an idiotic answer.
How was asking why they would lie about it an idiotic question?
Why don't you ask them why they would lie? Does the government ever lie? I got
Well, ask
this.
a liar
Does the
why they
government?
lie.
Blah, blah, blah. Does the government ever lie?
Yeah, they do.
Oh well, then why do they lie?
I don't know.
Well, then don't ask me fucking dumb shit.
To protect stuff. I don't know. Oh wait. Okay. Wait. Do you have a dog?
Who gives a shit?
What?
Answer question.
Why do you need to know personal shit about me?
You have a dog.
Who gives a shit? Irrelevant.
That's a question.
All right, we'll just go. Just get to the point. Get to the point. I'm sure lots of us in here have dogs. Get to the point.
Yes or no?
Get to the motherfucking point, or get the fuck out.
Or get my motherfucking question answered, bitch.
How about you just get to your point? Because we're not going to give you that information.
Use your
You don't
dog
need
for
to
an
know.
example. There you go.
Okay, so let's just say you own a dog. Let's just say you do own a dog. So we're saying that if government lies, they're gonna lie about everything.
Then the Earth is a globe.
What?
If I have a dog, then the Earth is a globe. Dogs can only exist on a globe. Don't you get it?
Nice. That was really funny. You got the whole squad laughing up in there.
So what does dogs have to do anything with anything, bro?
Oh wait. Okay, so you're saying that if the wait, what did you say again? I forgot. Oh my god.
Bro, you brought up.
No, you told me that governments lie. You said governments lie, and I said, why do they lie? And I asked you the question. Now you're going to tell me why the governments lie.
Okay. What is like? Give me an example of what the government has lied about.
You told me they lie.
You said they lie.
Don't you get it? I said, do governments lie? You said, yeah. I said, okay, then why do they lie? Then it's on you now. Remember, I switched it back on you. You see how I do that?
I want to hear what you say.
Yeah. Radwin, you even asked him why, and he said, I don't know.
Correct.
He said the government's lie.
He doesn't know.
And he said, yes. And you asked him why, and he said, I don't know, but proceeds to ask us why in the fuck they would lie. Go ask a liar why they would lie. Do you get it now, bud?
Yeah, you guys are just fucking idiots.
No, we're the idiots.
Oh, that's a winning argument right there. If I've ever heard one.
This
You didn't even connect any dots.
Weak
You
ass
connected
shit.
no dots to jump to that conclusion.
You guys are fucking idiot flat earthers. I don't hear it.
Well, I think you're an idiot too. I think you're an idiot too. Where does that leave us?
You haven't come to any conclusion.
I think
like,
all of you flat earthers look like you have no friends and look like this guy's profile picture right here. Goron, Neki, all of you look like. And Genesee, I just want to say you sound like you live in a trailer park.
Bro.
Also,
I'm actually
the problem is
right now on vacation.
Hey, listen, we're letting them get it all out. We're letting them get it all out. Let them get it all out because it's on YouTube. 2 streams going. We got to let everybody hear how he spirals. Go ahead, get it out.
Go ahead and spurg out, Skittle Guzzler. Go ahead.
Wait. So you own a dog and Hitler owns a dog. So you like Hitler? Oh my god! Like that's what you're saying. That's the point.
Oh my god! Wow, that's fucking stupid.
You connected dots that were never there. Congratulations.
Holy shit, dude.
So
how do you come to that conclusion?
The actual answer. Why does the government lie about?
You tell me. You told me they lie. You told me they. You said, "Do the government lie?" You said yes. You said yes, and I said, "Why do they lie?" And then you said, "I don't know." And then you said, "You're going to ask me why they lie." I don't fucking know.
While he expects you to know, Radwin. He doesn't know what he expects you to know.
I don't know. I don't give a shit.
He would never expect. Would he accept? I don't know as an answer. Probably not.
Okay, are you gonna answer them?
I answered you.
Oh no.
What?
Is that
I
acceptable?
can't hear because you're fucking talking like.
Yeah. I said. I don't know. Just like you don't know. God damn.
I have a dog.
People.
No one
Is that
knows,
what we're still talking about?
Excuse me, panel.
Is that where we're at?
Panel. So this guy, we've already been through this. Like, it was one of the very first things he asked when he came in here is why would they lie? I've already been through all of this. And he's back on a loop.
Wait, you said government lies for money, but they are.
You said
they do, and then I asked him, and then I fucking asked him, and then I fucking asked
we
him.
don't need to give him any reasons for anything. Why? He said the government lies. This is where you guys get lost in the weeds. This guy said the government lies. I asked him why, and he said, I don't know. That's the end.
That's the end of it.
He sounds like a conspiracy theorist.
Well, I don't know, but that's not the road I'm going down.
Excuse me. Earlier, I asked him if somebody had offered him $24 billion a year to just go and troll a group of people, just go lie to a group of people. I asked him if he'd do it, and he said yes.
Okay, well,
For
there you go.
$24 billion a year, he would fucking lie to a group of people.
Not anymore. Not anymore. $18 billion. $18 billion. They can be funded. It's $18 billion now.
Yeah, you gotta let me talk or just fucking talk over me, you fucking tard.
No,
You're saying that the government is lying for money, but they're supplying them, like, they're supplying NASA? What are you saying? The government's, wait, who is lying for the money? The government, right?
I think it's the government that pays NASA.
NASA.gov, remember? Not NASA.com.
Okay, so...
Yeah, exactly. .gov. It's the government paying the NASA, right? If I paid you a certain amount of money, shut the fuck up and let me finish a goddamn sentence, you fat fuck.
You can't answer it, though.
It's time to keep talking for
Bro, why do liars lie, bro? That's the end. It's over. Or why you keep dragging on about this?
We're fucking real, dude.
Okay.
Even you said. Wait,
are you gonna answer though?
Even you said before that you're gonna lie for $24 billion a year, and you said yes, I will lie. Yeah. Yes, you would.
You would lie to an entire group of people for $20 billion a year. You said that you would.
For free! He would do it for free if he does do it for free. So
he's doing it right now.
He's gonna say he's already doing it right now.
For free, man. Shut the fuck up.
This guy's pressed. Are you angry? You need a chill pill? Okay, why? Okay. You're the money would be in a circle then. Because if the government is, how is the government going to gain money if NASA is supposedly part of the government and they're paying NASA? Like, what does that mean? What do you guys say?
No, I'm paying.
You know what a budget is?
You don't know how taxes work. I'm paying NASA. You don't know how taxes work.
Do you know what a budget is?
Bingo.
You're not paying NASA. You're paying the government.
Budget.
Oh, you don't.
Government. What the fuck, dude?
I wonder if he knows what a budget is. I wonder if he knows what defense spending is.
No.
I think he's clueless.
Give him some time. He just learned about the Civil War.
You're the 30,000th NPC to ask why would they lie. It's so NPC. We literally had to make a song called "Why Would They Lie," where like 4 rappers go crazy.
Your argument is circular.
How?
That was a good track, by the way. That's a good track, CB. Why would they lie?
How?
Why would they lie?
How is it circular?
Because they're saying the government gets money for it, but they also pay. Like, I don't even understand what you guys are trying to say.
So
the government.
I asked you to explain how it's circular, and you fall apart.
Yeah, because
you made a claim it's circular. I asked you to describe how circular it was, and then you just melted into a heap on the floor.
You guys are going to say
do better.
Is getting money
from.
Yeah, you know that you pay fucking taxes. God damn, you pay taxes to the government, right? And what the government does with that budget, like, bro, you need to understand these things.
It doesn't even matter.
Oh my god. You guys are actually like retards.
I don't think you've got cause for telling us that we're retarded when you don't understand a very simple explanation. And even when you try to say that our argument is circular, you can't define the circular nature of the argument. You've got no place to call us retarded, dumb fuck.
Circular.
Dumb fuck.
He doesn't care about the truth at all. You're not concerned anything about the truth, bro. You're just like, but why would liars lie? And you've been hung up on this for how long? Move on, dude.
Why did your parents lie to you about Santa, bro? Like, what the fuck?
Because I don't fucking know. It's a tradition.
Yeah, they wanted to control you to be good.
There you go, it's a tradition. There we go. People even lie because of tradition.
The tradition to lie to people. That's how they're brought up.
Flat earthers. Yeah, I don't like what. Okay, so say the Earth is flat, right?
No, it is flat.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're saying.
Now let him say it. So we'll say the Earth is flat. Okay, and
The Earth is flat, and now everyone agrees with that. What's the gain from it now? That everyone agrees with the Earth.
there's a game. Nothing. The Earth is flat. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, welcome to reality. Now you can see what I see every day. Just flat. No big deal.
To be different.
No, nothing will be different. You'll still treat the Earth as flat and stationary. When you discover the Earth is flat and stationary, yeah, you'll still treat it that way. Yeah.
You experience
everything's the same. Navigation stays the same. The planes still fly the same because it's still flat and stationary when they created the very first plane.
And let me tell you, lag switch. I spent 3 years in lag switch. I spent 3 years in junior Air Force ROTC in high school. I loved that class. It was awesome. I got into it my sophomore year, and I had so much fun. But the one thing that I don't ever remember them teaching us was to adjust for Earth curvature or Earth rotation. We never, ever, ever were taught to adjust for those things because they're not there.
Were you flying?
Simulations, yeah.
Simulations. How far were you guys flying? Like in the simulations, how far were you
Thousands of
flying?
fucking miles in the simulations. It didn't matter. We had hours upon hours of simulation training. And those flight manuals state that you're going to be operating this aircraft over a flat, non-rotating Earth. There's even NASA documents that state the derivation and definition for like yaw and roll data of aircraft, what aircraft do in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. There's documents that state this clearly, multiple times. Why? Ask yourself why. Why would they need to state that multiple times? You don't have to. You don't have to take into account curvature or rotation.
Okay, give him a second to give him a second to absorb that he just got smacked in the face again.
For sure.
This guy sounds like you don't have much friends. Do you know a lot of people? Do you know your dad?
So, an ad hominem, an attack against a person, nothing relative to what she said.
Okay. So, Jedi Master, Cornball, nerd boy, Jedi nerd boy. I need you to be quiet.
That fag switch. I need you to.
Star Wars. I love Star Wars. I love Obi-Wan.
The fag switch.
I said that. I meant lag switch. I'm so sorry. I don't want to get a TOS strike.
Oh yeah, I'm reporting you right now.
Oh my gosh! Oh no! Oh no! I'm so sorry.
Don't worry, he's busy playing Roblox.
You're gonna be reported from your Discord server, so you have nothing to do all day. Because I know you have no job.
Oh my god! Okay, all right.
Oh my goodness, he's spiraling away. Oh, listen to him.
I know he needs to calm his man.
If I look up how many experiments there's been on YouTube about disproving flat Earth, you guys are based.
You won't find a single one. Sorry, you won't find a single one. Dickhead, hold on, Jen. Hold on, Jen. Hold on. So you won't find a single scientific experiment for the shape or surface description of an object, you scientifically retarded idiot. Science deals with cause and effect, not aspects of shapes. If you knew what that was, you wouldn't have brought it up, but you're an idiot, so you just repeat shit that you have no clue about.
Okay, let me show you.
Damn.
What about the one video footage? You guys gonna say this wrong?
Not an experiment.
I know you guys are based.
Yeah, it's not an experiment.
There's a bunch of experiments, bro. You don't know what science is, bro.
Okay. What about the what
it's not an experiment.
Let me go back.
It's not an experiment.
I haven't even said it
You're
yet.
cooked off rip.
Doesn't matter. Anything you name is not an experiment.
He said, "Oh, there's all these experiments. Okay, good luck finding one."
Got the video.
Yeah.
I got a
You know what
video.
it is, bro. You saw a clip on TikTok from a video on Netflix. That's your proof. Nice one, bro.
Maybe that.
We don't need science for measuring a beach
clip on
ball.
TikTok. It's so funny because when I first got into flat Earth, they would try to make fun of flat Earthers. They'd be like, "You only believe this because of YouTube," and then you guys come in here and like, "Well, I saw a 3-second clip on TikTok
behind the curve." You guys know that.
Okay, so on Netflix, you're getting your flat Earth debunked from Netflix, bro?
From television, from a entertainment channel.
You guys getting your flat Earth theories from other flat Earthers? Seems a little bait.
No, I own my own equipment. I own my own equipment, dude.
Stop using words you don't know the definition of.
Yeah, it's from
now
the Earth
you're using
directly.
theory like you know what it means. Flat Earth theory. Flat Earth isn't a theory. It's a measurement. Do you know English?
Did you hear what I said? You fucking
yeah, the Flat Earth theory.
Jedi Padawan. Your little Padawan.
Yeah, you said Flat Earth theory. There is no Flat Earth theory. Theories come after scientific hypotheses have been completed.
Hey, Padawan, Jedi Padawan. I didn't say that.
Did you say
what you
Flat
did
Earth
say is
theory?
incorrect. What you said was incorrect either way.
I don't
By the
care.
way.
No, that you think's incorrect because you guys are all biased retards.
What Flat Earth theory?
You're not listening. Them attack.
You guys like
Yet another
Answer question comes directly from the Earth, which you experience just like everyone else. And you're calling that retarded, so what are you?
You do.
What does it matter if it's on Netflix or whatever?
It's not an experiment.
So
you couldn't even describe it. Why don't you walk us through it since you're so versed on this?
So if it's on,
Google it up.
It's not a scientific.
So this will be good.
That's
no,
fine.
we're not going to talk about that part. You're just going to go ahead and tell us what the experiment is.
That's
no, it can be on Netflix. That's fine. Just tell us what it is. Walk us through it. How does it work?
I don't know. I don't care.
So you brought it up. You don't care about the things you brought up?
You're
All right,
an
bro.
idiot. Oh my
Just cook
god,
yourself.
this is hilarious shit.
Clown.
I don't know. I don't know what the video is. I'm about to show you.
Hey, what do you think of this? Oh, tell us about it. Well, I don't know. I don't care. Okay, well, neither do we. Next.
Here, wait. Let me show you what it is. Actually, I'm not going to.
You don't know what it is.
You brought it up. You don't know what it is. You have to
I don't
Google
like
it.
being different for fun. I just came in here to troll you guys, and you're falling for it.
You're not very good at it.
You deleted it.
Oh, I get it. Sorry, you're pretending to be stupid and trolling us. I get it. Sorry.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you did a really good job pretending to be stupid.
Stop deleting it. Stop deleting it. Come on, stop deleting it.
What is it?
And
Wait, what?
I'm getting a moderator's deleting my messages. Oh my god.
Because you're spamming the chat with BS. Stop spamming the chat.
You're spam deleting my messages. Stop deleting my messages then.
Well, just tell us about it. Walk us through it. We got people listening.
Oh my god, is this the average
Wait, where's the Oswald cut? Where's the fucking Oswald
out of here?
Fucking
Was it retard night for globetards?
Who the
Oh,
fuck
I got
is
a
this?
camera on.
Who are you?
Are you a flat earther?
Lads,
Yes,
turn your fucking camera on.
Oh my god, is this the average flat earther right here? Greasy
You're
long
gonna get
hair.
booted, man. Turn your fucking camera off. You're gone, dude.
I don't
See
have
ya.
a camera.
Right.
Yeah, you don't want to put in my message though, because you
Thanks,
know
chat.
true. That's right. Nice.
You think a ball is science, bro? Haha. You think a ball is science? Haha. Retard. Retard. You think a ball is science? You think you need science to measure shit?
Pancake.
The only sad thing is like you didn't bring anything into this conversation for like 1 hour. Me and Jane, we were trying to help you and trying to make you understand, but sadly you didn't listen to anything.
I think the chat's sick of your shit, bro.
Shit, man. Thanks. Thank you. Let's move on.
What the fuck?
Hey, Speculation Sunday. Gets busy, people. Let's go.
Did he chat GPT? It's literally chat GPT posted in the chat. Holy shit.
Speculation Sunday? No?
What is that garbage? Is it Sunday?
It's Sunday, man.
It's Saturday night, G. What do you mean?
We got 1 hour, but the rest of these
I should be going out tonight.
Yeah, I thought we weren't doing that. I don't know.
I haven't heard otherwise. I don't know, man. If some higher
What do you want to speculate on?
I don't know. I think NASA is always good.
Let's speculate that they're lying.
Maybe. Speculate that they're liars. Okay, that's over. Next. Well, not all of them, but the main message is a lie that comes out of NASA.
Fuck NASA.
Exactly. Was it CB? You were talking about the budget cuts? Who was that? Crit?
That was not me. I don't give a fuck about budget cuts.
There's some big ass budget cuts, man. Like no moon, no Mars,
no coverture, no ball.
It's all been shit canned, all of it. Even fucking Elon Musk is getting his ass handed to him, right? It's too bad.
It's all cat, bro.
Exactly.
It's just WWE for globetards. So they're like, yeah, fuck yeah. Powerbomb him. Fuck yeah.
Exactly.
Rockets are basically just big ass fireworks. Like, it's crazy, bro. They got these people hook, line, and sinker, and adults, children, old ass people. It's crazy. They really got these people hooked.
Yeah,
do you feel bad for them? I feel kind of bad for them because they're so ingrained into it.
That last
There's like no
one,
shot of these guys getting out of it.
There's so many. Every day there's half a dozen coming in here. They're just lost.
It's the vocal dumbasses that come in here too. I bet you there's probably a lot of people that are just quiet. They don't say shit about it. It's probably the intelligent thing to do. Just keep your mouth shut. Don't yap. We're the bold ones that like we're willing to like come and speak on it, which is has its cons, right? Its downside. There's negatives to opening your mouth about the Earth being flat, and not many people are willing to do that. You know, like there's no incentive.
Right.
Actually, there's like a negative incentive, if that's even a thing, where people, you can look around and see flat earthers being spit on. So why would you sign up for that treatment, even if you do think the earth is flat? We're the ones that are bold with an iron rod for a backbone, willing to speak up about it.
Yeah, they used to fight. They used to come, like people that would go out in the street and talk about flat earth. People literally start attacking them. It's not so much that anymore, bro. I don't think it's as much as it was back in like 2018, 17. But yeah, you wouldn't want to put yourself out there like that, man. You're going to get ridiculed and fucking spit on and fucking, you know.
Literally, like, and then this guy in here, you're just a bunch of dumbass flat earthers. Okay, what are we saying that's dumb? Go ahead, tell us.
Well,
I don't know. It's just stupid.
You knew that conversation was going nowhere. I knew from the beginning. I mean, that guy's not going to bring anything to the table to discuss. It's going to be worth talking about. It's just,
but it's not even that guy. This is just like the common. This is the average Joe. This is how they feel. This is what they think. Also,
right?
Oh, you're a flat earther. You're automatically stupid. Well, what do we say? That's name one thing. Well, you just don't believe gravity.
You guys don't believe science. And yeah, fuck. That's all you get.
Bunch of numpties.
Oh shit! Weather's turning nice, huh, CB? Dang.
No, it's June gloom as a motherfucker over here, bro.
Oh, it's been breaking out in the afternoon. The sun.
Not here. It's been gray for like 2 days.
Just gray all day. Oh shit! I've been working near the beach, and like the sun come around 3 because I'm working outside today, and it was nice, under the clouds for until 3, and then it was like Shit, it's hot.
I wish. I wish.
All right, it's coming, bro. You're gonna be baking in the sun, man, for months.
I'm gonna turn black for real.
Just get ready. Get
I'm ready to cook.
You're gonna be cooking, dude, all summer.
I'm excited, bro.
Hey, dude, I got a buddy up here, man. It's got a 34-foot sailboat or something.
Whoa.
I know. I was thinking of sending you and Sonny up. We're catching.
That would be sick. We should live stream from the boat, bro. That would be fucking lit. That would be fucking dope. We should live stream straight from the boat.
But we can.
You can hear me freaking out. Holy shit! Another curve. I could have some fun.
Oh, there it is. Let's go over there and find the. No, we got here. No curve here. Hey, maybe it's over there.
Maybe that's it. Yeah.
Let's sail over there. Oh, there it is. There's the curve. No, wait, no.
That would be dope. We should definitely live stream from the boat, bro. That'd be fun as hell.
Yeah, we can do it. Anyway.
That could be cool. I definitely need Sonny's guidance.
Oh, yeah, I got to have super sailor experience. I've got a lot sail experience between the two of us.
Yeah.
And the guy, my buddy Krabs, man, he owns a boat, so he'll
sick.
He's got some experience, and we just go chilling, man, and
so we go hit up Catalina.
Hey guys, if the Earth is flat, how come every picture shows it like a globe? It's really confusing.
Find us a real picture. Go get the real picture and put it in the chat. Let's take a look.
Where's the real picture? I can't find it. What do I look up?
Pick one.
Just go to Google and search like real picture of Earth and like screenshot. I'll do that for you.
I can do that.
Real picture of Earth.
A real picture.
Bro, they're all
is it the first one? The first one? Wait, they're all
first one? They're all the same or different, or are they all the same?
I mean, they're not all the same picture, but like.
I mean, do they look all the same, kind of?
Kind of, yeah. It's like blue and green and shit. Space rock.
Really? Well, put a couple in the chat, man. Let's take a look.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get one.
All right.
Real space.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to do this with you, chat. Real picture of...
That's real picture.
That's a picture of Earth and the moon.
The images... Like, honestly,
wow.
Like, the first 20 of them, like, at least 3 of them are absolute cartoons.
Okay.
One of them's a freaking disc of a flat Earth. That's weird. You would think that's weird. Actually, 2 of them are a flat Earth disc. Multiple of cartoons, obviously.
Does look kind of flat.
You have to look up real picture of Earth.
Third one, trash. Fourth one with the moon in it, trash.
Close the server down. All right, let's go.
Fifth one is absolute trash. Sixth one's trash.
My God. This is
The 9th one is garbage. That's a cartoon.
Hold on. I'm gonna title this picture Real Earth.
One are obviously not real. 13th one's not real. 14th one obviously not real.
That one picture, the moon looks awfully close to Earth, man. On that one, it looks so too close.
Like a lot of these are not real. They're obviously cartoons. Like a large majority of them.
It looks like the moon is like just
looks
over the clouds,
right? All right,
Yeah,
I got one.
They're all legit.
I got one from 3 different years. There we go. Same exact clouds in 3 different years.
Oh shit! Same clouds.
Same clouds, bro. 2017.
I mean, this picture looks real. It's kind of hard to tell. I don't know.
It's just a coincidence, bro. Yeah.
Fucking mom.
It's right there.
And
dude.
how would you say? How would you say? Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how original do you think this one is? Saying the Earth is a donut, like how original is it?
Same exact clouds. Hold on. That's kind of freaky, dude.
Yeah, it's on our home server alone, 6,535 results.
It's because they poured Pacific Cooler Capri Suns into the ocean and turned it freaking turquoise.
All right, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, the donuts makes very, very good sense because the space, the hole in the donuts is the space curve. space-time curving. That's the.
Oh, here's
That's why.
one. Here's one with cloned clouds, man. Yeah, weird, huh? That's a picture of Earth. Yep, there you go. That was from Apollo 17 too, man. Santa Claus is real.
I don't like these guys are so low IQ, bro.
Wasn't that from the Blue Marble? The copy paste the cloud.
Yeah. Yes. No, that's from the Blue Marble. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah, we found that back in 2015, bro. Yeah, we've been out here a minute looking at this stuff.
Facts.
That's all I'm saying, man.
At this point, chat, we should just make fun of these people. They have nothing for us. Literally nothing.
Really?
The last guy that came in here and was talking about putting Capri Suns in the water. What's up, Seth? What's going on, dude?
Not much. Oh wait, I think I just got put into a random server. Oh my goodness! But I know the server. But 1 second. I'll be back later. I'm sorry.
Okay, go away. Thank you.
Alrighty then. Or just instant transmission out of here, like he's GoPro.
Sweet, man. Anyway, back to sailing.
Where should we go? Is Catalina? Or?
My buddy's out of like Los Angeles port, so it takes like 30 minutes to get to the open ocean. Maybe.
All right, Seth, you transmission back in.
So
what's up, Seth?
Hey, Loggy is trying to help me with some stuff right now because I got banned from the server, unfortunately. Loggy and
banned
Crit.
from what server?
Politics and religion.
How do you know those names?
Yes. Oh no, I've been in the chat for like almost 2 months. I know a lot of you guys.
Right, cool. Are you a flat earther?
I believe that flat Earth has a lot of validity. I just don't believe in all my part enough in my knowledge where I can say that the Earth is flat or round. But I will not say the Earth is round. Never been to space. Never seen it. Don't know. You know what I mean?
Good answer. Yeah. Good answer.
Yeah. If you pick my rocket, hey, Jeff Bezos, what's up, bro? If you pay for a rocket ship flight for me to go, Katy Perry, what the fuck you saying, bitch? Sorry for my language. If you guys want to go to space and show me the Earth, I would love to see it to find out if it's flat or round because y'all show me nothing. I'm so sorry. This is why I got back from the server. I'm so sorry, guys.
Well,
it's just the moon. The moon shows me nothing. Okay, people are like, "Oh, but what about the solar eclipse?" What? I can't see the moon. I can't see the moon going in front of the sun. I just see a circle going in front of the sun. I don't see no moon stuff. Like I look over the horizon from a very, very, very far distance. Very far. And I live in Canada, so you already know how much water we got in this country. We got a lot of water. So you tell me I can't see these things and I can't see that. I think I can literally see the United States from Lake Erie. That's not possible if the Earth is round. You know what I mean?
Bang. Ding dong.
So all I'm trying to say is that, hey, I'm not a flat earther, but what I will tell you right now is that I am not a round earther. I am a guy who cannot prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt, but tell you how I feel.
Ding dong, we got it.
All right.
How was that?
That's pretty good, man.
Yeah, Tristan in the chat, facts.
I listen. I tell you right now, people always talk crap to me, and I'm just like, listen to me right now. If you cannot definitively, to my face, prove that the Earth is round with a visual aspect, with your experience, etc. Okay? If I ask you, what's your experience that the Earth is round? Oh, I mean, the sky looks curved, guys. The sky looks curved. No, excuse me, sir. The sky does not look curved, and every time I'm walking, or I'm busing, or I'm doing anything on top of the mountain that I live on, everything is flat. So what are you going to tell me, sir? I've been on high elevation. When I went up the CN Tower, I should have seen some sort of curvature. Did I see none? Did I see curvature? Guess what? You already know the answer. Of course I did not. Because but you should be able to see curvature from that type of height, guys. Guys, come on, stop it. Don't be disingenuous to the Globetrotters. Be nice. Be nice. They go up towers. They go fly in their.
Service, please.
I'm sorry. I just had to do this. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good, man. You're from Canada.
To be fair, bro, just to help you out, actually, you wouldn't see curvature.
Well, you wouldn't see curvature from. I was just joking on the CN Tower thing. I was joking. I'm just saying, you have a guy who allegedly goes to the stratosphere or above the stratosphere in a Red Bull can, right? And he jumps out of the can, skydives up. Where is the curvature?
Oh, there was all kinds of curvature,
You can
man.
see it from there. That's not high enough to see it, even if it was.
Well, that was from a stupid fisheye bowl lens. That was
Fisheye
going
bowl.
up and down.
Surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that."
100. You know this. Even the ISS. Have you seen the ISS videos, my friend?
The curvature of the Earth.
Have you guys seen the ISS videos, my friend?
Of course we have.
How
Yeah, they're trash.
computerized are those fucking things? Come on. So you're gonna show me like a freaking like a shell surrounding some? Nah, man. I don't believe in none of that. I actually listen. I had no Wi-Fi for 3 freaking days, and I decided to grab all the space books I had in my house, and I just decided to read them all. And I'm telling you right now, I found nothing. I found nothing.
That's funny.
All I found was the same talking points that I've heard since I took astrology, all that kind of stuff growing up. I'm talking like high school and like early whatever the college. I took some astrology. Yeah, I didn't really like it too much, to be honest. It was kind of stupid. They started talking about black holes that we can see from this distance, and then we can't see black holes from that distance. It just doesn't make any sense to me anymore.
Hey, pause.
Like the alleged black hole that's in the middle of the Milky Way galaxy.
It's all theoretical, man. All of it.
No, I'm just asking you. I just want to bring this point up. So here's what got me questioning this. This is exactly what got me questioning everything. Okay. I mean, there were many other things before, of course, the moon landing, etc., whatever, got me questioning things. But this is what really struck my mind. Okay. So they said that there is I think it's Sagittarius. It's the black hole. Correct me if I'm wrong. Fact check me. I need fact checks because I'm just talking to my ass right now. But what I'm saying is that there's a black hole in the middle of the Milky Way galaxy, according to scientists, right? And they cannot get a picture of that black hole, but somehow they got a picture of a black hole way further away from that specific black hole that I'm talking about. How is that possible? I don't understand. It's like we're in the galaxy, so we cannot exactly see what's inside. Then why are you taking pictures of freaking the Alpha Centauri, like the freaking the solar system that's literally right across the street from us? You know what I'm trying to say? You're able to get pictures of that. Like according to you guys, you're able to get pictures of galaxies far beyond the eye can see. You're able to get pictures of galaxies and black holes from Andromeda. But where the heck are you? You can't get a freaking picture of the black hole that's in the middle of the Milky Way. Don't make sense. I'm sorry.
No, it's even worse than that, bro.
It just don't make sense to me anymore.
It's way worse than that, brother.
I know it's worse. I know it's worse. I'm just saying it's just
Way
like
worse.
you have like okay, like can I ask you guys a question? And just
You
be
just did.
very, very I've asked you guys several questions and I'm very sorry for asking you another one. I just have a really important question, okay? It's in regards to the moon. Okay?
No.
Okay, so here's my question. So I've had many discussions with people who believe that the moon landing happened. Now, my question to you guys is they always ask me this question, and I want to hear from people who have a better perspective than I do. Now, here's my question. Why hasn't the United States, any other country, gone to the moon since the 1970s if they went?
Well, the answer is because they
not a
didn't
place.
go. Never happened.
It's not
Okay.
a location you can go to anyway.
I want to hear the status quo answer, which is they destroyed the technology. And then I want to hear the real answer.
They destroyed the technology.
That's bullshit.
No, they did. I heard it right from an astronaut's mouth. He said it. And
So
it's
they
very-
went then?
They destroyed the technology to go to the moon.
Destroyed that.
So the moon exists.
No, they destroyed it.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We use
No. The flat Earth. We don't believe in the moon being a planet. You guys believe? What are you talking about?
What you talking about, Willis?
Well, the question was, why haven't we gone back if we went? Well, none of us think we went. And why we haven't gone back is because they faked it. Because they faked it in the first place. That's why we believe.
Wait, do you believe? Listen, if the Earth is flat, it's a dome, right? Do you believe that the moon and the sun is inside of the dome or outside of the dome?
I don't know, bro. Never been there. Can't verify that, man. It's unverifiable.
No, but
they don't want to answer that question.
No, and what I've heard by Campbell and all these.
Why not, Rodent? Hold on
What
there,
I've heard
Seth.
by.
Why not, Rodent?
Oh, no, I asked. They don't want to answer that question. I want to ask you, why do you not want to answer that question? Is the moon in the dome or outside the dome? Also, how high is the dome?
It sounds
hold on, Seth.
that the moon is inside the firmament.
Just Seth, hold on, take a breath for a second.
Dome time?
Let's go to Revelation 1. Go to the Revelations.
Gonna pop them on mute for a second. What is the sun, Rodent?
A giant fusion ball in the center of the solar system. What do you think it is?
Okay, well, we don't need the lore of what it's
question before we go further. Wait. How high is the dome?
How high are you right now?
That's a good question. I like that one.
No, that's an important question. How high is the firmament?
Because
like how
no
many
one said
miles in
anything about
altitude?
firmament or dome. Honestly, it doesn't matter. I don't know.
Nice way to dodge.
That's me asking you. Well, hold on.
How high is the sun?
Is there? Let me just show you how you and I have the same worldview, and it's okay when you don't know. But if I don't know, you have a problem with that. Let me show them real quick, Jenna. Rodent. Let's talk a little bit about like the edge of your universe. How far away is that?
It's funny enough that you are avoiding my.
He won't answer.
Why is the dome?
If you answer the question in good faith, hold on, Jenna.
No, you're the one deflecting. How high is the dome?
I'm not actually.
Okay, do you not believe in the dome?
Hold on a second.
Do you not believe in the dome? Is there not a firmament?
Who hurt you, bro? You're not going to let me speak?
Hey, you're the one already deflecting and moving off subject. How high is the dome? How high is the firmament? Go ahead.
Not a single person in here said anything about dome or firmament. You brought that up, by the way.
Straw man.
Look, even the chat saying who said firmament, what dome. So that's your idea, just so you know. But if you want to talk about the boundaries,
okay, then what's
reality,
about
we can get into that, bro.
What's
Shut the
above
fuck
the
up
flat
for a
Earth?
second. You're yapping.
No, fuck you.
You clearly had this conversation before. You've been hurt by a flat earther. So you're not allowing anyone to speak to you in good faith. That's what I'm trying to do. I want to just show you.
All right, go ahead and try.
I don't need your permission. So I want to show you that you and I have very similar worldviews. And then when it comes to the boundaries of your worldview, you have not a single problem with an unknown. But if I present that to you, that we have unknowns also, you have a big problem. It's a weird double standard you have in particular. I can reveal this to you.
I got an answer to that, but go ahead.
I can back up. Okay, I can reveal this to you right now. If I were to ask you things about like, well, how far away is your edge? You'd be like, I don't fucking know. And that doesn't mean that there's not an edge of your worldview. Okay. And then we could also talk about an antecedent relationship as well. For example, you definitely have parents. Whether they're alive or rest in peace, whether they're gone now, they've passed, what they look like, anything about your parents. We don't need to know. I
still asked a simple question.
Shit. Hold on. I'm almost finished. But you're going to be continuing.
Because you're drifting really far from my original question.
I'm not drifting. I'm teaching you.
Is there a dome?
Dude.
No. Is there a dome?
Pop you on me for a second. You're just now pushing an agenda. But I'm going to speak to the audience now. We're going to teach the audience right now about an antecedent relationship. We don't need to know any fucking thing about this guy, Rodent's parents, because we know for a fact that his existence proves he had parents, period.
Correct.
There's no way around that. So I don't need to know their names. I don't need to know their hair color, how far away they are from you right now. None of those details even fucking matter. We know for a fact there's parents there. So with that being said, that's how the relationship between the air that we're breathing and the container. Now, if you're going to start asking me, what does this smell like? What does it taste like? Can I touch it? How far away is it? I don't fucking know. And the same way that you don't know where your universe edge is, type shit. You want to talk about the boundaries of reality? Yeah, we can put that right back on you. And you're going to say, oh, I don't know. Nor do I even care. Yeah, we don't know. We don't care. Okay? You're not really making a good point here, by the way. Yes, you've been server muted because you're fucking yapping. Watch chat. He's going to ask one more time, so how far away is the dome? We've already addressed it. No one fucking knows, dude. And that's not even a problem.
Yeah, we can move on now.
As I just explained, there's why that's not a problem whatsoever. You think you have a good point. It's okay. And then secondly, you don't know what the sun is either. What you just said about the sun being a fusion ball or whatever, that's cool. That's cute. That's a cool story, bro.
Bro.
No, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Hey, Seth, did you catch that, bro? Oh, no, he's still muted.
Pop Seth off mute. It's going to be
bro.
Go ahead, Seth.
There he is.
Hello?
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I was interrupted. I constantly was interrupting. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. It's all right. It happens.
Yeah, no.
So No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No. I wanted to. You go ahead.
In your model, how high is the sun?
Dude, we don't have a model. You know, Seth, just hold on. We don't have a model. No one's presented you a model. Don't worry about it.
I haven't been presented a model, so I'm going to agree with you on that.
Okay, so you have nothing to argue.
Seth, we're talking about it. Hold on a second.
You have nothing to argue from.
We do have an argue. Yeah, we do have some argument.
I do have an argument. I do.
Hold on, Seth. Shut the fuck up for a second. We have the Earth directly. We don't need a mini model. We have the actual thing. It's like, dude, if I pull up to your driveway in your favorite car, and I'm like, here's the keys. You want to take it for a spin? You're like, no, I need a model. Why would you need a model? We have the actual real deal Holyfield. We have the real thing for you. But you're like, nah, I don't want it. I want a little mini me. It's what do you need that for? And then I'll
Okay,
watch
so
this. I
if
can
I
show you
if I
again.
made a
Watch this
model,
one more time, wrote it. I can show you another. I can flip it right back on you.
I made a model.
Your universe doesn't have a model either. But like for
hold on.
you, that's totally fine. Right? But for us, it's a big problem if we don't have a model. It's not just because you don't have a model of your universe doesn't mean you don't have anything to argue from or you don't believe in your universe. You guys always have
If
these
I
weird
made a model, if I made a model of my property line and said that I had 8,000 acres in my yard, and when you go out and actually measure it, it's only like 2 acres. How is my
You're not
model
cooking.
wrong
How about
with?
what's the model of your universe? Can you do that?
Yes.
Ask that again.
Can you give me a model of the universe?
No.
Is that a no?
Correct.
Okay, why?
Because we only have semi positions from the observations we've made. The observations we've made.
Now, what if I said the exact same thing to you? What if I said
Now,
the
the
exact
sad
same
thing
thing to you?
is,
Are we on? Is he lagging, chat? I feel like we might be like slight lag here. It's not me because I'm on fucking really good internet right now. But Rodent, I'm just gonna say the exact same thing to you.
I might be
We don't have a
lagging.
model. Yeah, I think you are. Just like no problem though. Maybe just drop out, rejoin or something. But we have the exact same worldview, bro. There's
yeah,
no,
but if my model of my backyard says 8,000
it's not the
acres,
same. It's not
and
the
reality says it's only 2
bad analogy.
acres,
It's a bad
no,
analogy.
no, it's a great analogy.
Yeah, it's bad
No, it's not.
analogy, bro. It's bad. It's horrible. It's not the same, man.
It's more like your universe, where you're like, well, we don't
How?
have a full model of it.
Explain to me how it is a bad analogy.
Because the analogy is more similar to your universe, which I already brought up to you.
Well, we can go check out your fucking yardage. Yeah, come on. That's a fact. We can't go check out fucking trillions of miles, bro. That ain't gonna happen.
Have you heard of parallax?
The fuck does that have to do with anything?
What the fuck? Get the.
That's such a segue.
Oh, it's horrible.
No, what is the meaning of parallax?
There's no parallax.
There's nothing to do with your.
There's no stellar parallax. Doesn't exist.
Yeah,
It's not real.
parallax should be like an offset wobble in the rotation of the stars, right? Except that's not actually
that's
happening.
not what parallax means. What parallax means is if I see a tree on a mountain from one angle, and then I walk
stellar. That's why we
mile
use
to the left,
stellar, bro. Goodness gracious.
What's that got to do
and
with
then measure it again.
Stellar, not celestial. Stellar. Right here.
And
right
what's
here
the
on
difference?
Earth. Well, you're looking at the stars versus looking at Earth. That's the difference, bro.
Yeah.
And so looking up is somehow different than looking sideways?
Absolutely.
Go
There's
ahead,
trees
explain.
here, man.
Yes.
There's no trees up there, man. There's no rocks up there. There's no mountains, buildings, nothing. There's nothing out there you're going to look at that looks like Earth, for fuck's sake. Nothing. You know, oceans and trees and rivers and people.
There's that, but also, it's also like when you look, say, down through like the ocean, you're not going to be able to see through that whole thing. When you look across the earth, you're looking through air, which also has, there's shit in the air you can't see across the entire earth. It's different than looking up as well. And the more important thing, something about earlier, no one knows what those things are. The sun, the moon, stars, those are unknown phenomena as far as I'm concerned. You have the lore that was provided like everyone else, but that's not knowing things. I don't think that's confirmed. And in fact, we can debunk a lot of the things they say about, say, the sun or stars or planets.
Well, I mean, you realize you can.
Vacuum.
You realize you can make your own space probe, and you can pay to get it sent out.
Space probe.
No,
Yeah.
nothing leaves reality. Nothing leaves reality.
No more Elon Musk who's going to send it. No more SpaceX.
Nothing leaves reality anyway. That's like sending a probe to leave the universe. That's not possible. Because what else?
That doesn't make any sense.
Send it.
Okay,
Exactly.
can you create a wait? Can you create a balloon that goes up high?
Yes, but that doesn't mean it's leaving reality, bro.
So, so you could put instruments on that balloon to make measurements, right?
Absolutely, 100%.
Sure.
Okay, you can make a rocket that goes up high too, and you could put instruments on that too, right?
Okay.
You could hire someone else to put your instruments on that rocket, correct?
Okay.
All right, so what's going to stop you from making some instruments and putting it on a SpaceX rocket and putting it up 120 miles?
It's already been done. What do you need?
I mean, a balloon's barely going to get 40 miles up. So, what instruments would you put on a rocket that's going to go 120 miles up?
To do what? What are you trying to do?
It's only going 120 miles up.
Measurements of what?
Temperature, altitude.
Let him say it. Let him say it.
Pressure.
What are you trying to measure? What are you trying to
I
measure?
just gave him, two basics ones, whatever.
Well, make measurements that are going to prove or disprove your flat Earth theory.
That's not how you would prove or disprove it, by just shooting things up into the sky.
Oh, that's weird. That's a little bit.
The ground is either curving or it's not. So you would measure the ground, bro. And
Exactly.
it already measures flat. It's over. Shooting shit up in the sky isn't going to change anything. The ground is already measured to be flat. That's it.
Water's
done.
Water's flat.
And
Plane fly.
And you don't think putting things up high aren't going to prove or disprove your flat Earth theory?
No, it's already been proven by measuring the ground. That's the flat Earth. The Earth being flat, the ground itself. You measure that. It's over, bro. We don't need to shoot shit up in the sky.
Get on
what does that do?
to look farther and then get higher to look farther.
Yes, that's a known phenomenon. Everyone knows that. That's not proving anything.
It's well known.
That's not
I'm
even in
gonna ask you the
contention.
question.
Everyone agrees you go up higher and farther. Everyone knows this.
If you could put instruments on a Falcon 9 rocket and get up to 160 miles above the Earth, this is my question. What instruments would you put on there? What things would you use to measure to try to prove or disprove the flat Earth?
We wouldn't do that.
You wouldn't do that? Why?
No, because you measure the ground. Remember, we're in a flat Earth.
You can't think of a way
the ground
of something. You can't think of a way that could prove or disprove.
We can speculate.
Are you do I need to put it in Chinese or something? Do I need to speak Chinese? We don't need to shoot shit in the sky. The ground measures flat. It's over. We did this already. It's done. We don't need to shoot shit up in the sky. What does that even prove? It doesn't prove anything.
Well, I mean, besides the fact that a lot of surveyors would disagree with you, but again,
how?
If you would put measuring instruments on a Falcon 9 rocket going to 160 miles up.
What instrument?
That's my question to you.
Well, this is your thing. You're saying you should put instruments on a rocket and shoot it up. And then do what? What instrument? What is it doing?
I'm asking you, what would you put up to prove the flat Earth?
It's already proven when you measure the ground to be flat. Hello? What, like, should I speak Chinese? Like, bro.
Dude, you're looking at the ground. You're looking at your own feet.
Feet are
we're not just looking down. We're measuring.
If there was something that would prove the flat Earth, what would you put on that rocket?
We don't need to prove it by shooting things in the sky. I don't know how many times I need to tell you this. Hello? Like,
why?
You speak Spanish?
Why?
¿Hablas español?
Explain to me why.
No necesitas cosas en el aire. Necesitas el tierra, la plana tierra.
No, señor.
Explain to me why instruments up high.
I already told you. I told you. First of all, you can't even name an instrument. What instrument are you talking about? A camera? What are you talking about?
I'm asking you, you fucking.
This is your bullshit. You're saying you should use instruments.
No,
and put on rockets and shoot in the sky.
wait.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Like
I am asking you. Hold on.
I'm answering you.
I am
you don't need to put any instruments. There is no instruments you need to put on rockets and shoot in the sky.
I know you're triggered. I know you're really
I'm not triggered. I'm just having to repeat
ask you
over and over and over again, dummy. The ground
if you were allowed to
flat.
put a camera, if you were allowed to put a camera on,
that wouldn't prove anything. That wouldn't
Man,
prove
this
anything.
is
They already
sad.
did this. They already did this. They put people in the sky with cameras. They jumped out of a freaking balloon and all kinds of stuff. And even your scientists say, well, Earth is too big to see curvature from up there. It's still flat. Shoot shit up in the
All
sky
right, what altitude?
is not how you prove what the ground is doing. Doesn't matter what altitude. What you need to do is measure the surface and look for curvature or not. I'm telling you, bro. I don't know if you speak Chinese. Do we need to speak like Arabic, like Haram? Like, bro, the surface is either curving or it's not. You measure the surface. If it's curving, cool, it's curved. If it's not, it's not. This is really simple. I don't know how else to put it. This is very basic. Either the ground curves or it's not. You can measure the ground. If it's curving, great, we're done. If it's not curving, it's flat. What? You don't need to launch up in the sky.
Again, ask the question. Let me again.
No, you're not fucking answering. You're not answering it. Sorry, you're not asking it. We're just gonna move on. You're too dumb. This is like if you go to a shoe store, right? You need new shoes, and they measure your feet, and you're like, but like, can you like shoot stuff up in the sky first? Can you hover a drone above the building and then measure? Like, no, bro, you don't need to do that. We measured your foot. You're You're a size 5 because you're short. And that's it. We're done. We measured your foot. It's over. That's how big it is. Done. We don't need. Yeah, but like, can you like hover above me? No. I don't know how else to put this.
Creation Bear is right here, right? Because clearly, the people who measure the actual Earth itself, like physically, they believe that the Earth is a globe, like surveyors. And Creation Bear obviously would be able to cite that pretty easily. So go ahead.
This is your claim.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. Your claim isn't that? Hold on. I'm just making sure here. Your claim is not
live recorded.
People who actually measure the actual Earth believe that it's flat.
Why don't you just said globe?
I just said flat, and I want you to know that.
Chat, did you guys catch that?
Literally go to the stream. I just said flat. I just said flat just now.
No, before that.
Your belief is not. Just making sure. I'm clarifying something. It's okay. You don't have to cut me off. You're okay. Everything's okay. So your belief, just to clarify, is not.
Shut the fuck up. We're just gonna go to the live stream and play the part where you said surveys measure globe. That's your claim.
Are we really gonna entertain Ham?
Is this again?
Of course, most of
I'll go to the live stream right now.
It's the Grand Slam.
What I said earlier.
Shut the fuck up. We're just gonna.
You shut the fuck up, bitch.
Well, that was not YouTube, bro. Don't worry. Relax.
Eat my ass.
Seth. What? Are you fucking retarded, dude?
The other guy talking to me.
That was the YouTube, bro. Just relax.
Sorry.
Let me mute up. I'm gonna play it back for the chat.
Don't mute me again. Do not mute me.
Well, then just relax, or you will be muted. Just relax. We're gonna go to YouTube and play back where homeboys.
By the way, asking not to get muted. Asking not to get muted. That means you get muted.
Your boy is literally
Just a heads
subscribed
up,
to
man.
the channel. I'm subscribed to the channel, bro. I've been in this for like 3 months. Like, don't do that to me.
Yeah, we've been out here like 10 years, so shut up.
Okay.
All right. CB, play the clip, man. You got it?
Here, right? Because clearly the people who measure the actual Earth itself, like physically, they believe that the Earth is a globe, like surveyors. And Creation Bear obviously would be able to cite that.
Okay, one more time. Should we play it back one more time? Seth, hold on.
Yeah, one more time. Let's go.
The actual Earth itself, like physically, they believe that the Earth is a globe, like surveyors. And Creation Bear obviously would be able to.
They believe it's a globe. There it is.
So,
what were you saying? Yeah.
So Joey's got his fingers in his ears. I mean, who is this? You guys know who this is?
What was that clip from?
Just now. This is just now. But he said, he's like, no. Well, at first he came in and he said, well, everyone knows surveyors measure the Earth as a globe, right? You can cite that, right, CB? And then I was like, what? He's like, well, he said something about it. No, I said it was flat. Like, what? What?
Wipe out.
We'll just let it keep playing.
So go ahead.
Your claim.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your claim isn't. Hold on, I'm just making sure here. Your claim is not people who actually measure the actual Earth believe that it's flat.
Oh shoot! You just said the globe.
I just said flat, and I want you to know that.
Chat, did you guys catch that?
Really go to the stream. I just said flat.
Good catch. Good catch, CB. Good catch.
Your belief is not. Just making sure I'm clarifying something. It's okay. You don't have to cut me off. You're okay. Everything's okay. So your belief, just to clarify, is
shut the fuck up. And yeah, I don't know why these guys think they can run this panel. Like, bro,
that's funny, bro. That's hilarious.
So he's in the chat saying, I'm willing to bet $500 that I said Earth and flat and not globe.
Oh,
should we say back one more time, chat?
One more time? Third time's the charm, man. Third time is the charm. Let's land this plane. Here we go.
Yeah. I guess one more time.
Yeah, we got to pick.
Hold on. He wants to bet 500.
It's already like
he wants to bet 500 after he just played it.
Right?
I mean, that's like a win-win, bro. What the fuck?
Win-win, bro. Yeah, let's go. Just play it. Fuck
it. But can you short? No.
Measure.
There we go.
I don't know. Creation Bear is right here, right? Because clearly, the people who measure the actual Earth itself, like physically, they believe that the Earth is a globe, like surveyors.
Boom. It's over. Like,
believe, man. Like,
it's over, bro.
Believe, bro.
It's a globe like a surveyor's. 500 please.
Y'all, Jones is deafened because
he left.
He thinks that his dog. Yeah. Yeah. That doesn't surprise me. But if you go read through the chat, he's like worried that his dog be triggered about the conversation, so he deafened. Right before he left, he deafened so that his dog wouldn't be triggered. My ass. He's like, oh yeah, my dog is sensitive. I'm like, it sounds like you're the sensitive one. You deafened yourself, bro. Like, what the fuck? That's crazy, dude.
That was pretty funny. Thanks, CB. Thank you, brother. All right, you guys got this.
Yeah, facts. Is this somebody that's been here before? Should we just remove him from the fucking thing? Let's just get rid of his dumbass.
Yeah,
he must do private call.
Yeah, he came in a little suspicious, man. Like, hey, well, yeah, he was a little aggressive. Yeah, he'd been here before, I'm sure.
Yeah, we all know Grand Slam Ham.
Yeah.
Come on.
What was his name?
This is who? Ham?
I call him Grand Slam Ham because his first talk account was Ham. And he would come in here talking about, the flat Earth, we got to create like these pillars in Antarctica to make sure like the dome doesn't collapse down on us or some shit. Like it was absurd.
Yeah.
So
absurd.
Apparently it's called the Grand Slam theory.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Well, I just know that 500 should be on his way to CB.
Sorry, I'm just making the clip on YouTube so that everyone can have it real fast. This is why it's such a W to be live recorded. He's like, well, come to a private call. Fuck you. You think I'm gonna go to a private call, bro? No, we're live, bro. We don't do fucking private calls. What the fuck you think this is?
We're doing it live.
We're live. Yeah, we do it live on YouTube, bro.
Exactly. Let's go.
And we're cooking.
Where's the curvature? Where's the curvature? Where?
I'm not gonna bore the chat with one more clip, but fuck it. Hold on, I'm gonna go on mute for this guy.
Yeah, exactly, man. What's up, Beats? What's up, Mick?
What's up?
Another day in paradise.
Not bad. Are you guys getting all affected by the fires and shit going on? You guys hear about that?
Oh,
like fires in Canada. Yeah.
The Canada fires. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
Apparently, like the smoke is being being pushed down south and then up around. Now it's coming back up here.
I went to what there was I woke up at like 6 a.m. around like sunrise time, right? And I was going to get a coffee from Tim Hortons, and I was like, okay, this fog must be from the pollution down where I live, right? Because I live in an industrial area, and I'm like, this must be from the pollution. But then I'm like, wait a second, this don't look right. And then I found out the wildfires are back. Last year, 2 years ago, sorry, it was fucking brutal, bro. You walked outside, bro. It smelled like a campfire.
Should I go to the private call with him and then just play it on another device so you can hear?
Sure, why not?
Should we do that?
Yeah.
I'll let him know.
Dude, it was so bad. It was so bad.
We're gonna do this shit real fast. Wait, how do I?
That's some funny shit. He's like, I'm waiting on CB to join the call, bro. I'm like, yeah, well, technically, you're already in a call. Motherfucker was already in the same damn call. But he had to go. He had to go so his dog didn't get triggered by Flat Earth conversation.
We're not talking about Flat Earth right now. We're talking about the wildfires.
I'm not even kidding. He said it in the chat. He's like, my dog's really sensitive.
Oh, but in the actual like chat, we're talking about like wildfires.
I said flat, right? Obviously referring
No, he wants me to
to the previous sentence, which you recently cut me off of. So, if I can just share my screen, because that's the only way to prove it. It's live streamed. So, are you ready or no?
What you gotta do, bro? I need to respect.
The question was, are you ready or are you not ready?
Yeah.
Was the question. Maybe
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'll just clarify one more time because I don't know, my mic's been really weird. So the question was, are you ready or are you not ready?
What am I, SpongeBob? Go ahead, bro. I'm ready.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Can you not hear me? You can't. Chat.
Maybe it's my mic coming out.
What the fuck was that?
The guy's retarded, man. He likes like this all.
Bro, what the fuck was that? Hold on, let me. Dude.
The question was, are you ready or are you not ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Go ahead.
Yes, the answer is yes.
I mean, how many times do I gotta say it?
Because again, my mic's been cutting. Accidentally do something that you don't want to do. I want this to be 100% consensual. So you are ready, just for clarification, you are ready for me to share my screen, correct?
You don't need to share. What do you need to share your screen for?
Hold on, just to clarify. Are you ready for me to share my screen? And that was a yes or no
What are you
question.
sharing on the screen?
Because again, my mic keeps on cutting out, and I want to make this as smooth as possible.
Yo, is he gonna show me some porn? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is happening right now? Bro. Nah, you don't need to share your screen. Because it was just...
Cutting out. Totally willing to.
Yeah, you're cutting out, bro. You're cutting out. This is fucking hilarious. Bro, I'm just gonna ban this dumbass out of here. This is too funny. Oh, man. Who is this guy? You guys know this clown?
Hey guys, it sounds like Creation Bear keeps on running away. I'm really not sure what's going on, but
really,
I've asked him a couple of times. Yeah, it's just really weird.
So what do you mean?
Right away, I called him like 3 times. He just keeps on running away. It's very weird. I don't really understand why that keeps on happening.
We were all listening.
Because it seems like this guy was really confident earlier, and then as soon as he got in the call, he just started stuttering. He said, "I'm sorry." It was really, really weird. I don't really get it.
You realize
usually this guy, whenever he talks,
you realize you've been live the whole time. Like everyone.
Then, as soon as he got into the call, he just
everyone's been listening to you. I've been playing it through the speaker. Who the fuck is this guy, bro? Yeah, bro. You know, everyone can hear you, right,
bro?
I need to share my screen.
You don't need to share screen. There's nothing on screen that we need to see. Yes. I'm here. All right, bro. This is a waste of time. This is a waste of time. It's a waste of time. What the fuck is this? I'm sure the chat's getting annoyed. Let's just ban him. All right, this is over. This is stupid. Holy shit, dude.
What was the $500 up for, though? What was the $500 up for? He's really just giving away $500 like that?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe we should get a moderator. Let's get a third person in here. Just so.
I'm gonna do this.
Yeah, we'll just add some people to the call because. No, I hear you just fine, bro.
The question was, are you ready? Just really quickly. Are you ready for me to share my screen?
What do you need to put on screen?
Maybe it's your headset. I'm not really sure.
No, it's live, bro. Everyone can hear you. This is on YouTube. It's on YouTube.
Share my screen.
No, you don't need to share screen. No, I'm not ready. I need more time. I just need the audio.
Hold on. I didn't ask for an I asked for an answer to the question.
Audio.
What do you need to get ready? And just the clarification creation.
Audio.
The clarification is, hold on, just one moment. I haven't cut you off yet, right? And you keep on trying to cut me off, and it's very rude. So please stop, okay? So the question was, what do you need? Please stop cutting me off, sir.
You asked if it was okay. I said it was okay.
You need to calm yourself down. So
it is ma'am. It is ma'am. Are you misgendering me? It is ma'am.
She was asking, what do you need to get ready for me to share my screen?
Pull up the YouTube.
The particular
you got the YouTube pulled up?
Okay, so the question I asked was, what do you need?
Yeah, I need the YouTube.
To get ready for me to share my screen?
Yeah, I need you to pull up the YouTube. Yeah.
I already have the YouTube now.
We already listened to it live, so we already listened to it live, so it's all good. Yeah, we already listened to it live, so it's all good. We're all good. So there's that. Chat, you guys want to say hi to him or anything? Go ahead. Is anyone on mute real fast? Say something to him. Holy shit, bro! This fucking guy is out of his fucking mind. All right, well I think we're done here. Guys, because we already played it live in the YouTube, so it's over. All right.
Dang.
All right, moving on.
Was it that Jones guy?
Who is that?
Mr. Jones tells me all about globe fairy tales. Yeah, he's looking up at the night sky.
Yo, which one of you heard him, bro? Low-key? Which one of you heard him? Bro,
I don't know. I've
major pain right
heard
now.
that guy. I'm sure. I know I've talked to him before.
All right. Anything else, chat? I think we're just gonna move on. Cool. All right, then we're all done.
Show's over.
That was fucking weird. That was fucking weird.
Now we're out of Globers to cook. Thanks, CB. Oh, who's Magpie? Hi, Magpie. Magpie.
Yo, sorry, I got banned from the Catholic chat and it just moved me up here. So yeah, I didn't even mean to join.
Wait, please don't go.
I mean, you don't have to leave.
Wait, what did you get banned for?
Oh, like I called Bubba a cuck, and then I called Bubba a cuck, and then he got mad, and then he was like, he didn't hear me though at first, and he was like, oh, who called me a cuck? And then I blamed it on like one of the mods, and he was like, oh, you're accusing me of something false accusations, so I'm just gonna ban you. So he banned me.
Damn, that's haram, bro.
Haram!
Yeah, it was some gay ass bullshit.
Anyways, have you?
Anyways, the Earth is round. The Earth is round.
Yeah, hold on. Got his ass.
Damn, he had to chant that before he left.
It's actually kind of funny that they send people here for like punishment. That's pretty funny.
He's like, the Earth is round. The Earth is round.
I'm actually not mad at that. Dude, what's up with that Jones, dude? What the fuck was that? Did you guys catch that?
Told you, man.
Shit.
It's grand.
That guy's fucking weird. Honestly, anybody that says, yo, let's go to a private call, fucking weirdo. Every time.
For real, dude. They're like, yeah, let's have a 1v1. I'm like, we could have a 1v1 right here, dude.
We're live. Why do you want to be in private?
Like, the fuck?
He said, no, I need to know, are you ready for me to share my screen? I'm not trying to see your dick. The fuck? Dude, put your freaking micro bone away, bro. It's freaking weird. No one wants to see that shit. Let's just move on. Did anyone watch UFC tonight? Random, but
Man, I've never ever heard Tristan mic up, and I want to hear Tristan mic up. I've heard him like once or twice. I see him in here all the time, and
Tristan,
it seems like over time, as he's sat in here listening, seems like he's learned a lot. Like, I think when he first came in here, he was kind of like on the fence between like globe and flat. And I think that just the time that he's been in here listening kind of pushed him over the fence. And boy's been rooting for flat. Let's go. Yeah, you, Tristan.
Tristan, you're just gonna sit there and take that, bro, from a female?
I bet you have a wonderful voice, and I think you should use it.
Hey, I think she's into you, bro. Tristan, bro.
I mean, I've heard him pipe up just a couple of times. Just a couple.
Jenna, relax. Yeah. This is a family stream.
Oh, geez. I said the word pipe. You're like... terrible, Stevie. Terrible. You're terrible, bro. Now he says another news. He's happy about the SpaceX defunding. Nah, I think Tristan's one of us.
No, I think he actually didn't. He had DM'd me and said he's a globetard.
No way. Tristan, are you a glober?
All right, guys, go ahead and speculate. Fuck it. It's officially.
Yeah, for real. It's 2:00 in the morning on Speculation Sunday.
Let's go and speculate. I feel like that'll start some good content. I don't see any globers in here, except for Tristan, who DM'd me and did say that they were globetards. So.
Tristan, are you a covert globetard?
Yeah, he DM'd me. Jenna's talking to me. Like, I would go crazy, but I'm just trying to be respectful. Like, he said the whole DM, bro. We could get an update from Mike on the website, or we could just
no. Well, there's clearly no updates on my side there. It's been on hold. Radwin and I kind of had a little bit of back and forth over the last week, and nothing really since. The test run was up. I think it's down right now. I think I'm having some technical issues. But in terms of the page itself, it's quite simple. It's just a link to our Discord, and that's it. So nothing special at the moment. Now that it is down, nothing lost. But again, still open to recommendations, and can build on those as they come in, which they have not yet. So, in
time. Phone number, Ninja. Come on now.
Hey, that was supposed to be on Miggy's side, right? Was he going to do his thing?
I don't know. We need that phone number. We need a number somebody can call in.
Yeah. Again, I think that we were also still pending maybe having a technical chat room in our server before, anything really comes about, because that would allow us to have a little bit more of a fluent back and forth.
It'd be so fun. What's the word I'm looking for? There's something about the phone, like the audio, it just has a certain feel to it, Hey, I'm calling in from Nebraska. E Flanders are like da 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 da. It'd be really fun, I think, to
I agree. I think we just need to solidify what we actually want and make moves towards it.
That's some next level shit right there, bro. There's like so many live shows that have people that call in with the phone number. Fresh and Fit, fucking Crow 777. I called in and talked to Crow 777, Jason, and Dr. Andy Kaufman, if you guys know who that is, during the Coco situation.
Yeah, I remember him.
Yes. Yeah. I have a video. I don't even know where the clip is, bro. I might be like lost. But I called in. I was dating this girl at the time, and she's like a fucking blue-pilled, total normie. I was like, yo, how do you deal with like sharing this information with people you love, blah, 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 blah. And Jason, like, that was cool. It was like a really cool call. Dr. Andy Kaufman's face lit up. He was smiling, and Jason and Crow had some advice. It was really, really cool speaking to those guys. Welcome, Joe Vile, as well. Welcome to the panel, Joe Vile.
Hello. I was just curious as to why
shut the fuck up. Third fucking sock. Take it away, CB, but know what to expect.
I just wanted to know.
Oh, it's you again. Wait, while you're here, let's go back to the YouTube and play back where you said Globe.
Wait.
Does that sound fair?
Hold on, I just joined this channel. What do you mean?
No, you didn't. No. Let's just
hold on. I need to go walk my dog. Be right back. Hold on, I need to go walk my dog. The actual Earth itself, like physically, they believe that the Earth is a globe, like surveyors.
Got him.
Oh, you mean the dog that got triggered? Yeah, that dog, right?
The last guy had to go walk his dog. The last guy also had to deafen himself because he said his dog was too sensitive to all of this conversation topic.
All right, my God. So the question I was going to ask was, why is this channel called Measure 24/7? The actual Earth itself, like physically. They believe that the Earth is a globe, like surveyors. Flat and not a globe. Creation is right here, right? Because clearly, the people who measure the actual Earth itself, like physically, they believe that the Earth is a globe, like surveyors. Creation Bear is right here, right? Because clearly, the people who measure the actual Earth itself, like physically, they believe that the Earth is a globe, like surveyors. Sorry, I was just walking my dog. I didn't mean to cut anybody off. If anybody was speaking, I didn't mean to cut them off. The question I was really asking was... they believe that the Earth is a globe, like surveyors. And Creation Bear obviously would be to measure the actual Earth itself, like physically. They believe that the Earth is a globe, like surveyors. And
I don't know what else to do, chat. Like, bro's cooked. This guy's fucking roasted and air fried. Like...
It's not worth it, man. Not worth it.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, it was just I was walking my dog, and it seemed like there was a lot of like. They believe that the Earth is a globe, like surveyors. And Creation Bear obviously would be able to.
This is the same guy, ain't it?
This is great. Yeah, Jenna, you just caught on to that.
This is Jones. This is Jones.
This is why men are better than women. Yes, this is Jones. We're just gonna fucking get him out of here, chat. It's too funny. This guy's a retard.
Hey, Creation Bear.
What are you doing out of the kitchen?
Bro, could you just check your DMs real quick?
No, I don't check DMs, especially from 304s.
304 alert.
Shouldn't you be making sandwiches? Like, I'll take a turkey and Swiss while you're at it.
Bro, is there any Flat Earth mod here that I can DM?
It's me. I'm the mod.
Okay.
Haha.
What do you need? What do you need from DMs? Why don't you just say it right here, right now?
Okay.
Do you have a complaint about Flat Earth?
No, I'm just
you
a
can
deaf
go file
admin,
that in
that's
the
why.
waste bin.
Yeah, go ahead. Just whatever you guys say.
No, I just need a DM you specifically because it's about a user. Hold on.
Okay.
Spill the tea. Spill it.
Just, I'm toxic, so just say it out loud. Like, I'm toxic.
No, because I can't actually read it out. Let's see.
You can't read
You can't read?
Is it DOS?
Yeah.
Is somebody hitting on you like a weird type shit? Or like, what?
No, just Hold on, I'm just gonna ask you if this person's banned. If you can check. Hold on, I can't. I gotta copy paste their ID.
It's gonna be a dick pic, bro. I'm out of here.
No, bro, it isn't.
Your name is grotesque. Like.
Okay, just check if this person's banned.
Oh, okay. All right, I got you. How do I do that, chat? Ban log. Let me try.
I'll just check the ban list.
What's the problem? What happened?
I'll just hold on. I think they could be ultimating if they're not already banned in this VC.
Let me just find out. Let's see, ban log. Search the number. Ooh, they were banned on May 29th. Let's see. Luke, chat's kinking and spiraling, copying and pasting shit over and over, would not stop. That seems, is it Luke? What's the problem?
Oh, okay, they might just be watching through a live stream. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it then.
Alrighty. Are you is it another channel, or are you like?
No, he's like watching the 24/7 live thing.
Is he bothering you? Like, what's the problem?
No, it's just a complaint we're just following up on.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, let us know if you need help or anything. Sorry if I'm giving you a hard time.
That's all good. I'm just gonna hang around. All right, bye.
Awesome, peace.
Is the complaint about a flat earther?
Interesting stuff. All right, well, that's cool. She
what I'm
handled that pretty well, chat. Hey, I was hitting her with the misogyny. She handled that pretty well, eh?
Misogyny.
Yeah, that's good. Good stuff. We have Master Artichoke is back. Welcome back, man. How you been, dude?
You said Master Artichoke, Eratosis. We've spoken to
How
him.
the fuck do you say that? What is that name? Happy Smile. I don't know what does that even mean.
Jadu.
Oh, that's our boy Ja.
Yo.
Hey, you already know what's coming, Ja. You already know what's coming, dude.
Where is Ja?
Master Eratosis.
Where is Ja?
I see you've got capybara sitting on a ball earth there.
You're cutting off our boy Ja, though, man, Jenna. Let him cook, dude.
Where is Ja? Currently travelling through Avoca on his way to Melbourne, about 180 kilometres to go. So happy talking, folks.
You better run. You better take cover. Shout out to our Aussies, man.
Jadu, he says he's traveling. Are you traveling, bro?
He's in the car right now, okay?
Oh,
Yeah,
right
I'm
on.
traveling.
Safe travels to you, man. Safe fucking travels to you.
The problem with this time of the afternoon is the fucking kangaroos, man. They just jump out in front of you.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Really? Man, a freaking kangaroo, bro. That'd be crazy.
You know, it's like the elk problem in Colorado. Yep.
All right, if we don't cook Master Artichoke, we're just going to speculate, bro.
I speculate.
I'll ask you a question, Jenna.
Is okay. All right, go.
When you look in the sky, what percentage of the sky do you think you're seeing? Give me a number.
Bro, I think I'm seeing less than like 0.03%.
God damn.
Like, for real.
Turn off your camera, bro. Turn off your shit, bro.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. We'll just limit the room, so we want ninjas up in here. Deep pause. But what's going on? You were here earlier.
Like, if I gotta be honest.
Yeah, I got kicked out, bro. I was trying to actually start a conversation. I got kicked.
It's the camera prop. Well, you limit the room from people joining when you turn your camera on, so we just don't do that for here. Anyway, What are you, a globe-tard or a flat earther? What's going on?
I'm a flat earther, bro, but like Daz was telling me, bro, like I'm learning new stuff, right? So Daz, this guy Daz, and T-Dub, you know T-Dub? T-Dub, when Daz was telling me, there's like ice wall, and we need to get beyond the ice wall. And he was like telling me about it.
What the hell did you just say?
Yes.
Ice wall?
No,
What do you mean by ice wall?
no, it wasn't.
Is it like part of the speculation?
Yeah, you said, where's the ice wall, Des? And I said, I don't know.
You said you agreed, cunt. You fucking liar.
No, I agree that if you want to go and look for it, you might find it. I don't know.
You're full of shit, cunt. You agreed, but
No.
he's changing his tune. He's changing his tune. Don't worry. Don't
No, I'm
worry.
not. No. The same thing. I don't know if there's an ice wall. It could be. If you go on some sort of expedition with all this Batman gear, then you might find it. I don't know. I couldn't say either way.
Fucking
and
shit.
if you find that, there could be more land beyond that. Who knows? I don't know, dude.
Yep.
Can't say either way. But you need to have Batman type equipment. Do it.
Yeah, well, we should do it, cunt. I got a boat, cunt. We should do it, like.
You know,
Bro, ice wall. That's not our shit.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with flat Earth and like God. This is like another conversation. Sorry.
It's his thing. He comes and goes, "Where's the ice wall, huh?"
Wasn't it,
bro?
Yeah, wasn't it the Globe that claimed first to have an ice wall?
The government. The government.
No, I don't have anything to do with. Look. I don't claim anything, right? Like I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a glober either. I have an open mind, right? And I'm just saying, there's this whole continent full of ice, and these cunts like all of a sudden, like, look, we can't even like make deals with other countries because we hate each other so much, but somehow they get together and form the bond and don't let people there and protect it. It's kind of weird
Bro, you
to
can
me.
go to Antarctica, bro.
There's something
ice
there.
wall's not our shit, bro. I'm not about to sit here and let people pretend like ice wall is a bunch of flat earther bullshit. It's not.
Well, why the fuck do they have fucking stations that kill cunts? Explain that.
Where? Where'd you hear that, bro?
Fucking Antarctica, you literally run up on the ice wall, cunt. They shoot you.
Didn't a bunch of ninjas just go there recently, bro?
Niggas. No, Red Bull. Dude, Red Bull are literally employed by the government, cunt.
I didn't say Red Bull.
No.
Didn't Jiren just go there? Lats, chill. Didn't Jiren just go there and a bunch of other people? They just went there recently, bro.
Fucking bullshit, cunt. What's going on, boys?
You ever heard of? Nah. Have you ever heard of the final experiment?
No, cunt. This is bullshit.
Yeah, people just went there. Also, take a look at the chat as well.
Put
your freaking VB long neck down for a minute and go look at the chat.
Hey, mate, like anybody else will tell you in this room that whether they're globetards or like fucking flat earthers, they will tell you there's something going on in Antarctica, cunt. There's some weird shit going on with these kids. Bro, whoa, explain me why we're paying taxpayer dollars, all this taxpayer dollars to a place that has nothing there to protect it. Explain that to me.
Protect the penguins, bro.
I was just going to say it's for the penguins.
Fuck about the penguins, cunt. No, does everybody else.
I don't fucking know, bro. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Exactly. You don't know, so you agree. You can see that there's something going on there.
But you're talking about like ice wall. Like I just wanted to let you know that's not our shit. Look at the chat right now.
I'm trolling, bro. Like I'm trolling, but I'm serious.
Yeah, dude.
I'm serious about the fucking. They're doing something there, cunt. They're doing something there. I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
What are they doing?
I don't know, cunt, but they like block everything off. It's fucking gnarly.
It's not blocked off.
Like we don't know what they're doing there. We can speculate all day long about what they're doing there, right? But the problem is, right? I'll never know if there's an ice wall. Like the fucking Antarctic Treaty prevents anybody from going past the 60th southern parallel.
So Jenna, that kind of pisses me off because there was a bloke who lives near where I live actually. He grew up where I live, actually, in Townsville, Magnetic Island. I live in Whitsundays. It's 2 hours away from where he grew up. All he did was expose the truth, and he's been locked up and persecuted for it. You know what his name is? His name is Julian Assange. He did fucking nothing wrong, cunt. All he did was just... Julian Assange did nothing wrong. All he did was just put stuff online. And if you have something to hide and you're scared of as a governmental agency, that's on you. You fucked up.
Actually, let's. You've been drinking tonight, huh?
Yes.
You had a few? Yeah,
Yes.
I know. I can hear it. So take a breath and relax for a second. I honestly thought you were going to say Jarl Landboy. That guy that took a little expedition with his friends to try to get to Antarctica.
I wanted with the boy. Honestly, if I had the money and the days off work, I'd take a trip to the boy with the boys down to the Antarctica. I would. I got a boat. I'll do it, cunt.
I appreciate that enthusiasm. And dude, if you do it and you get the boys together and you do it, fucking record that shit, bro. We want to see it.
Absolutely.
We want to see what happens. We want to see if you get turned around by a warship or what.
That's the whole thing about it that intrigues me, man. I hear about all these conspiracy stories. I'm not on board, and I'm like, wait, hang on a second. I want to test them for myself. So I'm a bit of no matter what anybody tells me, I'm a first-hand source guy. So I want to see it firsthand. So if I can go there and test these waters, I'm gonna fucking do it. You know what I mean? I heard about Bohemian Grove. I heard about Bohemian Grove, and the first thing I wanted to do was fly to America and go into Bohemian Grove. They're gonna kick me out. Get fucked. What are they gonna do to me? I'm an Aussie. I'll be get fucked. Cunt. Don't touch me, you dog. I'll bash them, cunt. You know what I mean? I want to go there.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I think that all of us have this kind of drive and this thing to experience these things firsthand, right? I think that's a fair statement, right? I want to. I'm going to speak from personal experience. I would love to go sail out. I would love to go fly as far as I can fucking fly towards the 60th Southern Parallel, just to find out what happens. But we've seen videos of people doing that before, and they've got fucking fighter jets that radio them, and they're like, "You need to turn around now. You're in restricted airspace."
Yeah. So why are they doing that, cunt? That's my issue, man.
Bro, you got these governments ready to fucking commit full ass treason if you go too far.
So Jenna, I'll be honest with you. You're gonna hate me for this. I'm actually a globe.
I don't hate nobody.
I'm a globe-tard, but these things that we're talking about right now, right? That's bullshit. The fact that we literally cannot communicate with North Korea. We hate each other. We can't talk about, but suddenly they make it connect, and we have an alliance when it comes to the Antarctic. What is with that? There's something going on.
I can explain it, right? It's political theater. It comes down to political theater. All of these guys, at the end of the day, they get along. They're rubbing elbows. They're going to dinner parties. It's not a big fucking deal. They're all playing the same game. This country sends their troops to war against this country, and you got a bunch of motherfuckers making bets on real people's lives. It's a big fucking chess game for them. With real people's lives. And they are rubbing elbows at the end of the day, and they have this many fucking countries that allegedly hate each other, that war against each other all the time. But they can totally get buddy to keep Antarctica off fucking limits. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Exactly. Look, like I said to you, I'm not a flat earther. I'm a globe-tard. I'm one of the normies. But it seems weird to me that there's this place, right? There's this whole continent that you can't be touched, and they play buddy exactly how you said. You can't even go there. That's weird. There's no. And if you look into this from a logical standpoint, right? There's
my opinion.
There's taxpayers' money. Taxpayers' money. Taxpayers' money is going in towards protecting it. So explain to me, like as a taxpayer, why it's going
Why
there.
I can't go there.
Yeah,
Like, as a taxpayer, why can't I go there? It's my taxpayer dollars.
Exactly.
that have been paying. Yeah, no, I get it. I absolutely get it. Absolutely. And the whole thing about it, my speculation, is that all of these mofos, all of them, are actually buddy-buddy. They pretend to not like each other. But they're all hanging out in the money pool together.
You think they're all trolls? Yeah, probably. You're not wrong.
They're all hanging out in the money pool together. I promise you.
The elites, yeah. It wouldn't surprise me.
So, and that's the whole thing about it, right? And also, these same fucking elites, like, they know that the Earth is flat and stationary, but they would rather run this fucking psyop on people. They would rather, because, like, here's the thing, right? Let's get real deep with it. Let's say if I were the devil, right? If I was just someone with really evil intentions, if I wanted to control you by any means possible, well, I think that I would definitely lie to you about where you live. If I can make you believe this thing about where you live and I can convince you of it, well, then I can convince you of damn near anything, right?
Yeah.
And so that's the problem. That's the thing with the globe Earth. So many people have been convinced that we live on this.
That's what's gnarly to me, man. Like I said, I'm not no offense, no offense to you, I'm not a flat earther.
That's fine. That's fine.
This whole thing where they want to shut you down instantly and dismantle you, it's like, well, what if it was a serious thing, right? Like, if it wasn't serious, why do they care? That putting money towards this, that's what I mean. Taxpayers' dollars is going towards Antarctica, right? It's going towards NASA, all this shit, and I'm a full globetrotter, right?
Can I ask you why, Lats? Can we just slow this down for a sec? Can I ask you why you believe the Earth is a globe? Can we start there?
Thing growing up, the Earth and that, science and that, I was into the scientific, videos and that.
So listen carefully and let me walk you through it, right? Because you said science and stuff, right?
Yeah.
What science would we need to measure a spherical surface?
You can't measure a spherical surface.
Well, that's the whole thing, is we don't need science. The answer,
tell me.
The answer is that we don't need science. We don't need science. So, yeah, we don't need science to measure.
Well, my thing is this: I'm open to everything. I'm a Christian, bloke. I'm open to anything, but obviously.
Okay, question.
If you're a Christian, I can always use the Bible to appeal to this nature, because I'm not a Christian.
Can you guys hear the new guy trying to get in?
Denomination? I'm just
We
wondering.
got a new guy. Hello, new guy.
Hello, how's it going? I was just
It's
wondering.
going, man.
What
Are you
denomination
Christianity? You believe the Earth is a globe?
You keep talking over him, Jenna.
I'm not gonna answer your questions, man. This is their room. You talk to them, okay?
All right, no worries.
What's our new guy's name?
We're talking about the globe. Well, yeah, Earth is a globe. You think it's a flat earther? Argument, right?
Okay, so you
There's
think
been a lot of scientists. Yeah, scientists did a lot of results and findings, and you can actually see an actual case study about this. This guy connected with a bunch of flat earthers, and he said, let's do an actual experiment. So they went somewhere, and they did one stick on one side, literally one stick on one side, and they put a camera on top of it, like a tripod. And on the far other end, about 200, all the way down to as far as they could go in the horizon.
You talk about laser leveling, right?
Like 1,000 feet backwards, or 3,000 feet backwards, or 4,000 feet backwards. And they put another stick there, and they measured the refraction. If there's a more offset.
Why do you make it so difficult? What the fuck?
And they just found the results, and they said there's a dip in vertical height.
Hey, not everybody is like dyslexic.
So they know
Not
that there's a curve on Earth. So it's already achieved through scientific practical application of an experiment.
Laser leveling can only get no bullshit. Laser leveling, as a person who's a blue collar worker, right? I work in the field, I build train tracks, right? As a person who does laser leveling myself, as far as I can go is 3 kilometers, which is like 4 miles. I don't know. But like what I'm saying is like
There's practical applications. 3 people did it. 4 people.
Wait a second.
4 people
Labs, you
agreed to
built,
do it.
wait,
All
you
the
built
3
train
people, all the
tracks?
3 people have became globalists right now. Like they believe in the globe theory, whatever you call them. The Earth is round.
At the end of the day, whoa,
Not exactly a sphere. Honestly, because the Earth is a bit slanted a bit more. It's like an ellipsoid.
Wait, nobody, stop interrupting, nobody. If this is true, right? Like I believe what you're saying, right? If this is true, why the fuck is all this taxpayer dollars going to continent Antarctica and going to why is all this taxpayer dollars going to like NASA and all this bullshit? Why?
It's all in the education.
That's been happening for the last.
But people's education is getting worse and worse and worse because they're being defunded by the U.S. system.
30 years.
They want to have ignorant societies. So give them. What the Romans said, right? Give them liquor and beer and watch them shoot each other to death in the Colosseums, and nobody is gonna.
Give them bread and give them service, and they shall not revolt.
Even we do this. No, even we do this in Belgium.
Look at the education they give you.
The rich are getting richer, and the poor are getting poorer.
Ivy Leagues and bullshit like that. That's only for some specific people, classes, and what's not.
Open your eyes. Open your fucking eyes.
Well,
you get a whole lot of people with their open mics all at once.
Oh, he jogging. All right, let's be sober.
Wait, are you judging?
You gotta be careful. No. I'm just saying, let's be sober. No, because I don't want to
sober. Yeah, that's too late. It's too late for that. Too late for that, brother.
Shut your ass up.
Shut your fucking bitch ass up.
You shut your bitch ass up.
Now.
Hey, I'm from Europe. I come here.
Gentlemen, ladies.
I'll show you sober.
Hello.
Be quiet.
Oh, good
Hello. All right, listen. Can we get a little reset here, gentlemen, ladies?
I'm quiet.
Lord.
Nom.
Hey, y'all. Hey, can you hear the sound of my voice? All right, listen. So the long-standing claim on the table is that Earth is a globe that spins and goes around the sun. That's the long-standing claim. That is what is being contended here.
Or is it round? What is it?
The Earth is ellipsoid.
Say it. I want to hear you. I want to hear you fucking say it. Is it flat or is it round? I want to hear you say it.
I'm out.
Why can't it be both?
Shut the fuck up.
I'm talking to nobody. Hey, I'm talking to nobody. Jenna.
You're talking to me right now. You're talking to me. Seth Rich, the boy Rich, talking to me. I'm listening to you.
Both.
All right. Nobody. You seem like a very reasonable guy, right? You seem like a very reasonable person.
Listening to you. They're not listening to you, but I am.
We're just exploring the crust of the Earth at this stage.
Rich.
Oil would be like.
Go ahead and mute yourself,
I studied 3 years petroleum engineering, by the way.
I can't mute them.
You can mute yourself, okay? Sethy boy, you can mute yourself, okay? I'm trying to have a conversation with nobody right now, with the guy named Nobody in the chat.
There's a guy called Nobody in the side chat. Right.
Well, your name.
The voiceover, yeah. The voiceover, yeah. So, yeah.
All right. So, like I said, the long-standing claim on the table here is that Earth is a globe, and that it rotates, and that it goes around the sun. Okay? I guess my question to you is, what evidence do you have for that? What evidence of Earth curvature do you have, and what evidence of Earth rotation do you have?
It's what I've learned through my education system ever since I was in elementary school. So to me, it was a fact. And then I read and I've watched more things about it on YouTube and some research on education institutions as I grew up to college. And what I've noticed is really what it says is that it's not just that. It's not what the picture has shown us in elementary school, where it's just a stationary sun with all the things orbiting around it. They're all actually moving. And there's actually a verse of this in the Quran. كل في فلك يسبحون. Everyone is its own orbit swimming. So we're all swimming in the universe right now.
All right, no,
If you know the Earth's speed as it moves. So yeah, it's kind of, I don't know.
Here's the thing, right?
Even the practical applications are actually showcasing that, you know, the Earth is round.
Real quick, just for a gauge of the information, how old are you?
Muhammad's a pedophile. Muhammad's a pedophile.
Who is talking through this conversation right now? Jenna and nobody are speaking.
I don't know. Somebody started shouting. I couldn't even see him.
Okay. So,
how old are you as well? And how old would you think I am?
I'd say you're probably in your early to mid 30s.
All right, that's Sethi. Sethi Boyrich. I'm muting
No,
you.
no, it's not me. It's not me. It's not me. Don't. No, don't.
You would say I'm how much old?
Sethi Boyrich. Sethi Boyrich, I need you to calm down, my guy. I need you to calm down.
Let's finish the conversation.
Golly, y'all need to stop doing that. Holy crap. All right, so anyway.
Listen, sorry for intervening, huh? Sorry for intervening, but I think you're like
fuck up.
You're 17.
All right.
Shut up.
Could we have more duration here? Should I get a mod here? Should I get an actual mod role in the server?
Yeah, it's being moderated. There are people that are now server muted so that you and I can have this conversation.
Okay, amazing.
Okay.
How old would you think I am?
Like I said, I would guess that you are in your maybe early to mid 30s, if I had to guess.
I'm 25.
You're 25.
Thank you so much. Yes, and thank you so much.
You're welcome. You do come and present yourself with a level of maturity. I'm 32. Okay.
MashaAllah, tabarakallah. That's nice.
So, yeah. So, I guess as far as like school is concerned, you know, we were both kind of raised up in that age where, yeah, they told us, okay, Earth is a globe, right? And you're taught that all throughout school. It's, you know, the teachers didn't lie to you. They didn't lie to me. They didn't even know that what they were teaching wasn't true, right? So you can end up lying to someone unknowingly, right? Is that a possibility?
That's very, very, very interesting. It's only understandable by the most keen of the keen, you know. So it's based on merit. I believe it's these things should be based out of merit solely. Which is how any government structure, public structure, private structure should be functioning. It should always bottle down to meritocracy on every scale.
So I'd asked you what your proof would be of a spherical Earth that spins and goes around the sun, and your answer was, well, that's what we were taught in school, and you know you're absolutely right to say that.
And I'll tell you something, because earlier I spoke about the practical applications of it, but it was too much of information. But I can go over it again. Four people met up. One guy is a person who believes the Earth is round.
Practical application.
And 3 people who believed that it was flat. And they went when they had an actual like field experiment. They did it, and the results was published. They all became believers in that the Earth is ellipsoid. But that's just basic.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you just look through science, it's basic. This is basic knowledge. How do you think we understand the hydraulics and everything too? For example, rocket science, for instance, there's more developed cases than arguing about whether the Earth is. I don't know. I think to each his own.
Take a breath real quick. Take a breath real quick, because I'm just going to recap on some of the things that you said. One of those things that you said that Earth is an ellipsoid, right? So that would be not a perfect or near perfect sphere, right? Yet NASA, right?
That is
Yet
true. The North Pole
NASA
and South Pole.
is showing us. Then why? Like, I just wonder, why is NASA showing us this perfect or near perfect spheres? You
I
know,
get what you're
if
trying
they're
to say. So
right,
it's not a sphere.
if they're actually viewing it from space, right, in this place that actually defies the second law of thermodynamics, if they're actually viewing it from this place as a whole,
That's the northern station of the polar basis.
but it doesn't make it doesn't make sense. Why is how come I can ask Google what shape is the Earth,
This is,
and
we're
Google will
talking
tell me.
electromagnetism and geothermal energy at this state.
Aside
That
from
would
that,
far help us more than even nuclear energy,
listen. Let me finish the sentence,
if you can
okay?
funnel it correctly.
Let me finish this sentence. Okay, let me get through this. Okay, I will make my point. I'm just wondering how, why would Google tell me that the true shape of Earth is an ellipsoid, although from space, when viewed from space, it's a perfect sphere. So, like, the camera's on it and it's a perfect sphere, but when the camera's off of it, it's an ellipsoid. That's ultimately what they're telling us.
It's a good
And I find that very contradictory, right?
Yes, it shows fraud within NASA and the
It does show fraud.
geolocation systems that are presented to the public.
Mm-hmm.
Because
NASA
the
has
world map
been
you see
frauding.
in the GPS system through Google Maps or whichever system it's installed in relays the message that is universally accepted. What's the message that is universally accepted on Earth is the ones that you get to the public. And the one that they're receiving to the public is not the correct one. The actual GPS coordinates should show you the actual satellites. I've looked at it. I've tried sometimes to zoom in specific areas underwater, and the zoom feature doesn't work. But they have the technology to zoom in further. And those are federal
Allegedly.
agencies of different government structures, like the CIA.
Allegedly.
The
So
FBI,
here's the thing,
I don't know
right?
what kind of technology they have, but they're being underfunded.
Listen, nobody. I've got a NASA document saved in my files, and throughout that document, it states the derivation and definition for what aircraft do in the air.
So where's the
specifically? Hold on, specifically over a flat, non-rotating Earth. It's a NASA document. It states it about 4 times or so through this document that these planes, these aircraft are I can pull it up and post it if you'd like me to.
Send it DMs. Yeah.
Say that again.
Just send it
Send it
inside
DMs if you can, or if you can send it to the side chat, make it public.
Yeah, I can send it to the side chat, no problem. Yeah, NASA's got this document, and 4 times throughout the document, and I've taken screenshots from the document itself. It states that these aircraft are operating in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. It specifies that multiple times. Why, if we're putting our logical thinking caps on here, why in the world would they specify a flat, non-rotating Earth
Let me ask
multiple
you this.
times?
So why don't we have any real pictures of the flat Earth, of how it looks in the flat Earth?
We don't have any pictures, full frame photographs of a globe Earth. Do you realize that? Those don't exist. Those aren't real.
If you look at the moon landing footage, you'll see the full Earth.
Listen, I've been doing this for over 5 years. I've been in this server for nearly 3 years. The moon landing never happened. I've analyzed that footage forwards and backwards. It never happened. What's even more interesting is that Buzz Aldrin. I don't believe in it, right? I don't hold a belief like you do. you said the right word, believe, right? I don't hold a belief, and I don't believe that it happened. I don't believe in these things. I analyze them forwards, backwards, inside and out, and I find there are too many
You gotta be
anomalies.
skeptic. I'll be back.
There's far too many anomalies in the moon landing footage for it to be authentic. Not only that, you've got Buzz Aldrin 3 different times saying that it never happened. It didn't go that way. You saw an animation.
What?
So maybe this old guy just doesn't give any more fucks.
When did Buzz Aldrin say that?
When did Buzz Aldrin say, well, we didn't go there because, well, it didn't happen. And sometimes we want to know why things don't happen. It was actually in a question-answer interview. I also have that video. Give me just a second here because I'm pulling up the NASA doc. But yeah, Buzz Aldrin had said that, told this little 8-year-old girl that, well, we didn't go there.
I've seen a lot of like videos of him saying stuff that like gets deliberately taken out of context of like what the conversation was when he says stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty plain and simple. Like, she asks, how come we haven't been back to the moon in such a long time? And he goes, well, that's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know why. And it didn't happen. We didn't go there. And that's the way it was. Like, he's explaining this to an 8-year-old little girl. I can find the clip, but nothing's taken out of context. All the way from the little girl's question to his entire answer, saying that we never went there. And he's trying to explain it to an 8-year-old.
I'd love to see the clip personally, but I mean, for me, man, like I genuinely like I do believe that the United States and NASA went to the moon. I think that like if there's the conspiracy theories and the stuff about like the video footage of like the moon landing, I think like there's like a genuine like possibility that the footage that they got based on like the filming capabilities they had at the time, I think maybe there's a chance that like the film that they captured was so fucked up.
No, I got you, homie. Look, because like shortly after that, right, like Russia land on the moon. Here's Russia's moon landing. I'm posting it now in the chat. It's just below the NASA PDF that I just posted. So it's going to take a minute to load.
Did Russia ever land on the moon, like officially?
Yeah, allegedly, right? Officially, no, allegedly.
What would make
so
it
as soon as that loads, it's.
I mean, so from my understanding, Russia like they landed probes on the moon, but they never like landed people on the moon.
Yeah, it was a Russian lander, right?
Yeah, it was a probe. It wasn't what the United States did.
I got the video loading in the chat.
But what the United States did, man, like it was basically what like Operation Paperclip was the reason that the U.S. were able to do that, and it was because the Germans were like really close to landing on the moon, and that's I'm sure you know about Operation Paperclip.
Yeah. You know who like the godfather of rocketeering is, right? You know the name of that guy? You know his name?
I'm assuming he's a German guy that came over during Paperclip.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but his name is Werner von Braun. You heard that name before?
It's a cool name.
It is a cool name, right? Werner von Braun, right? And he was like the rocketeer guy, Nazi rocketeer guy. He also worked real close with Walt Disney and stuff like that. What I find very fascinating, and I'm not religious at all, but I find fascinating that this Nazi rocketeer guy, this godfather of rocketeering, on his headstone has a Bible verse. He's got Psalms 19:1. which says, "The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork." I don't know what that means, and it's very interesting that a rocket guy would have that on his headstone, considering he's launching shit up at the sky, and the firmament showeth his handiwork, right? Like, what the fuck is he even talking about? Firmament? Is there like a firm barrier? Was he launching his rockets into a firm barrier?
Yeah. So can I take from this that you're like you're a flat Earth believer?
I'm not a flat Earth believer, my guy. I know that this Earth is flat. Now, I don't know how big it is, and I don't know, I don't know where the ends of things are, right? But I know that it's flat. As far as I can see, as far as I can measure, as far as I can get my camera out and look, as far as I can telescope 83 times zoom, this Earth is fucking flat.
Then why isn't there any?
But it's an easy conclusion to come through, like just like based on like what your eyes can see. But
It's your sense perception, right?
Yeah, so but of course, that would be just not knowing anything beyond like what you see with your eyes.
Right.
That would make sense. So how would you explain like vanishing points of like ships going off?
Easy. You said it. Vanishing point, my brother. I took years of art classes through middle school and high school, and we were taught all about these vanishing points and your field of view, your perspective, the way you see the Earth. We're taught these things in art class so that we can replicate. Yeah. No, this absolutely has to do with field of view, with your vanishing point. Okay.
What about ships disappearing?
Can I finish the sentence? Can I finish the sentence? Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So we're taught these things because everybody with fully functioning eyes sees the world the same way. Everybody shares the same field of view. Everybody has the same vanishing point. Okay? These boats are not going down a water hill. They're just going to your vanishing point of perspective. Between the water and the air, there's a lot of interference, miraging effects and things like that happen that would cause the boat to appear to disappear bottom up. And you can actually try this on your flat floor. There's actually plenty of examples to be found where people have done these diffraction tests on their floors. They
at the same time, there's been I'm sure you're like well aware of like the tests that have been done of flat earthers like shining lights through.
I'm well aware of many tests that both the globe side and the flat Earth side has done. What's conclusive as to what's not? Looking like flat Earth has it in the bag.
So how would you explain that why the moon looks different in Australia as to what it looks like in like North America?
I love that you asked that question, and I wish that our Australian buddy Timbo was in the chat right now. He is frequently in here. Timbo, if you can hear me, I was sitting in Ohio around 5:45, 6 p.m. and I start to see the moon, and I'm on Discord, and I chime in, and I'm like, hey guys, I can see the moon right now, and it's looking pretty cool. Like the sun and the moon were kind of in the sky at the same time. And Timbo chimes in, and he's like, boy, I can see the moon in the sky. He could also see the moon at the same time I was seeing it, and he's in somewhere like Melbourne, Australia. And I'm in southern Ohio. And we're seeing the moon at the same time. And it was about 5:40, like I said, about 5:40 p.m. my time.
So you're using like semantics of what like your friend said.
No. It's not semantic. It's not semantic. He frequently comes in here. He's a a flat, an Australian flat earther, one of several that we've gotten here. But I'm just wondering, how on earth was I seeing the moon at the same time, right? How was Timbo in Australia seeing the moon at the same time I was seeing the moon in Ohio at 5 p.m.? You know, for a globe.
I can't speak to that, man. And this is the thing that I can't. You're talking about like something that your friend saw, man, and like this is a thing that
I get it. No, I get it.
I don't know how you want me to argue that you're saying like your friend
you asked why the moon is different in Australia. She quoted an Australian guy. What are you talking about?
I mean, she said that her friend in Australia saw
it. And you said, why is the moon different in Australia?
Dawes is from Australia, aren't you, Dawes?
Certainly am.
Yeah, yes,
yeah,
sir.
I could see the moon in Melbourne, and a guy could see it in Canada at the same time. But that still doesn't really prove what the ground is.
What if I go? Can you see the moon right now, Dawes?
No, it's too cloudy.
Okay. Say, because I can probably. Oh, I see the moon. I can actually see the moon out my window right fucking now.
That makes sense because I'm in Canada, and that makes sense. I can see the moon right now as well.
Right, and you and I are on the, in your mind, the northern hemisphere of the globe. In your mind, right? So we're both seeing the moon.
It's the same thing as like why do we have different constellations as people in different hemispheres have? Like why can we see the Little Dipper, whereas our friend in Australia cannot see the Little Dipper?
It has everything to do with something called angular resolution and light attenuation, if you've ever heard of those things.
I mean, you can educate me, man, but like it's a long form, in my view of what I'm guessing. It's a long form explanation on like something that is like very easily explained as like we're on different sides of the globe.
Well, Dawes, do you want to help this guy out real quick? I've gotta use the restroom.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
So, dude, looking at the
sky. I want to say as well, I'm not coming from like a malicious place, man. I'm not trying to like fuck with you guys. Of like,
Still there?
Fidel.
Oh yeah, what's up?
Fidel Castro, I think Dawes is going to take over real quick while I use the restroom.
Sounds good.
So, Fidel, really, the sky doesn't prove the ground. The moon, the stars, the sun, all that stuff does not prove what the ground is.
So, did you guys
Also,
just say you could see the moon in the US right now, Daz? Were you guys just talking about you could see the moon right now in the US?
Yeah, the moon is visible right now in the US, but I can't see it here in Melbourne because it's cloudy. But I have seen it here in Australia, and a guy in Canada saw it at the same time.
I can see it right now.
Oh, you can see it there? It's too cloudy.
AJ, hold on. AJ, you're in Australia, right?
Yeah,
I am looking at the moon out my window right now.
Yeah, send a photo of the. Yeah, I mean, because if you're seeing like a
Give me one second, I'm driving. It's a little bit
right fucking now.
bit blurry.
I will send a picture. AJ, you send a picture, and I'll send a picture of the moon right now.
Yep, no worries. Mine's a little bit blurry because I'm driving. I just took it out the window of the car. Hang on.
It's up in the north. It's up in the north there, AJ. I mentioned.
Hang on. Let me get this going on. It's too blurry. I'm going to have to stop the car. Hang on a second.
What the fuck is that?
I'm driving, man. It's a bit foggy up in the sky there as well.
Yeah,
but
maybe maybe don't fucking take pictures while driving. Drive safe.
That looks like an avant-garde like album cover, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, hang on a second. Give me a second, dude.
Look, I'm so excited. I've been wanting to do this forever. I've been wanting for a fucking Australia, one of my fucking Aussie flat earthers to be like, yo, me and you gonna take a picture of the moon at the same time. Let's get it. Here we go. Sending. Motherfucking send that shit.
It's just behind the fog. There you go.
Check that shit out, boy. Check that shit out.
That's the sun, bro.
That's not the sun. Stop coping.
That's the sun, dude.
It's not the sun, dude. It's 6 o'clock at night here. It's fucking dark.
Bro, it's dark. You ever seen the sun look that fucking dim at night, bro? You don't lie to yourself. Don't even try to lie to yourself now. Like, that's the sun, bro. It's dark as shit. Look how dark it's dark here where I'm at. I'm in Oklahoma. Motherfuckers all the way in Australia. We're seeing the moon at the same time, but the earth is a globe? Stop it. Stop it.
I don't even know what to say to you. That's the sun, dude.
Can you check?
I know you don't know what to say, because there's nothing to say, but holy shit, right? Damn, maybe I was wrong about Earth being a globe. That's what you say.
This is currently where the moon is positioned in relation to the Earth. And if you look on the globe Earth, Australia down here and North America up here are both visible.
What? Can you see the moon right now? You're in Canada. Can you see the moon right now?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, so
so
can I.
you in Canada can see the moon. Me in Oklahoma can see the moon. AJ in Australia can see the moon. But the Earth is a globe? You really want to?
Yes.
Really want to go with that?
Well, it may look at the stream I'm showing. From the position of the moon, both Australia and North America are visible. Australia, North America. This is the position of the moon. Right? Oh, is it showing?
Right now?
Yeah. You see it?
No,
this
I
is the
see a
globe
bunch of
theory.
fucking lines.
That again.
Am I showing the right thing?
Bro, I can hardly tell what I'm looking at right here. So many fucking
So this
lines.
is the moon here, right? If you look at the globe Earth model, you can see Australia and North America visible from the moon's angle. So that's why you can both see it. Right? Australia, North America. So yeah, they can both see the moon at the same time. So doesn't I'm not like just that specific example. I don't think disproves it.
But it somehow proves that sea level curves? What?
What do you mean?
Sea level curves, bro? Like, we can look at the moon all day long, and then we're just going to be like, so sea level curves? Look, the moon! Sea level curves. What?
What does that have to do with you seeing the moon and America seeing the moon at the same time?
Yeah, exactly, because the sky is not the ground, right? Like, yeah, me and somebody in Australia seeing the moon. Chances are, Earth is not a globe, right?
Okay.
And you need to focus down on the ground.
Okay, but you made this example to disprove the globe Earth. And by saying that in the model, Australia and North America can't see the moon at the same time, and therefore you both seeing it disproves the globe Earth. But, I mean...
It's pretty interesting. That's pretty far away. Like, the moon is above my head
Yeah.
in North America, and the moon's above his head in Australia.
Well, if you look at the picture he picked, that's not directly
to me, it doesn't.
His head, is it?
And
I'm sure for
I know,
you,
but
it's
to me,
also
it doesn't.
it's relatively close.
It doesn't indicate Earth curve, right? It doesn't show me the sea level curves. That's the whole issue here. We're like looking at this luminary in the sky. That's the whole point about it. You can look up in the fucking sky, but at the end of the day, nothing about anything in the sky is going to tell you whether or not the ground is curving, ultimately.
Yeah.
So, if you want to know what the hell the ground is doing, wouldn't it make more sense to address the ground?
Sure.
So that's what we've been going out and doing, man. We've been going out and been like, well, let's measure for Earth curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
And every time we go out and measure for Earth curve, we're like, where the fuck is it? Where is it? Every time we measure and the distance gets longer and longer, all we find is an increase of missing drop over the distance. That drop that should be there for Earth curve ain't there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we're finding. Like actually going out and physically measuring it. Like taking a measurement from Long Beach to Catalina Island, 29.3 miles away. You can see the whole island from the base up. Nearly 500 feet of that island from the bottom should be hidden. So these are the things that we find when we go to measure the surface of Earth for curvature. That's all it really comes down to.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, NASA shows us some shit and some scientists tell them some shit. We don't need any fucking science for measuring a shape.
I mean, okay.
Right? And flat's not a shape, my guy. It's not a shape. So there's no shape claim. It's just an observation. Claim from observation and measurement. Every time we go out and measure for Earth curve, it just ain't there, dude. It just ain't there. It's pretty simple. It's objective reality. Like, when have you ever seen the Earth curve with your own two eyes? Never. Me neither.
Yeah,
Ever. And I've been up in it.
Massive.
Huh?
It's because the Earth is so fucking massive, you can't see the curvature with your eyes.
So fucking massive, dude. So fucking massive. Tell me how fucking massive it is, dude.
Do you believe
Tell
in
me
mirages?
how massive. Believe? Why y'all use the word believe? Like we just have a belief system.
Well, what word do you want me to use?
How about you reformulate the question? Like, what do you think about mirages? Not do you believe in mirages? It's dumb.
What do you think?
But anyway, yeah. What about them? They happen all the time. Sometimes the road will appear to look like the sky. It'll be like a mirroring effect going on. You ever seen that? Like the road ahead of you looks like water, or starts to look like it's just like the sky. Yeah. That shit happens.
Distort the position of objects you can see.
It doesn't necessarily distort the position of the object. It will heavily distort the object itself on that line.
Yeah.
So that's what happens for sure.
And you don't see that with like the oil rig habit pictures. You don't see image distortion of those oil rigs.
Platform Habitat and Platform Hill House. The only distortion I see is on the rig that's a little further away. It looks like there's some heat or something that might be coming up off the rig, which causes a little bit of warping and waving in the air. So, but that's about it. The whole thing about the oil derricks is that your horizon is definitely not where it should be for a ball Earth. It's sitting behind the furthest oil rig. Ah, shit. Yeah, the closest oil rig should be hidden by 23 feet of Earth curve. The other rig should be hidden by over 65 feet of Earth curve, but it's not. Neither of them are hidden like that at all. So, yeah, there's a little bit of atmosphere going on, and you can see it in the bendy crane. The issue is that the horizon's behind both of the rigs. It's not where it should be. Yeah. Look at it carefully. You got a horizon that's behind both rigs, and
I mean, there's other photos you can find of it where,
yeah, I know what you're
in
talking
clear
about.
conditions where there's
Where the further one looks like it's more cut off.
yeah. And,
yeah, I know what you're talking about, and that's definitely some atmospheric shit, because still you have the closer rig that should still be hidden by 23 feet, and it's not. So what's happening in the distance to that other rig? A little bit of atmosphere.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's all that's happening. A little bit of the atmo, a little bit of light doing some warpy things, but still your horizon isn't where it should be for a ball Earth. Period. Despite
I mean, if you do
despite
check
atmospheric effects and all that.
if you look at the closer one, there's some photos that have them appearing like there is a significant cutoff of height.
Yep, which supports the flat Earth claim due to the fact that the horizon is not in a geometric location,
Exactly.
but it's optical.
Yep.
Well, you can see it in the geometric location on clear days for those
Can you
habitats.
please provide evidence of that? Because I've never seen it.
Sure.
And if it's only and if this geometric horizon is only on clear days, it's still an optical effect, yeah.
Bazinga.
What about days where it's not, like the sun is in the back reflecting off the water? Like on the
What do
bottom.
you mean? The sun is in the back? No, the sun's never in the back of a ball. By the way, do you on a sphere? Do you even have like a front, back, left, right, top, bottom on a sphere? Like any part of that sphere could be front, back, top,
Well, yeah,
bottom,
north,
left, right. You know,
north, south, west, east. Right.
the established points on the sphere, or what they've established as north and south. Yeah, top and bottom. Yeah.
Well, it's magnetic, right?
I don't know. Is it magnetic?
You don't think compasses use magnetism to?
Well, that would debunk your. Yeah, that would debunk your gravity now, wouldn't it?
Why is that?
What do you mean? Why is that? It means it's magnetic, so it's not gravity. Also, you're right. Actually, a fucking compass. You made a great point, dude. A fucking compass. It's a flat circular tool that you have to hold flat and level to the plane of your horizon for navigation. Shit. That means a compass is a flat Earth tool. Fuck. Now what do we do? Now what do we do? Oh no. Oh no, it's flat. And it's round. And you have to hold it level and horizontal to the plane of your horizon for it to function properly for navigation. Oh shit.
Well, yeah.
And it always points to north, yeah? It always points to north, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't point to south. It doesn't have the counterbalance on it is what's pointing to south. But you're gonna know that, you know, if your compass is pointing north, you're gonna know the opposite direction of that is south. It works just fine on a flat Earth. East and west would be circles in between north and south. You can get a heading of, you know, between east and northeast and east southeast. You keep your heading east and you're going to end up right back where you started, keeping your heading between south and north, going east. You're going to end up right back where you started. And that is what they consider circumnavigation of a globe, right? But it's fucking ridiculous because you can circumnavigate over a flat fucking surface too. Like, what? Like, I can go in a circle on a flat fucking parking lot, right? Yeah. I can pick my cardinal directions and be like, okay, I'm going to go all the way east. Right? I'm going to come back where I started. I can make a full circle. So, the only thing that hasn't been done is a full circle starting from north, going down to south, and coming back up to north where you started. That has never happened. Coming up one side of a ball and then going back down one side of the ball and coming back up the other. It's not a flight that has ever happened. And you got to question that.
Well, I mean, the compasses don't work at the South Pole, right? And the North Pole. Like they use the magnetic flux lines of the Earth to.
Yeah, it appears to me from what I've seen is that your compass, when you get closer to the north or magnetic north, that your compass starts going crazy. And then as you get closer to south, or like you get to the Antarctic Circle, your compass becomes shiftless, lazy.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not finding any kind of point. You're so far away from magnetic north that your southern needle isn't really doing anything for you. It's, like I said, it's shiftless, it's lazy. It's not doing what it should do. And so out there, those guys have to use digital. And they have those with towers and stuff like that in the oceans that they're bouncing these signals off of to get their digital GPS reading. It's triangulating their position over a level horizontal plane. This is just what they have to do because their compasses stopped working in the south.
So how do magnetism work? Does it just not have flux lines in that case then? Because if there was on the flat Earth, there was a North Pole which was magnetized. Assuming like you're in Australia, it'd be pointing to it'd be pointing like diagonal to that North Pole. Assuming it doesn't have flux lines, right? Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I think electromagnetism could serve as a very useful tool, even within one's own frame of mass and gravity, because we all exert gravity everywhere we go. Think about it. We all are made of matter and mass. So just as much as the Earth exerts gravity on all the people around us, I think even human beings have their own gravity.
What?
Sorry about that. The call dropped.
Oh.
No worries.
So I think the last thing I was asking you about was a toroidal field, or those flux lines, right? So all of that energy is being focused to one center point. That'd be your magnetic north.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Your compass only points north.
Interesting.
So what about the South Pole?
Compass, I would say.
There's the same effect that takes place at the South Pole.
There's not an actual. Oh, I just realized I'm talking to Chardsy. What's up, Chardsy?
So what's fascinating with it?
Yeah, there's no like magnetic South Pole, and you can make yourself your own little model too. You can make a magnetic. You can do this on a ball. Huh?
A magnetic South Pole.
Yeah, there's no. It doesn't work like that. There's no magnetic South Pole. Right? There's a magnetic North.
Why is there no magnetic South?
If you look at how a battery functions, the electromagnetism of the battery is based on the positive and negative electronic charges. So if the North Pole would be emitting the positive, then it would be a complete cycle of loop.
I encourage you to test it for yourself.
There's probably magnetism at the South Pole, I'm pretty sure.
Well,
so then maybe the station as well.
Well, listen, get yourself a little compass. Get yourself a little compass, like a little nickel-sized, dime-sized compass, just a little thing. All right? And model yourself a ball Earth with a magnetic point at north and a magnetic point at south. Put your compass on the equator between north and south, and you tell me what that compass does. I'm going to tell you right now, it's not going to work. it's not going to work properly at all.
Yeah, 100%.
Now,
I understand the phenomenon. Yeah, it will
right,
start
because
shipping all over the place.
right. So now put it. Now, let's make this a flat Earth with a magnetic center. Right, only the center is magnetic. Now use your little compass and navigate. Go on the equator and navigate, and you'll find that your compass works just fine. It works better actually on an Earth that is modeled flat than it would with a Earth that is modeled as a ball with a south and north polarity.
So
that would be intriguing.
It's very intriguing.
South Pole is very censored in the Google Maps I'm looking at.
It is. You know,
it's
funny.
censored. It's like there's a shadow.
Yep. There is no South Pole, so to speak. Like there's South, right? And South is South is
like a shadow. There's a shadow cast. Literally, there's a shadow cast on top of the Google image, blocking the Google image from pinpointing the exact locations of certain areas in the south areas.
You know,
the cold and
every
southern
time,
areas of all.
and every time I've tried to use Google Earth to draw out the coastline of Antarctica, and there's this weird thing that happens where it like makes a circle. Like it doesn't do what I want it to do, and it makes this awkward circle, and I'm like, what is this? Yeah,
that's the shadow of an object covering the Google map satellite.
Hey Shadzi, I need to ask Shadzi something. Shadzi, why are you comparing lines on a globe? One sec, bro. Shadzi. Oh fuck, am I coming through? Hang on.
I think it's nobody.
Yeah, where's the satellites and space stations orbiting around the exosphere? Where is the space station?
Shut up for a minute, bro. You can't. You're barely speaking anyway. Nobody can fucking hear you. Get close to your mic or something. Shadzi, why on earth? Why the heck are you comparing lines on a globe Earth to a flattened out globe projection? As if it's some sort of fucking argument, bro.
Mumbo jumbo. Well,
what?
I'm just wondering here. So,
Shadzi, yeah,
can you hear me? The southern polar
Nobody, man. Shut up for a minute.
Sorry, I had my microphone muted. I wanted to say I'm happy to answer, but I don't want to interrupt any conversations that are already
going. It's fine.
Okay. It seems like that guy just... Okay. So these are special lines. These are long-haul freight air shipping routes. They're not just arbitrary lines.
Oh, the white line in the thing you posted?
Yeah, I don't care what they are. Why are you comparing them to a globe Earth projection?
Oh, we'll see. This is how the shipping lines would go in the two different projections.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, so one's a globe and one's a globe.
Well, one's a globe and one's not
a flattened out globe. No, it's a flattened out globe.
Yeah, a flattened out globe. That's a good.
Yeah. Why are you doing that?
What do you mean?
Why am I doing what?
I'm not quite sure. That was more nobody. He just kind of.
Why are you showing that in the side chat?
Oh,
that was.
Well, it shows that it would be a little bit ridiculous for these flight paths to exist between these locations because they're not the same flight
on a globe. Yeah, I agree. On a globe, yeah, I agree.
Right, because on a globe, they would go pretty directly between
both
each
of
location.
those are globes, bro. Both of those are representations of the globe, of a globe.
Well, that's not entirely accurate.
Yeah,
because if you'll see, well, no, hold on. And like I said, if you're going to cut me off, I'm not going to have this conversation with you. So are we going to have a play conversation, or are you going to cut me off?
Just get to the fucking point.
Okay, so you'll see that on the left image, that the flight paths go directly to each location. They don't pass over any other continents. You look on the right image, you'll see these flight paths pass over multiple continents. A lot of them fly over America, Asia, for some reason. They're not the same representation. And to present it in that way is disingenuous, and it seems to see like you don't really know what you're talking about.
Fine. So what you're saying is, okay, so you're claiming the left one is an accurate representation of reality.
Yes, that's what it has. The little green check
which is a
mark
globe,
next to
right?
it.
Which is a globe. You're saying the globe, right, is an accurate representation of reality. Are you? Right, that's a reification, but forget that. Okay, the right, it's also a representation of the globe. Is it a representation of reality?
The right, the map projection is a representation of the globe, but the flight paths are entirely different. Those are not accurate representations of the actual flight paths.
Have they been flattened out? Have those lines been flattened out as well?
They've been more than flattened out.
Is that what they would look like? So is that what those lines would look like after you've flattened out the projection on the left with the lines on them?
No.
No.
I feel like that's fairly obvious.
So I think you're strawmanning both flat earthers and your own globe, bro.
How is he strawman? What?
Yeah. I just posted an image and you started an argument with me, man.
Yeah, because it's in what's the relevance? What's the context? How is this relevant to this conversation? What you posted?
Well, if the flight lines on the left were correctly mapped to the projection on the right, then the flight lines wouldn't look like this.
Okay.
Right?
Has anybody here claimed that would be how it goes? How it works?
No, and I'm not saying I posted an image, and I'm not. You're the one strawmanning. I'm not the one trying to make an argument here.
So why post it? So why post it? So why post it?
Because I thought it was kind of funny.
I thought it was kind of funny. I think it's kind of funny that you're strawmanning both your own position and Flat Earth's position. That's what I'm
think. I'm strawmanning both positions.
Yeah. You wouldn't be posting that unless there was some kind of info.
All right, I'm gonna mute myself until you calm down.
Yeah, you'd better just shut the fuck up, bro.
He was making a joke though. They're both like.
Yeah, he wasn't making a joke.
In one image.
He wasn't making a fucking joke, bro. He's making an inference that the right side is what flat earthers think the earth looks like from a long distance away. And then saying, well, these lines on the globe don't work on this side of it. Well, he didn't flatten those lines out on the left with the right. He's just drawn some new lines on the right one and said it doesn't work. But either way, he's saying his globe doesn't work. He's contradicting himself. He's saying, see, on the left, it works, and that's the globe. And see, on the right, that's the globe, and it doesn't work. He's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, he's kind of putting his foot in his mouth while trying to strawman our position. So, Charzy, can you see what I posted here? All
right, he stuck his fingers in his ears.
Is he deafened for real?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm tagging him. Charzy, I'm deafened.
Hey, AJ, you sound like you're underwater, man. It's really you're all distorted and shit.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So he just presented two globe models to debunk flat Earth. Is that what he did? He's using the globe projection, saying that the globe projection doesn't work on the globe, therefore Earth can't be flat.
He'll hide from that. He'll say that he just said he just thought it was funny.
It is kind of funny.
Charzy.
It's a little funny.
It's funny that he used a globe projection to debunk the flight paths on a globe to then say that flat Earth can't work. That's just not even funny. That's retarded.
I know, right?
Which makes it funny.
I mean, we were having a decent conversation, and I mean, he was getting cooked on everything he asked me.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, John. Yeah, that guy, I did end up muting him, and he took off. So I apologize about that. I was gonna let you guys get back to that. Like, I didn't care about Shardsy too much. I just wanted to shut his fucking little straw man shit down in the side chat. But yeah, I could barely hear that other guy anyway. Yeah, but you were talking to Sign as well, weren't you? He's still here.
Yes, I was.
Yes.
Yeah, Sign's
Yeah, but that other guy was just talking absolute gibberish and just talking over everybody. He had nothing relevant to add.
Yeah. So I posted an example that shows flight routes that don't exist. They should. They ultimately should exist if we can fly anywhere, in any direction, on a ball Earth.
Mm-hmm. Is it to like go from island to island? I know you have to be within a certain kilometerage, a certain number of kilometers from landable airspace, right? Like you kind of have to plan flight routes depending on where the closest airbase is in case of emergency landings.
Oh yeah, there's a book called like 16 Emergency Landings that ultimately prove a flat Earth, because the emergency landings make no fucking sense whatsoever on a globe. Like, why in the hell would they like make a side stop here when you flatten it out? It's like, oh, that's a straight shot.
Well, like I know when I was flying from Calgary to Tokyo on like it'd make more sense just to go straight to it, but they like routed around like the coast of Alaska and then the coast of like I don't know what that Russian peninsula is called down to Tokyo. Like they don't always just cross the ocean like that unless they have to, I think. But yeah, I don't know much about that.
Yeah. So
they have certain flight corridors like.
Ew, there's a girl in here. What the fuck, dude? Get out of here, lady.
Oh,
lady.
Right.
Whoa, jeez.
Okay, victory.
Who's
I
that?
just won the whole argument. Me?
Doofus.
Oh, okay. It's Doofus
hi.
8. Welcome, Doofus
Thank
8.
you. Oh, hi. You're a girl. You sound like a girl. Okay, hi. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm a virgin. I'm looking for a girlfriend. I don't know if you knew that, but I'm looking for a girlfriend.
Well, that's good for you, buddy, and I hope you find you one. So what brings you to the server, bro? What brings you to our channel?
I just told you. I'm looking for a girlfriend.
Oh, so you're not going to find a flat Earth girlfriend if you're a globetard. Just telling you right now.
Is that true?
Well, I could go. I could go either way. Look, I could go either way. I could be swayed. You can sway me.
Yeah, I got a question.
Would you mind trying to sway me?
Yeah, go ahead, Sign, because Doofus isn't going to add anything relevant to this chat.
Oh my! Shut up, lady.
With a name like Doofus 8, come on, are we supposed to take you seriously? Or
yes. What do you want to talk about? Let's do an IQ test side by side. I'll fucking Donkey Kong you, idiot.
Let's
First
do
of all,
it.
we're going to hear from Sign.
Okay,
Sign, come on.
Post
hold on.
Post an IQ test on the side chat. Post an IQ test on the side chat. I'm waiting.
We're having a little discussion here. All right, so IQ. Let's just start off. Let me ask you a couple questions. Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
Conservation of motion. I'm gonna throw it out there.
So you don't know what the second law of thermodynamics is? Okay.
Right?
Do you know?
Yeah, I was conservation of motion, right?
No, wrong. All right. So do you know what sonoluminescence is?
No.
Oh, right. Cool. All right. Well, I mean, I guess that I've got you beat on IQ already.
Not really how IQ works.
Yeah. Do you know what a triangle is?
Yeah.
What's a triangle?
What's a triangle?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's that?
Well, you
Give me the
asked the question.
No, I'm asking for the answer. It's okay. I already know the answer. It's like a teacher teaching the class, right? What is the definition of a triangle, class?
Shape with 3 sides. Real talk.
Okay, yeah. With 3 straight sides.
The sides are curved.
No, the sides are not curved. That's not a triangle. You fail. You
Wait,
fail.
but
the
what's
IQ
it called
test.
then?
The definition of a triangle? You don't know it?
We're not the one who said IQ test, by the way. That was the guy who was like trying to rizz you up.
That's true. That's true. Is he still muted? Is he still in here?
He
Is he
seems
still in
very
here?
upset. I think we should give Doofus a second chance, honestly.
I think so too.
He
I'm
was
with you,
maybe
Treasure.
misinterpreted.
Perhaps. He's still in here,
No,
so maybe we should unmute him.
Doofus is a regular troll.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, he's been around a while.
Well, sucks for you, Doofus, because the Earth has always been flat. It's never been a globe. Yep. Did you know that, like, back in the early 1900s, like, flat Earth was being taught in schools? Like, no bullshit.
Crazy.
No cap. No cap. Up until the 1900s. It was up until about the time that the Rockefellers took over the school systems, right? Bro was like, I don't want thinkers, I want workers. God damn it. And now if you look on all of the scholastic textbooks, there's like a Rockefeller Foundation stamp on like all these books, bro. Yeah, Rockefeller, the motherfucker that says, I don't want thinkers, has a stamp on all these fucking scholastic textbooks. Sus.
Kind of sus. Why would the Rockefeller Foundation do that?
Because he don't want fucking thinkers, he wants workers, so shut your bitch ass up and go the fuck back to work.
Oh.
Yeah, bro. Don't take offense to that. Don't take offense. I'm just making a point.
Oh, I mean, you're very passionate, obviously.
I don't want you to think about don't think about nothing, bro. Don't think about nothing. Just go to work. Go make me that money.
But didn't Rockefeller's corporation get split up into like 10 subsidiaries and his family lost most of his wealth?
I think that quote was, I want a nation of work, or whatever. I'm not going to be a dick. But talking about the IQ test, I'm sorry, it's set to...
Generally speaking, Rockefellers didn't want thinkers. They wanted workers. And you know what? They got it. They got it their way. Fucking, they went all of Burger King on that, and they got it their way.
Did you guys participate in that contest that Burger King had where you could design your own burger?
Hell no.
Who goes to Burger King, bro?
Hey, Burger King is not that bad.
They have gone to shit. When I was a little girl and I went to Burger King, that shit used to be good. It used to actually be real 100% beef that they actually flame broiled. And now it's just some flame broiled flavored shit that they like barely touch with some fire.
Damn.
It's fake. It's fake as fuck. It's fake as fuck.
Going back to that,
That's besides the point. That's besides the point. We're talking about the Earth. We're talking about the nature of Earth's surface. And we are here in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord because we have not been able to find any empirical evidence, observation, or measurement of Earth curve. Have you guys, anybody in here seen the curved Earth with their own
Hey, but can
eyeballs?
we circle back to the Rockefeller though?
Yeah, that's fine. We can circle back.
What was his incentive of like how does promoting the globe Earth incentivize workers instead of thinkers?
Well, it's kind of like this, right? It's like, this is the globe. This is all there is. You don't have to think about anything else. You need to go make some money. And that's ultimately what they did. They said, here's the whole Earth, kids. You don't have to question anything. Here it is. We've found it all, right? That's
Can I butt in?
Yeah, go for it.
I don't see how the shape of the Earth would factor into, like, if you're trying to condition a population in that way, where you want obedient workers who don't question things. I feel like, especially in the early 1900s, when most people lived in poverty, most people lived on farms, I feel like the shape of the Earth probably wasn't, like, a huge issue on people's minds. So I don't see how that issue particularly would, like,
Oh, then obviously it's not them they're trying to control then. Must be idiots like you then, that they're trying to control.
Well, no, like, but there were more prescient issues, right? Like, people were literally starving to death. There were kids that were like 10 years old working at factories who never even went to school.
Gosh,
So I feel like,
you know what I need to go find? I need to go find this documentary, and it's like 7 parts, like 1 through 7, and it's like 6 hours long. And yes, I've watched it more than twice. It's The Lost History of Earth, or The Lost History of Flat Earth, and it talks about all of that shit. It talks about all these orphans and all of that. Oh, dude, this shit's deeper than anybody really realizes. Yep. Yeah, they were teaching a flat Earth up until the early 1900s, dude. And then like schools were starting to get pissed off, and they're like, this heretical teaching that Earth is a globe, that Earth is a sphere. Like, we don't want this in our schools. Well, it was already too late by then. The Rockefellers had already gained control of the scholastic system. It was too late.
Yeah,
It didn't matter. They were already
1944.
in.
1944 was when that occurred in the UK. There was a big discussion on that today. And there's actually apparently a court case, or they were going to take it to court, in regards to teaching this globe. So it wasn't actually in the curriculum till 1944.
Really? It was flat Earth curriculum till 1944 in the UK.
Bazinga! Yeah.
That's tail end of World War II. Let me look this up.
But that's not just the UK. That's other locations as well.
Didn't the UK have like the biggest navy in the world for like 200 years?
Yeah. Not today though.
Right. But, the 1700s to the, mid to early 1900s, I feel like they probably stopped teaching it before that.
Yeah, I just find it funny, right? Because like a lot of globers come in here and they're like, "Oh, everybody's known that the Earth is a ball for thousands of years," and I'm like, "It says right here that they were teaching it up until the early 1900s. What the fuck?"
Well, it all originated with Copernicus in the Catholic Church, yeah, but Copernicus didn't want to put that out there either, and it took quite some time. And then it was the Catholic Church who pushed that heliocentric model.
Facts.
And you're right, everyone comes in and says, "Oh, we've known for thousands of years." The Greeks knew. No, the Greeks didn't know. Yeah. There was a couple of Greeks that may have proposed that the Earth was a globe, and there was definitely debate about the subject. But, my parents-in-law are in their late 80s from Greece and were taught flat Earth.
Yep.
So
history's cool, man. You go through history and you find out even that like Earth's not a ball. You know what trips me out, right? Is Universal Studios in the 1920s had this globe Earth graven image, right? And then, oh, lo and behold, we roll around to the 1960s, and NASA goes to the moon, and then here we have this ball Earth. Everybody can see the ball Earth, and it just so happens to look exactly like the Universal Studios ball, which existed long before anybody went to quote unquote space to see the whole thing. Like, sus as fuck, yo. How the fuck? How did anybody know what the fuck that thing looked like before anybody allegedly went to motherfucking space to see the bitch? In the 1920s, dude. Fucking Universal Studios. Go look it up, bro. One of the very first fucking globes that was ever fucking presented was in like the early 1500s. And they're like, oh, this is Earth, right? Long before anybody had ever fucking, allegedly, like I said, allegedly been to space to see the whole thing. Anybody else find that suspicious as fuck?
I don't know. I think you can make a accurate representation of something without seeing the entire thing. Like we've had maps.
No.
Yeah.
No, that's okay. Accurate? It was fucking identical, bro.
Well,
accurate?
Yeah, if they had
No. There's no
if they had
fucking
already
way.
mapped
What
out
are
the entire
chances?
planet,
No. What are the chances that I come up with a picture of what I think Earth is? Right? What are the chances that I come up with a picture of what I think Earth is? Right? And then years down the fucking road, they come out and they say, oh yeah, this is exactly what it looks like. Nah, bullshit, bro. Bullshit.
well,
Ain't no fucking way. The
if you can
chances are
map the
fucking
whole
0 to
planet,
0.
What?
then
What
someone takes a picture of it.
Universal
How do you map
Studio
a whole
Globe are you
planet?
talking about? Like the
Like
mid
Earth is
30s one?
not. You have to understand that Earth is not a planet, right? Because like planet translates to like a wandering luminary, and Earth is not a wandering luminary. Like nobody can even prove that this bitch moves.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Can you prove that it moves? Can you prove that it moves?
No.
Yeah, neither can I. Because it's not. Does your sense perception tell you that it's moving?
I don't know what is sense perception.
Your senses, dude. Like your senses, the human senses. The way you interpret the world, the way you see things.
Right, but if I'm on a bus that's going on cruise control, I can't tell that the bus is moving. Because you're moving at a constant velocity. There's no change in acceleration, so you can't tell that there's movement. You can tell the vibration of the machinery, but other than that, you're not like physically being moved forward or backwards.
Yeah, it's not really a good comparison, dude, because one, you're in. Two, if you do take any type of turn, you are going to feel movement, and the Earth is apparently taking an elliptical orbit around the Sun at varying speeds, yeah? So, and you're not in an enclosed system according to the globe. So they really don't compare.
Hey.
You guys think the Sun is a globe?
What? I think the Sun is a light, period.
But powered by what?
Fuck if I know, bro. Self-luminous as far as I know.
I bet they got a solar panel on that bitch powering it.
From another
sun? Solar panel on the fucking light source that's supposed to power the solar panel. That does that? What?
Yeah, think about that for a second.
Yeah, that don't make no fucking sense. We got a solar panel on the solar, and that's how it powers the solar. It's so circular.
It's infinite power, man. Think about it.
It's so circular.
Wait, did you guys listen to Addison Rae's new album?
Who's Addison Rice?
Ray.
Addison Rae? Oh my god. Of course I heard the album.
Yeah, look it up.
What did you think of it?
Really good.
No way.
Yeah,
I
thought it was just a little bit derivative, but definitely
I take
a
it
pretty
that
good album.
absolutely nobody in here has seen Earth curve with their own two eyes. Nobody.
Diet Pepsi. What the?
What? Anybody seen curvature of Earth with their own two eyes? Anybody? Anybody?
I have when I was on a plane.
No bullshit. You know you didn't. No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I saw the horizon and the curvature, sweetheart.
The horizon and the curvature. Oh my god, that's so fucking cute. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, it is very cute that I'm not a fucking delusional schizo on the internet.
You must be.
Hey, we don't call names here. You could be polite.
For sure.
I'm not going to be polite to someone that's trying to patronize me.
Excuse me, you try to come and patronize me first.
It's fine. We're tough-skinned. We expect other people also to be tough-skinned because it's just the internet. We're all just we're really just strangers.
Yeah, but we could be nice. We can. I mean, I don't agree with you guys.
Yeah, we could if we want. We could. Yeah, you could. You're right. Yeah, exercise if you want. I guess we'll all display our own levels of maturity, right?
I guess, man.
So June, what's the issue here?
I don't believe in a flat Earth. I think it's silly.
That's fine. So you don't believe in a flat Earth, which means that you believe in a globe. Yeah?
Round Earth or oblique spheroid.
Okay, so you hold a belief, right? That's what I'm understanding. That's what you've just said.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So then you hold a belief, right? If you believe something, you don't necessarily know. So how do you know that Earth is a globe, or do you just believe it?
That's inconsequential and irrelevant.
No, it's a very fair question. Do you believe that Earth is a globe, or do you know it?
We have multiple beliefs that can't be corroborated.
Okay.
So
Right. No,
it doesn't really prove anything.
This is very simple.
Do you believe that gravity exists, or do you know that gravity exists? Or do you believe in fake bullshit like the law of densities?
Listen, you can stay calm and we can have this conversation.
I am calm.
Okay, then just simply answer. Do you believe that Earth is a globe, or do you know it? It's very simple. Just give me an answer.
I'll respond when you stop trying to talk to me as if I'm a child. It's very rude.
Do you believe that Earth is a globe, or do you know it? Very simple.
Yes and yes.
Yes, so you believe and you know. Okay, all right, let's go with it. So how do you know that Earth is a globe that goes around the sun? Let's do that. Let's go.
Well, that is not my area of expertise, so I will defer to the experts in that field, aka NASA.
Okay. All right, okay. So I'm going to tell you that is what is called an appeal to authority fallacy.
Yes, it's an appeal to authority when every country and their leading scientists in those countries believe in the same thing. Definitely an appeal to authority.
That's an appeal to authority and also appeal to group, right? It's
Why would I not appeal to the leading authority and experts in that field?
Yeah, that's also appeal to credential fallacy. So you're making a bunch of fallacies. So in other words, you believe and you know, but so far it seems like what you think about it is held up by fallacies so far. We've just identified that. 2 fallacies so far, appeal to authority and appeal to credential. So what evidence do you have that helps you know? What is it that you know that Earth is a globe? What is it? What's the evidence you have for that?
It is the most probable and likely hypothesis.
Okay, hypothesis. So hypotheses come from science, right?
Yeah. I rely on science and I don't rely on freaking conspiracy theorists that are doing this to shill and make money.
Okay, perfect. So, my question
Flat Earth
to
has
you
been
then.
disproven on multiple occasions. There's nothing that
My
supports Flat
question-
Earth whatsoever.
Okay. So you said hypothesis, which that rests on science. My question to you is:
Wait, I have a question for you.
No,
Are you
listen,
familiar
listen,
with Are you
listen,
familiar with Occam's razor? Are you familiar with that term, Occam's razor?
All right. Can I finish my? Can I
I'm
finish
sorry.
my
Were you
question
having a
before-
stroke or something, or?
Can I finish my question before you try to ask your question over my question?
No,
Let
I
me
don't
do
care
that.
for the interview.
Let me do
Thank
that.
you.
No, just let me do that. Okay. If you're not okay with it, you can leave. Nobody's keeping you here. Okay. So you said hypothesis, which appeals to science. My question
You're
to
boring
you,
me.
shush. My question to you is: what science do we need to measure curvature of a spherical surface?
Oh, she's gone, man. June
Booyah,
left.
baby. Booyah, baby. Cooked.
Chalk another one up on the board.
Absolutely. That's another one under my belt. So the thing is about it is there's no science needed for measuring a spherical surface. No science at all needed for that, but they wanted to come at me with hypothesis. Interesting. Well, that was a pretty easy cook. That was a fun one. Anyway, so we see how these super duper triggered Globe Believers Act, right?
Yes.
So clearly that person had a belief. They said they believed and they know. When I asked them how they know, they appealed to authority and appealed to credential, both of which are fallacies. And then they proceeded to tell me that it's upon hypothesis, which is based in science. We don't need science whatsoever to measure
I believe that.
the surface of sphericity, right? That makes it's perfectly logic, and it perfectly logically follows that we don't need science. We don't need any science to measure for the curvature of a spherical surface. We don't need science at all for that.
I heard most modern science is just a conspiracy created by the Carnegies.
I don't know. I just know that there's a lot of science that is pseudoscience, and it's called science. And there's other science that is science. Like for example, like crystals. What?
Yeah, you know those people they say can like heal you with crystals. You know, you ever been to one of those people?
Oh, that woo. Yeah, it's they call it like woo or woo shit. I don't know. Heal you with crystals. I don't know. That's crazy.
Or like chiropractors.
I like chiropractors. My chiropractor was awesome. Felt great.
That's just what they want you to think, man.
So anyway, we have established here, we have seen today that there is no science necessary for measuring a curved surface, measuring for a curved surface. So that's something that a lot of globe believers get hung up on. They're like, well, it's science. Well, it's science. Well, a globe is a shape, my friends. Shapes are not science. Shapes have nothing to do with science.
That's
so there's
true.
no science needed. Yeah, there's no science needed for measuring a ball. Yep. What science do I need to measure a beach ball? I don't. I don't need any science for measuring a beach ball at all. I need geometry. Yep. I'm going to need to figure out
Probably need
tangents and
some
things
sort
like
of
that.
standardized system of measurement that's based off of some sort of objective, tangible system, right? Like measuring lengths, and the metric system is based off of science.
So how is a measuring system based off of science? That still doesn't work. If you're measuring for sphericity of a surface, you're not using any science.
Well, it's based off of science, though.
No, there's no trigonometry. Trigonometry and geometry are not based off of science at all. You don't take your science book to your trigonometry class. You don't take your trigonometry book to your science class. You don't take your geometry book to your math class, vice versa.
What?
I mean,
what classes were you taking?
Yeah.
Physics, geometry, math, social studies, history.
So you took physics. So do you know how the meter came about as a unit of measurement? Do you know what that's based on?
I don't remember. Go ahead and refresh me.
It's based off of the speed of light and how far light travels in a certain amount of time.
Well, how is that relevant to
because it's measured using
how is that
physics,
okay,
which requires science.
I understand that. Okay, but how does that correlate to measuring the surface of a ball Earth? Light has nothing to do with that. What do you mean? Like, we need to know how fast light travels and measure the surface of a ball Earth?
Measure it in.
It's like meters per second squared or something like that, right?
It's a good system of measurement.
Okay. And geometry isn't? Like, if Earth is a ball and we use geometry to measure for curvature of the ball, how is that not okay?
Well, geometry isn't a system of measurement. It's geometry is relating. It's relating things to each other.
If I'm measuring something, right, I need this floor space plus this floor space. I need to know exactly how squared this needs to be. So that's a measurement. And geometry deals in measurements like that. A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
And I just want to correct you on something, yeah, because that's a modern definition for the speed of light, having the meter defined by light, because the meter was originally derived from measurements on the actual Earth, yeah?
Right, but those could change. Those are relative. And that's why they switched over to how far light travels over a certain amount of time, because that's always the same.
How far light travels has absolutely jack shit to do with measuring the surface of Earth for curvature.
And to add on to that, geometry is not measuring. Geometry is the relations between things. When you say something like a squared plus b squared equals c squared, there's no measurements there. That's
how many times have you built a house?
Between those
how many decks have you built? How many decks have you built? How many roofs have you put on?
How many satellite images have you analyzed? What kind of metric is this?
No. Okay, so I'll take that as a no. I'll take that as you've never built any flooring, you've never put a roof on. This all, in order for me to do this, in order for me to lay a foundation, to build a floor, to build up walls, to put a roof on, I am dealing in geometry and measurements 100% the entire time. I'm having to use a squared plus b squared equals c squared for measurements. These are my measurements that I'm taking to make sure that my floor is perfectly horizontal and that my walls are perfectly vertical and that my roof goes on correctly.
You don't use the little bubble of air in the tube?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Yes, I use a spirit level. I also use a planar level. You ever seen a plane level?
Oh yeah.
It levels in 4 different quadrants. So like it's a circle,
little laser on
and
there.
you lay it flat, and the bubble goes in the middle of the circle.
Oh, the bubble. Your stupid fucking caveman eyes and a little bubble of fucking air. That's not geometry.
So if I'm measuring a squared plus b squared equals c squared to get the proper pitch of my roof, I'm not making any measurements?
You calculate it out beforehand. It's mathematics.
No, I don't calculate it out before. Yeah, blah, 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 right? I still have to measure every fucking piece of lumber that goes into it. Every single fucking piece. I'm doing measurements so that my A squared plus my B squared equals up to my fucking C squared. It's a measurement in geometry all fucking day to build something. But you wouldn't know that because you've never built anything.
I've built stuff.
You built stuff? What? Fucking Lego houses?
Oh yeah, I mean Lego houses are fun. I used to work in carpentry and photovoltaic installations, though.
So then you should know that you've done fucking measurements in geometry.
No, I think you're confusing geometry and mathematics.
Are you dumb? So you don't use any mathematics in geometry? You don't use any math in geometry.
They
you don't
complement
use
each other.
geometry at all. You
But
don't
geometry is a theoretical thing. It's not a practical thing in the way that mathematics is. When you're measuring stuff,
who's talking to me right now?
You're saying your roof needs an 812 slope or whatever, right? That's mathematics. But you're saying, okay, if it's an 812 slope, so my board needs to be this long, that's geometry. You're applying the theory of geometry to mathematics.
Oh my god. Does somebody want to come in here and like shake this guy up? Because geometry is not a fucking theory, dude. What the fuck?
It's a theory.
Geometry.
It's a theoretical science.
Just a theory. It's just geometry is theoretical science. Please tell me somebody has that shit clipped. What the fuck?
I think there's at least 2 people in here recording it.
Yeah,
I'm sure I'll make waves. But there's a difference between theory and application. And they often overlap and they rely on each other. They are separate.
Boy, you are so lost in the weeds. You said geometry is it's a theory. Scientific theory.
No, it's not a scientific theory.
He's fucking lost. He's fucking lost. I use geometry when I'm building. When I'm putting down
applying it.
When I'm putting on a roof. Because it is an applicable thing.
Theory.
It's applicable.
Applicable theory. There you go.
Applicable. Theories are not applicable.
Yes, they are. You just demonstrated how they are. You literally just said how they are.
Theory. Copingston. Fucking.
Wait, you can have theory in that context, right? So because you've got theory, like in school, they'll have two sections of the subject, right? Theory and then practical. So there is application of theory, like because they'll teach you the theory and then teach you the application. Like especially like with math, right? You can go like 2 + 2. So then they'll show you in practical. They'll show you the 2 apples. You know, with another 2 apples, you've got 4 apples, right? So it's applicable in some sense, but I mean, it's not like a scientific theory, right? Necessarily.
No, it's realistically what you're claiming that it's based on a scientific theory is completely incorrect because it's a branch of mathematics and a system of logical reasoning. Yeah, so at the end of the day, geometry is built on a mathematical framework, not a scientific theory. There are different types of geometry, such as Euclidean geometry, spherical geometry, etc. And each
have you heard of non-Euclidean geometry?
Yeah, and so each one of these
entirely theoretical, no practical application whatsoever.
You're gonna let me finish what I was about to say? Yeah.
Go ahead, man.
The different types of geometry, it's like they are built on a different theoretical framework based on their own rules, such as your Euclidean geometry, spherical geometry, etc. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not entirely on board with that, but I get where you're getting at. I mean, it's one field of study, right? It's geometry.
Well, there's different types of geometry, and each one different, and each is built off a different framework. Yeah. So you could call that a theoretical framework, but you can't call it part of a scientific theory.
Well, I don't think I called it a scientific theory. I just said it's theoretical. Because it's theory, so it is, by definition, theoretical.
Yeah, so it builds on theorems by logical deduction.
Mm-hmm.
But there are also proofs, yeah?
There are.
And they're proven using logic?
They are. But even a lot of proofs don't have application, especially in mathematics. It can be logically proven, but it still remains in the theoretical space.
So what's the issue with using geometry to measure the Earth, the shape?
There isn't any. I think that's how it's most commonly done.
Cool. So then I'm not sure what the debate was about then, because I think that what was said was that it's not a matter of science, it's a matter of geometry, and then it became a big argument about geometry.
Well, I said geometry is about science. It's rooted in science.
It can be used in science, but it's not science.
Well, how would you make that differentiation?
Because the definition of science... Actually, I'll just pull it up for you.
What is the systemic and iterative process of acquiring knowledge about the natural world through observation, experimentation, and reasoning?
Yeah, so experimentation. So this is where we could use maths, yeah? Let's talk about, maybe you could say gravity, where things fall. So we measure the fall rate. We get an average of 9.8 meters per second. We can use maths.
No, that's incorrect.
But we can't.
It's 9.8 meters per second squared. It's acceleration.
Yeah, righto. I understand. However, it's not science in itself. There's no.
That was literally the definition of science, and you gave it an example in support of that. What? It's not. What? Are you tripping, dog?
No, I said it can be used in science, but it is not science.
You just gave an example.
Yeah, I gave an example how we can use math, but when as part of forming our scientific hypothesis, yeah?
Okay.
But we're not, it's not actually science itself, it's geometry, it's math, yeah? There's a distinction between.
So say you ask the question, how fast do things fall under gravity, right? We've formulated this hypothesis. We've said, well, maybe they fall this fast. We tested it. We went out.
We wouldn't form a hypothesis on that. We would just measure it directly, yeah? We'd drop something and we'd measure it. So
we did some observation and experimentation there.
Yeah, we can do that.
And then we used those observation and experimentation to reason what the fall rate was, what the acceleration was. So you've just given me the word-for-word definition of what science is.
The difference is that science is a study of the natural world through observation, experimentation, yeah, like you said. Math is just a system of abstract logic on definitions, axioms, proofs that don't rely on the physical world. Like I said,
reasoning.
You can use math within science, but math is not science.
Yeah.
Although some people call it the language of science, yeah?
Well, there's definitely science within mathematics. I mean, people prove stuff, they test stuff.
Yeah, but math isn't about testing ideas against reality or establishing cause and effect relationships. It's just something that we can use within that framework. It's not.
Well,
solid.
that goes back to what we were talking about earlier of like theory versus applied, right?
Yeah. What science do we need to measure the surface of something spherical?
Natural science.
Okay, whoa, natural science. No. To make a measurement? Okay, let me rephrase the question. What science do I need to measure my floor for flatness?
Well, you need one of them fancy bubbles of air, right?
So not science.
Science goes into that. I mean, bubbles of air don't just grow on trees.
Yeah.
Gotta have that little tube in it. All that metallurgy and material science.
That's what's called a
industrial
red herring.
science that produces it.
Red herring fallacy.
Logistical science that goes into getting it to you, and
no, there's really no science involved at all for measuring for a flat or curved surface. There's no science at all involved with that.
Are you a contractor or a realtor?
Oh, me? I'm more of a contractor.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, lady contractor. Let's go. I put roofs on.
Hell yeah, girl boss.
Girl boss, absolutely. So I've done a lot of like laying foundation and building whole ass floors and walls, everything from the ground up, all the way to putting a roof on. And this is just what I do. I go all over the place and I do this. And
what can I say? I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, right on. Thank you. All I can say is I don't ever use any science at all. There's no science involved at all when I'm trying to, measure to make a curve or measure to make it flat. I'm not using any science at all.
I'm mixing concrete.
What about mixing concrete? I'm gonna pour it flat and level, bro.
Yeah, but when you mix it, that's chemistry now.
Okay, that's fine, but when I pour it, it's gonna be flat and level to the earth. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but you also have to.
There's no science involved in measuring that.
Well, for heights, there is science involved in measuring for that because you have to know the materials of that property to know its expansion and contraction when it sets.
I don't need any science for that. I just need to take measurements. I just need to take measurements. I need to survey the land and take these measurements. That's all I have to do. There's no science involved in that. It's just taking measurements. It's math. It's math and geometry. I'm not doing any science. I don't have a hypothesis for laying my floor.
Yes.
So, for as much as the globe side likes to come in here and say, "Oh, but science," well, in reality, that's a what's called a category error. To think that you need science to determine whether or not what you're standing on is flat or curved. So it's a category error. You don't need science for that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you could pour a floor that's slightly curved, and if all you're using is a bubble of air, how would you know?
If I'm going to pour a floor, if I'm pouring concrete, say for my patio, well, I'm gonna pour that concrete with a certain degree of dip or tilt, so that I have proper water drainage. Right, so I don't just have water just sitting on my porch. Right, there's ways that these are supposed to be built. But other than that, they're flat and level, and the floors inside the houses and structures that I build,
like how perfectly flat and level. If you're measuring with a bubble of air, it could be like, a 32nd of an inch off on one side, compared to the other. And if you use
the
bubble of air, you know, how are you going to know?
Do you know what a planar level is? It's a circle.
There was this girl Jenna in here. She explained it earlier.
Yeah,
you could refresh my memory.
I'm Jenna.
Oh, hi, Jenna. Would you like to tell us about the planar level?
I'm still here. So it's a circle, and it has 4 different directions on it, right? For squaring, right? For leveling a squared area, like floor. So if I get my measurements, right? I'm not doing any science here. I'm just measuring to get the exact point of the center of my floor. And then I'm going to put my level there in the center. And my bubble is going to be dead center in between the 4 crosshairs. That's how I know I did my floor right. That's how I know my floor is level in each direction. So I'm not doing any science for that. Nope, no science needed. Crickets. Go ahead, think on it. It's okay. You don't need science to measure stuff.
I completely forgot what you guys were talking about before this. Like, side tangent of a roofing discussion.
I'm thinking we might have been talking about the flat Earth.
Yeah, it was a matter of somebody claimed something about using science, and I'm like, dude, there's no science involved for measuring for a spherical surface.
Well, let me ask you a question, Jenna.
Okay.
So you're talking about a planar level.
Mm-hmm.
And let's suppose that you were trying. Let's suppose hypothetically, right?
Is there another type?
If we were trying to measure this massive sphere, would your planar level show you that it was a sphere? What would that look like? Because wouldn't it curve off in all directions equally? So how would you use a planar level to tell whether there was a curve?
No, I wouldn't be using a planar level for that. That's what these long distance observations, measurements, and laser tests have been used for.
Okay, but that sounds like science now. Lasers, that is science.
No, we're still using the lasers for a measurement.
But
it's
lasers,
not science.
like in Star Trek or Star Wars.
Lasers equal science, bro?
Right, but we're not talking about a bubble of air anymore. We're talking about photons that are going across vast distances that are affected by pressure and temperature and the composition of the atmosphere, and all of that needs to be accounted for.
Listen, buddy. You're still doing a measurement. You're still just doing a measurement.
Measurements are part of science. How else would you get observations if not for measurements?
You doing science when you're just making a measurement over a distance? So you're doing science when you're like measuring how far you're going to drive on your road trip?
In that case, no.
What about when I'm portioning out how much milk I need for a cake, right? Is that science?
Right. You're making measurements.
Like it's science, I think.
Like, here's the thing. With the flat Earth, it stops at observation. Okay, I can see this thing. Now let's measure. Let's check it. Let's see how far it is. That's it. That's where it stops. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, we're seeing this thing. And it should be hidden behind like a water hill or something, but it's not. All we did was make an observation and take a measurement. None of this is falling in line with the scientific method, you see, because there is no need for science. No, there is no need for science, right? Because what's the second step of the scientific method? It's not measurement.
Well, yeah, it's experimentation, right?
It's
So you create a
experimentation.
hypothesis.
Actually, no.
It's flat.
No
create
observation. No, no. It's
experiment.
not. No, it's
Watch
not
the Bailey
experimentation. You've got like the third or fourth right there. Experimentation comes after you formulate your hypothesis. Hypothesis comes after making the observation, right? We're making an observation and taking a measurement. That's what we're doing. We're not doing any science here. We don't need to.
Okay, well, you're doing an experiment.
No, it's not an experiment. We're making it. No.
Then you're
We are making an observation and taking a measurement. It's not. It's hardly doing science at all because we're not doing an observation. No, we're not making a hypothesis after the observation. We're taking a measurement. So we're not even. You see what I'm saying? There's no. We're not following any kind of science here.
Okay,
No
but are you guys doing reputation of studies?
Repetition
are you
of
analyzing and cross-verifying results? I mean, this sounds like science to me.
It's really not science. You're just comparing your measurements.
Yeah, I know that's peer review.
It's not necessarily science. It's not following the scientific method. We're just making an observation and taking a measurement. That's it. That's all we need. And then I've taken my measurement, and I go to my buddy over here who took his measurement over here in this place, and we're like, oh, okay, so, all right, you got the same thing as me. It's like, what do they call it? Independent research.
Yeah.
And it is, and that's perfectly fair. That's perfectly valid. PhDs don't make anybody any better at researching than the next person. Just a piece of paper, I'd wipe my ass with it. So yeah, there's really not a whole lot of science involved at all in measuring the surface of something. There's just not.
That's not all you're doing is measuring.
Right? Yeah, that's all I'm doing is I see the surface and I measure the surface, and the surface measures flat. Really not doing any science here. Yeah. So, therefore, same stands for globe. Same stands for globe. No, there's no science. There's no science involved in measuring for curvature.
You just listed off like majority, if not all, of the steps of scientific method, right?
Say that again?
You just kind of listed all the steps to the scientific method, though.
No, I didn't, because
I'll look up. I'm like pretty sure that.
No, it's observation, hypothesis, test your hypothesis, right? You make these experiments, you collect the data, you draw a conclusion, so on and so forth. But
here are the 7 steps.
We're not doing all of that. We're not doing all those steps because it's not science.
Okay. Here's like an example of the 7. Question is the first one. My question be: is the Earth flat? Then second is research.
Your source is wrong. Your source is wrong.
Your source is definitely wrong, because the very, 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 very first step of doing natural science is to make an observation of natural phenomena. So wherever you got your source from is juking your shit around. Then you have to use some discernment and be very careful about that.
Okay, I guess I won't use the university. Okay.
Yeah, because there's all kinds of bullshit out there, man. And if you're not careful,
I'm getting the same.
You're gonna get some sort of weird scientific method that is not actually the scientific method. So yeah, the very, very first step, most crucial step in doing natural science is making an observation. The second thing would be to formulate a hypothesis.
Observation of a natural phenomenon, yeah.
Correct, yes. See, I used to win at science fairs. All right? It was damn good. I made a light bulb light up with a potato and a lemon and a nickel and a penny. So, are you understanding, at the very least, how when you're measuring for things, you don't really need science? Especially when you're just measuring for like the shape of a physical object. Because a physical object is not it wouldn't be considered a natural phenomenon, now would it? It's either getting real late, you're getting real tired, or you're really considering what you've been told.
They make an observation. The Earth is flat. You propose a experiment or a hypothesis.
No, what experiment are we doing? What experiment are we doing? We're not doing any experiment. We're just making an observation and taking a measurement. We're not even following the scientific method doing this. It ends there.
But you need... what do you mean it ends there? It does not end there by just taking the measurement. Okay, you have this measurement. You have to analyze it and make a conclusion.
Okay, so I took the measurement and I've analyzed it and I've compared it to the Earth curve calculator and found that the Earth curve calculator is wrong.
Well, hang on. Just take it to something even more simpler. If you've got a piece of board in front of you, you want to know how long it is, right? You measure the length. You've got the length. That is it. There's no more you need to do.
Exactly.
You've got right. You've determined how long it was.
Bingo. There's nothing left to do. You see the board, you measure the board. You're done. Measure it twice if you want to. Measure it twice because you should.
Well, you do have to isolate variables. Like, say if you're doing your oil rig observations, you have to isolate for time of day, observation quality, mirages, stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know if it's as simple as just you get data, don't analyze it, and that's you see it or you don't see it based on that table. I don't know if that's
right, but the surface of Earth is not considered a natural phenomena.
It's not?
Is it? No, it's not. Look it up. Anybody would come in here and correct me right now if I were wrong. I guarantee it. Any one of these other flat earthers in here would totally be on my ass if I was wrong. Guarantee it. The objective nature of the surface of Earth is not considered a natural phenomenon.
No, it's a you could consider it a natural object, or subject of study, right? But it's not something. It's not an event. It's not an occurrence. It's not something that's taking place that you're witnessing happen. Right? So it's unless there's something about it that's happening, like that surface is moving around, like then you could say that's a natural phenomenon, right? like waves, right? But just it being a surface alone is not a natural phenomenon.
I think it existing is a phenomenon.
No,
Because it exists now. It won't exist forever.
Nouns are not phenomena.
Previously, it will change in the future. It was different in the past. How is that not a phenomenon? Like, sure, it seems like like permanent from the standpoint of your lifetime, but it is a phenomenon that happens in time. I mean, do you know what I mean? So I think it is considered a natural.
The things like solar and lunar eclipses would be considered a natural phenomena, and you need to understand the word phenomena. It's a happening
or existing.
Something happening. Okay, and the surface of Earth is not happening. The surface of Earth is. Do you understand?
Yeah, existing. Existing is also a natural phenomenon, right? Because it could also not exist.
Can you show that? And is there a definition that says that? I'm going to go double check this, but I'm pretty sure.
So what are you going to do? So what are you going to do? Are you going to science what caused it to exist? What causes existence of surface?
I'm pretty sure.
That is
no, bro.
Speed rise can.
Yeah. See. So it is a miscategorization either way, right? Measuring is not going to help you determine how it came to be, is it? Right. So because natural science is only going to be dealing with cause and effect relationships in nature. That's it. Not what is. Not what is.
Yeah, it's a situation or a happening. Phenomena is a situation or a happening.
Or occurrences caused by.
With cause or explanation.
Observable event.
So the quick definition that I get from Oxford Languages, is a noun, a fact or situation that is observed to exist or happen, especially one where or one whose cause or explanation is in question. Glaciers are a unique and interesting natural phenomena because a glacier is a thing that has something happening. The Earth itself, the surface of Earth, isn't happening. There's a lot of things happening. Listen, there's a lot of phenomena that happens on the surface of Earth, like glaciers, okay? But the Earth itself is an object and not just a phenomena, something that's happening.
So a glacier isn't an object?
A glacier is something in existence that has a happening. A glacier is
Earth
doing
doesn't
something.
have a happening?
There are things happening on the Earth. There are phenomena that happen on the Earth. The Earth itself as a whole is not a happening.
Right, so like the plate shifting isn't a happening? That's part of the Earth. Glaciers are part of the Earth.
It is
right?
These are
So if every part of the Earth is a natural phenomenon when the Earth is...
Yeah, the Earth isn't flat at all. You're right. Good boy.
You're on the right track. There are all of these phenomena.
There's no right track. The Earth isn't flat.
Earth. And I don't know who is rudely interrupting the conversation to chant that the Earth is not flat, but you can wait your turn.
You can wait your turn. It's my turn now.
Is it your turn now? No, you went chanting through. We're having a good conversation about what natural phenomena is. Do you know what natural phenomena is?
I know that the Earth isn't flat, and you're wrong about the Earth being flat.
Oh, you know that, huh? Oh, this ought to be.
And I know that for a fact. It's a fact. You're mentally ill if you think the Earth is flat.
All right, cool. What's your proof?
My proof is science and NASA and what else? Scientific proof.
All right, cool. Cool. Right on. So, like, what science do I need? Stop. What science do I need to measure a beach ball?
NASA. No, they got it.
Oh, I need NASA. Oh, NASA's not science. Oh, womp womp.
NASA
You
is
lose
science.
again.
I mean, okay,
No,
okay.
NASA's not science.
Is that why NASA's a government website? Okay, nice.
Yeah, government. Oh, government. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're a
government
government
website with the
agency,
.gov.
not a science
Okay,
agency.
okay, with the little .gov.
Government
Okay.
agency. So if you can receive what I'm going to ask you, what science do you need to measure the surface of a beach ball?
NASA.
Stop it. That's not science. What science do you need, troll, to measure the surface of a beach ball?
How am I a troll because you can't answer simple questions? I mean,
you're the one not answering. What science do you need
I asked
to
you a
measure the
question. You
surface
couldn't
of a
answer
beach
it.
ball?
Now you're projecting.
Troll, what science do you need?
No, but now you're projecting.
Troll, what science do you need? Troll, what science do you need to measure the surface of a beach ball? What do you need? Yeah, spiral hard. That's right. Spiral harder. That's cool.
Mr. Druggy, you can either have a discussion or you can stay on mute. So, you've claimed it's science. Jenna has asked you what science you would be using to take direct measurements of something. Either answer the question or I'm putting you back on mute.
Educate me, Jenna, Master Emont.
Yeah, so what science would we use to measure the surface of something?
Yeah, can you like educate me real quick?
I'm asking you the question.
Okay, but I'm asking you now because I
we're
can't
just dumb
answer
flat earth. No. We're just dumb flat earthers, and you know better than we do. So why don't you go ahead and educate us? And tell us, because you said science, right? You said science. So what science is used to measure the surface?
I didn't say that though. So now you're lying.
I know.
Now you're lying. Yeah, now you're lying. Right?
Yeah. So what science is used to measure the surface of something?
I never said that. So can you please show me a clip where I said that? But anyways, right, Jenna, can you tell me what it is used?
Think that it's science, so you can't answer the question.
Okay, so Jenna, what science do I have to use?
Are you lying right now? I believe this is being recorded.
Why are you lying? I mean, I don't really care if it's being recorded because I know I didn't say that. I mean,
I'm not lying. You can't answer a question.
I mean, you're the liar. I mean, I'm not the liar.
You can't answer a question. You said that Earth is globe and that's science. And I'm asking you what science do we need? I'm asking you what science do we need to measure the surface of something? Go ahead. The class is waiting.
You did. You did say that, bro.
I'm pretty sure this is being recorded, and that
you said that. So now you're lying.
Okay. Yes, you did. You said it's
okay.
You said we can. No, bro. Listen. You said when you were challenged on the Earth being a globe, and how you know that? You said through science.
I never said that. So now you're lying.
Yes, you did.
I never said that.
You said through science and NASA.
Show me the clip, and I'll pay you 100 right now.
All right, you owe me $100 already.
Wait, show me the clip. I mean, I know I didn't say it.
Show me the clip. Already, son.
Please show me the clip. Please, I'll give everybody here $100 on everything.
You want me to answer it, bro? Like, oh my lord.
Yeah. So what science do you need to measure the surface of something? Because you said that because of science is how you know the Earth's a globe.
I never said that. So now you're lying.
Bullshit. Are we still live right now, fam? We still going?
You're I mean, if you're using like a tape measure, like a flexible tape.
Oh no.
Measuring ball curvature would need applied physics, which I guess is mathematics, but
no.
There's ways you can measure it. Like if you use like water displacement for a beach ball, right? You would need to use
there's no science
concept to measure that.
No, there's no science.
Is math, right?
Yeah, there's no science involved in just measuring through a surface.
You also
How is this not clear? Like I'm repeating myself, and you're still not getting it.
There's also material science for how air pressure affects the shape of that beach ball, right?
To a brick fucking wall.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't repeat myself another time about how it's not science to measure the surface of something. Please understand that. Please, for the love of God, I don't want to say it again.
Is physics science?
Son of a bitch. Bro, I don't need any physics and I don't need any science for measuring for a curved or a flat surface, dude. Fuck my life.
Measuring, like tape measuring a ball's curvature, you need to apply
Yo,
physics.
have you ever seen a flat earther do math? I don't think I've ever seen a flat earther do math.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. Are you ready? Okay.
Yeah,
So
do some
according
math
to
for me.
your ball, okay, let's go. Let's do it. So according to your ball, if you are standing with an eye level of 6 feet, shut the fuck up so I can get through this to show you the flat earthers know the fucking math, right? Is if you're standing at 6 feet tall, an observation height of 6 feet, right? According to your ball Earth math, you have a radius of 3,959 miles. Right.
So what?
And
It took away
according to
the old
this,
internet.
shush. You should have about 8 inches. You should have about 8 inches per mile squared of omnidirectional Earth curve. All right, which means at 6 feet, with your human eyes, you should only be able to see about 3.1 miles before the Earth starts to curve. Yeah, I know your ball math. I know it better than you do. You don't know shit about the ball you believe in.
This is the same flat earther that probably can't even do scientific papers with actual math to back their claims.
You want to talk about scientific papers and mathematics, and I'm giving you
with
the
actual math to back up your claims. Do it. Do it. You can't even calculate the perimeter of a circle. If you could. You can't even calculate the perimeter of a circle.
Perimeter? What's a perimeter? What's a perimeter?
The perimeter of a circle.
The perimeter? You mean the fucking circumference or the diameter?
You can't even calculate the perimeter of a circle.
Perimeter? Like a perimeter can be square, my guy. A perimeter can be square, my guy.
Oh my god!
I think you're talking about circumference. You might want to get it right. You really might want to not come correct. Don't come at all,
so
bro.
not only can you do
don't come at all.
grade math, you're wrong. Like you're just wrong.
You're just wrong. You're just wrong because you're wrong. You're just wrong because you're a flat earther.
The perimeter of a circle is not a square, though. So you're stupid to even understand what I said.
No, he doesn't get it. Like,
you even understand what I said.
Bro doesn't even get it. I told him a perimeter.
You don't even get it. I was talking about the perimeter of a circle.
And he's talking about, I don't care about a perimeter, you dummy. Fucking a circumference.
I said the perimeter of a circle. Did you not hear me, you small-brained troglodyte?
How about you shut up and try to listen with your 2 ears
You're
instead
a
of your mouth
small-brained troglodyte. I was talking about the perimeter of a circle.
I don't give a fuck.
Do you not hear me properly? I said the perimeter of a circle. You're stupid. You're stupid as shit. You can't even hear your own arguments. You're so fucking stupid.
So listen.
You troglodyte brain,
I don't know math, right? No, I'm dumb. Yeah, that's right. I'm dumb. I'm just a dumb bitch. I'm a dumb bitch, and I don't know math, right? But I know your ball math better than you do.
Okay, so Jenna, what
I know how far you should be. No, I know how far you should be able to see.
I'm just curious.
No,
How did you pass
I know
high
how far
school?
you should be able to see.
Jenna, how did you pass high school with that type of fucking brain?
Just
you got?
fine.
I said
I did just fine.
I said the perimeter
Actually,
of a circle.
I aced my geometry and I made a B+ in my physics.
Wow.
Let's go.
And you still can't do basic math. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm doing basic math right now. I'm doing basic geometry.
I was specifically talking about the perimeter of a circle, and you mentioned a square.
Moderation. Somebody mute this fucking toy.
You want a moderation because you can't do basic math?
Because you can't shut the fuck up long enough to follow the mathematics.
I said nothing wrong. Get the clips out of you being stupid. Please, go ahead. Like you being immature now.
Are you done?
Hey. Anyway, let's
Okay, Joe. Hey, Joe. There's your clip of you saying my proof is science. That you know that the Earth isn't flat.
Yeah. Busted you up about it, bro. Booyah.
I did not say anything of the sort. I'm watching
you did. Play the clip back. Play it back, fool.
Jamie, let's roll that clip.
What did it say? My proof is science, Joe.
Because that's one of your tags. That's one of your usernames.
I don't know who Joe is.
They have a science.
Yeah, you're gone, bro. You're a fucking little dirty liar. You're not welcome here. Bye.
You're gonna ban me, good boy. Come on, ban me. Ban me. Ban me. Ban me.
Hey,
Ban
he
me.
doesn't
Run away.
have a science tag.
Run away. Ban me. Come on, ban me.
He does have the minor tag. Are you not over 18?
It's of no consequence to me to ban you. So bye. See ya. Bye.
Bye.
So Jana, just realize you're very stupid. I was talking about the perimeter of a circle, and you're bringing up squares.
Yeah, you stopped listening when I started giving you the calculations for your
Imagine
baller.
a minor can do better math than grown ass people.
Hey, can I ask a question, John?
I don't know who Joe
So
is. So go ahead.
No. Give me a
Who-
sec. I
who's
want
Joe?
to get through the math with this guy. If this guy can be quiet for just long enough for me to get through the math with him, right? If he can stop being a fucking clown long enough.
No,
Okay,
he's gone.
How'd you do that?
Good.
He died. Jenna, you killed him.
You guys aren't allowed to control my phone like that. What the fuck? Which one did that? You can't do that, man. The feds are fucking watching my phone too, dude.
Bro. Dude. It's
I believe
not
him.
that
The feds are
difficult,
out
bro.
here silencing people. You guys have heard of NASA, right? Those guys are fucking animals.
Idiots. Fucking idiots.
I bet
Okay,
NASA
that
got him.
guy that was just in here, absolutely pathetic. He said, "Oh, flat earthers don't know math." I was about to just dog walk his ass through the math, and as soon as I started to, he couldn't shut up because he knew he was about to get dog walked. So he just bark, you know? Yeah.
For sure.
He just fucking yapped and fucking yapped because he fucking knew I was about to dog walk his ass through that shit. I know how far you should be able to see from 6 feet. I know how far you actually can see from 6 feet. And he wasn't about to hear it. Because flat earthers don't know math, but I was about to walk him through it.
I got a question. What do you guys think about lowering oxygen levels at higher altitudes? Because from what I've heard, you guys mostly believe it's sorry I say believe, but it's an encapsulated.
I would say, let me answer because I already know what you're asking, right? I would say that it is a dynamic density gradient, and you still have a pressurized system, which still requires a container. Where that container is, I don't think any of us are ever going to know.
Right, but in a container, the pressure is equivalent throughout the entire container. You don't have gradients in a container.
And especially not by altitude.
It's not true.
You
That
can
is
have
true.
gradients in a container, and it depends on temperature.
I mean, like liquid propane, like you've got part liquid in there and then gas. There's a gradient inside that tank. There's a gradient here on Earth.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a prime example, I'd say. When you have an evaporation.
In a propane tank, isn't it all liquid? And it's only when you open the valve that it turns into a gas?
Yeah.
I gotta find that video. This guy hooked up a bunch of valves, and he did some things where he put these tanks in ice and heated them and things like that. And
Is there like
he was reading a gradient.
Is there a math breakdown of like the reasoning behind air pressure being? I meant sorry. Oxygen levels being. No, of oxygen levels being depleted at higher altitudes.
Besides the fact that oxygen has a density to it, I don't know. Helium goes up, bro.
Excuse me. This guy in side chat is just making very insensitive topics towards the shape of the Earth.
No, that's thought crime. That's not gonna fly. We don't tolerate thought crime in here.
I don't think, like, I could be wrong, but I don't think oxygen sinks in air. Like, I know how helium. I don't think it rises or sinks. From what I know, like, I know it's. Well, it is dense, isn't it? I guess it is denser than some. Let me look this up. There's oxygen.
Well, it's gonna depend on weather patterns and temperatures and.
But it's pretty constant. Like at different parts of the Earth, there is same depleting oxygen levels at higher altitudes, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. No one disagrees with that. Yeah. I've done a bit up in the mountains in Colorado, and you buy oxygen cans while you're up there to help you with the altitude.
You bought oxygen cans in Colorado?
Yeah, when we were right up in the mountains, yeah, and snowboarding in the backcountry. If you're doing any hiking, it's good to have your oxygen can there.
That's crazy. Are you from? You must be from the UK. Australia.
I'm Australian.
Australia. Fucking oxygen tanks, bro.
No, they're little cans. You can buy them up in up in Colorado, up in Frisco.
Those mountains are fucking hell, dude.
Ones. Yeah.
I've been up to the top of Pikes Peak at about 14,020 feet, and yeah, it's hard as fuck to breathe up there.
Yeah, especially doing any exercise. Yeah, if you're hiking up in the backcountry to go snowboarding, yeah, it's handy to have some oxygen, man. Like just walking a couple of meters up a fucking staircase is like you've run a marathon.
I guess if you're not acclimated to it, I can see why it would be difficult.
Yeah.
Well, I think when you go there originally, they tell you to go to Denver for a week to sort of get used to the altitude because people do get a bit of altitude sickness up in the mountains up there.
I bet. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to.
Up there, like
you're right. Once you're there for a little while, yeah, it's fine, yeah. But yeah, when we first got there and we were hiking up in the backcountry, it was a bit hard.
Mm-hmm.
And we snowboard here in Australia, but we don't have mountains that high, yeah.
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 So it's weather. Sorry, you said weather based, and what else?
Well, which is really at the end of the day caused by entropy, yeah, and it's temperature variance, so and high pressure and low pressure systems.
Entropy.
Yeah, so high pressure always feels low pressure. So when we get a low pressure system, like a storm,
yeah,
then the high pressure system will come and fill that low pressure and it equalizes again. So this is what causes our weather patterns.
Yeah, I know, but why doesn't that happen with the oxygen? If there's higher pressure on the surface, closer to the surface, and lower pressure of gases higher you go in the dome, right? Why doesn't it equalize there?
Well, because we're in a dynamic system, like I just explained.
Okay. But it's like if you go to Hawaii at the same altitude and you go to Tibet at the same altitude, it'll be the same oxygen level.
What's the relevancy to this?
Well, it's just like, how can you have a dome system with steady air pressure throughout it?
Wait, what dome system? What?
Like I was just under the assumption that you believe in like an enclosed atmosphere, right? Not gravity based.
Yeah, but in still conditions, yeah. In still conditions, then oxygen will settle. However, like I said, we're in a dynamic system. We've got different temperature variants. We've got different pressure systems going on. This is what causes storms and wind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's so uniform across the planet, right? Like it's Hawaii to Tibet. It's I don't understand why. Like I would see it if it was dynamic. I could see that why you'd have mismatched air pressures depending on the zone. But when it's like measurable at altitude around the world, I don't understand. Like, what's the dynamic of like top to bottom? Because that's really the scale you see is top to bottom. And sure, there's differences with storms and weather patterns where it's increasing and decreasing in localized areas, but just that up to down doesn't really make sense in a closed system, right? For me.
Pressure gradient doesn't make sense.
I understand the pressure gradient, but why is it top to bottom?
According to the globe paradigm, that would be gravity.
Yeah, but what is it in an enclosed system?
So you've got cycles taking place where you've got production of gases at the surface and then going up to fill the available volume. As it goes up, you've got variables like temperature change, constant flux of energy, right? And during its rising, right, there's cycles which take place which transforms matter into different states. So it's coming back down to the surface as liquid or solid, and then it all starts again, right? So you've got this continuous cycle of gases going up and then coming back down as liquid or solid, going back up as gases, trying to fill the available volume, meeting different energy variables, right, and then coming back down. It's continuous. It's like a steam kettle, like a kettle, right? At the spout, you've got a lot of steam coming out, a lot of pressure right there. As it goes up to fill the available volume that's available to it, right? It's expanding out and it's spreading out, right? So and you'll find that there's a lot less of the pressure of the steam with altitude. And then on your roof, you're going to have drops of liquid that's going to form and condense and then drop back down. You could essentially make a system like that where it just continually happens like that with a pressure gradient, right?
Bro, the fucking weather's controlled by NASA.
Yeah, shut up, Shazi.
Hey, that's not very nice.
Yeah, just shut up.
This is what I just
I see what you mean. The oxygen production is at the trees. Okay.
This is what I just tried to explain. It's a dynamic system, yeah? We've got all these different effects occurring due to different temperature variances, pressure variances, etc. And it's a dynamic system in cycles. And yes, Peter probably explained it a lot better, but oxygen is transformed at sea level and expands out in all directions from there.
But okay, let's take that tea kettle situation though. So it's a dynamic system where sure there's going to be higher concentrations at the production area localized, but as it travels up it becomes more dispersed. But if it's an enclosed system, I would expect to see that over like a short period, right? Where it's lower density the higher you go. But if it's kind of like I'd assume there'd be a stabilizing point where it wouldn't be such a. Actually, I don't really know what I'm talking about here because what's the oxygen difference at altitude? Like maybe it's only a couple percentage points, and like our bodies are so.
You can probably find a chart for it online. I think Earth's about 14.7 psi.
Yeah. Okay. Oxygen difference by elevation. So. Yeah, it goes from at sea level 100% oxygen, then at like Mount Everest it's 33% of that, so a quarter. Well, not a third, sorry. So it's a third of air, 30,000 feet up.
So you're going to find the same ratio values all the way up, right?
Right.
Like, as in, oxygen parts per nitrogen, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's going to remain the same. They'll just say that there's less of it.
So, so oxygen to nitrogen, atomic pressure. Yeah, it's like it's lower in both as you elevate. Like the barometric pressure. That's what I was meaning to use, not oxygen. Sound like an idiot. Yeah, I just don't. I understand like the example, but just that's a crazy difference. A third at 30,000, like. Is it 0 at the top? That wouldn't make sense for the closed system, right? Like if it
no such thing as 0.
Right, but
no such thing as
0.1, right? 0.1 of like I that doesn't.
You'd have to know what 0 is, and nobody does, so you can't say that.
Yeah. Okay. Like I just don't see that in the closed system. Because like the oxygen production, is from trees, right? And organic life, so it wouldn't make sense.
The majority is from sea, algae in the sea.
Right. Okay. So yeah, it's all on the surface, or most of it. I guess there's trees and mountains, but
Yep.
That's it's like an increasing scale though, and the Earth has been around for what's the lowest estimate? 6,000 years. How tall is this enclosed system?
You've got consumption of some of that too at the surface, right? We're breathing and converting. Other animals are breathing and converting, right?
Yeah. It's not just oxygen, right? It's the prevalence of gases. Period is lower the higher you get. It's not just oxygen. It's nitrogen.
That's what they say.
Yeah, I guess
that's what they say. But lower pressure does not necessarily equate to less gas.
It doesn't?
No, it's temperature variable. It's yeah. I can have a bottle, plastic bottle, just empty water bottle, plastic water bottle, and just put the lid on it, and it'll be at a certain pressure. And I can run it under cold water, right? Or put it in the freezer, and it will shrink, but there'll be less pressure inside. Because the molecules have slowed down, they're hitting the walls of the container. Less of a rate, so there's less pressure inside it, right?
That's right. Okay.
Yeah. So you don't necessarily need less gas to create less pressure. Yeah.
So it's colder the more you go up. That makes sense, but.
Yep. Yeah, that's one of the variables. Yeah.
That's it's like what? I guess you can only measure it. Like you can. But like a third at 30,000 is crazy. Like
at any rate, right? What you're going to need to measure pressure, right? The gas pressure is a surface for the gas to collide with.
Yeah.
To impart pressure on, right? So it's going to apply a force to a surface and give you a value.
Yeah. Okay, but in that that bottle example, that's if the top part is the top part is cold and the bottom is warm.
Yeah, I think someone was talking about that earlier. There is examples where people have gotten, they've gotten solid metal gas cylinders and put the bottom in like ice, and then applied like a hairdryer or some sort of heat source to the top, or vice versa. You can do it the other way around too. Apply a heat source to the bottom,
play, cool the top down, and you'll have different. And they had two pressure gauges, one at the bottom, one at the top, and they measured a differential in pressure within the same system.
Mm-hmm. That differential doesn't ever equalize. It just kind of.
If you kept those temperatures constant, like if you kept the bottom cold and the top hot, or vice versa, the bottom hot and the top cold, yeah, you would. The gases inside are bouncing around, right? So eventually they're going to get to the bottom and they're going to get to the top. When they reach those colder areas, they're going to slow down or speed up, creating a pressure differential. Yeah.
No, yeah, I'd like to see an experiment of that. That would make sense. Air pressure experiment.
There's always going to be like a process of a seeking of equilibrium taking place. It's just what variables are involved, which is slowing it down, inhibiting it, right, from achieving equilibrium, right? So that's when you'd bring in your delta factors and your variables and your dynamics, basically, right? So it's not going to be complete. If it's not a complete static system, you've got to consider these other things that are involved, which are creating something that's not what you'd expect to see, based on the principles involved that we understand about the nature of matter and how it behaves when it's in different states.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that's definitely possible. This is what I'd like to see, though. If there was like mathematical breakdowns of like the flat Earth model, I don't know. Like I would.
Yeah, that's been done. They did this all through the Great Plains. They started with Kansas, and they decided they wanted to know what was flatter, Kansas or a pancake. And they determined that mathematically, Kansas is damn flat. That's a quote. Damn flat. It's flatter than the pancake. And people said, well, that's interesting because there's a lot of flat stuff around the world. I wonder how many other states are flatter than a pancake. And it turned out that there's like 9 or 10 other states that are even flatter than Kansas, mathematically. Just pure math. Like Florida is almost perfectly flat.
Mm-hmm.
A perfect flat surface. Perfectly flat. So that kind of explains Florida Man, doesn't it?
So the flatness of a...
Yeah, you've got people living in Florida. They're being told the Earth curves. And as far as they can tell, mathematically, it's perfectly flat. Observably flat. Measurably flat. And that's why you get them, they start doing some weird shit. Like robbing a liquor store with an alligator.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know what is up, down, left, right. Like, they are completely stumped as to why there's rockets flying off in the middle of their state when they know the Earth is flat. Mathematically, anyway. So to quote Sasha, how can curved surface be flat?
Consider low flying planes the most sea level.
Do you know how you'd answer that? How could curved surface be flat?
Resolution. Like if you take
it can't be. A curved surface can't be flat.
Yeah, the macro it can be. Like, if you increase magnification,
that's crazy talk. That's like crazy. That's like you're gonna rob a liquor store with an alligator.
See, this is what doesn't convince me. Is this stuff like,
Yeah, no one's gonna convince you but you. The only person. There's only one person in all of creation that's going to convince you of anything.
Okay, but optically,
that's you.
Shout out to the alligator boys.
If you increasingly zoom in at that sphere, theoretically, there's no flat spot or no curved spot, right?
There can't be, as per the definition of a sphere.
Yeah, definitely not mathematically, and definitely not, by definition. What you could have is a flat part on like a wiffle ball or something like that, but that wouldn't be a sphere then. It wouldn't be a perfect sphere, like they claim these photographs in space demonstrate.
Yeah, otherwise you couldn't have all sides equidistant to the center, yeah?
Yeah, guys, on a globe, it's a hill in every direction. So.
That's why I'm no good at rowing. Jeez, thanks. Jump on the mic, Ski, instead of spazzing out and spamming the chat for hours. Then you light up. Don't waste your breath on monkeys, but you're sitting there typing for hours.
That's pretty dumb. Okay.
He just said he robbed a liquor store with an alligator. I don't waste time with monkeys. Sits here in here like all day long, just spazzing out. We can hold you to that worldview, no problem. It's very easy to hold you to that worldview. I push this button right here, and you go away.
On the flat Earth model, how do the sunsets and time zones work? Because you guys, the model is that.
Yeah, just like you see it. Exactly how you see it. The sun moves across the sky.
Yeah.
That's your time zones and your sun. What you could do now is look that up on the globe model, and you've got some very interesting things. Like there's more time zones in the south than the north. Some of the time zones do not match the movement of the sun. Like you've got some time zones that shoot across 2 other time zones. Like it will be 2 hours later, it's the same day as it is the next day in another time zone. This international dateline, you check that one out, it's just hilarious. Like say, right now, if you're on the international dateline, you could say, okay, boom, it's going to be Monday. 2 hours later, in a different time zone, it's still Sunday. Like, I'm not even kidding. Look it up. They say, oh, these are political things. These aren't actual time zones. What the fuck are they then? And then you look at some countries like China, they got one time zone. So they're like in on it. And other countries have multiple time zones and they're not in on it. Because on your globetard, there really would be only 2 time zones: daytime and nighttime. Either the sun is facing the Earth, or the sun, or the Earth. I'm sorry. Either the Earth is facing the sun, or the Earth is turned away from the sun. That would be your only 2 time zones.
Well,
on the globetard.
For the like the time jump, right? Where one time zone is an entire day ahead.
2 hours ahead.
Sorry, not talking about where you said like where one day's like 9 p.m. Monday, and another one is what would that be? Fucking 8.
It's inconceivable. It's beyond logic. It just doesn't make any sense.
8 p.m. Well, it does make sense, right? Because it's based on sunlight hours. So if you
say it's based off political ideas, like political boundaries, rather than the sun moving.
It is based on the sun moving.
No, not at all. No, that's what I'm saying. Go look this up. How could there be more? Okay, even if you want to say we've just every 15 degrees, we call that 1 hour, and then stamp that with a time zone. That doesn't match either. That doesn't match either. You look up the time zones. There's like 36 time zones in the South on the globetard. See, this is stuff that you would have to explain. How is your time zones a hot mess? Hot garbage.
Political.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Political reasons.
It is interesting because it's complicated.
You're gonna go with political. Okay, so now that we got that the globetard is built off politics, that makes you wonder. Because my read of the heliocentric model is that there is no political boundaries. There's just one Earth. And that's the same thing they call the overview effect, the astronauts. The astronauts said when you view Earth from space, you don't see political boundaries. It's all one people, all interconnected. One story, just one humanity on one Earth. Then they tell you, here's political boundaries for how the sun moves.
This is the time zones, right?
I'm tapped out. I don't know.
I'm sharing it.
Yeah, so time zones on the globe is something that you would have to look at because that is a hot mess.
Yeah, it is a hot mess, but generally, if you look at them, they use the time zone corresponding to their degree.
No, not even close.
Right? Well, look at it.
That's not even close. That's what I'm saying. Look at the South. The South has some 36 time zones. It's not even close.
But where are you counting 36? Because I'm looking at them, and there's island states that use like an hour difference time zone because they're under colonial rule, or they're part of a bigger city state, or nation state.
Bro, do you realize that people live? Bro, do you realize that people lived without time zones for like thousands of years, and we only got them in the 1800s, right? So for like thousands of years, people lived without any time zones, and they got on just fine.
Yeah, because they didn't have to communicate with each other from long distances or work with each other from long distances.
So we don't need time zones, you see.
Okay, but you guys wouldn't need because they couldn't even talk to another guy from another fucking side of the planet.
No one from Vancouver was talking to someone in fucking Beijing, right? So there's
this guy lives in the past, like.
Okay, but if you look,
I was wrong. It was 36 that is increased to 40. There's 40 time zones.
Okay, but man, look at my stream. Like I like you're not. I don't know.
So are they in on it or they're not in on it?
What in on what? Like I'm not quite sure what you're. Like, look.
The point is, time zones are done for a political reason, not for a natural reason. Dude. We don't need them at all. We got them 200 years ago.
They follow a pattern. Is 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour, 4 hour, 5 hour, 6 hour, and if you talk
there's
about
40 hours, there's 40 hours per day. Then
no, like what is this like junior understanding of it, man? And
yeah, there's 40 time zones in the South.
Dude, can I?
There's 40 time zones.
Can I get it, man?
It's not 1 hour. There's 24 hours in a day. Which is more, 24 or 40?
Do you not, like, man, you haven't looked at this at all. I don't, like, I've
yes, I have. I've looked at it. You're the one with the question, not me.
Dude.
You opened the question. You said, "Hey, how do you explain time zones as a flat earther or on the flat Earth?" I said, "It's easy. It's easy. The sun moves over your head about 15 degrees per hour. That's your time zone. Now on the globetard, you've got some 40 time zones, making their claim be that there's 40 hours per day."
That's not the claim. That's not how that works.
Or it's political, I guess. At that point, you can say, "Oh, it's all political reasons. Nothing to do with the sun whatsoever."
Chris, they don't claim. Chris, they don't claim there's 40 hours in a day, but it is done for a political reason, and which is ultimately done to disconnect us from the natural world. You see.
That's why you look at China. There's only one time zone for China, so they're kind of like in on it.
In on what? What are you talking about? In on the flat
Bottom line is, don't need time zones. They're political.
In China, you've got two time zones. You either got daytime or nighttime. That's the two time zones in China.
There's two time zones. No, that's what. Do you know how time zones work?
You've got Chinese time, which is either daytime or nighttime.
In any case, bro, now you're talking about the official timing. For example, Beijing will say all the government records have to be set by 1 clock, right? All the trains, trains in China are all going to run off central Beijing time. But if you go somewhere out east or out west, people are going to keep the normal time, and they're going to know what the precise minute is because it's important for appointments or whatever.
Yeah, like on the east of China, they're starting that like they get up and it's like morning time. This is why people migrate to more east because like the west is like, damn, the government is telling me it's daytime, and the sun isn't going to rise for like another 4 hours.
Bro, in China, if you wake up at 6 in the morning. Bro, if you wake up at 6 in the morning in China, it's not like they're going to have sunlight. Oh, sun only comes up at noon because actually it's like we're 6 hours away from Beijing. No, they just say it's 6 a.m. still. You're only talking about the official like train timetables and various other government services they offer. They have to have a central time.
Yeah, see, that's what you would have to explain on your globetard. How are time zones so divorced from reality?
Yes.
And the answer is political reasons. They have nothing to do with the sun whatsoever.
Dude. Okay, can you look at my screen? Because I'm trying to explain it, and you can.
No, I'm doing something. I'm busy. I don't need to tab in to look at something I've seen 1,000 times. I've looked up time zones. They only make sense in the flat Earth. They're complete hot garbage on the globe.
Okay, so how do they make sense on the flat Earth?
Okay.
Yeah, your question is malformed. Your question is malformed, dude. You're trying to ask a question about day and night cycles. You're not asking about time zones. Time zones were invented for trade and commerce. That's all they were invented for.
So, that was my.
Have a look in the side chat, mate.
Dude,
in 1884, they came up with this.
Oh my god. Dude.
Yeah, brother, it has nothing to do with has nothing to do with the globe. Nothing.
It has to do with the globe if they were all straight. But
sir, it has nothing to do. The question is malformed. You're asking about day and night cycles. You're not asking about time zones.
This is my question. Before, like, this guy just asked about, like, the globetard.
I know the question. I know the question. No, I've been hearing this question for years.
What was the question?
Okay, stop interrupting. The guy was asking about time zones. He's not asking about day-night cycles. That's why I know the question is malformed. He's really asking about how does day and night work.
I asked the original question. It was why do sunsets happen at different times globally? That was my question.
Okay, so you're asking day and night. The other guy, he was asking about time zones. So what you're asking for, what he is two different things. So we're addressing two different people, yes?
No, we're not. I said that, and then this.
Okay, dude, you weren't the only guy in here. There was the other guy. He left, looks like, but he was. That's what he was asking. So you're not the only one in here.
Okay. I get it mixed up a bit.
Anyway, yeah. So we're not talking about time zones. We're talking about day and night. So how do sunsets work? Well, it's simple. The sun moves across the sky from east to west.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. What else? What else can you know? If you're living on a globe, if the sun moves from east to west on your horizon to horizon, what else do you want to know?
I just doesn't make sense with it setting
it does
different times.
because it does because all you're doing is looking at the sun move across east to west, and it's moving from the Tropic of Cancer to Capricorn. So in the sky, the sun moves from different tropics, and you're making an observation of this. That's all that's happening. There's really no magic here for the Earth to be a oblate spheroid. It has nothing to do with the rotundity of the Earth, but it has everything to do with how the sun moves across the sky. That's it.
Hey, but my question is, say it moves from east to west, right?
Yeah, that's what it does.
Okay, but if it's in the east, wouldn't the entire Earth have sunlight at that point?
No. Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, the thought process behind how you think the world works has only been given to you by this cosmology that you think that the Earth resides within a solar system.
Yeah, this guy thinks light travels forever.
So in your mind, you're picturing. Yeah, you're thinking about this cosmology that has nothing to do with the actual reality. Yeah, so you're trying to shoehorn this cosmology or flat Earth into this cosmology, and that's where you're going wrong. You can't think about it like the way you're thinking about it now. It doesn't work.
So in other words, light doesn't travel forever, brother.
Yeah, the idea that the sun is like gazillion times bigger than the Earth, that's been something that's propagated, and your mind is trying to fit that into the narrative. You think that, well, we have a sun that's super huge. How can a super huge sun, not illuminate the entirety of the Earth? That's what you're thinking of, isn't it?
No, in part, yeah, sure.
Right, we've addressed this like a million times, but the cosmology aspect is where people usually get hung up on. It's not how you perceive it. Like the idea that you live in the cosmology that's been given to you has not been proven. So you can't then therefore use that as a kind of catalyst so that you can think about what the flat Earth is. So flat Earth is kind of like a revamping of cosmology. That means that everything that you thought of, you'd have to verify all of the pieces. Am I breaking up?
No, I can hear you.
Yeah, you'd have to rethink of cosmology in a way that it would differ from this idea that you have right now currently. I think that's the problem. It's just you have to change your mind on a lot of things because you haven't verified any of the cosmology they've given you. I think that's the problem. If you can tell me that you know that we're in a solar system, maybe we can get somewhere. But then you'd have to go ahead and tell me how you've seen orbits around the sun for anything, for the Earth, for any of the planets you think.
I understand that I'm wrong about your guys' thoughts on the source. I'm just trying to understand like how this mechanically works. Like how your solar system.
It's simple. Yeah, it's simple. It's not I know what you mean, but it's thought of more. If I could put it to you simply, so your mind can think about it, it's like geocentric. So, a long time ago they used to think everything revolved around the Earth.
Yes.
Yeah, cosmologically, that's probably closer to what you can think about in the sky. The celestials will move around in that manner, so everything revolving around the Earth. So, and that way you can see the way that it moves like a clockwork. So the ancients would look at the sky. They would only document what the celestials would be doing. They wouldn't infer that they were in some type of solar system. They would just see what the celestials are doing and then like write down that information. And then of course it moving like a clock, it gave them the indication of making these predictions based upon the cyclical nature of the celestials. So everything runs on cycles, and they've understood this way before the idea of the Earth being a globe ever came to be. Is this making some kind of sense? Because you could look up geocentrism and then like work off.
I understand
that.
geocentrism.
Bro, the ancients were right, and so the modern people are tricking us. That's the point.
Yeah, so I mean, you go from that to the leap of logic of how, we're revolving around the sun. From everything revolving around us to that, we're going around the sun. So that's the sleight of hand. You have to think about cosmology in a different way than the ancient people used to do when they would just document what they would see, because the celestials would be moving across the sky.
I understand.
So now you have to. What you have to do is to work away from geocentrism into heliocentrism. That's what you have to do. You have to make a case for heliocentrism, and I'm going to tell you that's going to be a bit more difficult because you can't verify any of heliocentrism.
Do you guys have a model though of the flat Earth planet model?
Yeah, that's the geocentrism I was telling you from the celestials.
Yeah,
So
I
if
understand
you're-
that, but do you guys have a
Yeah.
like a breakdown of it?
What do you mean, dude? Geocentrism already breaks it down. It tells you all the movements of the heavenlies. The heavenlies will move in a specific way based on geocentrism. So has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, has nothing to do with where we are in the sky. It just tells you all about all the movements of the celestials. So that specific model can be okay. Think about it like this, right? Just hold on. Think about it like this. If you're gonna think about the celestials in any way, look at the celestial sphere, right? That specific model, the celestial sphere, has been used since the 6th century BC. The Chaldeans were using it. The Babylonians were using it. A lot of ancient people had this cosmology down. So it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. So that model, it's a model, right? It's conceptualized. It's also not to do with the exact reality that what it is. It just models this celestial sphere so that you can think about the celestials moving about in the sky in a particular manner. That's all it's doing. So look up celestial sphere and how ancient that was, and then you can see how the vantage point of you being on the Earth, you'd see and record how things move across the sky. Yeah, so once again, it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, so it doesn't appeal to the Earth having any sphericity.
Okay. Is there any measured sun height from the Earth or any?
No, there has been attempts to do so on either side. So I'm telling you like this, right? That's people at the beginning of when this came about to be on the internet. Everybody was kind of rushing to see, well, if we know the sun's not 93 million miles away, then how far it really is it? So there was attempts to triangulate the sun and give answers to the question how far the sun is actually. You know what I mean? Like in comparison to the idea that the sun is not 93 million miles away. But I'm going to tell you like this, they're wrong too, right? The people who would even attempt to do this on the flat Earth side were incorrect to do so because the sun's position is not known actually. It can only be seen, from the sky. But because of the fact that the sun moves across the sky through the atmosphere, and I'm only speaking to you colloquially so you can understand. So as the sun moves across the sky in the atmosphere, it changes the way the light propagates through it. So it's not known its actual position. We can only attempt to see like what it looks like where it seems to be, right? Now, yeah, that would work the same for the people who invented the idea that the sun is 93 million miles away. 93 million miles away means that they have to come up with some form of measurement so that they can know where the distance of the sun is. So they're trying to find out what one astronomical unit, based on that specific measurement, how far away the sun would be. So if you look up astronomical unit, you'd be able to find out how they derived or inferred how far away the sun is. This has to be done on your part to look this up because it's quite a bit of information, and it has to do with the one-way speed of light, involve a bit of calculations to do with stellar parallax. There's a lot of things involved here when you're trying to figure out the distance to the sun because it's going to be utilizing the cosmic distance ladder. It's a bit intricate when you get into it, but you have to be willing to do the research. If you're unwilling to, you're going to be arguing over the internet on your ignorance. And it's going to be very telling, too, if you don't stop and actually do research. We're going to know that you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, his first claim was that we had to convince him of the Earth is flat, otherwise it's not. I go, well, you're already fucked up because the only person in all of creation, there's only one person that will convince you of anything, and that is you. Only you.
Guys, I'm trying to understand it. There's no
You're so philosophical, man. Oh my god.
So right away when you came in and be like, I don't like the way you guys are answering my questions. You're not convincing me of anything.
No, I'm not asking.
Okay, dear diary.
I'm asking, no, I'm not. Like, it's not the way you're answering my questions are really just. I don't even know. It's just like I'm asking questions and you're.
Yeah, then don't ask. If you don't like the speaker, you don't like the answers you're getting. You got two choices. Fuck off.
I want to talk to the other guy, bro. Like, you guys are just.
What? So
you guys sound like mega church like speakers. It's really.
It's called being intellectually dishonest, by the way.
It's intellectually dishonest.
So you're telling me what you heard.
I answered my question, and like it made me more like open to the idea of a flat Earth. It did, because it made sense. But what you guys are saying, I asked a question. What does this model look like? And you start talking about globetards and like it's just, you know what I mean?
All right, wait a minute. Are you talking about me?
All of you.
Yeah. Are you talking about the answers I've given you?
Yeah.
Really? So I'm preaching to you like a mega church pastor. Yes? Me?
Well, yeah. You told you like I asked a question about the day-night cycles and why they vary, and you started talking about how I need to change.
Who asked about time zones? Who asked about time zones?
I did.
Yeah. So they have nothing to do.
Cycle.
That's what I was telling you. They have nothing to do with the question that should be asked would be, what about day-night cycle? That's probably what you needed to be asking, not time zones.
Right. So for the day-night cycles, how is it that at certain times of the year there is longer periods of darkness than light than at the other?
I already told you certain locations on the Earth geographically would be seeing the sun a lot longer than others, and you don't need to be a rocket. You don't need to do rocket surgery, man, to figure this out. It's pretty simple, right?
Okay, so
it's really simple. Wherever you are, all you're gonna do is document what you see the sun doing. That's it. I mean, it's as simple as that, right? What is the sun doing right now for you in your geographic location? What is it doing? And all you do is write down, but it has nothing to do with the Earth being any oblate spheroid. That's where you're going wrong. You're gonna have to explain that step. All you can do is see what the sun does across your sky. And so if there's more daylight, there's more daylight. But at what point do you make the logical leap that it's an oblate spheroid? That's the problem.
Right.
You're trying to answer that question.
It have to be a spheroid. Like, let's just call it light source, okay? What do you mean?
No, I'm not talking about the sun. The sun is not what we're saying is a spheroid. The Earth. Okay. Because you're trying to make it look like, because the sun's moving across the sky, the Earth has to be of some geometric consequence. And it doesn't. Doesn't need to be.
I am yes, that okay. So the Earth the sun revolves around the Earth, right? In the circular pattern, day-night cycle.
No, wait. Yeah, hold on. The sun doesn't revolve around the Earth, it revolves around you. So you're seeing wherever it is, it moved through the sky in a very specific pattern based on your observations. So wherever you go, the sun's going to do what it does based on your observations. Is this incorrect or correct?
Correct.
So the sun's moving across the sky as you observe it, rotating or doing anything in the sky based upon where you are. Not based upon where your observations that you do are based upon geographically what you see the sun doing. So you can only tell me I'm standing in, the farthest point north, Norway or whatever, and I see a witness a 24-hour sun, right? So you're going to tell me it's looking like it's going in circle around my head. I'm going to tell you, well, I'm over here in Ecuador. I only see it move from east to west across my sky from horizon to horizon. I don't see it rotating across the sky. So you're telling me what it's doing. I'm telling you what it's doing. But it's not, they're both doing two different things. The sun's not doing the same thing it's doing in Norway for you as it is doing for me in Ecuador. It's doing two different things in the sky. So all we're doing is witnessing what the sun does. Does that make sense? Because you're not documenting anything more. You're not saying, well, because the way the sun moves, the earth is a sphere. You can't say that. The only thing you can say is the sun's moving across the sky in a circular pattern or oval or whatever you want to say, because you're in Norway and I'm in Ecuador, and I say that it's only moving across the sky straight east to west. So two different patterns are happening. You see it going in a circle. I see it move across east to west.
Okay. Yes, that's okay. So that's.
But it doesn't mean that we're incorrect, like either one of us, like because of that. It just means we're only documenting what we see.
Yes, and I understand.
Yeah, so at what point does witnessing this sun do what it does mean anything else than that? What else does it mean other than you and I witnessing what it does?
Well, it because it changes for the other half of the year, right? So in the other half of the year, it's going to be dark most of the day for you in the north, and mostly sunny for the person in the south. So the sun will have to shift.
So what?
So for that to happen, the sun will have to shift its rotation to a wider orbit, right?
Yeah. So what?
A wider circle.
So what?
So in that case,
no. Wait. No, because okay, say you were in Norway, right? That's in the north. So if let's say you have a guy who lives in Antarctica, right? A guy lives in Antarctica. Now he starts seeing a rotational pattern for 24 hours when you have darkness in Norway. What does that mean?
Pardon me?
What
sorry,
does it mean? If a guy in Antarctica sees a rotational pattern like you did in Norway, but you don't see in Norway, now you see darkness, right? And he sees, the 24-hour sun. What does that mean?
The light source has expanded its orbit and done a wider circle.
Yeah, but it's not doing a wider circle because he sees it doing a circle where he's at, but you don't see the circle anymore. So the circle didn't expand. It's going around him now. It's not going around you. But for where he's at, it's making a... Yes, I'm trying to tell you something. Yeah, that's the difference, isn't it? You were in Norway,
it circles
right?
around him?
Yes. So it's not expanding into a wider circle. It's doing like loops around him, but not you anymore because you're in Norway and you're in the north. He's in the south.
So is the sun like super close to Earth?
Well, the sun is where it is. We're not even telling you the linear distance to it. All we're telling you is what people see. They're documenting what they see. That's it.
Okay, but dude, you have to like understand what that means. So this is what I'm observing.
No, what does it mean? I'm asking you. What does it? What's X? What does it mean?
X is that the orbit has to expand and contract, or else the model is not viable.
Yeah. So what? Who cares? What if it does do that?
Okay, if it does do that, then its position in the sky should shift depending on season. So its orbit should not be.
It does shift. It does shift. I'm telling you, it goes from Capricorn or Cancer to Capricorn, and then back again. It does.
What about Antarctica?
Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, well, why does it does spin 24/7? Never disappears.
Because the sun expands, like the gentleman's asking for. It expands and contracts. That's what it's doing, and it's notable because people
it keeps the
have
same
seen.
shape. It doesn't expand or contract.
No, it doesn't, dude. Listen to me when I'm telling you this.
No, I'm not going to listen to you because you're lying to me.
All right, no, I'm not lying. People document the solar analemma. Look it up.
Yeah, it doesn't expand or contract. It stays at the same size.
Look up the solar analemma. You're going to be just wrong on this.
Anything. I'm saying I already looked at it.
Fine, you're going to be wrong. And you're just wrong. You're wrong right now. You're just wrong, and you're going to be speaking on ignorance. That's all you're going to do.
Bro, you're saying it contracts and expands. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Look at the solar analemma. I'm telling you, dumbass. You're a
I've
fucking
seen
dumbass.
I've seen 48 hours time lapse, and there is no expansion, no contraction, same size.
I'm gonna put you on mute until you tell me you've seen the solar analemma. I'm gonna put you on mute. How about that? It's fair, right? And then when you
no, it's not. Well,
when you
it's
mention
your room,
in the
so you do
text,
whatever you want because you don't have an argument.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm gonna do. Until you tell me
you
you've
get
seen
triggered
the
as well. Look at you, bro. You're a clown.
All right, you got to go and take a look at it. Come back and then tell me if you're wrong or not, because the solar analemma will explain that it does do that. So the expansion would be when it moves towards the south. The contraction would be when it moves towards the north. Look at the solar analemma. It's going to show you that exact thing that I'm telling you.
All right, that makes sense
on you.
So there has to be a counter orbit, right, of the moon in relation to the sun, right?
I get what you're saying, but the moon has its own analemma. It's called the lunar analemma, and it does the same expansion and contraction. It would have its own pattern based upon what it does. Now it moves in a very different way. Okay, so to put it this way, the sun does it in a yearly cycle. The moon does it supposedly in a monthly cycle. You can look this up as well, and it has phases along the way. So the phases will also dictate. I mean, you got a new moon that's not going to be able to detect where it is, but according to the analemma and how it moves, it will move in a very same pattern, a figure of 8. Yeah, it's like it looks like the infinity symbol. But it does do the thing that we're talking about, the expansion and contraction, and it depends where you are geographically. It will have a way that it moves across the sky depending on where you are, and so it's doing this month to month. So and the sun does it throughout the year, and with that we can detail whether or not what season we're in, and it's a lot of things that are involved here. But it's for you to look at. I can't tell you because this has been documented by people that have been sky gazing for more than a millennia. So it's there for you. Whether or not you take my word for it, I don't really care. Like the other guy, he thinks I'm making it up. I'm not. I'm just reporting back what others have seen.
Okay. So, the sun would be inside the enclosed, inside the capsulated atmosphere, or just outside?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if we want to use the term encapsulated at the moment. All we're doing is just seeing what the sun does. So within the dynamic system that we have, because it is, right, we have fluctuations in a lot of things, right? Almost everything in nature has fluctuations. There's nothing really static, so it'd be dynamic. So we're only talking about the observations of that dynamic system. That's it. We can't go beyond that. Anything beyond that would be, a speculation. So documenting what you see, depending on the fluctuations of the time of year, because you experience day and night, you experience seasonal weather changes, all these kinds of things. They're all involved in the dynamic system, and based upon the heavenlies, you can predict things that the celestials are going to be doing because they're on a cyclical rotation. So they go throughout the years. You can predict what eclipses are going to happen. This was predicted in the Saros cycle, which the Chaldeans also knew. So sky gazing has been one of the hallmarks of knowing what celestials are doing based upon people just looking and documenting their patterns, right? They have, certain number of years each. You could already know that there'd be eclipses happening, specifically geographically wherever you are, and then you could determine because of the post-diction of the heavenly bodies, like things moving in the sky in a pattern, that it would happen again in a number of years. And that's all it was. It's a system that's designed to be working like a clockwork. It repeats. So you're saying that the predictions that you see with the heavenlies are done because of a globe would be wrong, because you didn't need a globe. All you needed to do was see what the heavenlies do and then document, and then say, okay, in 28 years I would see Venus doing something, or whatever the case, right? So all you're doing is documenting what you see and then telling people, well, this is going to happen again in this many number of years at this location. So that's all people can do, right? Sky gaze and then document. But at no time does anybody infer that the Earth is of any geometric consequence just because they see the heavenlies move around. Unless you think you live on top of a sphere. Then you can start saying, well, because of the heavenlies, now we live on a ball. But that's only that time when you start inferring. Other than that, you're just telling people what you see about the sky. All right, Skis looked at the Analema. I'm going to unmute him now. It's good. Yeah, you have to, in this realm that we're in.
Thank you for proving the Earth revolution. Thank you. I mean, I don't know why you brought that up in the first place. Does the Analema took 24 hours?
Yeah, I brought it up because a lot of people have ignorance like you did. You had ignorance. You think that you were
the solar
proving yourself
Analema
right.
time lapse is 24 hours. Is that what you just said?
No, the Analema is based on the sun. Anyway, solar Analema is based on
how long does it take?
Yearly. A year.
Yearly. But I was speaking about something about 24 hours. Why are you talking about a yearly thing?
Yeah, I was talking to the other guy, not you. That's why.
Okay, but now I was talking about something about 24 hours in Antarctica, looking at the sun 24 hours, as said, and you brought up the Analema. Why?
Yeah, so what? So what about the 24 hours?
What's the fucking correlation?
What's so important about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
What you trying to say is that in Antarctica, I would see the Analema, but I would still see the sun for a year. That's what you said, basically. So you didn't.
The solar. Yeah, you're confusing yourself. It's simple. Wherever you are geographically, you are. Wherever you are geographically, that's what you. Are you gonna let me finish?
I didn't finish.
Are you just listen? People who are here just to mock and distort are going to get muted and probably booted. Up to you. You make your choice, right? You choose your path. What do you want to do?
I will ask this simple question. Are you going to answer my question, or should we just stop it? I'm not going to have.
No, it's simple. Then goodbye, sir. You don't need to be in this room.
Okay,
just leave.
Just consider my point. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just leave. Just leave, sir. You're very rude. You don't know how to have a conversation. Just leave.
You have no idea what rudeness is or education is, my friend.
Just go, dude. I muted you already. If anybody else wants to talk to this rude asshole, you can. I'll leave him on mute for you guys. But yeah, obviously he's not here to have a conversation of back and forth because I was going to tell him. I really don't mind talking to him, but he just wants to rudely interrupt. I would just ask him, what does the 24-hour sun have to do with the Earth being of any geometric consequence? Just like I told the other gentleman. But he wouldn't allow me to say those words because he's afraid, perhaps. Who knows? But I'm going to kick it to you guys, so I got to do...
Antarctica, the final experiment demonstrated two things. That flat Earth may have 99 problems. A mega Turk super pastor, young Earth creationist, is not one of them. And they adjudicated their map versus their model and found out it doesn't match the observation. So they lost their map or they lost their model. And then they tried to slap a flat Earth sticker on it, and that failed too. So now they're trying to do damage control with final experiment number 2, number 3, number 4. It's going to be a series of basic spiraling after they've debunked their own model and their own map. What we also learned as a side thing is that a lot of the behavior of the globalists was explained because it was just online, it was just YouTube, it was showmanship. It was just, they were acting that way because it was a YouTube channel. It's all for entertainment purposes. They're not really like that. In real life, they're functionally normal adults. It turns out they're worse in real life. In real life, they want to follow the flat earthers around and record them, just being tourists. in Chile. They're like, no, you don't do that. When you're in a foreign country, you just blend in. You don't want to stick out like a sore thumb. You're going to become a victim of street crime. This is just basic logic. I mean, when you go to like the plan a trip anywhere, you know, the trip planners, I'm drawing the blank on their name, like travel advisors, they'll tell you, hey, these are some tips to stay safe in the foreign country. These guys have never left their mom's basement. They don't know how to stay safe in a foreign country. Then, after they were approached on how to stay safe in a foreign country, they decided to do a power pout session, and they all went to their hotel rooms to play with Star Wars toys. Not even kidding. They busted out the Star Wars toys and started playing with toys. These guys are fucking crazy, batshit, insane, and it doesn't matter if it's on YouTube. It doesn't matter if it's on Discord. It doesn't matter if it's just at a Flat Earth convention or their corner store or if they're in a foreign country. What we learned from the final experiment is they're even more awful in real life because you see the real them without a filter. On YouTube, they're able to like measure the content and meter, only release some stuff. In real life, the cameras are rolling 24 hours. You got to see them scream into the ether, where are the guns? That's not a functioning normal human.
I see, this is like the kind of cult mega church type of shit where it's like us versus them, bro.
That's what they did. They decided that the flat earthers are not human beings. The flat earthers were subhuman mongrels who need to be cleansed from the gene pool. They did an event. You might not know this, but they did an event called the Children of Flat Earth. What they would do was they try to figure out, just by us talking, they would listen to us talk, and they'd say, okay, boom, he lives in that city. Okay, boom, check marks. Try to find out what jurisdiction, where we're at. And if they determine there's children in the household, they would bombard Children's Protective Services with false reports. Because in their worldview, getting children out of Flat Earth families was saving the world from Flat Earth.
Who did this?
Yeah, the people I'm talking about, these anti-Flat Earth globalists.
Yeah.
And they're proud of it. They're proud of it because they said they want their goal, their ultimate goal is Flat Earthers have two choices. They either shut up or they die. That's it.
What are you...
When you're fighting against that, when you're fighting against that and someone comes in here being a belligerent asshole and you mute them, fully justified. Fully justified.
People,
yeah, okay. You go look it up. They'll tell you they're proud of it.
Argentinian what were they called? Argentinian anti-flat earthers? Because you said it was in Argentina, right?
No, they went to Chile. They went to Chile for the final experiment. That's a different thing. When they went to Chile, they decided that they wanted to follow the flat earthers around rather than just enjoy their vacation in Chile.
Chile. Flat Earth. CPS. Let's see. You have like a news article of this?
Yeah, you don't have to be concerned with that. Just look up any talking points for the Earth being a globe. Get it back on track, dude. Like right now, he's just telling you what they do, but you need to be concerned with how you know the Earth is a globe, which you don't know. I think that's the most important thing for you right now. Don't be looking that other stuff up. The behaviors of people when they come in here are due to the fact that they're completely ignorant on the topic, like the gentleman Ski was actually showing, and he's wanting to be upset about something, thinking that we don't know what we're talking about, which displaying the same type of attitude that those guys were, which is Crit's point. That's why he was telling you what he was saying, because of what Ski was doing in his behavior towards what I was talking about. It shows that people have this kind of energy against flat Earth. But you don't need to be concerned with that. You need to be focused about how you know the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, his whole claim was, you flat earthers are wrong because you're tribalistic assholes. Yeah, check out the globe side. If that's your worldview, if your adjudication, your tool of discernment is which side is more of a tribalistic asshole, go check that out. Follow that logic.
Yo, is this the same guy that was spamming my DMs like every girl in the world? Like, is this the same one?
Okay, are we going to take some questions, or perhaps you want to explain how you know the Earth's a globe? Because that's what we're here for. We're not here for the drama bullshit that you want to bring up, dude. You get it?
Who you talking to?
You fool.
Who?
You.
Buddy, you sound like you're on a spaceship, so I think you can just look out there and go see the fucking Earth from there, okay?
No, the spaceship too. He said that the orbital shuttle, the space shuttle program, was actually spaceships that have flown around like Star Trek Enterprise. And when people try to correct them, said, no, these are suborbital and orbital vehicles. They didn't go that high up. They weren't flying around to Mars and Venus. And then he got really upset and started flipping out about it. So I sent them some resources about the space shuttle
you were
program.
just posting me a bunch of memes, bro. You sent me like fucking 6 GIFs.
No,
like the span of like
look
40 minutes, bro.
The space shuttle program.
I'll screenshot the DMs you've sent me, bro.
Earth to orbit crew. Earth to orbit. That's it. It's not a space shuttle. It's a orbital vehicle. You're wrong.
You were just sending me fucking spaceship memes. First of all, whatever you said, I never made a claim about. I just said spaceship, okay?
You said it was a spaceship. It's not a spaceship.
I never talked about any type of spaceship mission that went.
Yeah, you were talking about these space shuttles were flying around the Milky Way galaxy like Star Trek.
Yeah, he's gonna plug his ears. He's not gonna listen to us, so he'll sit on mute until he. We'll give him like a minute or two to collect himself, and if he just leaves, then that's fine. He's not worth having a conversation with. So I'd rather invest my time on people like Sign, who thinks we're mega church pastors, talking to him. So at least him you can talk to.
Yeah, like on the globe side, they literally have a young Earth creationist, super church mega pastor, and he'll come in and say, "You flat earthers are young Earth creationists." Really? We are, not the guys fighting against us, like the Kent Hovens, the Mr. Batmans, the Darth Dawkins, the William Duffys of the world. They're actual flat earthers. They're not fighting against flat earthers like you are. Holy shit! Wow! Like how can you be that divorced from reality and think you've got some inside
I think
track?
they're crazy too. Like,
yeah, you're with them.
This is what I mean. Them. Like, no, I'm just trying to figure out. Like, I'm not married to my ideas, man. Like, I'm not gonna go beat you up for thinking the fucking Earth is flat, man. Like, I'm just trying to understand. Like, I understand the globe Earth model a lot. Well, not a lot, but a fair amount. And I'm just...
You don't know anything about it, dude.
Asking questions. What don't I know?
You didn't know how many time zones there were in the globe model.
Yeah, you don't know the time. How many time zones are there in the north?
So
let's get a little Q&A going. See if he knows.
It goes
anything.
to minus 13 and to plus 13, so 26 total.
No, that's wrong. There's 19. All right, so if you think about it, right? Do you know what the size of the Earth is? That geometrically. What's the circumference, diameter? What's the radius? Do you know any of that?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay, so you don't know the thing that you said you did know, telling Crit that you knew, right?
You brought up two things.
Yeah, and both of those you were incorrect. Because one of them you didn't know, the other one you were incorrect.
Hey, but the time zones do go to -13 plus 13.
Yeah, you need to go back and see how many time zones there are. You don't know. You're just assuming. So the point still stands. Yeah, no, you're wrong. The point still stands. You need to go and do some homework on what you think you know, because you don't know what you think you know. And of course, there's things that you don't know.
Yeah, claims he knows the heliocentric model, globe model, like the back of his hand, comes in here and asks questions about flat Earth. Not knowing that the heliocentric model and globe model were built upon flat Earth. This guy basically burnt the church, rewrote all history books, stuck his fingers in his ears, and then pretended he knows something that he can't even start from the beginning on.
You guys are like the Ben Shapiro of flat Earth. I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Yeah, that's great. But when it comes to it, dude, there's nothing that you can justify your knowledge for the Earth being a globe. That's it. You can't justify that you have any knowledge of the globe because you don't. Obviously, now everybody's heard you say that you don't know the radius, diameter, circumference. So at least you didn't even know that. And so it's important to say, well, let me do some homework. And let me do some research, and then maybe perhaps I can have this conversation.
I don't know like the decimal point fucking like numbers of the fucking Earth like Earth.
Yeah, they're not decimal points, so that's incorrect. They're not decimal points, but you don't know the information that you would need to have the conversation that you would say that you know.
Yeah,
the things
what a
about
shocker!
the
Earth circumference is a decimal point. 40,000. At 75.017 kilometers. Okay, yeah, not a decimal point.
Yeah, but you didn't know that, did you?
Okay, you didn't know that it had decimal points because you just said.
Yeah, but what I'm asking, you went to decimal points. So, like if it does have a decimal point or not, did you substantiate that?
Sorry?
Did you substantiate that?
Substantiate what?
The fucking decimal point. Dude, are you not paying attention to your conversation? I don't know why every time I'm talking to you guys, your brain turns into like soup. You don't.
How do you want me to substantiate that? How do you want me to do that? You want me to measure the circumference of the Earth right now? You want to get
it? Doesn't have it doesn't have a decimal point because it's fucking myth. It's a myth. It's like saying, well, it has a decimal point because
it can be measured because it doesn't exist. There we go. Like, come on, man.
The measurement, come on, what?
So you're saying, so you asked me if I know.
Decimal point. Dude, shut up. You're trying to prove a point. I'm telling you, you don't have one.
Yeah, I'm not.
Because if there was a decimal point, you'd be able to measure the goddamn thing. You can't. There's no measuring the Earth. So there isn't a decimal point.
There's no measuring the Earth. Like, what is this?
Correct it.
Come on. I'm sorry, I can't talk to you. I wanted to be polite.
Yeah,
but I had a great conversation for like 3 hours in here with Jenny and
All right, now you're muted because we don't want to hear your color commentary. Either you're able to provide evidence that the Earth is what you think it is or not. You're going to be like the other guy now. We're not here to listen to you unless you're able to articulate anything of knowledge for the Earth being a globe. It's that simple.
He's flaming out. When I first joined, everything was good, and now later on, when I haven't been able to shut the channel down, now I'm upset. All right, flame out. Yep. Come back when you're smarter, kid.
But he's claiming to say that we're preaching to him, yet he has no knowledge of any of the things about globe, and he's sitting here telling us, wow, it's got a decimal point. You don't fucking even know, like, only moments ago, you didn't even know the size of the Earth until you looked it up. And on top of that, you don't even know how they came up with that. So, yeah, it doesn't have a decimal point. Because how the fuck did they do that in the first place? But he's not able to answer that.
What's the circumference of the flat Earth? Oh, you don't know your own model. There we go. I did the same thing on you.
I don't need to know it because it's never been presented. It's never been presented as something that people know.
I don't need to know it either then. There we go. Then we're just like arguing semantics. You're trying to own
Yes, you do, dumbass. The Earth is a specific size in your case. It's
same in your case. Yours has to have a certain size too. Oh, so it's just infinite? It's just dynamic?
Because no one claimed there to be one.
Expands and contracts like
nobody ever claimed there to be the size of the Earth on the flat Earth. Nobody ever claimed that. On your side,
no one ever claimed there's a size to the flat Earth. Okay.
Yes, no one ever claimed that.
So
and on your side, the Earth, no size.
So you guys don't even know anything. Like you guys don't know your own model because you guys haven't measured your own model.
Yeah, we don't need to know the size of the Earth to know
your own model.
That the Earth. Yeah, he's flaming out. He's flaming out. The guy's flaming out.
I'm sorry, but like it's just I don't want to get into an argument. Appreciate your time.
Well then just put yourself on mute then, or go away or whatever. But
yeah, I will.
Yeah, that's you who don't know. You try to assign it to flat Earth. It's you. You don't know this stuff. If the
you don't know your stuff.
If the holy text Google were to disappear, you wouldn't even know where to start to figure out what the Earth is.
And you don't even have a text because you haven't measured it because none of you guys are
you said you knew the model perfectly, like the back of your hand. And you don't even know anything about what the claimed stuff is. Now, how they proved it, you don't even know the claimed values. To try to dial it back and be like, hey, how did they get that value? You don't know that either. Just one endless spiral trigger, until you eventually have to find yourself as a flat earther. Yeah, he was a skeptic. Perfect comment. 3 hours he's been here, still doesn't know what the word flat means. How do you work with that?
You know what I've noticed, Crit, that most of these guys have every time they come in here, the ones that speak like he does, they say Earth as in ERF when they say Earth. I've noticed that lately. They've been saying, like the guys like him, they'll all say, well, what is the Earth with the ERF? You know, like Earth. I've been noticing that shit.
Yeah, it's like a tick they have.
Yeah, imagine.
Like, who was it? Ragnar, or oh crap, I can't think of his name all of a sudden. The guy who used like a picture of a horse was his profile. It begins with an R. He'd be like, just take your toys and put them back on the carpet.
Reckonar?
Reckonar, there we go. Yeah, Reckonar.
Yeah.
That's what that kid needed to do. 3 hours. Okay, now take the toys back on the carpet.
Yeah, but I've noticed, I don't know, like you said, if it's a tick or not, but I've noticed that they've been saying Earth. Like Majin was saying URF or ERF, either one. It sounds like they don't know how to say the word Earth. And those are the ones that usually are staunchly opposed for some reason. Stereotype fallacy, yeah, I know, but it seems to have like some type of correlation.
Yeah, it's more of amusing than an actual statement of fact. That's why I think a lot of people think like what you just said was logically fallacious. well, yeah, I'm not making the statement of fact or a statement of logic. It's just amusing. It doesn't really mean anything beyond like, isn't it interesting that there's a high number of people who come in here and say Earth, and they're anti-flat earthers. I don't know if you saw that in mod chat, because I did the hasty generalization or whatever when I was talking about the generations and like the strong men create good times create weak men. And they're like, but I know some Zoomers or millennials who are strong. I'm like, well, yeah, well, duh. I mean, I'm not trying to say like all millennials are, are weak men. I'm just saying that in general, you got like millennial. There's a high correlation that they're going to be very concerned about their own needs and wants and not really give a shit about anything else.
Yeah, enough to make the statement like that, right?
Yeah, it's more kind of like just amusing. It's like interesting. But yeah, the same feedback other people said, like, oh yeah, I mean, different generations rebel against each other. It's all about some societal changes that happened, like with the 1990s, divorce laws and whatnot. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense too. Those are good explanations also. Did we come up to a decision on Speculation Sunday yet? I know it's been like, I guess, kind of put on the back burner because other stuff.
They've been wanting to hold it on the main server, from what I hear.
Yeah, that's what I was getting too. But it kind of like went stale for a couple of weeks now.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's actually went over there and diverted people to go and have that conversation in the chill chat.
There has been. So particularly in the chill. So the chill chats, the chill chat has been pretty active lately, right? And you can go there and speculate all day, every day if you want.
Yeah,
I think that is suffice. I mean, we really don't need a Speculation Sunday.
Okay, yeah, that's why I was thinking.
They regulated it to the home server, so chill chat can be completely like that all the time. So those guys can go there and speculate their hearts out, like T-Dub was saying.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Okay, sorry. That's what I thought it was, but I wasn't sure. I guess I missed a conversation or two.
And I mean, sometimes just in general, we will, for a moment, pause and have a little speculation in here at any moment, at any time, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, we do that. We do that. We can't deny that we do that. Lots of us do that. And but the thing is that we preface that. We say, we caveat. We say, from a speculative point, I will say this, right? Like, I'm not making a claim, I can't prove this, etc., right? But it's interesting, right? Like, you can make that sort of point. It's something to think about, right? We can do that.
Yeah. Well, logical speculations, I would say water needs a container, right? And then I would say the world ocean would also need to have an edge of some kind. I don't know what it is. I don't know how it works. But it would lead me to a conclusion to speculate that there could possibly be, if there's an edge like all of the other edges of large bodies of water, then maybe there could be more land. It's just a speculation, but it's logical. So, I mean, I think speculations like that aren't too bad. But if you're saying, well, I speculate that there's a giant ice wall that surrounds the Earth, that's different, right? That's a specific, that's kind of like a speculation leaving you open. But to say that water needs a container on a on this large scale, I don't think that that's too bad of a speculation to make, right? I think the container argument that a lot of people make is also speculation, because we don't know how the sky works. It could be something beyond our comprehension, but people will say, no, there's definitely a physical container. That's also a speculation. So, I mean, it just depends.
I agree with DJ. That's been brought up to my attention. I think Sporadic talked a little bit about it and presented an alternative. And the alternative was something that you could conceptualize beyond human comprehension. So it's like you can't perceive something that has a boundary that's unbounded. And so with the tree, I'm starting to talk like those guys. The three torus idea was something to think about, like in that way. It's like a model that has no boundaries, but in other words, it loops back in on itself. I'd have to present it to you to see it, but you can also do this in a cube form. So where everything like loops back around, like once you walk off the other side, you'd wind up on the other side. Kind of like it's akin to what somebody were talking about, the Pac-Man idea, but it could be unbounded. It doesn't have to have like a solid, structure. But that's another way to think about something that has a boundary that's unbounded. It's a bit difficult to talk about, but yeah, that's a speculation outside of like what you could claim something hard physical, because it's a whole system. It's not just, what we can work with in here. Anyway, it's a speculation for sure.
Yep, totally gotcha. It's an interesting one too. It's like you said, it's very hard to explain. It's hard for me to even understand it when he talks about it, but it's definitely worth looking into, especially if he's talking about it, right? Because we all know Amish is a hell of a smart guy.
Success of a community or of a group that have a common goal or whatever, it is gonna rely on a level of routine and order, right? But at the same time, as adults, mature adults, we can navigate through some of it with discretion, right? Ready for things that are unpredicted, right? And we can, sort of step outside of the boundaries a little bit, but with maturity and with intellect and intelligence,
and prefacing, when something is beyond the scope of knowledge, right? So it doesn't have to be this strict, you must not or else sort of style, right? It can expand a little bit, be a little bit flexible. Otherwise, you're gonna lose people. They're not gonna be interested.
I think you hit the key point there, T-Dub, is just to preface it and say, hey, this is what I think. I can't prove this or something along those lines, right? All you got to do is say that, and the rest of it, you're not claiming shit. Back you go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The main focus is on, right, definitely is on what we can establish as fact, right? What we can know, what we can verify, what is observable, testable, measurable, falsifiable, etc., right? All that good stuff. Right? Doesn't mean we can't delve outside of that a little bit, right? On occasion.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's okay to have awe and wonder about this place. Try to guess about way things work and blah, blah, blah. But there's a lot of stuff we all know that we're never going to know. So that's all you're going to do is speculate about it. But anyway.
Right. A common example is when people come in and say, why would they lie? Right. And that is and Alpha agrees. I've heard him say this a lot. It's not black and white. That is a multifaceted topic, right? And that does involve, if you want to tackle that, for the most part, speculation. I mean, you cannot get into the minds of those liars and divine why they're doing what they're doing. You can only guess.
And to me, T-Dub, the most frustrating part about that question, I mean, I can't prove this either, but the large majority of people that are perpetuating this lie aren't actively lying, if you know what I mean. They think they're telling the truth. They're just repeating a story.
Right, exactly. Yeah, there's all sorts of levels of that deception being propagated, all different sorts of levels within entertainment industry, within like the aerospace industry, within the political arena. There's conflict going on within the political arena with the whole aerospace industry at them. Like, it's been ongoing. These debates about just how valuable is it and how much should be invested in it. We've got videos of senators and congressmen grilling NASA spokespeople about, why should we give you this money? What have you done? What have you achieved? What goals are set? How is this going to benefit humanity in the long run, etc., etc.? Like, I mean, it goes into so many different degrees of society that, like you said, like for the most part, people are propagating this information and they're unwittingly deceiving people. They're not realizing they're doing it. And there could be a lot even within the aerospace industry that are doing the same thing. Unwittingly, unknowingly.
Yeah. Like I said, it's just a guess, but it's got to be a large majority of people. Now, the people that are actively lying, maybe they know where some hidden land is or something. But of course, that's all speculation. But there may be a small percentage of people that know they're actively trying to fool people. But, how would we know that anyway? So what's the point?
Right. Anyway, yeah. Sometimes I've also likened it to like a CEO of a company. They're trying to push this product, and the CEO goes, "I want you to put it on the label that it's been scientifically proven that this product does X." And some Joe Blow in the conference room puts up his hand and says, "Does it do X, sir?" And the CEO says, I don't know and I don't care. I want people to think that, though. Right?
Exactly. And for example, all the years that all of us believed it was a globe, were we lying when we were talking to people about the globe? No. We just thought we were repeating scientifically established facts, right? We weren't lying. I didn't spend 52 years lying. Like, I thought I was telling the story that smart guys had figured out, right? Let's do a quick call out. Looks like we don't have any new people in here right now. So if anybody's listening and you think you live on a globe, come in here and tell us how and why. Have a civil conversation about it. You might learn something.
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. Cheers, mate.
Cheers, T-Dub. You don't sound like you're anti-podal to me, but they tell me you are. But anyway.
It's crazy, right? It's crazy. One of my favorite memes, right? I don't know who created it, but it is so simple and so basic. It's just a stick figure on a ball, upside down on a ball, on a circle, right? And in quotes it says normal, and then underneath that there's this little stick figure on a flat line, right? And that's in quotes above it says crazy, right? And that really hit me. Like when I saw that, I was like, that is just brilliant. I mean, it's so simple but so true.
Yeah, that's a simple little diagram of how we've all got programmed to believe the exact opposite of what's going on, you know. Nobody's standing upside down on a ball. Come on. You really believe that because of gravity? They can't explain? All right. Okay, then. That's the most amazing thing about this subject is how simplistic it is and how convoluted people make it by making up stories and looking at the sky and blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean?
Their only proof of the surface of the earth is everything other than the surface of the earth.
Exactly, Crit. Like anything in the sky that's got to prove a globe somehow. They just don't know how, but it's in the sky and it's got to be a globe. So don't worry about the surface. You know, we're just kind of overlooking that. You know, it's not curving, but no big deal. We got stuff in the sky. Come on, man.
Yeah, completely ignore the exact thing in question and talk about everything other than the exact thing in question.
Yeah, they don't need that drop over distance, the very basic building block of having a ball to start with. Just skate right past that and let's talk about the sky. Why don't you guys want to talk about the sky?
Right. Yeah. And I think there's a misconception too. A lot of people think that like the revolution, the modern revolution in not the industrial revolution so much, because that sort of started before what I'm talking about, but like this academic revolution, right? This understanding of nature and the world around us, right? Really, like in the 1800s and into the early 1900s, there was this boom of discovery about the nature of matter and how it works, right? And I think there's this misconception that led to a lot of the advancement in technology that we have today, the understanding of entropy, right? Distribution of energy and matter, right? That really grounded us in being able to like look deeper into the micro, right? And understand how things are working and develop computer systems, all this crazy stuff, right? That I think there's this misconception that it was an understanding of us being on a globe spinning in outer space that led to that. No. In fact, the works of Maxwell and Born and all these other guys, and a lot of people earlier than them, right? That this build up of this understanding of physics that it's developed has been applied now to modern cosmological viewpoints of this whole idea of an ever-expanding universe, and etc. And that has now been, they've tried to apply that to how they think stars work and how galaxies operate, and all this within an outer space vacuum, right?